when a clown appeared in front of Marlene Warren's door and presented her with flowers and balloons. She didn't know that the clown was a killer with a gun hidden away in the costume. For over 3 decades, the case of the killer clown remained a mystery to detectives, Florida residents, and true crime enthusiasts all over the world. Marlene Warren was born on the 15th of April, 1950. When she turned 22, she married Michael Warren, who was 19 years old at the time. Marlene already had 2 children from her previous marriage, and Michael appeared to consider her 2 young sons to be his own. The couple grew together, working hard and making a name for themselves. They bought a number of companies, including a used car dealership for Michael. The family was able to maintain a reasonable standard of living because of their several revenue streams. Life for them was like a bed of roses, such that they could afford a 500-square-foot house in Wellington, Florida's upscale Aero Club neighborhood. Each of the homes in this area have their own runway and hangar, which enabled residents to fly their private aircraft whenever they like. The Warrens appeared to have it all, yet this was not the case at all. At his auto dealership in 1983, Michael experienced legal troubles. Customers accused him of fiddling with the odometer, and the authorities arrested him. He was consequently given an 18-month probationary period. By the year 1990, it was widely known that the Warrens were experiencing marital issues. Michael was allegedly having an affair with Sheila Keene, one of his staff. Despite Sheila and Michael's denials to this allegations, Sheila's husband decided to leave her. On May 26, 1990, a white Chrysler LeBaron with no license plate traveled down the street where Michael and Marlene lived. Marlene and a friend were in the kitchen when they saw a clown-costumed person approach the front door with a basket of flowers and balloons. Marlene grew up in a clown-loving family. Her family adored clowns so much that her mother keeps a whole room filled with clown collectibles. She had paintings of clowns that 14-year-old Marlene had created. For the adoration of clowns, Marlene hurried to the front door to welcome her visitor. Her son, Joseph Aarons, who was present at the time, recalled hearing his mother comment, "How pretty." This appeared to have been Marlene's last words, because a short while afterwards, everyone in the house, including Joseph's friends who came visiting, heard a pop sound. At first, they thought the noise was a balloon popping, but then they noticed Marlene tumbling to the ground. Now at alert, everyone sped to the door. The balloons and flowers were left behind as the clown nonchalantly made his way back to the white Chrysler LeBaron. Joseph tried to run after the clown, but he couldn't go as far because he had a cast on his leg. He, however, remembered screaming at the clown to turn around. The clown turned and gave him a wide-eyed brown stare. His face lacked any expression. The clown soon climbed the white LeBaron and sped off. The sole description offered by witnesses was that Marlene had been shot by a clown with brown eyes. Even the gender of the clown was a mystery to them. Joseph and one of his friends had tried to follow the clown in their own car, but they lost track of it. Marlene Warren was rushed to the hospital. It was determined that she had been shot twice in the face at point-blank range. She struggled to survive, but died 2 days later at the hospital. Detectives checked in with Michael Warren, who wasn't home at the time of the incident. Michael had a solid alibi. He got the terrible news while en route to a Miami racetrack with friends. He hastily went back home to offer comfort to the family. When questioned by the detectives, he provided as much information, cooperating with the investigation process. He was soon ruled out as a suspect. The authorities were perplexed. According to a spokesman for the Palm Beach County Sheriff, that the police should thoroughly question Michael Warren and Sheila Keene. Before the police could ask her any more questions, she hung up. Sheila Keene was in town at the time of the murder, but Michael was traveling with friends. Sheila claimed to have been at work, but in reality, she was a repo person for Michael's dealership. Her alibi wasn't exactly solid. A few days after Marlene Warren's killer clown case made headlines, 2 employees of the neighborhood costume store named the Spotlight reported a weird experience to the police. They claimed that one woman with chocolate brown hair came up to them just as they were about to lock up the store. She pleaded to be allowed inside. The employees informed her that they were closed and advised her to come back the following day. She, however, was persistent and informed them that she really needed a costume that evening. It was a strange request because it wasn't Halloween. It was almost Labor Day weekend. Regardless, the two employees were sympathetic and allowed her enter the store. She was claimed to have bought white makeup, a red nose, white gloves, an orange afro wig, and a clown outfit. Later on in the investigation, the two employees selected Sheila Keene from a lineup of photos and declared that they were fairly certain that she was the woman who showed up begging to buy a clown costume. The detective soon looked into the supermarket store that sold the flowers and balloons the clown had brought to Marlene's house. It was discovered that the supermarket was close to Sheila Keene's house at the time. Also, the supermarket staff selected Sheila from a lineup of photos. The white Chrysler LeBaron, the getaway vehicle, came into consideration next. When asked, Michael Warren asserted that he had no knowledge of the vehicle. He claimed only Chevrolets were sold at his dealership, but Payless, his main rival, had a Chrysler LeBaron. Michael and Payless had a history of disagreements, especially over an advertisement that Michael's dealership ran that included the phrase, Payless, and was purported to be an attempt to confuse buyers. One time, a client from outside the area rented a white Chrysler LeBaron from Payless. The customer searched up Payless' number when it was time to return the car, but ended up contacting Michael's dealership instead. The client said they were instructed to park the vehicle outside the dealership with the keys inside the sun visor. The LeBaron, however, later vanished. After the murder, the getaway vehicle used by the clown was abandoned in a grocery store parking lot. During their search, police discovered orange synthetic threads in the vehicle that resembled a clown wig strands. They also discovered brown long hairs. Sheila Keene had long brown hair at the time of the murder. The police found more orange fake hair strands inside her residence during a search warrant. At this point, everything seemed like a simple situation to resolve. But that wasn't the case. Michael and Sheila vehemently denied being involved in Marlene's murder. They refuted having a conversation with the police without the presence of a lawyer. DNA testing was just getting started in 1990, so the investigators' available evidence was circumstantial. The investigation into Marlene's murder was abandoned, but Michael's legal issues intensified. During the course of the investigation into the murder, Michael's unlawful business dealings came to light. Police discovered proof of additional odometer tampering and consumer overcharging. Following the arrest of an employee, Michael surrendered himself to the police. In 1992, Michael's case went to trial, and he was sentenced to 4 years in prison. After being released in 2002, Michael married Sheila Keene a few years later. The couple started a new life in Tennessee by operating a restaurant. Sheila changed her name to Debbie and informed the community that it was a childhood nickname. Michael must be a good businessman because his new restaurant was a success. The couple's success allowed them to settle in Heron Point, a posh neighborhood close to the Virginia-Tennessee border. They made lots of friends and fit in well with their new neighbors. Few locals were familiar with their history. Michael told their new community that he has owned restaurants since he was a teenager. Marlene Warren's demise benefited Michael as well. He was the beneficiary of Marlene's life insurance policy, not her son. He took over $50,000 from Marlene's family, leaving them with virtually nothing. Detectives had their suspicions, but there was no concrete proof on ground. Michael and Sheila were immediately suspected of the crime, but a grand jury was never convened to that effect. Earlier in the investigation, the police were informed by Michael's acquaintances that they had seen arguments between him and Marlene, and that Marlene had questioned Sheila about her and Michael's affair. Above all, they claimed Michael didn't seem overly saddened by Marlene's passing. Detectives knew they merely needed to fit the puzzle pieces together, because there were many of them. DNA was the case's linchpin. Police took blood and hair samples from Sheila in 1990, but they lacked the equipment to analyze them. Over 25 years passed as the samples rested in a cooler. Police were able to reactivate Marlene Warren's cold case in 2013, thanks to a federal grant they were able to obtain. They had previously tried DNA testing, but the results were inconclusive. Fortunately, technology has improved and produced sufficient evidence to charge Sheila for Marlene's murder. In September 2017, Michael and Sheila were stopped by authorities 5 minutes away from their home. They were unaware that Marlene Warren's cold case had been reopened. 27 years after the murder, the police informed them that an arrest warrant had been issued for Sheila Keene Warren. Michael Warren still maintains that neither he nor Sheila are involved. In an interview, when questioned if he was involved in the killing of his first wife, Michael replied with, "Definitely not." He further said he wouldn't have been with Sheila if he thought she had anything to do with Marlene's murder. A lawyer named Christopher DeSantis told detectives about a fascinating chat he had with Michael Warren before Marlene was killed. DeSantis claimed that Michael had questioned him about what would happen, theoretically speaking, if a husband murdered his wife. He recalled telling Michael that the husband would escape punishment if a friend of his committed the murder, and there was no way to connect the husband to the friend. Intriguingly, DeSantis also recalled telling Michael that if someone was dressed as a clown, they would get away with it because it would be impossible to identify them. Despite this, the evidence isn't sufficient for the police to accuse Michael Warren of killing his wife Marlene. Marlene's son Joseph Aarons, who was a teenager at the time of his mother's death, remembered it as one of the worst days of his life. He expressed his desire for justice in an interview, but he would not specify whether he thought Michael was somehow involved in his mother's death. Sheila was locked away for 5 years before her trial commenced. During those times, she and Michael's love endured. They wrote each other several letters. After trial, Sheila Keene pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was given 12 years in prison.
We've just gone up to the workshop to pick some things out.
Yeah.
And somebody came up with us behind.
Yeah.
But they tagged us and set fire to the place.
It's the building that's on fire.
Yeah.
It is. Okay then.
I got out. I managed to get them.
Right then.
Second.
It's okay. Is everybody out of the building?
No, there's still my partner in.
Right. Is he able to get out of the building?
No, because there's fires near the door.
Burgh Le Marsh, England. Sunday, the 13th of March, 2011. Firefighters rushed to the scene and were there within minutes. When they arrived, they found the caller, 43-year-old Julie Dixon, standing outside by the gate, hysterical and crying. Her hair had been singed and her face was covered with soot. Her partner David was still in the building and the fire crew needed to find him as quickly as possible. Julie was able to explain to them where in the building David was, saying, "He's locked in there, he's in there." They bundled him in. When the crew manager went into the building, he saw by a door a can of burning liquid. Other than that, there was no fire in the foyer. The acrid smell of smoke was suffocating and soot filled the air. The fire crew soon realized that the fire had actually burnt itself out. This was not a big fire that had engulfed the building. This was a small fire that had been set in a specific place. They made their way to the cupboard that David had been locked in and tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. The door had been made by David himself and was incredibly secure and sturdy. They were able to knock a hole through, and upon peering inside, they could see that he was in there on his knees facing the door. He wasn't responding to them. They used an axe and continued to hack away at the door and were finally able to release it. David fell out towards them and onto the floor. There was very little room for the crew to work on him, so he was carried outside and the paramedics worked desperately to try and revive him as he was in cardiac arrest. In the back of the ambulance, the paramedics tried for roughly 30 minutes, but it was no use. David Twigg had died. No keys were found on David, and the cupboard he had been locked in could only be locked from the outside. The keys were nowhere to be found. There was no way he had locked himself in. This was clearly a murder. Julie was taken to the hospital to be treated and was later told that her partner hadn't made it. Julie was completely hysterical and utterly distraught, at one point collapsing in grief. When she was in a better state and discharged from hospital, she was interviewed by specially trained officers as the investigation got underway to try and figure out how and why David had died. Due to the chaos and confusion of the initial scene, they needed to go through it bit by bit to build a clear picture of the timeline of events and a clear picture of their victim. Burgh Le Marsh is truly a picturesque place to live. Quaint and rural with a strong sense of community. Crime is rare and people feel safe in this little town. One of those in the community who was well-liked and respected was 46-year-old David Twigg. He lived there with his partner of 15 years, 43-year-old Julie Dixon. They had been together since 1996. When they met, Julie was going through a divorce and she and David moved in with each other soon after meeting. Julie received money following the divorce and used it to purchase land in Station Yard. The land had a 3-bedroom bungalow and an old railway engine shed, which they converted and used to run a bespoke joinery business, specializing in windows, doors, and staircases. The office was situated at the front of the building, and this is where Julie would run things from. She would book in appointments, deal with suppliers, and the general day-to-day runnings of the business. Then there was the workshop where David would create and work on projects, and then at the back was a small corridor and storage cupboard. David had been born and raised in Lincolnshire and lived not far from his parents, Janice and Roy, and David was their only child. He was quiet and more reserved than Julie, and she was certainly the more outgoing of the two. David and Julie worked together, lived together, and spent much of their free time with each other too, appearing to many as a very happy couple. David's parents loved Julie, and she was very much like a daughter to them. David would later become interested in motor racing and wanted to expand out and decided to sponsor one of the teams after becoming friendly with racer John Mickle and John's wife Lisa. The couples grew close and began spending more time together. David and Julie also started a new company called Kitchen Bits and Bobs, which they were getting off the ground and wanted to work with the motor racing team to promote it. David was proud of his business, and the chance to reach a wider audience through sponsoring the racing team proved to be a worthwhile and successful endeavor. John and David would work together, as would Lisa and Julie. The couples traveled together and continued to grow close. That happiness and joy was now gone. As Julie sat in a police interview room while the hunt for whoever was responsible for her partner's murder began, her story was horrifying. She said that although they had covered their faces, she thought they were white, but apart from that could give no further descriptions of them. After shutting David in the store cupboard, they pulled her over to where a circular saw was kept and switched on. She struggled and fought with everything she had, and was able to break free, wriggling out of her hoodie and running out of the building. She said she remembered seeing the two men running out of the building too, around the back and away from the scene. Seeing that they had now gone, she ran back towards the workshop to try and find David. But upon opening the door, she was met with fire and smoke which had burnt her face and singed her hair. David was trapped and she couldn't get to him. She couldn't say much more due to the trauma and shock. Her interviews would have to be suspended as she was too emotional to carry on. She issued a statement following the intense media interest. "I am so numb with pain. My heart is broken. I've not just lost my partner of 15 years. I've lost the love of my life, my best friend and soulmate." The news quickly spread throughout the area and people were stunned. Violent crime was just not something that happened in Burla Marsh, and nobody could understand who would want David of all people dead, and even for many of the officers, they had never worked on a case like this. The police also issued an appeal for anyone who had been in and around the area that Sunday to come forward, as they may have seen something relevant. People in the area were understandably frightened. This was such a shocking and violent crime with no apparent motive, and everybody was left fearing if it could happen again. To the police, this seemed like a very unusual place to commit such a violent offense. This was a quiet and rural place, and the property was described as being off the beaten track with limited access points. It was not the kind of place you stumbled across. You had to know where it was and have local knowledge. The following day, Monday the 14th, Lisa Mickle received a call at around 7 in the morning from her friend Julie, who was inconsolable and crying. She kept saying, "He's dead, he's dead." But Lisa didn't know what she was on about and continued to ask her who it was she was talking about. When she replied it was David who had died, Lisa tried to get more information, but Julie could only say a few words like fire, masked men, and attacked. Lisa immediately grabbed her keys and made the 4-hour trip to Lincolnshire to support her friend. Julie was at her parents' house when Lisa arrived, and she was clearly in shock. Lisa could not believe it when she saw Julie, who was rocking in a chair, with her hair singed and her face burnt. Julie told Lisa that she and David had gone to go and lock up. She had asked him to go and get a light bulb from the cupboard, and suddenly they were set upon by the intruders, who had locked David in there before starting the fire. A few weeks before David's murder, Julie had called Lisa in a very distressed state and said that her phone line had been cut off and then restored, as had her electricity. She was worried that it was someone targeting them. Lisa immediately told this to the police. Following this, specialist search teams conducted fingertip searches of the surrounding area to see if they could find anything. And in some shrubbery and mud, the keys to the door had been found on land belonging to a neighbor. There were no fingerprints or DNA, but finding them in that location supported Julie's version of events that the intruders had run off in that direction after starting the fire. The post-mortem results came back, and it was found that David Twigg had died as a result of the products of combustion, which are the poisonous gases that are caused following a fire, and smoke inhalation. Soot was found in his stomach and lungs. This meant that when the fire had started and continued to burn, David was still alive and breathing. In order to ascertain a possible motive, a financial investigator was brought on board. This unearthed some very interesting evidence. The business had come under intense financial hardship, and Julie had hidden the extent of this from David. She was the one in charge of the finances and administration of the business and never told him about the mounting debts that were piling up rapidly. The financial investigator discovered that none of the creditors, nor anyone from Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs, had actually spoken to David throughout any of this. They had always spoken to and dealt with Julie. She had even hidden from him that a warrant had actually been issued for his arrest for not cooperating with the official receiver after he had been declared bankrupt in October 2010 after owing HMRC thousands. She would tell officials that David was unable to deal with it, saying he was abroad and that he was also terminally ill, neither of which were true. The warrant for his arrest had been issued 3 days before his death. The police also found out that the post had been diverted to a local garage and Julie would be the one to go and pick it up. This was so that David would not be privy to any of the letters that were sent to them. He had started to become aware of some of it after he was shocked to discover that Julie had actually remortgaged to inject money into the business. Considering the financial trouble they were in and the enormous debts that had been racked up, officers were curious as to why Julie had made no mention of this. A fire investigator went to the scene, and it was his job to work out how the fire had been started. It was a difficult job, as fire can often destroy vital evidence that helps piece together the story of a crime scene. Forensic officers were also trying to find fingerprints and DNA left by the alleged assailants. Based on the evidence, it was believed that the fire had been started after petrol had been poured onto the floor of the foyer. There was a red molten object on the floor, believed to be a part of a can of fuel. And in the workshop, placed on top of a blue barrel, was a red petrol can. This appeared to be staged, and not the result of people running away after quickly starting the fire. The police then called in a police dog handler for their assistance, and an expert was brought in from Derby with a Springer Spaniel dog. They took the dog around the crime scene, and it too was able to detect and indicate that an accelerant had been used. As they carried on investigating, they discovered that the local garage had surveillance cameras and someone was caught on camera purchasing petrol on the morning of the blaze. It was none other than Julie Dixon. This was also something she had failed to mention. When asked by the police why she had done this, she said that they had been doing some work in the garden and she needed to go and get some petrol for the lawnmower. Another thing that struck the officers as very strange was that Julie had a BlackBerry mobile phone but told them she didn't know the PIN and therefore couldn't give them access to it. To try and gain access, the police contacted experts in Canada to see if it could be accessed without the PIN and without the data being lost, but this was not possible. She had been using it up until the day of David's murder, so nobody else had accessed it and nobody else had changed the PIN. Why now was she saying she didn't know it? 2 months after the murder, David's body was released to his family so they could have a funeral for him. The couple's friend Lisa was shocked by Julie's behavior. Julie was cracking jokes, being loud and inappropriate, a far cry from the devastated woman who had called 999. Her behavior was erratic and attracting attention, and Lisa said she began to feel in her gut that something was very, very wrong. As time ticked by, Julie's behavior continued to raise suspicions. Lisa recalled that at one motor car race meeting, when they arrived there had been a police car there. At the sight of this, Julie for no reason exploded and began to scream and shout and hit things around her. She then started to cry and rock back and forth. As Lisa tried to find out what was wrong and what had sparked this reaction, all Julie could say was, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The police officers had seized Julie's clothes to examine them. Since she had been in such close contact with the assailants, it was hoped that there would have been some sort of transfer DNA from them to her clothes, but there was no such evidence on them. However, they did show something that was strange. Traces of petrol were found on her clothes, and they could not have come from the fire. They had come from pouring the petrol. Her injuries were also not consistent with her being hit by a backdraft after opening the door, which is what she said had happened. More disturbing evidence came to light when laptops and computers from the home were looked into. In December 2010, just a few months before David's murder, the couple's computer was used under an account named Julie. Several internet searches had been made. The thing that kills you and does not show on a postmortem. How can I disguise tablets in food? I've tried to disguise tablets in chocolate syrup, but it still does not work. Chocolate syrup had been ordered online. Julie had collected and signed for the delivery. She had also mentioned to her friends that she was not happy in her relationship and wanted to start a new life with David out of the picture. All of this new information made the officers investigating David's death see her 999 call in a whole new light. When she called, why hadn't her first information been that her partner was trapped inside a burning building? Why had she made such a point about the intruders and where they had gone in the workshop when the more vital information was that David was still in there? Julie's story was falling apart. The 6th of June, 2011. A suspect was arrested and taken to Skegness Police Station to be interviewed. 43-year-old Julie Dixon. She went into the interview room with her solicitor, and to the shock of the police, they were given a prepared statement. In relation to the death of my partner David Twigg, I wish to say the following. David and I decided that day to jointly commit suicide in the workshop. David poured petrol, which I had bought for the lawnmower. She then said that she took the matches, set one alight, and then tossed it onto the petrol. As the fire started and the flames spread, she said she panicked and ran away, leaving David locked inside. She said she accepted that, by my actions through our suicide pact, I am responsible for the death of David. I realize that in panic and fear I have misled the police as to what happened, and I apologize for this. The police were stunned. This was the last thing they had been expecting her to say. When she was asked to elaborate and provide more information, all she said was no comment. David's friend John Mickle, Lisa's husband, refused to believe that this had been a suicide pact, as did many others. There was simply no evidence to suggest that David was unhappy, let alone intent on harming himself. The police hadn't charged her, and they were running out of time. They too did not believe that this was a suicide pact gone wrong. They believed that this was more than likely a case of her trying to shift blame and not take responsibility for what she had done to him. So they spoke to the Crown Prosecution Service, and the decision was reached that Julie Dixon would be charged with the murder of David Twigg. This happened the following day, on the 7th of June. She entered a plea of not guilty to the charge of murder and was remanded in custody. Her trial date was set for the 5th of December 2011. She went on trial at Lincoln Crown Court with Judge Michael Heath presiding, and it was here that her story would change yet again. Now she said she hadn't actually wanted to die, but David did, and she had assisted him in his suicide. She said that he had been the one to pour the petrol and strike the match, but then she had had a change of mind about assisting him and fled. One officer said that it was a clear attempt to distance herself in any way she could from his death and put the responsibility for it onto him. The prosecution were adamant that this was not true. This was not an assisted suicide. This was a cold-blooded, premeditated, and brutal murder. When looking at possible motives, the financial trouble that the couple were in and the extent of which she was hiding from him was laid bare. The court heard that £396,000 had been borrowed over the previous 7 years. This was an amalgamation of remortgaging and loans, and the money was used to pay off some of the debts the business had, home renovations and credit cards. Julie said that David was aware of the mounting debts and financial problems, and said that she had never taken any money from the business for her own personal spending. She also denied forging his signature to remove money from the account. She said he knew he had been made bankrupt and described him as distraught. To the shock of the court, on the second day of her trial on the 7th of December, Julie Dixon changed her plea and pleaded guilty, breaking down in tears as she addressed the judge. She said that the reason for changing her plea was because it was not fair to the family and she didn't want to put them through it. Judge Heath said, "How hollow those words sounded when they were uttered. How hypocritical they were." Following this, it was left to the judge to decide on the facts of the case and the motive. Over the following 5 days, the many different stories Julie had told were presented to the court. Firstly, the intruders, then it being a suicide pact, then an assisted suicide, and the lies upon lies she had told to investigators and friends and family. The house of cards she had built up around herself by hiding mail, intercepting calls, lying to Lisa about being targeted by unknown assailants, and not being honest about the financial issues to David, was all starting to collapse around her. The bailiffs were going to go to the property to remove assets and recover some of the money that was owed, and she could not keep up her lies for much longer, thus providing a motive for wanting David out of the picture. The prosecution put forward what they believed had happened that day. They said that she had lured David into the cupboard before running out and locking him inside. She had then poured petrol on the floor, struck the match, and started the fire. This had caused a vapor cloud which had singed her hair and burnt her face. This was what her injuries were consistent with. While David was consumed by the smoke that was rushing in under the door, she ran outside and threw the keys away. She then went to the bathroom in the bungalow to wash her hands and saw in the mirror that she had been injured by the vapor cloud. This was something that she hadn't planned for. Singed hair was found in the bathroom sink and it belonged to Julie. This meant that while her partner lay dying in a small, dark cupboard, she was in the bungalow looking at herself in the mirror before staging her call to 999. The prosecution said the critical question in this case may well be who locked the storeroom door. It is our case that this defendant, Julie Dixon, locked the door, and her purpose in doing so was murder. There was no light in the cupboard and no windows either. David would have been in total darkness as the smoke rushed in and took his life. After all the evidence was presented, the judge sided with the prosecution. 43-year-old Julie Dixon was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 23 years. The judge said that the call Julie had made to the emergency services and later how she had behaved in hospital would be worthy of the highest praise had she been an actress in a fictional drama and would have merited an Oscar. He also said she was interviewed as a victim of crime, behaving like one. She gave a detailed, untruthful account of what had happened, punctuated by tears and sobbing. It was all a charade, her account being made up. That was designed to mislead the police. She lied and lied and lied. David Twigg was an amiable, hardworking, and honorable man. What you did to him was evil. There was a significant degree of planning and premeditation. The pain that your prolonged and multiple lying has caused David Twigg's parents can only be imagined. The judge said that Julie's assertion that David had wanted to die was a pack of lies. Detective Chief Inspector Stuart Gibbons said, "At no stage in the police interview or the court case did she show any remorse or reason why she did what she did. We may never know the motive." After she was sentenced, David's parents said, "We have lost our only son David at the hands of someone we have loved and treated as a daughter." David was a kind, decent, hardworking man who took great pride in that work and the service he provided to people. We do not want to comment on our thoughts about Julie Dixon, who is finally admitted to murdering our wonderful son, but have to say we are happy to see justice finally being done and will leave her with her own thoughts. The pain caused by Julie Dixon's lies is quite simply impossible to comprehend. David Twigg was a man whom many loved and respected. He was friendly, kind, and would do anything for anyone. He had worked hard to build up his businesses and his standing within his close-knit community. His life was ended in a brutal way that many of us can scarcely begin to imagine, at the hands of a woman he had given 15 years of his life to. For his devastated parents, their lives forever changed that Sunday evening in 2011. His mum Janice said, "David was all Roy and I had. Not being able to see him or speak and talk with him and tell him how much we love him is very hard to accept." His father Roy echoed this, saying, "I can't say anything more. Only losing David has created a vast void that I'm struggling to fill." Emma Caldwell, a 27-year-old resident of Glasgow, graced the streets of this vibrant city with her presence. Her captivating beauty and infectious spirit were a beacon of light amidst the bustling chaos. However, fate had a sinister plan in store for this young woman. On that fateful day, April 4th, 2005, the watchful eyes of CCTV captured her essence for the last time. Days turned into an agonizing eternity as her family anxiously awaited any word from their beloved Emma. It was on April 5th, when the weight of her absence became unbearable, that her family reported her missing to the authorities. The police, recognizing the urgency of the situation, embarked on a relentless search to retrace Emma's steps. Their hearts were filled with hope, yearning to find her safe and sound. Little did they know, the path they were about to tread would lead them to the darkest depths of despair. 5 weeks later, on that somber day of May 5, 2005, was discovered. The desolate woods became the haunting stage for this tragic finale. There, in the solitude of nature's embrace, lay Emma's lifeless body, stripped of all clothing, vulnerable to the elements that had mercilessly claimed her. The sight was a dagger to the soul, a heart-wrenching tableau that no one should ever witness. The grim reality was devastating, for her body bore the cruel marks of an unforgiving fate. She was not merely found, she was strangled. Her once vibrant eyes now forever closed, her once lively body now a haunting shade of blue. Emma Caldwell, a name that will forever be etched in the annals of Glasgow's history. Who was she, and what sequence of events led to her gruesome fate? Join us on this harrowing journey as we unravel the key evidence in this perplexing puzzle. In the heart of Glasgow, a city that has seen its fair share of darkness, Emma's story stands as a testament to the resilience of its people. Despite the city's reputation for crime, its inhabitants remained steadfast, united in their support for one another. Emma's absence left a void that perhaps holds the answers to the enigma that surrounds her. In the depths of South Lanarkshire, in the quaint village of Roberton, a glimmer of hope emerges. It is there that we may find the missing pieces to reconstruct Emma's tragic tale. The tale of Emma Caldwell, discovered in the woods, reverberates throughout the land, serving as a poignant reminder of the enigmatic nature that can sometimes permeate even the most captivating corners of Scotland. Emma Caldwell, born on September 2, 1977, in Scotland, was raised by her devoted parents, Margaret and William Caldwell. Throughout her childhood, Emma enjoyed typical pastimes, but it was horse riding that truly ignited her passion, bringing her immense tranquility and happiness. However, tragedy befell her family, forever altering the course of her life. At the age of 20, Emma experienced the devastating loss of her sister, Karen Caldwell, an event that profoundly impacted her. As grief cast its shadow over her existence, Emma's world began to shift dramatically. In her search for solace, she found herself grappling with overwhelming emotions, battling a pain that seemed insurmountable. Within the sanctuary of the stables where she worked, Emma stumbled upon heroin, a tempting promise to numb the ache in her heart. Thus began a harrowing journey, overshadowed by the relentless grip of addiction. Despite her parents' earnest efforts to extend a helping hand, found herself ensnared by the clutches of heroin. During this time, she resided in a hostel for 2 years, which became the focal point of her life, dictating her choices and leading her down an unforeseen path. To sustain her habit, Emma turned to the streets of Glasgow, engaging in sex work to meet the insatiable demands of her addiction. Despite these arduous struggles, she remained connected to her family, seeking solace in their embrace and frequently visiting them. Within her mother, Margaret's unwavering presence, Emma found solace and stability amidst the chaos that consumed her life. Margaret provided care, performed simple tasks like laundry, and created a semblance of normalcy for her daughter. Those who intimately knew Emma described her as trusting and somewhat naive, her vulnerability seemingly drawing her towards companionship with others fighting similar battles. Emma formed strong connections with friends who had experienced similar struggles with addiction and hardship in their lives. Unfortunately, her story took a tragic turn on the fateful night of April 5, 2005. Emma was last seen between 12:30 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. that day on London Road, Glasgow, as captured by CCTV cameras. She left her hostel and headed towards Glasgow's red light district, but she never returned. Her sudden disappearance left her family desperate, and they tirelessly searched for her, night after night, hoping for her safe return. 5 days later, on April 10, 2005, her family reported her missing, intensifying the efforts to find her. Sadly, after 5 weeks, Emma's lifeless body was discovered in the woods at Robertson, South Lanarkshire on May 8, 2005. She had been stripped naked and choked to death. The site where her body was found was filled with unrelated items, painting a grim picture of the prevalent sexual activity in the area. The investigation into Emma Caldwell's tragic death was a complex and determined pursuit that spanned several years. A dedicated team from Police Scotland, working closely with the Scottish Police Authority and the Crown Office, led the investigation under the guidance of a senior investigating officer, Detective Superintendent. They meticulously gathered information and left no stone unturned in their quest for answers. Initially, their focus was on retracing Emma's steps. They carefully reviewed CCTV footage, interviewed witnesses, and traced her digital footprint. Through this process, they were able to determine her last known movements, which occurred between 12:30 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. on April 5, 2005, on London Road, Glasgow. This information helped them establish a timeline of events. The police also shared an image of a jacket similar to the one Emma was wearing in the CCTV footage. The missing dark brown suede jacket with an imitation fur collar and cuffs, along with the dark-colored handbag, still eludes discovery. As they combed through the scenes, they unearthed a plethora of clues, each shedding light on a different aspect of the truth. The uncovering of women's clothing in torn magazines strewn across the woods where Emma's body was found prompted a thorough investigation. While these items were not directly linked to Emma, they added to the enigmatic tapestry. Delving into Emma Caldwell's client list, they stumbled upon a diverse array of individuals, ranging from bankers to students, priests, and even a police officer. One particular client emerged as the last person to have contact with Emma on the fateful night she vanished. Tracing her final phone signal to a Turkish cafe, the police swiftly descended upon the establishment upon discovering traces of Emma's blood on the bedding. The origins of the blood remained ambiguous, hinting at potential violence or illicit activities within the cafe. The investigation took a dark turn as harrowing tales from other Glasgow workers surfaced, painting a chilling portrait of the perils these women endured. Accounts of leaving hair in clients' cars for safety, dropping subtle hints out of fear of attacks, and horrifying encounters at the Turkish cafe came to light. Despite covert surveillance for 2 years and thousands of conversations recorded, the men at the cafe remained tight-lipped about Emma's murder. While arrests were made, the case crumbled due to insufficient evidence, marking a glaring setback in the inquiry. In the pursuit of unraveling the enigma surrounding Emma Caldwell's tragic demise, the diligent investigators meticulously scrutinized various individuals. Amongst them, a man of 32 winters named Ian Packer, possessing an equally rugged demeanor, captivated their attention. Packer's significance arose from his deep-rooted connections within the community and his previous affiliations. His extensive network encompassed frequent encounters with individuals entrenched in Glasgow's notorious red light district, including both workers and other denizens associated with the area. Witnesses provided bone-chilling accounts, and those who bore witness to peculiar occurrences spun tales that seemed to intertwine him with locations reminiscent of where Emma's lifeless body was discovered. Packer's recurrent interactions with the authorities, coupled with his disconcerting past, aroused suspicion. The investigation into the untimely demise of Emma Caldwell encountered numerous obstacles, concealing the true veracity of the matter. As detectives delved deeper into Emma Caldwell's case, 5 individuals found themselves under the piercing gaze of suspicion. Amongst them, the most prominent figure was none other than Ian Packer. Packer, a frequent patron of Emma's services, emerged as a central figure due to his incessant interactions with her. A multitude of sex workers expressed their unease regarding his recurring presence alongside Emma, deeming him a dubious character. Their vivid recollections recounted instances of coercion, explosive fits of rage, and aggressive behavior, often transpiring in secluded woodland areas akin to the location where Emma's lifeless form was discovered. Apart from Packer, The investigative spotlight also illuminated 4 other men: Hussein Kobanoglu, now 63, hailing from Irvine; Halil Kandel, a 42-year-old man from Qatar; Abu Bakir Anku, 39, from Springbogue; and Mustafa Soylames, who was 44 years old. Initially charged with Emma's murder in 2007, their names were thrust into the realm of suspicion. However, within a year, the case crumbled under the weight of police and prosecution errors, plunging the investigation into disarray. Packer, cunningly evading charges, precipitated a costly £4 million endeavor christened Operation Guard. Translated transcripts were fiercely disputed, and surveillance recordings failed to provide unequivocal evidence, leaving the truth shrouded in darkness. In 2015, a reinvestigation was initiated, uncovering the unauthorized seizure of phone data from whistleblowers. Unfortunately, only one conviction was obtained through a retrial, which is a disheartening outcome considering the 7 murders that were investigated. Ian Packer, born in 1973, emerged as a significant suspect during the reinvestigation due to his frequent interactions with Emma Caldwell. Troublingly, workers reported that Packer had a habit of taking them to secluded wooded areas similar to where Emma's body was discovered. He now faces accusations of 45 other offenses, including 11 counts of alleged abduction, indecent assault, and sexual assault involving multiple women. These charges also involve 3 men and 1 boy who are listed as victims of alleged assaults. Additionally, Packer is accused of engaging in lewd or inappropriate behavior. Witness testimonies have painted a disturbing picture describing instances of coercion, angry outbursts, and aggressive behavior that align with Packer's known conduct. One specific incident involving accusations of inappropriate behavior behind billboards has added a sinister layer to the suspicions surrounding him. As the investigation progressed, Packer shifted from denying any involvement to admitting to multiple interactions with Emma during an interview with a journalist. Despite acknowledging his presence in the woods on several occasions, he vehemently denies any connection to her tragic death. However, his troubled past, which includes a history of violence against women and a conviction for throttling his ex-partner, has raised alarming concerns. Now, 51 years old in 2024, Ian Packer is facing serious charges. Beyond his association with Emma's case, Packer is confronted with a range of serious charges that span over a significant 26-year period, indicating a disturbing pattern of behavior that extends far beyond the tragedy surrounding Emma's death. Furthermore, Packer's involvement in assaulting his former girlfriend in Clarkston Airdrie between November 1st and November 30th, 2018, led to his arrest in November. The occurrences encompass Packer forcefully propelling her onto a sumptuous bed and constricting her airway, leading to a subsequent pronouncement of guilt. Ian Packer, the perpetrator, was handed a 2-year custodial sentence and a 5-year restraining order for his abhorrent assault on his former companion. In addition to these charges, he was implicated in the murder of Emma Caldwell, alongside a staggering tally of 45 other transgressions. Packer adamantly pleaded his innocence against all accusations, and an extensive 11-week trial has been meticulously scheduled to commence this year. These unfolding events serve to further entangle the intricate web of Packer's character, shedding light on a sordid past marred by a series of criminal misdeeds, which may potentially intertwine with the ongoing investigation into the untimely demise of Emma Caldwell. When the skeletal remains of 22 years old, Caitlin Markham were found 2 years after she went missing in a wooded area in rural Cedar Grove, Indiana, 30 miles away from her Fairfield home, authorities who were initially racking their brains on what could have happened to her then began to ask questions on who killed Caitlin Markham. Over the years, detectives did all they could to solve the mystery behind her murder, following every lead. Finally, after 12 years, the Caitlin Markham's cold case has been solved and her killer arrested. Caitlin Helene Markham was born on the 16th of August, 1990 in Hamilton County, Ohio. Growing up, Caitlin Markham would always light up a room with her bubbly personality. Her family members described her as a light who was warm and showed compassion to others. In a documentary about her death, her younger sister, Allie, said, "Caitlin always took care of me. Her bubbly and spirit-free nature made family and friends compare her to a butterfly." She grew up loving everything arts. Caitlin pretty much had her life planned out before college. At 22 years old, she was wrapping up her undergraduate studies from the Art Institute of Cincinnati in Ohio, and she was already engaged to be married. Caitlin, who was saving up money to move to Colorado with her fiancé immediately after marriage, had 2 jobs. She worked at her campus bookstore and at David's Bridal. Sadly, her bright future would not come to stay as horror struck 2 days to her 22nd birthday. Around 9 p.m. at night, on the 13th of August 2011, Caitlin Markham arrived home to her apartment in Fairfield after her work shift was over at the bridal shop. On getting home, she was met with her fiancé, John Carter, who was already there waiting for her return. Later that evening, a friend of Caitlin also came over to hang out with the couple, but she ended up leaving after she sensed the tension between Caitlin and John. The friend noticed that Caitlin seemed quiet. She asked John why the couple were acting weird, and John said it was due to magic mushrooms that he and Caitlin had taken. Later that evening, according to John Carter, he left Caitlin's condo to meet up with some friends for a bonfire at 11 p.m. Caitlin Markham, who stayed back home, was said to have been reportedly annoyed with John Carter for leaving. By the following day, Caitlin Markham had mysteriously vanished overnight from her apartment with no trace. Around 8 p.m., John Carter, who visited her to check if she was okay since she wasn't picking up his calls or replying his messages, called 911 and told the operator that his fiancée had gone missing. John Carter was heard saying, "My fiancée is missing. I can't find her anywhere. I saw her at like 12 o'clock last night. She stays in a house by herself, so I'm really nervous. Her car is still there. I had been trying to get a hold of her and I decided to go by her house and see if she was okay and her car was still there. She would be at work right now with her car, which is why I'm like really freaking out." Officers from the Fairfield police then began an investigation into the case, searching for leads in Caitlin Markham's disappearance. Days after her disappearance, family, friends, and people who care came out in their hundreds, volunteering to search for Caitlin Markham around her home, her neighborhoods in Fairfield, the Art Institute, and the Tri-County Mall where she worked. But hours turned into days, days into months, and months into years. There was no sign of Caitlin Markham anywhere. Cell phone records showed she sent a final text that Carter reported in the early hours of August 14th, 2011, at 12:52 a.m. Since that moment in time, investigators found no signs of cell phone or credit card activity. The first set of suspects were her family and friends. Since John Carter was the last person to see her alive, the investigators questioned him about the night he saw her last. John told the detectives that the last time he heard from Caitlin was when he was at the bonfire night. He said, "Few minutes before 1 a.m. Caitlin had texted him a photo she liked that her boss had taken. When asked where he went after the bonfire, he told detectives that around 4 a.m. he went to his home, which he shared with his mother and fell asleep. The next day, he said he sent Caitlin Markham a good morning text, but he never got a reply. By afternoon, Carter said unlike Caitlin, she still hadn't returned his text. By the end of the day, John claimed to have not heard from her. So he became worried and decided to go to her apartment to check on his fiancée. He said on getting to her house, her car was in the driveway, her dog was inside, but Caitlin was nowhere to be found. He was asked if he and Caitlin had been having issues in their relationship, to which he replied, "Not at all." However, Caitlin's friend, Michelle Feist, made a contrast to this. In fact, Michelle had told the media that Caitlin and John had a pretty heated argument just 2 days before her disappearance. According to Michelle, on August 12, 2011, John and Caitlin allegedly got into an argument about money issues. Despite their differences, the couple went to a festival at a nearby church that evening. According to Michelle, John and Caitlin's dispute spilled over onto the occasion. Caitlin eventually became upset and decided to leave the festival early. It's also conceivable that John and Caitlin made up before she disappeared. But as was already said, the couple appeared to be having some tension the next night as well. At Caitlin's condo, a friend chose to leave after getting the impression that the couple preferred to be by themselves. Many people at the time, including Caitlin's family, believed that John Carter had something to do with her disappearance. They disputed John Carter's claim that Caitlin's moody and unusual, Quiet behavior on the night her friend came to visit was because he and Caitlin had consumed magic mushrooms. They reasoned that since the friend came over around 15 minutes after Caitlin got home from work, it is not possible that she would start experiencing the effects of the mushrooms that rapidly, even if she had taken them as soon as she entered her condo. Some people, however, have questioned whether Caitlin even consumed the mushrooms in the first place. It seemed odd that she would want to experience the effects of mushrooms if she merely wanted to relax at home after a long day of work. She had just arrived home and was exhausted. The bonfire was another peculiar element of John's story that several people thought was weird. On August 13th, at around 11 p.m., John claimed to have left Caitlin's condo to meet up with friends. He brought along a bag filled with Caitlin's documents, which he intended to burn at the bonfire. John clarified that Caitlin wanted to shred the papers rather than discard them, but she did not have a shredder. He then took the documents instead, intending to destroy them so she wouldn't have to worry about it. Although some people think this is an unusual justification for why he destroyed Caitlin's documents. At first, it didn't seem like too much of a stretch. It's possible that he really was doing Caitlin a favor by removing the papers from her house, because he admitted to the investigators that he frequently ran errands for her. However, some have generally questioned John's alibi. A handful of the friends John claimed to have been with that evening have provided contradictory accounts. Some others even assert that there wasn't even a bonfire that night, even though there was a lot of speculation regarding John. It seems that gradually, the focus of the investigation shifted. John Carter had frequently addressed Caitlin's issue in the media over the years, and he has maintained his denial of any participation in her disappearance. On the 16th of August 2011, 3 days after Caitlin's disappearance, John Carter mentioned being scared and concerned during one of the searches for his fiancée. In his words, he said, "I'm terrified. I'm absolutely terrified. I just want to find Caitlin and celebrate her birthday with her and go to Red Lobster like she was planning." He later stated that Caitlin was strong and would fight her way out if she is somewhere, and is in a worst-case scenario. However, the search for Caitlin came to an end when, after many days, she wouldn't be found. The case went cold for nearly 2 years until on April 7, 2013, when a couple who was reportedly looking for scrap metal came across what appeared to be a grocery bag containing a human jaw and a skull with hair still attached to it. The couple would immediately call 911. In order to identify the remains of the victim, a Franklin County, Indiana coroner, Wanda Lee, used dental records which ultimately confirmed that the remains were Caitlin Markham's. Her death was then ruled a homicide, but her cause of death could not be determined. When the news of her death got to her family, they were unavoidably devastated to find out that she had been a victim of a homicide. They were also not overly shocked by the information. Her family held on to hope that she would be found safe when she first went missing. Their hopes faded as weeks turned into months without any trace of her. They eventually came to the conclusion that Caitlin had been murdered. On April 18, 2013, Caitlin Markham's family and friends gather for a celebration of life at Harbin Park, one of her favorite places. For months later, on the 25th of August 2013, her funeral was held at her alma mater, Fairfield High School. The room was decorated with many bright colors, just the way she would have loved it. Her fiancé, John Carter, was in tears as he spoke in front of the crowd and called Caitlin the love of his life. "We would have had our kiss. We would have had our marriage. We would have had our honeymoon. We would have had our kid. We would have had our life and we would have grown old together," said John Carter. Since Indiana State Police had opened an investigation on the case, Caitlin's family reportedly felt enough resources were not being dedicated to her death. The Caitlin Markham's case grew to garner national attention over the years. In the year 2016, a documentary was made in her honor to celebrate her life. Her family and friends were featured in the 1-hour documentary, which was titled, "Taken Too Soon, The Caitlin Markham Story." The documentary also got featured on a syndicated TV show named Crime Watch Daily. On Caitlin Markham's 27th birthday, her family and friends gathered at a Springdale, Ohio movie theater to watch the premiere of the documentary. Her family kept hope alive, believing that the documentary would bring answers to their daughter's murder case. Over the years, many rumors and theories, some fueled by social media, have surfaced as to what happened to Caitlin Markham. One theory stated that she died of a drug overdose, and those with her panicked taking her body to Indiana and dumping it on a rural road in Franklin County. Other theories point to family and friends being responsible for her death, including her fiancé, John Carter. After a lot of investigation, sheriff's detective announced that there was a suspect in the case, but a name was not mentioned. However, the arrest of Michael Strauss and his past life prompted speculation about the unsolved homicide of Caitlin Markham at the time. Police say Michael Strauss is responsible for the death of 23-year-old Ellen Week at his Liberty Township home. Michael Strauss was charged with murder after a body believed to be Ellen Week was found in a field on Milliken Road. Ellen Week was also said to have disappeared from her home like Caitlin did. Michael Strauss was considered a suspect in Caitlin Markham's case at the time because there were photos posted online, which featured Michael Strauss, Caitlin Markham, and other friends. These photos suggested that Michael Strauss was an acquaintance of Caitlin Markham. As the investigation progresses, Michael Strauss was never pinned as Caitlin Markham's killer, having exhausted all leads. The reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of Caitlin Markham's killer grew to $100,000 over the years. But despite the investigation on the case by multiple law enforcement agencies, her case remained unsolved for over a decade. However, there appeared to be a break on the 17th of February 2023, when detectives arrested Jonathan Pomerton, a close friend to Caitlin Markham and a childhood friend to John Carter. Jonathan was arrested at his workplace, and prosecutors say he had lied in an interview in April 2022, during the investigation of Caitlin Markham's cold case. After a search warrant was filed for his home, investigators retrieved some incriminating evidence that suggested he lied in connection to Caitlin's murder. He was later charged with felony and perjury, and his bond was set at $50,000. Markham's father said Pomerton's arrest makes him hopeful, but he remains guarded as the case progresses. A month after Jonathan Pomerton was arrested for Fairfield during a search, these evidence suggested John Carter as the suspect they have been looking for. John Carter appeared in court and pled not guilty. However, Butler County Prosecutor Mike G. Moser revealed new details in court about the discovery of Caitlin's body. He said there were a set of 3 or 4 sharp force wounds to Caitlin's left wrist. According to forensic report, the place where Caitlin Markham's body was ultimately found is probably not where the body was first deposited. During the argument for a high bond, Gia Moser read writings that he said detectives found inside John Carter's mother's home during a recent search warrant. John Carter had lived in his mother's home at the time of Caitlin's death. One of the writings says, "Deep down, I love her. You want to kill her, but I love her. She must die. You can't kill her. Yes, you can. No, yes, how do you talk me into all these things? I'm just that good. But you're bad. I know. How do I kill you? You can't. You're right. About what? Nothing." It was as if John Carter was fighting and conversing with a demon. Other documents revealed in court stated that John Carter suffers from PTSD and depression. John Carter was placed on a $1 million bond, but posted bail on the 4th of April, 2023. He stood in court wearing only an ankle monitor after his $1 million cash bond. He was allowed to face the judge unshackled. His trial date is set for June 2024, and he will remain out of jail during that time. After John Carter was arrested, Caitlin's dad, Dave Markham, said, "Dave thinks John Carter's arrest could mean he and Allie may finally have justice for their daughter and sister's murder." Between 1996 and 1997, 3 young women vanished one after another in the affluent suburb of Claremont, Perth. Sarah Spears, Jane Rimmer, and Sierra Glennon, aged 18, 23, and 27 respectively, disappeared without a trace, sparking a mystery that would soon reveal a much darker truth. The question arose, were these disappearances connected? What really happened to these young women? Claremont, situated in the western part of Perth, is bordered by Airline Street to the south, Alfred Road to the north, Lock Street and Bay Road to the east, and Stirling Highway, Congdon Street, and Stirling Road to the west. While predominantly residential, Claremont also boasts a prominent shopping center along Stirling Highway and the Claremont Showground in the eastern part of Lake Claremont. Additionally, the Claremont Showground and Claremont Oval, home to the Lake Claremont Football Club, can be found here. Sterling Highway is home to a bustling commercial district, particularly in the St. Quentin's Avenue area, where various bars are also located. Notably, the Claremont Hotel on the Terrace and the Bayview Hotel are prominent establishments in the area. It is at the Bayview Hotel where one of Australia's most chilling cases unfolded between 1996 and 1997. Sarah Spears, born on September 12, 1977, grew up in a rural area of Western Australia. Her father, Don Spears, worked as a shearing contractor based in Darkin, a town in the state's wheat belt. When their children reached high school age, the Spears, like many other rural families, sent them to boarding school in Perth. Sarah eventually enrolled in Iona Presentation College, located in Mossman Park. After completing her education, she pursued secretarial school and secured a receptionist position at an engineering firm in Subiaco. In 1996, Jane Rimmer was living in a South Perth flat with her eldest sister, Amanda. They had a close bond, just like Jane had with her parents. Jane was born on October 12, 1972, to Trevor Rimmer and Jenny Rimmer. She grew up in Shenton Park and attended Rosalie Primary School and later Hollywood High School. While studying, she also worked part-time at a nearby deli. Jane had a passion for children, which led her to work as a childcare worker in Netherlands. She even worked as a nanny for a family in Esperance before returning to Netherlands. Tragically, it was during this time that she went missing after a night out with friends at the Continental Hotel on June 9, 1996. Sierra Glennon, born on November 20, 1969, had a different upbringing. She was raised in the affluent suburb of Mossman Park before moving to Perth at a young age. Sierra was born in Zambia to Irish parents, Dennis Glennon and Una Glennon. After graduating from University of Western Australia with degrees in law and Japanese in 1992, she secured a highly sought-after internship at the prestigious legal firm Blake Dawson Waldron, started working there in early 1993. Described by her father as resourceful, resilient, and strong-willed, Sierra was known for her passion and great sense of humor. On March 15, 1997, she disappeared from Claremont. The backdrop of this case began on January 27, 1996, when Sarah Spears left Club Bayview in Claremont after a fun night out with friends. At 2:06 a.m., she made a call from a public phone booth to request a taxi to Mossman Park. However, when the taxi arrived at 2:09 a.m., Sarah was nowhere to be found. Witnesses reported seeing her waiting alone near the intersection of Sterling Road and Sterling Highway. The following day, there was no word from Sarah to any of her loved ones. This was highly unusual considering her strong bond with family and friends. After Sarah's sister failed to hear from her following the night of January 27, 1996, her family reported her missing, prompting the Major Crime Squad of Western Australia to take on the case. The circumstances surrounding Sarah's disappearance were concerning. She had called for a taxi at 2:06 a.m., but by the time the taxi arrived at 2:09 a.m., she was nowhere to be found. What could have transpired in those mere 3 minutes? Within 48 hours of her vanishing, the Major Crime Squad began their investigation into Sarah Spears' case, leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit of leads. They were desperate for any information that could provide an update or shed light on Sarah's disappearance. Unfortunately, their efforts yielded no results. Sarah remained missing, and her case gradually grew cold, leaving the crime department without any leads to follow. There was no physical evidence, no CCTV footage, and not a single reliable witness to provide the authorities with crucial information regarding Sarah Spears' vanishing. However, just 4.5 months later, another young woman went missing from the same area of Claremont. On June 9, 1996, 23-year-old Jane Rimmer, a childcare worker, was last seen at the Continental Hotel in Claremont after a night out with friends. She disappeared while walking home on a street in the vicinity. The Major Crime Squad began to notice a pattern emerging: the disappearances of young women from the Claremont area. This realization prompted them to conduct a thorough investigation within the neighborhood. Jane's family experienced the same distress as Sarah's family when she vanished from Claremont. Like Sarah, Jane had a close relationship with her family and maintained regular contact with them. Even though she had moved out of her parents' house, she maintained a close and loving relationship with them. Every weekend, she would return to her family's home to enjoy Sunday lunch together. Jane's parents adored her, and their affection was evident in her personality. The Major Crime Squad was diligently searching for any potential leads, including eyewitnesses and taxi drivers, may have had contact with or witnessed anything related to the case. Up until August 3, 1996, the disappearance of these two young women remained a perplexing missing persons case in Claremont. However, everything changed when Jane's body was discovered by a family in a wooded area just 40 kilometers away from Claremont on that fateful day. The Van Rolta Evans family stumbled upon the grim site while driving through the semi-rural land in Wellard, located about 40 kilometers south of Perth. Tammy Van Rolta Evans, the mother, ventured down a bush path while her children played nearby, captivated by the sight of the largest death lily she had ever seen. As she admired the flower, she noticed a pair of feet and, upon further investigation, discovered Jane's naked body concealed behind branches. The Major Crime Squad was immediately notified, and a large team swiftly arrived at the scene, retrieved the body for autopsy, and launched a thorough investigation. The discovery of Jane's body marked a significant turning point in the case. In the hopes of finding any clues that could lead to the killer, the area where her body was found underwent meticulous examination. Detective Paul Ferguson, who was leading the case at the time, expressed optimism that these findings might provide valuable information in locating Sarah. Pathwest pathologist Clive Cook confirmed that Jane's death was indeed a murder, as a deep wound from a sharp object was discovered on her throat, along with defensive wounds indicating that she had fought back against her assailant. Furthermore, despite the severe decomposition of the body, the forensic department could not find any evidence of sexual assault. To investigate the case, the Western Australian Police formed the Macro Task Force. They found a telecom knife less than a kilometer away from the crime scene on Woolcote Road, which turned out to be the murder weapon. On the night Jane was killed, two couples residing in Wellard reported hearing a lady screaming and shouting. Kenneth Mitchell claimed to have seen a car driving off in the direction where Miss Rimmer's body was found after hearing the lady yell, "Leave me alone. Let me out of here." Another couple in the same area remembered hearing cries that abruptly stopped. All these witnesses, evidence, and forensic results pointed towards the use of a sharp tool, most likely a knife, in the murder. However, the evidence didn't confirm the murder weapon yet. Fast forward to March 15, 1997, 9 months after Jane Rimmer's disappearance, another young woman named Sierra Glennon, age 27, went missing from the same area in Claremont while heading home. The Macro Task Force immediately took over the missing persons case. Sierra's father, Dennis Glennon, made an emotional appeal for help to find his daughter, stating that she would fight back due to her upbringing. On April 3, 1997, the body of 27-year-old lawyer Sierra Glennon was discovered partially buried in undergrowth in a bushland area north of Perth, near Pippedini Road in Eglinton, just 19 days after her disappearance. The discovery of Ms. Glennon's body was made through a tiny limestone trail. Former senior pathologist Karen Margolies noted that Ms. Glennon's body was found fully clothed, but her black skirt appeared to have been pushed up around her waist. Sierra Glennon, adorned with an array of jewelry, including a gleaming gold chain bracelet, earrings, a watch, and even a navel ring, met a tragic end. Her life was abruptly halted when an unknown object struck her skull, leaving her momentarily stunned. The wound on her throat mirrored that of Jane Rimmer, connecting the two cases. Forensic analysis revealed that fibers found on both Miss Glennon and Miss Rimmer were identical, further strengthening the link. Additionally, DNA discovered beneath Sierra's fingernails was believed to belong to the killer. Her battered skin and cracked thumbnail hinted at a valiant attempt to defend herself against her assailant. Shocking photographs of the crime scene unveiled a chilling sight: damaged trees with severed branches serving as a macabre burial ground for Miss Glennon. As the investigation unfolded, it became evident that Sierra's disappearance was the handiwork of the same culprit. The Macro Task Force, now driven by desperation, was determined to apprehend the perpetrator and prevent another tragedy. Among the primary suspects, Lance Williams stood out. The task force closely monitored his movements as he aimlessly roamed the streets of Claremont in his car on a Sunday afternoon. His peculiar behaviors, such as driving around past midnight and circling the Claremont region multiple times, raised suspicion. Moreover, his tendency to offer women rides added a disturbingly sexual element to the case. As the media and news agencies swarmed around him, Lance faced direct questions. He vehemently denied being the serial killer, but readily admitted his innocence. The police were curious to know how Lance Williams' life had changed since he became a prime suspect in the Claremont serial killings. He admitted that it had been a distressing time for him and his family. However, despite their doubts, the police realized that Lance was not the man they were looking for. Their attention then turned to Perth's taxi drivers, as the women were last seen in situations where they may have taken taxis. One driver claimed to have picked up Sarah the night before she disappeared. To eliminate suspects, all registered taxi drivers in Western Australia underwent extensive fingerprint and DNA examinations. As a result, stricter criteria were implemented and licenses were revoked for 78 drivers with criminal histories. The police searched tirelessly for months, but unfortunately they found no concrete evidence to lead them in the right direction. In 2004, after 7 years of unsuccessful investigations, the police considered disbanding the Macro Task Force. However, they decided to wait for an independent review of the case before making a final decision. The review involved experts from Australia, the UK, and a psychological profiler. Would this review provide the breakthrough they desperately needed, or would the case eventually fade away after years of investigation? The Special Task Force, with the help of the country's top forensic experts, made a breakthrough in the case when they discovered a crucial piece of evidence. In 2008, they analyzed a sample from Glennon's fingernails using the Western Australia database and found a match with a victim who had been assaulted and left alive at a cemetery in 1995. This revelation, along with the fact that the experts had access to all the evidence, including blue polyester fibers found on the deceased, provided them with a clear direction to follow. Professor Barkley, the forensic expert on the task force, explained that their goal was to search for connections between previous cases in the Western Australia police database and the Claremont murders. This review was crucial in uncovering new leads and evidence that had previously been overlooked. The discovery of male DNA beneath Ms. Glennon's fingernails was a major breakthrough in the Claremont case after 12 years. Scientists in a specialized London facility utilized an advanced technique called low copy number analysis, which was not available in Perth at the time, to identify the DNA in 2008. Brendan Chapman, a forensic scientist in Perth and former crime scene investigator, revealed that they used a procedure called polymerase chain reaction to amplify the DNA for more detailed analysis, as they lacked the sensitivity to identify a single copy of DNA. This amplification process resulted in obtaining a DNA profile. In a surprising twist, the DNA sample matched DNA obtained from a teenager who had been kidnapped and assaulted in a park in Claremont's Karrakatta Cemetery in 1995, a year before the killings began. Now they had the suspect's DNA. Detectives meticulously examined cold cases to determine if the murderer had been involved in any previous crimes. In 1988, a horrifying incident took place in a quiet Huntingdale house in southeast Perth. A young 18-year-old girl was attacked while she lay in her bed. This sent shockwaves through the community. The intruder, startled by the girl's cries for help, fled the scene, leaving behind a stolen kimono from a nearby clothing line. Authorities were determined to solve this unsettling case and connect it to another similar attack. They meticulously analyzed a fingerprint collected from the doorknob of the Huntingdale property, which had been preserved since 1998. It was a crucial piece of evidence that would lead them closer to the truth. In 2008, the fingerprints were matched to a man named Bradley Robert Edwards, who had a previous record of attacking a hospital employee in 1990. This faceless man who had brought tragedy to the innocent souls of Claremont was none other than Bradley Robert Edwards himself. It was a chilling revelation. Growing up in Huntingdale with his parents, younger brother, and sister, Bradley followed in his father's footsteps and worked as a technician at Telstra throughout his professional career. However, Beneath the surface, a darker side of Bradley emerged. He became a peeping Tom, starting with stealing undergarments, a disturbing habit that would escalate over time. Bradley's first encounter with the law occurred before he got married. While working on a Telstra project at Hollywood Hospital, he attacked a woman named Wendy Davis in 1980. Approaching her desk under the pretense of needing to use the restroom, Bradley suddenly grabbed Wendy from behind and forcefully pulled her towards the restrooms. Wendy fought back, delivering a powerful kick to her assailant. Surprisingly, Bradley apologized and released her. The police swiftly arrived and arrested Bradley, leading to a court order for him to undergo therapy for 12 months. Despite this incident, Bradley managed to keep his position at Telstra and even received a promotion shortly after. He cited his fiancée's pressure to get married as the reason behind his actions at the time. They tied the knot shortly thereafter. Bradley, at a young age, settled down in a location close to his parents' home in Huntingdale. However, their marriage didn't stand the test of time. Bradley's wife felt neglected due to his excessive focus on his computer. Eventually, she started dating a male friend who moved in to assist with their expenses. In 1996, she left the house with her new boyfriend. Around the same time, Sarah Spears mysteriously disappeared. A few months later, Bradley's ex-wife contacted him to inform him that she was pregnant with her new partner's child. Shortly after that, Jane Rimmer went missing. Sierra's murder occurred when Bradley ended his relationship with a woman he had been seeing in early 1997. The discovery of significant DNA matches prompted an undercover operation to collect Edward's DNA. During a visit to the movies, he left an empty Sprite bottle outside the theater, which the police swiftly seized for DNA analysis. The DNA taken from the bottle was found to match the unknown male's DNA profile found under Sierra's fingernails, providing the crucial evidence the police needed. Bradley Robert Edwards, aged 52, was arrested on December 22, 2016, and 3 years later his trial commenced. Due to the high-profile nature of the case and the disturbing evidence involved, the prosecution requested a judge-alone trial, which was granted on November 25, 2019, with Judge Stephen Hall presiding over the murder trial in the Supreme Court. While the defense argued that the evidence had been compromised in the lab, it was undeniable that Bradley's DNA was found under Chiara's fingernails and matched the stolen kimono he left at the crime scene. The Telstra work vans played a crucial role as key pieces of evidence. Edwards, a technician at the time, was accused of committing the offenses using corporate vehicles after hours. A security guard who frequently witnessed the telecom van stopping at the Karrakatta graveyard without any apparent reason, both before Spears' 1996 disappearance and after the 1997 incident, confirmed this. Carmel Barbagallo, the prosecutor, presented evidence from a period between 1995 and 1997 where a man driving a Telstra station wagon would approach women and offer them rides. This evidence was submitted as part of the Telstra Living Witness Project case. The fact that the blue polyester fibers found at the crime scene on the bodies of Jane and Sierra matched the Telstra station wagon owned by Bradley further solidified his direct connection to the murders. From April 1996 to December 1998, Edwards operated a Telstra-branded white VS Series van, which was located and seized on the day of his arrest. The defense argued that these fibers could have come from another source or vehicle not listed in the Western Australia crime database. However, it was revealed during the hearing that the carpet fibers found in the back of Edwards' car matched those found on both Rimmer's and Glennon's bodies. Bradley's defense team claimed that Ms. Glennon's fingernail samples, taken throughout the inquiry, were contaminated due to Bradley's DNA being present in the lab since the 1995 assault. Attorney Paul Jovic cross-examined several scientists from Perth's Path West facility, where the DNA was tested, regarding their procedures. Jovic even speculated that Edwards may have been in the lab. Nevertheless, the prosecutors were able to disprove these arguments with the help of the right witnesses and a series of well-structured pieces of evidence. After 7 months of hearings and over 200 witness depositions, the trial concluded on June 25, 2020. Following the conclusion of the trial, Judge Hall took a moment to gather his thoughts before delivering his decision regarding Bradley's detention. It was a tense moment, as the expiration date of Bradley's time in jail was approaching rapidly on September 24, 2020. Ultimately, Edwards was found guilty of the murders of Jane and Sierra, but not of Sarah Spears. In a lengthy 619-page written verdict, Judge Hall expressed that while it was highly likely that Bradley was involved in Sarah's disappearance, there was not enough evidence to directly link him to the crime. As a result, Bradley was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years, with the date set for December 23, 2020. Judge Hall also acknowledged the grim reality that Edwards may never leave prison alive. The chances of him passing away behind bars were deemed to be quite high. However, despite the severity of Bradley's sentence, it is crucial to delve into the psychology of the criminal. Ms. Barbagallo argued that understanding the timeline of the crimes and Bradley's behavior is essential in comprehending the emotional distress he experienced in his personal life. This timeline was presented in court during the trial. The incident at Hollywood Hospital occurred shortly after Bradley discovered that his ex-girlfriend had been unfaithful to him in the 1980s. In 1994, his first wife began an extramarital affair. Due to Bradley's increasing emotional distance and excessive time spent on his computer. By January or February of 1995, her lover had moved into their marital home. The Karrakatta assault case was reported in the same year, shortly after Sarah Spears' disappearance in 1996. Tragically, just a few days after his wife left him, Jane vanished and was later found murdered. Shortly after this devastating event, Bradley learned that his estranged wife was pregnant with a child, fathered by the same man she had left him for in 1996. In the latter half of 1996, Bradley entered into an intimate relationship with a woman who was significantly older than him. However, this relationship came to an end in March 1997, coinciding with the disappearance and murder of Tiara Glennon. The prosecution argued that no further murders were committed after Bradley met his second wife in April 1997, just 1 month after Kiara's tragic death. Bradley's state of mind during the crimes in Claremont becomes evident when examining this timeline of events. The pain of losing a child is immeasurable, and the parents and family members of the victims endured years of suffering. However, their resilience prevailed as they witnessed justice being served. Despite Sarah Spears' body remaining unfound and Bradley adamantly denying the murder, court recognized him as the perpetrator. Unfortunately, due to a lack of evidence, justice for Sarah's murder could not be fully achieved. Nevertheless, the unwavering dedication of forensic science and the police department in this case shines through, bringing justice to the innocent souls brutally taken by this killer. In a time when faith in our justice system wavers, this case stands as a beacon of hope, reminding us that morality and principles still form the foundation of our system. The skeletal remains of a woman were discovered on December 12, 1994, off Tom Hicken Road in Sugarloaf Township, Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, during a mining reclamation project. A state worker found her, noticing that her skeleton was scattered between the top and bottom of a coal bank. She was found above ground with no signs of burial. A foreign metal fragment was found in her lower jaw. Authorities arrived at the scene and determined that the remains belonged to a female who was approximately 5 feet 1 to 5 feet 4 tall. It was estimated that she was between 34 and 47 years old at the time of her death, which was believed to have occurred between 6 months to 2 years prior to the discovery. Despite extensive efforts, including comparisons and leads, the woman's identity remained a mystery due to the condition of the remains, making it impossible to determine the cause and manner of death. A facial reconstruction was created in 1996 after studying her skull. The sculpture was widely circulated in the media in an attempt to identify her, leading to her being known as Sugarloaf Jane Doe. Unfortunately, the case remained unsolved for years. In 2021, authorities released a computer-generated likeness of the unidentified victim and offered a reward for any information. Thanks to recent advancements in DNA technology and forensic genealogy, a potential relative of the unidentified woman was identified by Othram. Investigators interviewed the relative, obtained an additional DNA sample, and confirmed that she was her sister. In February 2024, after almost 3 decades, state police announced that the unidentified woman was positively identified as Margaret Carol Wininger. She was born on September 5, 1948 in Hazleton, Pennsylvania, and lived with her family in Northeast Philadelphia until she went missing in the early 1990s. Margaret attended West Hazleton High School from 1965 to 1966 and served as a maid of honor at a wedding at Our Lady of Grace Church in 1968. In 1965, her parents went through a divorce and her father had been employed as a greenskeeper at Valley Country Club. Following her high school graduation, her sister enlisted in the Women's Army Corps. Although the identification of Margaret provides some resolution, the investigation into her unfortunate demise remains ongoing. The state police are appealing to anyone who may have had any interaction with her in the Luzerne County region during that period to step forward and share any relevant information. Friday, November 25, 2022, Thanksgiving weekend, 6:58 a.m. Riverside, California, a small cul-de-sac in Price Court. It was a quiet morning that Friday. Most families were still asleep, having enjoyed great food and company the previous evening. Thanksgiving. The weekend for most would be more of the same, eating well, relaxing, and spending time together. Just before 7 a.m., a red Kia Soul parks up in the area and a man wearing a tan-colored trench coat, a black fedora and face mask, carrying a black duffel bag and a plastic bag, gets out. He walks around the area for a while, standing outside a house for a moment, before going back to the car and driving off. He does the same thing twice. One of the neighbors thought it looked so weird. She called the Riverside Police's non-emergency line to report the license plate. But whoever it was hadn't actually done anything, so all they could do was make a note of it. 2 hours later, 9 a.m., Michelle Blandon was just on her way out of the house when she got a call from her mother, Sherry. Sherry was panicked and talking fast. She said that a detective was in the house and wanting to talk to her 15-year-old granddaughter, Michelle's niece. He said something had happened near the school and it was very urgent that he get hold of her. 65-year-old Sherry lived in the home with her husband, 69-year-old Mark, a volunteer high school softball and baseball coach, her daughter, 38-year-old Brooke, and Brooke's 2 young girls. Everyone's minds were racing. Had the teen done something wrong? Was she in trouble? Was he going to take her to the station? Sherry said it was just her and Mark in the house as Brooke had taken her girls out. The officer said he would have to wait until they came home and interview everyone separately. It seemed really serious. Michelle was baffled and worried but reassured her mother it was probably nothing and to try and stay calm. Sherry asked the detective if it was okay for Brooke's other daughter to get dropped off at Michelle's house while they sorted everything out, and he agreed. All everyone could do was wait until the teen came home with Brooke. The detective told Sherry that he needed to talk to the adults first, and the teen would have to wait in the car once she got there, along with both hers and Brooke's phones. Michelle's heart started to beat fast, and the anxious feeling she had was growing. None of this felt right or normal, not even close. Michelle knew her mom wouldn't have opened the door for anyone, let alone let someone in. He was an officer, he had a badge and the authority to go in, and everything would be fine. A few minutes later, Brooke arrived at her house to drop off her niece, and Michelle watched as Brooke and her 15-year-old daughter drove off to Price Court. Michelle called Sherry back and said they were on their way over, and asked if everything was okay. Sherry's voice was shaky and she was fighting back tears. She said the detective was still in the house, but before she could say anything else, he took the phone off her. Calming and reassuring, he said, "I'm here with your mom. She is kind of being anxious and freaking out. Everything is going to be okay. It's all okay." He passed the phone back over and Michelle strained to hear what was being said. She heard the detective say, as part of the investigation, that he needed to search the teen's room. The room with the Green Bay Packers memorabilia, he said. Michelle felt sick. How on earth did he know what the inside of her family's house looked like? But before she could say anything to her mother, Sherry said, "I'll call you back," and the line went dead. There was nothing Michelle could do but wait, so she tried to shake it off and headed out into town. Brooke finally pulled up and went inside, her daughter staying in the car as per the officer's instructions. A short while later, Michelle sent a text to her mom asking for an update. She got no reply. 11:08 a.m. 911 dispatchers received a call requesting that a welfare check be carried out at Price Court. A couple of residents were concerned as they had watched a man leaving a house with a much younger girl who was very distressed. She had no shoes on and was subtly trying to mouth words at people watching, although they couldn't tell what she was trying to communicate. The pair walked towards a red Kia Soul which was parked on someone's drive. The same person's drive, in fact, that had reported the car's license plates just a few hours earlier. As the pair approached the car, the owner of the house opened the door and shouted at the man that he couldn't park there. The man was very apologetic and said he was leaving. He opened the back passenger side door and the girl got inside. He then walked around to the back door on the driver's side and put the black duffel bag inside. As he turned around, the neighbor saw some red spots on his clothes, which looked like blood, but she couldn't be sure. Although the girl wasn't physically forced into the car, something was very troubling about the situation. Before the man shut the doors, the girl quietly whispered, "Help me," and the car sped away. Michelle, who was still out in town, then got a Facebook message from a neighbor of her parents. "Please call me ASAP," it read. A few minutes later, more calls came flooding into the Riverside Police Department. A house was on fire at Price Court. It was Mark and Sherry's. Michelle jumped in the car with her husband and they started heading across town. She was calling her mom, dad, and sister repeatedly, but no one was picking up. Price Court, authorities were now there and tackling the blaze. The windows were starting to smash because of the heat and the roof was caving in. As firefighters made it inside, they found the bodies of Mark, Sherry, and Brooke lying closely together near the front door. They all had plastic bags over their heads and were bound and gagged. They were already dead and their neighbors watched in horror as they were pulled from the home. Michelle and her husband pulled up to her parents' house just after this and Michelle tried to run through the tape as the police dragged her back. Her parents' and sister's cars were still parked outside, and although it was too early to tell who had been inside, soon heard that several bodies had already been carried out. As a shaken Michelle headed to the station with the police, other officers were trying to track down the red Kia. Michelle told them about the strange phone calls that morning and the detective inside her parents' house. She said there was no way the man would have got inside the house without showing some form of ID. Sherry would never have let him in without this, no matter what he said. Police were still not confirming anything, but when Michelle told them about her father's 2 tattoos on each arm, a Green Bay Packers logo on his left and a Notre Dame mascot on his right, she was faced with a situation that she had somehow been trying to rationalize and come up with excuses for. Her mother, father, and sister were inside the house and her niece was now missing. Despite people wondering if the fire had caused their deaths, an autopsy would later reveal that Mark, Sherry, and Brooke had all likely died of asphyxiation. They had been bound and gagged before plastic bags were put over their heads and Brooke's throat had been slashed. Mark was killed first and they could see from the injuries that Brooke had really tried hard to fight off the attacker. 3 of the family's dogs would also die in the fire, along with their pet bird. Their 4th dog, which had been in the backyard at the time, survived and went into a shelter whilst a new home was found. For the small, quiet community and everyone that knew the family, it was impossible to believe that anything like this could happen on their doorsteps. Around the same time all of this was going on, over 2,000 miles away in Virginia, a woman was filing a missing persons report. Her boyfriend of 5 years had taken off and now she couldn't get hold of him. The couple had been celebrating Thanksgiving together in San Diego for a few days with her parents when he suddenly started packing to leave. He said he had run out of vacation time and needed to drive back to Virginia where he had just purchased a house. But the drive would take over a day and this hadn't been their plan. Little did she know he hadn't set off to Virginia. He had set off for Riverside, California, and she would soon realize it was her boyfriend that was now on the run with the missing 15-year-old girl. Using the license plate the neighborhood had previously given them, police in Riverside were finally able to track down the red Kia as it was heading into Kelso, an unincorporated area of San Bernardino County, on a totally empty and rural road far away from anything. They caught up to the car and a SWAT team and helicopter were in pursuit. The man finally pulled over and jumped out of the car, firing his gun. He showed no signs of backing down. A shootout ensued with the man as the girl ran from the car. In a matter of seconds, The driver was dead and the teen was with the police. Most reports state that he had turned the gun on himself, but some say he was killed by police fire. The 15-year-old, who to this day has never been named, was alive and unharmed. She was taken into protective custody before they began interviewing her. She and her sister also began a lengthy process of trauma counseling, and a GoFundMe raised over $100,000, which would be given to the girls. Upon hearing that she had been found alive, Michelle commended the neighbor for being so diligent in reporting the number plate and for persisting they look into it. She believes it absolutely saved her niece's life. The man who had kidnapped her and killed her family was 28-year-old Austin Lee Edwards, a serving Virginia State Deputy Sheriff. To the authorities' surprise, the teen said she did actually know Austin, having met him online, but he was not the person she thought he was. The pair had started speaking on Omegle, a free online chat site that allows people to socialize with others without the need to register or create an account. The site randomly pairs users in one-on-one chat sessions where they talk anonymously using the names you and stranger. She had been honest about her age, but Austin had told her that he was 17. It is unknown what, if any, pictures he was using or who he was pretending to be. The police couldn't determine how long they had actually been talking for or how he had got hold of her address. But at some point Austin had asked her for photographs that were sexual in nature. She said after this she stopped talking to him. Detectives theorized that maybe he killed her family in retaliation, or he thought that if he kidnapped her he could stop her from talking to anyone. They also couldn't rule out the possibility that he did have some explicit photos of her. And maybe this was an attempt at sextortion. His messages showed he was clearly obsessed and was going to stop at nothing. But with more than 1 million pages of social media content to go through, it was safe to say the full story would take some time to come to light. The teen told police that morning that she had no idea what was going on as she and Brooke pulled up to the house. She said she had waited in the car following Brooke's instructions, but it ended up getting too hot. She took her shoes off and stood outside for some air before tentatively walking inside the house to see what was going on. As soon as she went through the door, the first thing she saw was her grandmother Sherry with a bag over her head and her hands tied. She was still moving slightly. Before she had time to process anything, Austin appeared and pointed a gun at her and ordered that she leave with him. It is unknown where he was driving her or what, if any, conversations took place in his car. And Austin was now dead and couldn't answer for himself. So who was he and what did they know about him? 28-year-old Austin Edwards had joined the police academy in July 2021, and after graduating a year later, he went to Henrico County within the Richmond Division of Virginia. He resigned from the department after a couple of months, but no reason could be given for him leaving as it was not in his personnel file. A month after leaving, Austin was still associated with the Washington County Sheriff's Office and stepped into the patrol division as a Virginia State Deputy Sheriff. Little under 2 weeks before he drove to California, in a small town of less than 2,000 people, Austin had purchased a new home. Neighbors said he was friendly and they felt safe around him, knowing he was a police officer, feeling a certain level of protection from him. Austin spent a lot of time blacking out all the windows in his home, but less than 10 days after moving in, Austin Lee Edwards, the Winnicks and their pets would all be dead in another state. As the investigation was unraveling, over in Washington, one woman was scrolling aimlessly on Instagram when she landed on a picture that made her freeze. It was a photo of Austin. Not only was the story his face was attached to horrific, she had her own story from years ago. She had met Austin on Omega 2. He was 20, she just 13, and he had groomed, stalked, and harassed her for years. She almost threw up when she saw him. "I read the whole story and it made me feel disgusting," she said. Seeing everything that had happened to the Winnick family over in California, the now 21-year-old took her story to the police and was able to offer up almost 4,000 messages between the pair from years ago. Austin had started off sweet and chatty, and she told him right away that she was 13, but this did not deter him from talking to her. He soon started asking for nude photographs and told her he loved her. He often spoke about hurting himself as a way of release. On one occasion, he insisted she join him on Skype. "I can't yet," she told him. "Why's that?" He replied, "Because my mom," she said. "Kill her. I'ma give myself a black eye, okay?" He replied, "Listen, there's no obstacle that's gonna stop us from being together if that's what we both want. It doesn't even matter if you're 14 and not technically allowed to do shit yet," he said. She eventually cut ties with him, but this didn't stop him trying to get hold of her. Another thing that the messages brought to light was something serious that had happened in 2016. 2 weeks after the teen had told him she didn't want to talk to him, Austin had been detained for psychiatric evaluation after threatening to take his own life and kill his father. Police had been called to the home by Austin's dad, Christopher. They found him trying to restrain Austin on the kitchen floor, which was covered in blood, and Christopher had bite marks all over his arms. Police pulled out a taser, but Christopher said he could handle it, still trying to protect his son. Eventually, Austin was handcuffed, strapped to a stretcher, and checked into a hospital. He said he had had an argument with his girlfriend and was lashing out, his girlfriend being the 14-year-old who was trying to get away from him. Despite blocking him on every account, he made new ones and always found a way to reach her. The harassment went on for years until she was 18, when it all abruptly stopped. It is unknown whether this coincided with meeting the 15-year-old online, but investigations show the timings match up for this to be a possibility. Upon sending him to a mental health hospital in 2016, the judge said there was a substantial likelihood as a result of mental illness, he will, in the near future, seriously harm himself or suffer harm. The incident also prompted the judge to strip him of his gun rights. Under Virginia law, anyone who is held on a temporary detention order and later admitted to a treatment facility is not allowed to buy or possess a firearm until that right has been restored by the courts. His gun rights were never restored. On his application to the academy, Austin disclosed that he had voluntarily checked himself into a mental health facility, which meant he had to undergo a mental health evaluation and exam. He failed. Austin used his father, a close friend, and his Virginia State Police field training officer as references for the academy, and despite the failed evaluations and the fact the court had taken his gun rights away, he was still accepted. The Virginia State Police deliberately buried the results of this mental health examination, did no further examination into this aspect of Edwards' application, and hired him, notice said. The interim police chief for the Aurora, Colorado Police Department and a nationally recognized policing expert said, "I'd have to ask a lot of questions about why he's moving so quickly. That's pretty unusual for someone to go through academy and all of a sudden turn around and leave." He said most departments would be unlikely to hire Austin after such a brief work history unless he enrolled in their own police academy. With all of this coming to light, Michelle and her family wanted answers, but they weren't getting any. The Washington County Sheriff said, but the Virginia State Police said he didn't ever display any red flags. He was the nicest person and loved helping people in his job. They said he had no reprimands, no complaints, no instances of use of force levied, no internal investigations, and no disciplinary investigations. Michelle said that not one department ever apologized or even acknowledged them for a period of time. Eventually, Virginia State Police would issue a statement and say it was an isolated incident, adding, he wouldn't have been hired. Riverside Police Chief Larry Gonzalez said, "It's disturbing. It's disgusting. Anybody in the law enforcement community, we hate that person more than anybody because it's a reflection on us. This is yet another horrific reminder of the predators existing online who prey on our children. If you've already had a conversation with your kids on how to be safe online and on social media, have it again. If not, start now to better protect them." After all of these failings were highlighted, Governor Glenn Youngkin requested a full investigation be carried out by the state's watchdog agency. An agreement with the watchdog agency later allowed Virginia State Police to investigate themselves. Michelle and her family filed a notice of intent to sue in relation to the hiring process of Austin and the failures that had ensued. She said, "Want to know why this person was able to get hired by not one, but two agencies and given a firearm when he couldn't legally buy one?" Her attorney said Austin's employers demonstrated negligence, gross negligence, negligent and gross negligent hiring, breach of mandatory duties, and other violations of Virginia state law. They argued that the family's damages exceeded $100 million. Even though Austin is now dead and cannot give anyone any information, police say they are continuing to look into his past. his laptop, and his phones to determine if he has any more victims and piece together more of his story. But with so many pages of messages from only 2 people so far, police say they could be unraveling things for years and might never know the full truth. Mark, Sherry, and Brooke, along with their beloved pets, died in the most frightening of ways, terrified and trying to protect each other. Michelle said they all lived and loved selflessly. Mark was dearly loved by the kids he coached, and he left a big impact on many, with some saying he shaped their futures and what they wanted to do when they were older. He would always make sure he checked on them from time to time to see if everything was going well for them in college. The school paid tribute to him as well. His neighbor said he was someone that never stopped and loved being busy. He would offer to mow people's lawns to help them out and to pass the time. Sherry loved nothing more than being with her family. Celebrations like Thanksgiving and Christmas were her favorite times of year, when everyone could just be together and she would bake cakes and cookies for her children and grandchildren. We had a family debate and it got heated on if the brownies my mom made should be frosted with sprinkles or just left plain, Michelle said. Little did I know on that day would be the last time my husband and I would see my parents and sister again. Brooke was a single parent, and Michelle said her biggest joys in life were watching her 2 girls grow and collecting Starbucks cups. Michelle laughed. Brooke was telling everyone that her daughter had joined the color guard at school, and nothing made her prouder than watching her. For the girls and Michelle who were left behind, it is impossible to imagine how they must find each day. Celebrations such as birthdays, Christmas, and Thanksgiving will never be the same, and what should be such a happy time to be with each other will always serve as a painful reminder of what was taken from them. In a touching tribute, Price Court in Riverside was ceremoniously renamed Winnick Court and is placed next to the Winnick's home. Mark's nephew and godson said, "Mark and Sherry's pride and joy were their kids and by extension their grandchildren. You never saw them beam so brightly than when they were around their family." 20-year-old Heather was the oldest daughter of South Carolina natives Terry and Debbie Elvis. Extremely close to her parents and younger sister, her father later described the relationship saying, "We've always been a tight-knit family, where everybody does for everyone else." Heather had an especially close relationship with her father, and she communicated with him daily via text message, always fiercely independent. When she graduated from St. James High School in 2011, and wanted to move out of the family home to share an apartment with her best friend Brianna Worrellman, Terry and Debbie supported the decision fully. At the age of 20, Heather was working hard as a waitress in a Scottish-themed restaurant named the Tilted Kilt in Myrtle Beach, and was studying cosmetology to achieve her lifelong dream of being a full-time beautician. Her younger sister Morgan said of her sister's life goals, as well as being known for her creativity and ambitious streak, Heather was very popular and well-liked around town because of her warm, carefree, and positive nature. When people talk about Heather, they smile because she was so full of personality, a friend of Heather said. Another spoke lovingly of her, saying, "I would describe Heather as outgoing, free-spirited, loving life. She always wanted to live to the fullest." By the early summer of 2013, Heather had been sharing an apartment with her best friend Brianna in Myrtle Beach for around a year, and her studies and life were going great. However, this would all change when a chance meeting in the Tilted Kilt would ignite a chain of events that would end in tragedy. On a warm day in June, Heather was working the day shift in the bustling restaurant. She took orders, bussed tables, and chatted with patrons as usual. While bringing trays back into the kitchen, Heather bumped into 37-year-old father of 3, Sidney Moorer, a local maintenance man who ran a small business, fixing malfunctioning kitchen appliances in the Myrtle Beach area. The pair got chatting and Heather was instantly smitten, tweeting from her account, "Moonchild." Heather hinted at her new crush on the maintenance man, saying, "I got a taste for men who were older." By the end of July, she had posted a number of sexually suggestive messages on social media, directed it to the guy who builds things at my job. Heather also often pointed out Sidney Moore to her friends and co-workers, telling them, "That's the guy." Sidney loved the attention from Heather and started to turn up at the restaurant more often to talk to her. And the pair were often seen giggling together in the kitchen whenever Sidney was called in to work on the appliances. By July, The relationship may have gone from an innocent crush to something more serious when Heather put out 2 status updates a minute apart on Twitter, hinting at a possible affair between her and Sydney. "Baby did a bad thing," she wrote, "and I'm in way too deep, but watch me get deeper." Most of Heather's co-workers were, by now, well aware of the 20-year-old's affections for Sydney, and rumors began to circulate about the pair's affair. One of Heather's co-workers later said, "Heather was made fun of a lot, and she was called multiple names by girls we worked with. One day, 2 of the girls decided to call the tilted kilt and pretend to be Tammy, Sydney's wife. In August, the rumors were seemingly substantiated when Sydney started hanging around the tilted kilt on his days off, often bringing Heather coffee and bagels or waiting around the back of the restaurant in his vehicle for Heather to finish her shift. The pair also began talking more openly with friends about the love affair, with Sydney even going so far as telling acquaintances he was considering employing Heather as a full-time nanny for his children when he and his wife possibly moved to Florida in the future. Heather also mentioned to her friends that Sydney had asked her to be the nanny for his children, which they all felt was strange considering they appeared to be having a sexual relationship. Heather and Sydney communicated via mobile phone constantly and would often drive their cars to remote and isolated locations to meet each other for sex. It was a toxic roller coaster of emotions for Heather. Sydney often told her he was unhappy with his wife and was planning on leaving her, which he never did. Heather's friends warned her that the older married man was stringing her along. By mid-September of that year, all of the secrecy and sneaking around had started to take its toll on her, and on September the 21st, it is believed that Heather attempted to bring an end to the affair, or the relationship shut down somehow, due to Heather tweeting, "Once upon a time, an angel and a devil fell in love." It did not end well. Things became even more toxic when Sydney's wife, 34-year-old Tammy, finally discovered the relationship and confronted Heather over the phone. According to Heather's housemate Brianna, who was present at the time of the phone call, Tammy belittled Heather and said that Sydney had just used her as a booty call. The enraged woman then made her husband speak to Heather on the phone. Brianna would later tell investigators that Sydney had shouted down the phone at Heather, "You were nothing to me. You were just someone who spread your legs." They basically tore Heather apart as a human being and who she was as a person and made her feel horrible about herself, Brianna added. And Sydney Moore's marriage was seemingly an extremely abusive one, with criminal prosecutor Chris Helms later telling reporters, "Tammy Moore was definitely the more domineering part of that couple. She told Sydney where to work, when to work, what to do. If I could classify Sydney as anything in that relationship, it would be utterly submissive." Chris Helms also stated that Tammy had been livid at the betrayal and wasn't content to simply end the young girl's relationship with her husband. She wanted to destroy Heather's life. It was also around this time that Tammy began handcuffing her husband to the bed at night to stop him from leaving while she slept. She also changed the passcode on his phone to a combination only she knew and bullied him into getting her name tattooed across his lower stomach, just above the crotch. Sydney had agreed to all of these extreme demands in the hopes of saving his marriage and keeping his family together. According to Brianna, Tammy's attacks didn't end with that phone call, but instead escalated into a full-on campaign of hate. Tammy even going so far as to continuously call Heather's workplace in an attempt to get her fired. Tammy was relentless. She would call off of Sydney's phone. She was sending pictures of her and Sydney performing sexual acts, videos of the 2 of them together. Heather sent a text message to Sydney begging him to make his wife stop the harassment, writing, "I lost Albers today because they sent me home after she kept calling." Heartbroken and devastated by the way she had been treated by the man she had fallen in love with and terrified by the constant attacks and harassment from his wife, Heather desperately tried to get her life back on track. She even started attending church again with best friend Brianna. When Tammy sent yet more aggressive and threatening messages to Heather in the beginning of November, saying, she also said Heather, by now mentally and physically exhausted by the ordeal, simply replied, "I think you're a little obsessed with me. I'm nobody you need to worry about anymore." Heather couldn't understand why Tammy wouldn't just leave her alone. The relationship with Sydney was over and she just wanted to forget about it all. Towards the end of November, just over 2 weeks after the last threatening text messages from Tammy, things finally started to look more positive for Heather. Sydney and Tammy had taken their 3 children on a 3-week road trip across California with their newly purchased Ford F-150 truck. With the Moores gone, Heather felt like she could momentarily relax and breathe again. There would be a reprieve from Tammy's constant harassment. That wasn't the only positive thing happening in Heather's life at that time too. She had managed to secure her dream job in a beauty salon as a makeup artist and was scheduled to start work just before Christmas. She was absolutely elated and couldn't stop talking about it with all of her friends and family. Heather was also extremely worried about something that had potential to make the whole situation with the Moores much, much worse. At the beginning of November, Heather, as well as her coworkers at the Tilted Kilt, had started to notice the 20-year-old gaining a significant amount of weight in a very short amount of time. Heather was extremely concerned that she had become pregnant by Sydney. Worried sick and frightened, she decided to take a pregnancy test at the restaurant with the help of her manager, Jessica Cook, who later told police that Heather was terrified of Tammy Mora. The pregnancy test came back as an error, however, and Heather remained unsure if she was carrying Sydney's baby or not. Heather's best friend later said, Heather had taken a pregnancy test while at work. I want to say it was at the beginning of November, and she at that time wasn't sleeping with anyone else other than Sydney. Despite all of her worries, by the winter of 2013, Heather, ever the optimist, decided it was finally time to move on with her life and start again. She hoped to find a new relationship, a happier and healthier one, and so she agreed to go on a first date with a man she had only been talking to for a short while, but who she had a really good feeling about, Steve Scaraldi. On the evening of December 17th, Heather and Steve met at around 10 p.m. and decided to drive around Myrtle Beach to check out the local Christmas illuminations in town. A little while later, they decided to head to a nearby parking lot where Steve taught Heather how to drive his manual vehicle. Heather excitedly sent a text message to her father and Brianna with a smiling photograph saying, "Just learned to drive stick. I'm a pro." After, Steve would later say that the pair had agreed to meet again for a second date. And then he dropped Heather off at her apartment in Carolina Forest at around 1:15 a.m. At around 1:45 a.m., Brianna, Heather's best friend, received a worrying phone call from Heather. She was hysterically crying and she said, "Sydney called me. My heart dropped because I was like, I thought we were past this." I said, "Why'd you answer?" And she said, "Because it wasn't his number." She told me that he said he had left his wife and that he was sorry and that he wanted to see her and be with her. And I got angry and said, "Don't do it. You're finally moving on with your life. You're happy again. You're yourself again. Why don't you sleep? Sleep on this and we'll talk about it first thing in the morning." And with that, the friends said their goodbyes. The following day, on the 19th of December, local police were dispatched to investigate a suspected abandoned vehicle, a green Dodge Intrepid, parked haphazardly on an isolated and remote riverside area named Peach Tree Landing, approximately 8 miles away from Myrtle Beach and on the Wacamo River. The stretch of riverfront was used as a landing area for small boats and was located at the bottom of a long and lonely stretch of road that rarely saw traffic. The car was locked, but police ran the vehicle's number plate through their registration system and came back with the name of the owner. The green Dodge Intrepid was registered to Terry Elvis, Heather's father. Terry Elvis was relaxing at home and watching television on the living room sofa when police officers knocked on his door to notify him about the discovery of the Dodge Intrepid. Confused and not being able to contact his daughter on her phone, he agreed to accompany the officers to Peachtree Landing to find out what was going on. When he spotted Heather's car parked unusually in the isolated area, he was shocked, but not initially concerned. He unlocked the vehicle with a spare key he had, allowed the officers to search it. He recalled, "I thought the car might have been stolen because of the way it was parked. Maybe somebody took it and left it there," he said. "It didn't really hit me, where's Heather?" Until the officers started looking through things. When the police couldn't locate Heather's purse, keys, or cell phone within the Dodge Intrepid, her father began to worry. He tried calling her again on her mobile phone, which appeared to be switched off, and then attempted to locate her at the Tilted Kilt, but was told by staff that she wasn't there and wasn't scheduled to work until the next day. Terry instantly knew that something was wrong. "This is totally out of the ordinary," he said. "Heather's never done anything like this before. Something's wrong." The Horry Police Department didn't think Peachtree Landing and the vehicle were crime scenes initially, as there was no broken glass, no signs of a struggle, and no blood in the area. However, they did open a missing persons case immediately, and officers and volunteers began searching the areas around Peachtree Landing, while divers combed the river. Human remains were discovered in the proximity of the boat landing. However, analysis later showed that these bones belonged to a male. With no physical evidence to go on, detectives began tracing Heather's movements on the 17th and 18th of December. Steve Scaroldi, the man who Heather had met on the night she was last seen, was brought in for questioning, but quickly cleared of all suspicion and released. To the shock of Heather's family and friends, who were putting out heartfelt and emotional pleas for information, as well as rewards, in the immediate aftermath of Heather's disappearance, Tammy Mora immediately jumped on social media to continue her hate campaign, publishing on Facebook a long diatribe that began, "While Sydney cheated on me in the months of September-October with a psycho whore who has since went missing." On December 20th, after being tipped off about the volatile love affair between Sydney and Heather by Heather's roommate Brianna, as well as a number of employees at the Tilted Kilt, police detectives brought Sydney in for questioning. Sydney was evasive and standoffish from the onset of the interviews. Sydney denied being anywhere near Peachtree Landing on the night of the 17th or the morning of the 18th. He insisted he hadn't had any kind of contact with Heather at all and, strangely, insisted he was driving around in his truck with his wife Tammy at the time to have sexual relations in public, which the pair had recorded on their phones. The experienced detectives felt that he was lying. They just needed the proof. When they began to examine Heather's call history and phone records, they got their first real breaks in the case and began piecing together her last known movements and how Sydney featured in those. On the morning of the 18th, just as Brianna had described, Heather had received a telephone call from a number she didn't recognize. She didn't recognize the number because it was placed from a public payphone. That telephone call lasted approximately 5 minutes, and Heather had frantically attempted to call the number back numerous times, starting from 1:35 in the morning. Heather dials the payphone back 9 times. The only reason she could possibly be calling that phone 9 times, that phone she's never heard of before, is to get the other person that just talked back on the line, an investigator would later say. Using Heather's phone records, the investigators traced the number to a phone booth located outside a gas station in Myrtle Beach. Security cameras picked up the images of someone using the payphone at the exact time the number called Heather's cell phone. When asked if he was the person who had called her, Sydney at first denied it. Tammy Mora was also taken in for questioning, where she discussed her marriage and denied being involved in Heather's disappearance. Following their suspicions, detectives decided to check all available local surveillance cameras and quickly came upon further highly incriminating evidence. A short time before making the telephone call, Sydney was captured again on surveillance cameras, purchasing a pregnancy test from a local Walmart. When asked if the pregnancy test was for Heather, he denied it and said it was for his wife. Even more damning evidence to come to light was video footage taken from cameras alongside the isolated stretch of road leading to Peachtree Landing. A dark Ford F-150 truck matching Sydney's had been captured heading towards the place Heather's car was discovered at 3:36 a.m. and then again recorded leaving the area at 3:46 a.m. Experts later testified that the truck was a 100% identical match to Sydney's. Sydney was the last person to speak to Heather, and he was, investigators believed, the last person to see her in Peachtree Landing. Using her phone data, investigators were also able to create a timeline of her phone's last known recorded movements. 2:30 a.m. Heather's phone again calls the phone booth that Sydney had called her from but receives no answer. Her phone then heads in the direction of Longbeard's Bar and Grill in Carolina Forest, near to her apartment, where it remains for around 15 minutes to a location named Augusta Plantation Drive. Heather's phone then returns to Longbeard's Bar and Grill, where it remains for a further 15 minutes. A call is made to Sydney's phone but goes unanswered. Her phone returns to her apartment, where it stays for 5 minutes. 3:25 a.m. Another call is made to Sydney's phone, which is answered and results in a 4-minute-long conversation. At 3:37 a.m., Heather's phone makes its way to Peachtree Landing, and 1 minute later 3 attempts are made to call Sydney's phone. All calls go unanswered. 3:41 a.m., another unsuccessful attempt is made from Heather's phone to reach Sydney's. 3:42 a.m., Heather's phone is apparently switched off. The location data coinciding with the surveillance images captured of Sydney's truck heading towards Peachtree Landing were extremely incriminating. Even more incriminating evidence came to light after investigators obtained a search warrant for the Moorers' home. The Moorers had suspiciously disposed of their home surveillance system on the 20th of December and installed a new one on the 21st. Investigators, unable to get their hands on the old system, confiscated the newer system and received video footage of both Sydney and Tammy Mora thoroughly scrubbing the passenger side of the truck and then burning the rags they had used to clean the vehicle on the same day they had installed the new home surveillance cameras. Finally, after several months, in February 2014, the police were able to announce a break in the case, a break that everyone had been waiting for. And it came as little surprise to many people that Sydney and Tammy Mora had been placed under arrest in connection with the disappearance of Heather Elvis. They were soon charged with kidnap, and despite there being nobody, they were charged with murder as well. They needed to find Heather, but the couple were saying nothing. As the Moras sat in custody, the police continued to build their case. Despite everything they were confident they had, they just didn't have enough to follow through with the murder charge against the pair. Tammy and Sydney no longer faced charges of murder in Heather's case, but the kidnap charges remained. Debbie said it was very disappointing that the murder charges had been dropped, but she also felt a little relieved that she would not have to sit through a murder trial and listen to everything they thought could have happened to her daughter play out. Heather's family also hoped that this might encourage people to come forward and talk. As the murder charges had now been dropped, the couple were able to post bail and go home as they awaited further developments and the pending trial for kidnap. Following their release and in spite of a gag order, the pair took to social media to protest their innocence, claim they had been framed, and Sydney Moorer even gave an emotional televised interview. Sydney's media appearances and failure to comply with the gag order would eventually land him in hot water. When he was jailed for 5 months for being in contempt and violating the Tammy publicly stated, "I feel like this town's going to crucify me because of all the lies that's happened." Months became years, and it was now 2017. Sydney Mora was found guilty of obstruction of justice and sentenced to 10 years in prison. After this, it was now time for Sydney and Tammy to go on trial for the kidnap of Heather Elvis. And the media were out in force to report on what was now a highly publicized case with a lot of interest. It had now been 6 years since anyone last saw Heather, and after many witness testimonies, all the evidence and hours of court proceedings taking us to 2019, it was time for the verdict. Justice finally prevailed when Tammy and Sydney Moorer were both found guilty of the kidnap of Heather Elvis and sentenced to 30 years in prison. Sydney continued to insist he was innocent, telling the court that he couldn't give Heather's family closure. "If I could give them closure, I would. I have children of my own, I get it. There's just nothing I can give." As of the writing of this episode, Heather's body has never been found. In an effort to ensure that people will always remember Heather and draw attention to her case and other missing people, the Elvis family spends every June 30th, Heather's birthday, taping up missing persons flyers around town. They remain hopeful that at some point someone will talk, and maybe the answers about where Heather is will finally come to light. Debbie said persistence is key, and she would never give up her search for answers, not just for her own daughter, but for other missing people too. She says she knows the pain all too well and wants to channel her energy into making sure those in her position don't ever feel alone. The heartbreak of not knowing where Heather is best summed up by Debbie. As a mother, that child that was created in you, that you carried in your arms and put band-aids on, you just ache to hold your child again, and you think about what you could have done different, what you could have said that would have changed anything. But for our family and any other family that has a missing member, this is horrible, not knowing, not being able to take care of your child in any capacity whatsoever. They call it closure. I hate that word, but that's really what it is. Heather's heartbroken father, Terry, he continues to hope that one day she will be found. He said, "I hold out hope that I'll turn around one day at the front door and she'll walk in. Do I really think that'll happen? Deep down, no I don't, but I'll never give up." Our story begins in 1989 when on the 25th of March, Karen Downs and her husband Robert, known as Bob, welcomed their daughter Charlene. Charlene was their third child. She had 2 older sisters, Rebecca, known as Becky, and Emma. Charlene was later followed by the youngest of the Downs children and the only son, Robert. Charlene was described as a music and animal lover, someone who was close to her siblings with a cheeky and funny side. Bob and Karen had married on the 2nd of May, 1987 at a church in Hillfields, just north of Coventry city center. Hillfields is one of the more deprived areas of the city, with antisocial behavior and crime being common problems. Life in the Downs household could be described as chaotic or dysfunctional, and run-ins with the police and social services would happen. Those who knew the couple made allegations that Bob was addicted to alcohol and could show serious levels of violence and aggression towards his children. The court document from 1989 showed that the family had been under investigation by social services and West Midlands police, and it was found that a convicted rapist had had 3-year-old Emma in their car without supervision and had also been in the Downs family home. Bob was given the advice that the person in question should not be allowed into the family home again. But this didn't happen, and Bob continued to have drinks with the individual in the pub. The police conducted a video interview with Emma in the hope it would unveil something more, but she disclosed nothing. She would later move out of the family home and in 1993 moved in with her grandfather and his wife. After Emma moved back to the family home in 1997, allegations of sexual assault were made against a family friend, allegations also made by Charlene. The friend was allegedly trusted by the family to take the children to school in the morning, and a report from social services states that it was believed Karen and Bob were aware of the abuse but failed to act. When Charlene was 9 years old, an allegation was made that a friend of her parents had forced themselves on her. Now, at the risk of the children being removed from the home and taken into the care of social services and the potential prosecution for neglect. In 1999, the family moved out of Coventry and up north to Blackpool. For many, Blackpool brings back memories of the illuminations, arcades, and ice creams on the beach. During the day, the piers, promenade, and beach are full of tourists looking for some time away. Home to the Blackpool Tower and the Tower Ballroom, many a famous face has performed in the town, everyone from Frank Sinatra to the Beatles. Thousands of people visit Blackpool every year during the summer months and tourist season, especially for the illumination switch on. But behind the bright lights lies a very different town. A large proportion of those who live there live in deprived areas, and it is the 6th most deprived authority in England. There are high amounts of unemployment, and the death rate of those who die from alcohol-related deaths is the highest in England. There are also high levels of poverty, and the town is the 12th poorest area in the whole country. As concerns over the welfare of the children continue to grow, Charlene, Emma, and Becky were placed in foster care after they said they no longer wanted to be at home. This placement did not last for an extended period of time, and the children were returned to the house. In 1999, Becky Downs alleged that her father was violent, and social services said they were going to take it to court to try and obtain a prosecution. By the end of 1999, the children were put on the at-risk register, and it was reported that domestic violence was present in the home. One of Charlene's friends, Martin, said he not only saw Bob's violence, but also predators at the Downs house. By early 2000, at the age of 11, Charlene was staying at different homes and told the workers from social services that she was being beaten by her parents, showing them bruises. In March of that year, Charlene's school began to raise concerns that she was failing to attend classes and wasn't coming to school. Her parents said they didn't know where she was, as she stayed with many different people. A few months later, in June, Charlene was examined by the hospital, and based on what it found, it was suspected that she was the victim of sexual abuse. She made the allegation that her father had become violent and thrown her across the room. Following this, she disappeared for 2 days. Over the course of a 12-month period, Charlene would make 13 visits to a sexual health clinic with her grandmother. She had bruising on her body, including her inner thigh. Social services spoke to Bob about their concerns that Emma had been seen with older men in the family home, and Bob later moved out to appease those from social services. He moved to Buchanan Street in September and took Charlene and her brother Robert out of the care of social services and against the wishes of the authorities. As 2001 rolled around, social services suspected that a male was in the family home and sharing a bed with Charlene. In April of that year, there were more allegations made by Becky and Charlene regarding Bob's excessive drinking, and the men he used to bring to the house and the inappropriate sexual advances these men would make. Charlene allegedly told a social worker that one of her father's friends had touched her inappropriately when health visitors made a visit to the family home in August. Charlene was found in bed with a much older man, as she counted some money, but Bob and Karen said he was just a family friend. 1 month later, Becky would move out. Over a period of 15 years, 16 men who had committed a variety of offenses against minors had access to the family homes, both in Coventry and in Blackpool. Bob and Karen denied letting predators stay at their home. Bob would drink at various pubs in and around Blackpool. During one of his visits to the pub, he met a man called Ray Monroe, and he invited him back to the house. Ray Monroe would end up staying at the property. Monroe is a convicted sex offender with 4 counts of sexual assaults against young girls, and he was sentenced to 4.5 years in prison. Karen and Bob said they were unaware of this and only found out when the details came out in court. They said they believed he had raped an ex-girlfriend, information which did not stop them from allowing him into their home. One of Bob's friends, Glenn, claimed he saw Bob invite various men from the pub back to his house and that he had seen Charlene sitting on Monroe's lap. He said he voiced his concerns about seeing this and said that it wasn't right. In 2003, Charlene visited a walk-in health center 3 times. Karen claimed to be unaware of Charlene going to the health clinic and also unaware of the predators staying in her home. Despite moving to a different part of the country, it seemed that not much had changed and family life was still fractured and difficult. November 3, 2003. The police conducted a search of the family home and found nothing relating to Charlene or anything that gave any clues as to where she might have gone. They needed to work backwards. What follows is a timeline of what is believed to be Charlene's last known movements, although the details of this remain debated and there are differing opinions as to where she went that night. As part of this documentary, we went to Blackpool and met with Renee Crompton, who runs the Justice for Charlene Downs campaign. She walked us through the route that Charlene is believed to have taken that night. This timeline is also compiled using the timeline issued by Lancashire Police. But again, it's important to remember that the details do differ. The 1st of November 2003. At 3:25 p.m., Charlene and Becky were walking down Bank Hay Street to get to the Coral Island Arcade. Charlene's friend Tasha corroborated this and said she had seen her there too. According to the police timeline, Charlene returned to the family home before going back out later in the evening. It is believed that Charlene and Becky went to the McDonald's close to the promenade later that evening. The pair then headed to Church Street and walked up it at around 6:45 p.m. It's alleged that they met with Karen Downs as she handed out leaflets for the restaurant she worked at, which was located on Church Street. Charlene then headed to a phone box on Leopold Grove before saying goodbye to her mother and going off with her friends. It's reported that Karen Downs gave them money. According to the police timeline, Charlene stayed with her friends for a while before setting off to Corn Street, and the details of what she did in the following hour are not known. But according to the police, she met another friend. Charlene and her friend Tyne went to the Carousel Bar at 9:30 p.m., where Tyne said men bought the pair drinks before Tyne lost sight of her. She said she never saw Charlene again. This does differ from the police timeline, which says they went back into town before going their separate ways near Abingdon Street and Talbot Street at 11 p.m. The last claimed sighting of Charlene was in an alleyway off of Abingdon Street at 11 p.m. This alleyway is somewhat notorious in Blackpool, various takeaways back onto it, and young girls in the town would often use the alley to go into the shops via the back doors, later returning with things like money and cigarettes. Charlene had been expelled from school, and as she was now lacking in structure and routine, she would spend more time in the town center and in the alleyway. As the investigation continued, there was no sign of Charlene Downs. Missing persons posters were put up and people were hoping for any news of her whereabouts. But the investigation soon stalled, and the leads were proving fruitless. Then a year later in November 2004, someone would come forward and the case would take a dramatic turn. A man called David Cassidy came forward to the police with a disturbing story to tell. David Cassidy owned a local business that supplied slot machines to shops in the area. He said that a man called Tariq had claimed his brother, Ayed Al-Batiki, had confessed to murdering Charlene, and that another man called Mohammed Raveshir helped him to cover it up. Mohammed Raveshi had been born in Iran before moving to the UK. He owned and operated Funny Boys fast food on Dixon Road, which is how he knew David Cassidy. One of his employees was his friend and tenant, Ayed Al-Batiki, who was originally from Jordan. This was the break that the police had been looking for. They asked David if he would wear a concealed microphone and talk to Tariq again to ensure that the conversation was recorded. David agreed. In the recording, Tariq is heard saying he never said those things, adding that it was bullshit. The police would later insist they had never seen or heard this recording. In January 2005, the police conducted a search of the home of Mohammed Raveshir, but nothing of note was found. On the 22nd of February, Mohammed and Ayed were brought in for informal questioning, and whilst this was taking place, wiretaps were put in place to record conversations. As part of a covert operation. During the operations, Mohammed could be heard speaking to somebody about David Cassidy. They joked that he should be killed and then turned into a kebab. Mohammed's friend says, "You have a kebab shop, sell it." Mohammed laughs and replies, "Yeah, make a fake little kebab." While the police were conducting their covert operations, a woman whose identity is protected said she had gone into Funny Boys for a coffee after having a few drinks at another establishment. She said she had then woken up in the upstairs flat. She was on a bed with no clothes on. She could not recall how she had come to be in the flat or why she was naked. She said she quickly got dressed and ran out of the building down the alley. She stated she heard a man calling out to her and asking her to come back. When she looked back at him, she said he was holding some money in his hand. She went to the police to report the incident, and the police allegedly told her that the person responsible was Ayed Al-Batiki, and that he had raped her and filmed it. The woman also claimed that two police officers, Jan Besant and Don Fraser, asked her to make claims that she couldn't be sure were true. She refused and her case was dropped. No investigation was undertaken and charges were not filed. Covert recordings were made over 4 weeks and produced 52 CDs in total. However, officers would later describe the recordings as too distorted to use. One of the officers working on the case was Jan Besant, a detective sergeant. She offered to transcribe the tapes and would spend the next 2 years doing this. As well as running the takeaway business, Mohammed used to be a foster father for vulnerable children in Blackpool. Jan Besant questioned one of Mohammed's former foster daughters, and she confirmed that there was nothing untoward about him and offered no incriminating or otherwise suspicious stories about him. However, one of Mohammed's ex-foster daughters would later accuse him of sexual assault. Mohammed also lived 2 doors down from Don Fraser. He was also working on Charlene's case. Mohammed alleged that Don's wife had said that Don had difficulty performing in the bedroom and that she had made a pass at Mohammed. Mohammed said he turned her down and this situation was the root cause of Don's issues with him and their falling out. This story was very different from Don's. Don later claimed that his relationship with Mohammed had fallen apart after hearing that Mohammed had shown a pornographic video to underage girls in his home. He added that his wife had never liked Mohammed. These are allegations that Mohammed refuted. With still no sign of Charlene, the police changed their strategy. This was no longer a missing persons case. This was now a murder inquiry. 17th of March 2006. It was reported that 2 people had been arrested. Ayed Al-Batiki had been charged with murdering Charlene Downs and Mohammed Raveshir was charged with helping him dispose of her body. In May 2007 at Preston Crown Court, Mohammed Raveshir and Ayed Al-Batiki went on trial. The prosecution claimed that either Mohammed or Ayed had been having a sexual relationship with Charlene, and that if the police had found out, they would have been in trouble. But both men said they didn't even know her, let alone have a sexual relationship with her. However, multiple people would later state that they had seen Charlene behind the counter at the takeaway shop, as well as experiencing inappropriate behavior. Emma Downs described IAD as a creep, and said she had seen him behaving badly in nightclubs towards young girls. The police also claimed that there had been multiple allegations of sexual assault lodged against IAD. Mohammed's house had been searched extensively, carpets and floorboards were removed, and the property was gone through with a fine-tooth comb. No DNA evidence was found. The police said that the house had been cleaned, but Muhammad argued that there was no evidence for them to find there in the first place. The defense requested that the audio recording of the conversation between David and Tariq be submitted, only to be told it couldn't be found. The court then ordered that the police needed to find the audio and give it to them. And CD was subsequently found, but it had a huge scratch on it, and as a result the police said they believed it wouldn't be playable. Jan Bazin would later claim that if the audio CD had been properly declared, approval would not have been given to search Muhammad's home, nor to putting the recording devices in place. Don Fraser's account had been the one to enter the audio CD of the conversation with Tariq into the system. But he said this was not him and that he had been framed by someone else using his PC and logon details. He would later say, during the proceedings, the covert recordings were played to the court and the transcriptions made by Detective Sergeant Jan Besant were the captions. Claims were made during the trial that after Charlene had been murdered, her body had been dismembered and put into kebabs in the takeaway, and that her bones had been crushed up and put into the grouting. There is no evidence for either of these things happening. This narrative has been pushed and repeated when discussing Charlene's case in spite of the lack of evidence to back it up, reducing Charlene to nothing more than a cruel urban legend. After the defense and prosecution presented their cases, it was time for the jury to deliberate. After 49 hours of discussions, they had failed to come to a verdict. As a result, the jury was formally discharged. On the 15th of September that year, a memorial was held for Charlene, which was funded by the far-right British National Party. An inquiry was also set up by the Independent Police Complaints Commission, and it found that the investigation into Charlene's disappearance was handled unprofessionally. This led to 2 officers facing disciplinary action, and one of them subsequently being cleared of any wrongdoing. In April 2008, a retrial was ordered, but this would soon come to a grinding halt and later totally collapse. The Crown Prosecution Service, upon re-examining the evidence, found that there were serious issues with the evidence presented, that they had grave doubts about how reliable some of the evidence was. The covert recordings were criticized for their poor quality, and the accuracy of the transcriptions made by Jan Besant was described as low. Mohammed Raveshi's lawyer John Bromley Davenport said that Detective Sergeant Besant was not qualified to listen to and transcribe the tapes. An expert would later re-examine the audio tapes of the covert recordings after they had been played to the court, and they too said they were not of a good enough quality to be evidence. It also found that some of the transcriptions were different words. For example, one phrase was transcribed as burial place, but it was argued what had actually been said was Paul's place. The tracker that had been put onto Muhammad's car then showed him going to see one of his friends, who was named Paul. Forensic audiologist Elizabeth McClellan said that Jan Besant's transcripts should not have been used during the trial. She said this is a classic case of cognitive priming. The evidence presented by Jan Besant was potentially misleading. It's extremely important that when recordings are transcribed, that the person transcribing them has no prior awareness at all about that evidence. In this case, it shows several signs that she was subject to bias and influenced by the events that she was investigating. Both men were subsequently released. The charges against Ayed and Muhammad were dropped. They were acquitted and given £250,000 in compensation. Muhammad indicated upon his release that he would potentially sue the police force, describing what had happened to him as shameful, having spent more than 2 years on remand in prison. Muhammad said that David Cassidy, who had made the statement that had led to the police looking into him and Ayed, had worked for him at one point, but he had been forced to let him go as he was bad at his job. David was enraged by being fired and proceeded to harass Muhammad as well as vandalize the shop. Tensions reached a boiling point when the pair ended up, and the panel has found that this individual's conduct has fallen well short of these standards. The ruling that Jan Besant be forced to resign was later overturned by the British Arbitration Tribunal, and they said she should be reinstated. The years would pass, tourists would come and go, and the town would carry on. But there was still no sign of Charlene Downs. It had now been 8 years since Charlene had vanished from the streets of Blackpool. The police looking into her case found that more than 60 teenage girls had been the victims of grooming by people working in various takeaway shops throughout the town. Charlene's friend Tasha said that she had seen grooming in Blackpool firsthand and had also been groomed. Charlene's friend Martin and another friend Sean said that they had witnessed Charlene going into takeaway shops and then coming back out with cigarettes, money, or alcohol. Charlene's friend Tyne said that she too would go into the alleyway and trade sexual contact for drugs, cigarettes, money, and alcohol. Tyne said on the occasion she went to the alleyway with Charlene, Charlene would act as a lookout in case the police came and Tyne would give her money for doing this. Paige Chivers was a 15-year-old girl who went missing from Blackpool 4 years after Charlene. Robert Ewing was later convicted and sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 33 years. He had murdered her after she had threatened to go to the police and tell them about the sexual contact he had had with her. Ewing, a self-confessed neo-Nazi, had been previously convicted for gross indecency and indecent assault against a 12-year-old girl. In 2014, a Crime Watch appeal was launched and a reward for any fruitful information was offered, totaling £100,000. In 2016, a cold case team was brought on board to examine Charlene's case and they found CCTV that had previously not been released to the public. It showed Charlene and Becky walking on the day Charlene had gone missing. It was released to the public in November of that year to try and generate any new leads, and a Crime Watch appeal was issued again on the 13th anniversary of her going missing. In 2017, Karen and Bob Downs sued Lancashire police over their handling of their daughter's case and the CCTV footage. August 2017, an arrest was made. A man was taken into custody on suspicion of the murder of Charlene Downs. Nigel had worked as a chef, and a restaurant he worked at in Blackpool appeared on an episode of Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares, Clubway 41. Nigel Lloyd had attacked two 15-year-old girls in Blackpool in 2001 and 2003. He was convicted of these in 2017 and sentenced to 64 months, more than 5 years, in prison. The flat Nigel was living in overlooked the alleyway Charlene would often be seen in, and where she had allegedly been on the night she disappeared. Tyne said she knew Nigel Lloyd and referred to him as a creep. He also knew Charlene and her family. He was released after 2 days without charge, and no charges have ever been filed against him in relation to Charlene's disappearance. In November 2018, Bob and Karen appeared on The Jeremy Kyle Show, a controversial British talk show where guests would appear to resolve conflicts, take lie detector tests and DNA tests. There would be frequent confrontations and arguments on stage. Bob Downs later said they had appeared on the show to discuss Charlene's case, but it quickly devolved into talking about their marriage and marital problems. Also that year, Karen Downs released a book called Sold in Secret, talking about Charlene and her disappearance. In 2021, Charlene's brother Robert tragically passed away. He was found in a pool of blood by Bob on the 4th of December at 11:30 p.m., a few hours before he had complained he felt unwell. His family said he had been left deeply affected by the disappearance of his sister and had never been able to properly process or recover from it. At an inquest, it was ruled he had died of an accidental drugs overdose. It also came out that Bob and Karen did not call the ambulance for 3 hours. They said after finding him, they had fallen into a state of panic and anxiety. The ambulance wasn't called until nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. In November the following year, Charlene's friend Tyne died at the age of 32. An inquest found her death was drug-related. In 2023, the case was reopened by the Leeds Trinity University Cold Case Unit teamed up with Renee in the hopes of finally solving Charlene's case. Renee said, "Our main aim is to review Charlene's case and see where the failings are and go out to get new evidence." Blackburn Uni also approached us to undertake a large child sexual exploitation project for the whole of Lancashire to find out the scale of the problem and where children are being failed. Bob and Karen said they have been verbally abused and taunted by locals after it came out that Raymond Rowe and other predators had stayed at their house. Bob again asserted he didn't know Raymond Rowe was a pedophile. They remain living in Blackpool. Unfortunately, Charlene's story is not unique. There are a plethora of young people who constantly fall through the cracks, and the people that should be there to catch them aren't. An internal police report would state that 11 takeaway shops in Blackpool town centre had been involved in sexually exploiting young girls. As reported by the BBC, the Times newspaper conducted an investigation that found the police initially had 100 people of interest due to how many people were believed to be abusing and exploiting Charlene. And that brings us to today. Today marks the 20th anniversary of Charlene's disappearance, and there are still more questions than answers. The investigation into what happened to her is one of the longest running in Lancashire, with 2,500 statements being taken and more than 3,000 people being spoken to. This is about getting justice for a 14-year-old girl. She was someone who had already gone through so much in such a short period of time, and the least we can do is continue to fight for her. As Renee said, Charlene was failed by everyone that should have kept her safe. The police, social services, they all let her down. We're trying to build a legacy and fight for real justice for her, so she can be remembered for something positive. It is our hope that those who know more will come forward with the truth. Her whereabouts will finally be made known and justice will be served. Rural Oklahoma community was left in shock by the tragic events that unfolded in 1999. Kathy and Danny Freeman were brutally killed, and their 16-year-old daughter Ashley, along with her friend, Loria Bible, mysteriously disappeared. It all started on Ashley's 16th birthday, when she celebrated with her loved ones at their mobile home in Veneta, Oklahoma. However, the night took a dark turn when Jeremy Hurst, Ashley's boyfriend, left around 9:30 p.m. The following morning, firefighters were called to the Freemans' home and discovered a horrifying scene. The house had been engulfed in flames and the bodies of Danny and Kathy were found inside. They had both been shot in the head before the fire was intentionally set. However, Ashley and Loria were nowhere to be found, and their whereabouts remain unknown even after decades. During the investigation, an important clue was uncovered on the property. Loria's purse was discovered containing her driver's license and $200. This suggested that the girls may have been abducted, ruling out robbery as a motive since the money was left untouched. Despite the lack of suspects, a revelation made by Danny months before his death added another layer to the mystery. He had confided in his brother Dwayne that if anything were to happen to him, he should investigate the Craig County Sheriff's Department. The alleged feud between the Freemans and the Sheriff's Department stemmed from a tragic incident involving Danny's son, Shane. Shane had stolen a truck and a neighbor's gun, leading to his fatal shooting by a deputy. Although the shooting was deemed justifiable, Danny had intended to file a wrongful death lawsuit against the department shortly before the devastating fire. As a result, the sheriff's deputies voluntarily stepped aside from the investigation, handing it over to the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation. They fully cooperated and even underwent polygraph tests, ultimately clearing the sheriff's office of any involvement. Another theory that emerged speculated that Danny may have been involved in small-scale drug trafficking. An informant has reported that he had encountered two unidentified individuals a fortnight prior to the tragic murders. It appears that one of them was not welcomed in that particular setting. However, this theory does not align well with the disappearance of the girls. It seems improbable that the perpetrators would abduct them instead of simply killing them on the spot. Some speculate that Ashley may have killed her parents due to tension between her and Danny, but authorities believe that the girls could not have remained hidden for long if this theory were true. Loria's family also firmly believes that neither girl would be capable of committing murder. Several individuals have claimed to have witnessed evidence suggesting that the girls were alive 2 days after the fire at a New Year's Eve gathering in a meth-infested area of neighboring Ottawa County. Former meth cook, Randall Cowboy Madewell, informed Foxtel TV that he had heard it was a drug deal gone wrong, resulting in the death of the parents and the abduction of the girls. Allegedly, the girls were drugged with meth, restrained, and subjected to repeated assaults. The party may have taken place at the residence of well-known local meth cook, Chester Shadwick in Wyandotte, approximately 50 kilometers east of Welch. Another potential location was the dilapidated home of meth dealers and cooks, father and son, Paul Glover Sr. and Jr., situated along the Now Show River. Witnesses provided signed affidavits affirming that they had seen a videotape depicting the girls being assaulted. One witness described a young girl with dirty blonde hair, tied by her wrists and kneeling, being subjected to assault in a house with a distinctive rock wall that he recognized as belonging to Chadwick. This witness claimed that when he later saw a television report about the missing girls, he recognized Loria Bible as the girl in the video. Other sources suggest that the girls may have been kept alive for up to a week following their abduction, and in the video, they were bound together and appeared malnourished. In 2001, authorities conducted searches of the Chadwick and Glover properties, uncovering VHS tapes, a roll of film, bloodstains, carpet samples, and evidence of a meth lab. However, nothing related to Luria and Ashley was found, and the bloodstains were determined to be non-human. In 2002, a Texas inmate sent a letter from death row to a newspaper confessing to the murders of the girls. Tommy Linsells, a notorious railway serial killer, had previously killed a 13-year-old girl in Delria, Texas, which was an 11-hour drive from Welch. However, when Sells was taken back to Oklahoma to locate the girls' bodies, it turned out he was lying and nothing was found. As the investigation progressed, 2 additional suspects were added to the list, namely Tommy Linsells and Jeremy Jones. Both confessed to committing murders, but not of Ashley and Luria. These confessions were related to other unrelated killings, leading to their eventual exclusion as suspects. A breakthrough in the case occurred when investigators discovered a box of documents which led them to an overlooked clue, an insurance verification card found by a private investigator named Tom Pryor. Pryor found the card in the Freeman's driveway shortly after the murders and traced it back to a woman living with a local drug dealer named Phil Welch. Pryor also found girls' clothing and rental receipts for a mobile home where Welch resided. Despite informing investigators about the card, it was not taken as evidence at the time. Instead, Pryor held onto it for nearly 2 decades hoping for a breakthrough. Eventually, Gary Stansel from the District 12 District Attorney's Office and Tammy Ferrari from the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation approached Pryor. This encounter was seen as a miracle. The investigators alleged that Welch, along with David Pennington and Ronnie Busick, murdered Ashley's parents due to a drug debt and subsequently kidnapped the teenagers, ultimately leading to their deaths. It is believed that Welch, Pennington, and Busick went to the property on the night in question to confront Danny Freeman about the debt. Welch concealed a loaded shotgun beneath his trench coat while Freeman had a loaded .357 caliber Magnum revolver resting on the table. Tragically, during their encounter, Freeman reached for his revolver and was fatally shot by Welch. Subsequently, Welch proceeded to the bedroom where he shot Kathy Freeman before moving her husband's lifeless body into the same room. Meanwhile, upon hearing the gunshots, the girls managed to escape through a back door and sought refuge in an open field remaining hidden on the ground. The 3 individuals proceeded to ransack the house, stealing money and marijuana before setting fire to the mobile home. As the flames engulfed the residence, the girls cautiously rose to their feet, only to be spotted, pursued, and ultimately captured by the 3 men. The girls were then transported in Pennington's truck along rural dirt roads covering a distance of 40 kilometers until they reached Welch's mobile home in Pitcher. Once there, the girls were bound and their mouths were stuffed with socks before being injected with methamphetamine by Welch. Among the 3 men involved, only Busick remains alive, vehemently denying any involvement in the girls' abductions and murders. In the summer of 2020, Busick pleaded guilty to being an accessory to the murders of Kathy and Danny, although the whereabouts of the missing teenagers still elude investigators, despite numerous attempts to locate their remains in mine shafts and crude cellars. Stansel, however, continues to hold on to hope that the girls' remains will eventually be discovered, providing closure for their grieving families. I simply cannot fathom that after coming this far, God would lead me to a dead end, expressed Stansel. Ronnie Busick, charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder, struck a deal and pleaded guilty to withholding information related to the case as well as being an accessory to first-degree murder. He received a 10-year prison sentence, along with 5 years of probation. The possibility of his release hinges on whether he assists the police in locating the girls' bodies. August 2014 today, we're in North Texas where we find 23-year-old Christina Morris. Her dad Mark said from a young age she just loved being around people and making friends, never want to be shy or hold back, and the first one to put her hand up or volunteer to do something. Her parents divorced when she was a baby and she lived mainly with her dad, stepmom Anna, and siblings, but always saw her mom Johnny, who called her the love of her life. And when Johnny remarried her stepdad Ronnie, Christina's family got even bigger, with her saying it was just like having 2 moms and 2 dads. Everyone was just that close. After getting her degree in marketing, she started working for an online dating service and had just been told she could start working in the photography department. Photography and design were big passions for her, and this was an exciting next step. Christina was in a year-long relationship with 23-year-old Hunter Foster, but the pair went back so much further, knowing each other since the 7th grade. They had been long distance for a while, as he was an aspiring model and actor spending time in New York. But now he was back in Texas, and they had started living together in an apartment in Fort Worth. The couple had definitely had their fair share of ups and downs. Being long distance had been challenging, and to go from that to living together had been an adjustment to say the least. Hunter was also out of work currently and partying a lot, and Christina was working all the time. There was a lot of pressure on her to support them both. Friday, August 29, 2014 was the start of Labor Day weekend, and people wanted to be out with friends celebrating and throwing parties. Christina was no exception. She and Hunter had been fighting that day, and from her car she called her friend Taylor to talk about the issues she was having with him, worrying about what their future realistically looked like. Taylor calmed her down, and Christina decided she wasn't going to let this ruin her night. She wanted to get dressed up, see her friends, and take her mind off things. She took a selfie in her car and then set off on the 45-minute drive from Fort Worth to Plano to meet some old friends from high school for a reunion. The first group gathered at an apartment belonging to Paulina Petrosky, and at around 11 p.m. they were having drinks in an area called the Shops at Legacy, firstly at Henry's Tavern, then another bar called Scruffy Duffy's. Christina, Paulina, and 2 more people, Sabrina Boss and Enrique Orochi, were all picked up on camera walking down a street at 11:35 p.m. When the last call for drinks rang out, they returned to Paulina's apartment with several more people from school. People at the party said everyone was pretty drunk, but Christina only had a couple of drinks in case she decided to drive home. She was also a little despondent because of the fighting with Hunter, and her mood was very up and down. At 2:12 a.m., Christina texted Hunter asking him to pick her up as she couldn't find her keys. But he was also out drinking with friends in downtown Dallas and didn't see her message. She was upset that she couldn't get hold of him and tried sending several more messages, but he didn't reply. She briefly contemplated staying over at Paulina's, but decided against it when she finally found her car keys. She wanted to see Hunter, sort things out, and was going to drive back. As her battery was on its final bars, she texted Hunter again saying, "I'm sorry. I really am sorry. Why can't you talk to me? Good night. I hope you're okay. Because I'm not. Phone's dead." Then she left Paulina's and started walking to her car. It was just before 4 a.m. and the night was definitely over for everyone. As people began to stir a few hours later, some slightly worse for wear, people were texting each other to make sure everyone got home okay. But Christina wasn't replying to anyone, and her phone was going straight to voicemail. She did have a shift that day, so maybe she was still sleeping or getting ready for work. But her shift came and went, and Christina was a no-show. A couple more days would pass, and she had now missed 2 shifts at work. Her friends contacted her mom, Johnny. She hadn't heard anything, and with a feeling in her stomach she had never had before, she called Hunter, who didn't answer, and her ex-husband, Mark, who did, but he was none the wiser. At 11 p.m. on the 2nd of September, a missing persons report was filed. Detectives went to Paulina's apartment, and she told them where Christina had left her car that night. When they got to the parking lot, alarmingly, her car was still there, parked up on the first floor, still locked. When Mark and Anna got there at about midnight, they opened it. Neither her phone nor bag were in there. There didn't appear to be any signs of a struggle nearby. Her car doors hadn't been forced open, and nothing appeared to have been dropped on the ground either. She definitely hadn't reached her car that night, so something had happened to her on the way. Paulina told police that she saw Christina leave her apartment with Enrique Orochi, but what happened after they left? She had no clue. What did she know about Enrique, they asked. The answer was very little. Paulina herself had only met Enrique a couple of months beforehand, and the only thing they had in common with him was the fact they went to school together, but hadn't ever really spoken. They knew his face, but they didn't really know anything about him. However, given the fact it was a school reunion, she had invited him along to join. Detectives gave Enrique a call, and he said he wanted to help as best he could. Unfortunately, though, his memory was hazy. That night he had about 10 shots, 5 or 6 beers, some Adderall and weed, and that was just what he could remember. He said he'd spoken only a few words to Christina over the evening. He added that when he mixed drinks, he sometimes blacked out and forgot big chunks of time. He said they left the apartment together, but they split up as they reached the end of the apartment complex. She walked off on her own in a different direction. Enrique remembered her making a phone call to someone and heard her raising her voice, although he didn't know the ins and outs. She had been fighting with Hunter all day, and police had to establish that he hadn't come to pick her up or meet her on the way and something bad had happened. He hadn't tried to make contact with her, and he hadn't reported her missing to anyone. Hunter told detectives that when she didn't come home, he assumed that she was staying with her parents, or maybe she had been picked up for a DUI. He'd lost his phone while he was out, which was why he was off the radar, and he said in general he was just distracted with other things. Records showed a call from Enrique's cell phone at 3:50 a.m. to Hunter. It seemed Christina was also trying to use his phone to get hold of him. The phone call was followed by 2 text messages, one at 3:53 a.m. and one at 3:55 a.m. They asked to look through Hunter's phone, but he said he felt uncomfortable handing it over and would rather leave the station if he was free to do so. They thought it was definitely an odd reaction to have, considering his girlfriend of a year was missing under quite serious circumstances, but given the fact they had been arguing, it was possible he just wanted to give them both space, and everything he was saying was totally plausible. And a few calls to his friends did completely rule him out. He could be accounted for all night and over the following days. Using cell phone pings and bank information, it was also confirmed that Hunter had not been near the Plano area at all. Later, it would turn out he had sold drugs to an undercover federal officer in downtown Dallas, which was why he did not want to hand over his phone, and which would also become part of his alibi. Police were at square one again and circled back to the people at the party. Enrique Orochi, even people at the party said it was really strange to hear his name in these circumstances. Enrique hadn't even paid attention to Christina that night. The pair had barely spoken. He was far more focused on another guest, Sabrina, the fourth and final person on the CCTV at 11:30 p.m., walking down the street to the bars. Things had got awkward at Paulina's apartment when Enrique refused to move off the seat because he wanted to sit next to Sabrina, getting angry when she didn't want to sit with him. Sabrina eventually went into the spare bedroom to sleep, and a few minutes later, Enrique followed her and saying, "Fine, I'll just go home." He then started getting ready to leave, tagging along with Christina as she was leaving too. Another guest and friend of Christina's, Steven, had called her about 10 minutes after she and Enrique left to see if she'd made it to her car. She told him that they were almost there and that she would text him when she was. At this point, she was not on her own, as Enrique had said. She was still with him. 5 minutes later, Steven texted her again to see if she got there, but she didn't reply and the messages were being delivered as green, indicating she had no service. This was further confirmed by CCTV, which had picked up both Enrique and Christina walking together. Firstly, just outside a bank heading in the direction of the parking lot, and secondly, just as they were walking into the parking area. A clip of CCTV can't always show a full picture, but police felt confident that it looked as if she was walking with Enrique willingly, sometimes even trailing behind him, and it didn't look like she was under any duress. Unfortunately, the cameras pointing at Christina's car on the inside was only activated by motion and nothing else was picked up. Nothing until 3 minutes later when another camera showed Enrique's car pulling out. But Christina's car never moved, and she never left on foot either. The only way for her to have left that building was in someone else's car. The only conclusion to draw was that it was Enrique's car she was in. The only other car that was picked up leaving the parking lot at around the same time was confirmed to be an Uber driver looking for his passenger. Both the driver and passenger could be accounted for as they followed more cameras and phone pings, and they confidently ruled both out. After they saw this footage, they asked Enrique to come into the station again. They pulled out a diagram of the parking area and told him to point to where everything had happened. He told them the same story and said he was parking in a totally different area, which would have required him to enter through a different way, and they had separated long before they got there. Police showed him the footage, knowing this was just not true. He suddenly went quiet, seemed a little surprised and hesitant, but then he had a change of story. and told the detectives that he and Christina had indeed walked to their cars together. The pair were in fact parked near each other, and perhaps during the night he had moved his car and forgotten. But still, police did not have any footage of her entering his car. No physical evidence at the scene and no motive for why he might be involved. Detectives asked to search his car, but he said he had a business meeting the next day, so he needed his car to be available for it. He had scratches and bruises on his body, bloodied knuckles, and a mark which police thought might be a bite. He said these were all injuries that came from fixing his car. A tire fell on him which bruised his arm, and in a rage he punched his car, leaving a dent in the side of it. But then he changed his story again and said he'd been in a fight but didn't say who with. When he finally let them look at his vehicle, it was clear it had been recently vacuumed and cleaned. They saw the dent he was referring to, but they didn't have a proper warrant to look any deeper. Enrique was allowed to leave again, and police said he was not considered a person of interest in her disappearance at this time. They were still waiting on phone data analysis and were hoping this would show where he went after he left the lot. Enrique was a manager at an Allen Sprint store and had a shift that Saturday at 8 a.m., just 4 hours after he was seen with Christina. When they spoke to his coworker, she said he was 3 hours late to start his shift, and when he got there it was pretty obvious that something wasn't right. They said he looked like S******, walked with a limp and was complaining his ribs hurt. He was out of sorts all day. The reason he was late was because he had stopped at a car wash beforehand. The cameras at the car wash showed Enrique staring at his trunk for a while before opening it, scrubbing it and cleaning everything out. It was now 5 days into the search, and helicopters and drones were scouting the Plano area too. There was not a single clue anywhere, and despite a huge push for the public to come forward, her family giving out flyers to anyone that passed, no one had any information. The reward had now increased to $25,000. Their last real shot was Enrique and Christina's phone data, which would show which towers they pinged off, and since they walked into the parking lot, their phones had both been pinging off the same cell phone towers. At 4:56 a.m., Enrique and Christina's phones were pinging off the same cell phone towers for over an hour since the CCTV footage. At that point, her phone ran out of battery, but his continued to ping off of towers for another 30 minutes before he got to his house. Enrique had made an hour-and-a-half ride in total. Enrique was sticking to his story and even decided to go to the media to tell it. Hunter, who had now been cleared, was speaking a little to Christina's parents and the media. He said he was emotionally unstable and was riddled with guilt that he hadn't gone to meet her that night, thinking that if he'd gone, this wouldn't have happened. Christina's family and friends took to protesting, wanting answers from Enrique. Mark said, "What we really wish is that Enrique would talk. I'm not accusing him of anything, but he has to know something. It just doesn't make any sense." Enrique said he wasn't hiding. He was protecting himself. He said, "I pray for them every single day. Me and my family do. When I go to church, I kneel down to God and say, please let them find Christina so this can all be over with." And in early November, Enrique was officially named as a suspect by Plano police. They said at this point he was not suspected to have hurt Christina, but he was being accused of interfering with the investigation. They now had a warrant to search and forensically examine his car, and DNA testing would finally give them what they needed. Christina's DNA was found inside the trunk of Enrique's car in several spots. It was such a large amount of DNA, it could not have been from a transfer. It could only have come from saliva or blood, and it was statistically impossible for the DNA to belong to anyone else. In December 2014, Enrique was arrested on aggravated kidnapping charges. Police said given what they had found and the fact there had been no activity on her accounts, they were presuming she was dead. But without her body, no idea how she had died or where she might be, the most they could charge him with was kidnapping. A month later, a grand jury indicted him on aggravated kidnapping charges and 4 counts of sexual assault of a child. In regards to the child abuse charges, police said the 22-year-old had had sex with a 16-year-old. He claimed he was dating at the time, but these charges were later dismissed. According to court records, the grand jury believed he intended to inflict bodily injury, sexually abuse, and terrorize Christina. by intentionally or knowingly abducting her by restricting the movements without her consent so as to interfere substantially with her liberty by secreting or holding her in a place where she was not likely to be found. Enrique pleaded not guilty, and the prosecutor said he was now facing the hardest case he'd ever taken on. Enrique opted not to testify. There were two theories investigators and prosecution had about what happened that night. Both theories are rooted in the belief that Enrique had made a pass at Cristina, possibly stemming from being rejected by Sabrina just minutes before and feeling embarrassed about it. The first theory was that Enrique had made this advance as they approached the cars, but Cristina rejected him, and in a drunken rage, he hit her, forced her into the trunk, and drove off. The large dent on the side of his car, he claimed, came from punching. It had possibly come from a struggle with Cristina. The marks on his knuckles had come from hitting her, not the car. Or, a theory that seems to hold more weight given the fact it was only a 3-minute window from them entering the parking area to Enrique driving out, was that he offered to take her back to Fort Worth, and she willingly got into his car, and on the way an altercation broke out. Either she realized he was driving the opposite way to where she would have needed to go and she knew she was in trouble, or he made an advance on her, or both. When she tried to escape, they fought, and he forced her into his trunk. They believe, given his injuries, a violent struggle had definitely taken place, and Cristina would have been dying or already dead at this point. Her dad said his daughter was really afraid of the dark, very claustrophobic, and the thought of her being in that position, scared, alone, and fearing for her life, was too much to think about. In a sick twist of fate, she probably would have felt comforted by Enrique walking to her car with her, as her family said her fear was so bad she had to sleep with the lights on. Enrique had previously said he thought that Hunter needed to be looked at closer and might have been behind what happened to Cristina. Even though Hunter had been eliminated from the investigation, he agreed to take the stand to testify about what he was doing the day she disappeared. Up until that point, he invoked the Fifth Amendment and hardly spoke about any of it, but this all changed when he himself was arrested just a week before Enrique. He was now serving time in prison after pleading guilty to conspiracy to distribute ecstasy, and the undercover police officer he sold drugs to on the night Cristina went missing resulted in a huge drugs bust. In an immunity deal, he agreed to give a truthful testimony in exchange for it not being held against him as it related to the federal drug violations. He said he knew he made a lot of mistakes and had a drug problem. Admitting his actions after she went missing didn't make him look good. He said rather than find out where she was, he carried on taking drugs with his friends and made some very bad choices. He was honest about the arguments they had had and the regrets he had about handling things, but he didn't have anything to do with what had happened to her and was deeply upset about the whole situation. The CCTV, the DNA, and phone data did present a strong case, and one detective testified that he had found many images and videos of women depicting rape, being tied up, being mutilated, and tortured on Enrique's phone as well. Enrique's defense team said they could pick everything apart. They argued that both Enrique's car and Cristina's car were processed at the same lab, meaning there could have been cross-contamination. There was no CCTV which showed her getting into his vehicle, and the cell phone tower pings weren't always 100% accurate. In September 2016, the jury returned their verdict after almost 2 days of back and forth. He was found guilty of the first-degree crime of aggravated kidnapping. Enrique later appealed his sentence and asked for a new trial, but this was denied. From prison, he gave an interview and said, "I want to apologize to the Morris family for not being able to help them. My family and I are constantly praying for them and for Cristina's well-being." He declined to talk about what happened after they entered the parking lot, or the DNA in his trunk. "I don't know how that got there. Could have been cross-contamination. They could have just planted it there because they didn't have any other suspect." Enrique said that the case against him was mostly circumstantial and still says that the police should have focused more on Hunter. "I put my life in God's hands," he said. "He knows when I'll be getting out. It's up to him, really. I believe there is such a thing as justice. It's not fair to do time for something I didn't commit. I'm gonna fight until I die." To that, Cristina's family responded, "We'll keep fighting back." As good as her family felt about the sentence, it didn't answer their biggest question. Where was Cristina? Her family spent every day searching for her. Her dad often out by himself come rain or shine, working his way through the vast areas of bushland. Her mother moved across the state to make searching for her daughter a full-time thing, giving up her job in the process. Despite police believing she was dead, Christina's family really believed she was alive and likely being held against her will somewhere. Her mother, Johnny, carried on leaving her voicemails, wrote to her daily, reached out to her on Facebook, typing out all her thoughts and feelings and everything that her daughter had been missing back home. 4 years since Christina had vanished and 2 years since Enrique was sentenced, in March 2018, investigators went back to an area they had already searched once before, and it was here, in a rural area of Anna, Texas, near a construction site, skeletal remains were found. They were now building new houses in the area and digging things up, and a construction worker had found a human skull. Alongside the bones were some items of clothing. The bones and clothing were soon positively identified as 23-year-old Christina Morris's. But 4 years later, it was impossible to determine how she had been killed. Despite the fact they had found her, so far no additional charges have been filed against Enrique. One lawyer said, would need to be another kidnapping conviction for him to be convicted of capital murder. A capital murder charge with a possible death sentence in a new case is not likely for Orochi, since he's already been tried for kidnapping. Charging for that again would require a capital case, but that is forbidden by double jeopardy rules. He is already serving life and nothing will extend this sentence, even if it does go to trial again and he is found guilty of murder. And as we all know now, the pandemic was just around the corner, which pushed everything back significantly. At the writing of this episode, Enrique has still never admitted to anything, so what happened that early morning remains in the dark. Christina's mom said she knew her daughter would be proud of them for never giving up on their search, and now they could finally bring her home. They could rest knowing she was at peace. Her stepmom Anna said, we have a place now to go be with her and talk to her, but this isn't the way we wanted it to end. But there is some measure of peace in the fact that we do have her. Christina's sister Sarah reiterated this and added, we never wanted closure, even if there was such a thing. We only wanted Christina. Nicole, born on July 4, 1980 in Erkelenz, Germany, had a complex family background. Raised by her mother, Angelika Tetmeyer, it was later revealed that Nicole was the result of an extramarital affair. However, a paternity test confirmed that a married man from their village was her biological father. Unfortunately, Nicole never had the opportunity to develop a relationship with him. A few months after her birth, Angelika met musician Ad van den Herk and they eventually got married and moved to Eindhoven in the Netherlands. Ad also had a son named Andy from a previous marriage and together they formed a blended family. However, their marriage did not last long due to Angelika's severe mental health issues. She often isolated herself and battled with depression. In 1989, Angelika and Ad divorced when Nicole was 8 years old. Ad sought primary custody of Nicole, claiming that Angelika was unfit to raise their daughter. He was granted full custody and raised both Nicole and Andy. As a musician, Ad frequently traveled, which meant that Nicole and Andy spent most of their time with their grandmother. Despite Angelika's mental health struggles, she and Nicole did not have a typical mother-daughter relationship. Eventually, Ad met another musician named Yolanda, whom he married. Yolanda integrated well into the family, and they continued their musical careers together. However, their busy touring schedule meant that Nicole and Andy were primarily raised by their grandmother in Eindhoven. Nicole had a strong bond with her grandmother and didn't mind this arrangement. Tragedy struck Nicole's life after Ad remarried and when Angelika, who still harbored feelings for him, succumbed to her depression and took her own life in April 1995. This devastating loss shattered Nicole as she had hoped to mend her relationship with her mother. However, Nicole's family and friends intervened and prevented her from falling into a state of depression that could have led her down a dangerous path, similar to her mother. Ad made it a priority to provide comfort and support to Nicole, while her friends also stepped in to form a much-needed support system. Nicole focused her mind and secured a job at a bakery in Wanstal, keeping herself occupied and preventing intrusive thoughts from taking over. Her loved ones described her as a trustworthy, responsible individual with admirable qualities. However, on October 6, 1995, these very traits raised concerns. Nicole left her grandmother's house early in the morning and rode her bike to work, a routine she never deviated from without a valid reason. When she failed to show up for work, her manager and the bakery owner contacted the police to report her disappearance. The police then reached out to her grandmother and father, who confirmed that Nicole had left for work as usual. A thorough search was initiated, with the police questioning people in the area and scouring the surroundings for any sign of Nicole or her bike. It wasn't until later that evening that Nicole's bicycle was discovered along the bank of the Damel River. There was no trace of Nicole or her belongings. As investigators delved into Nicole's background, they considered the possibility that she had run away, a behavior sometimes exhibited by teenagers. However, her father dismissed this notion, stating that Nicole had not shown any signs of rebellion or a desire to leave. The search persisted, and on October 19, 1995, Nicole's backpack was found near the Eindhoven Canal. The investigators received numerous tips, amounting to almost 300 leads. Then, on October 24, 1995, a man contacted the police station, claiming to have information about the person responsible for Nicole's murder. The call abruptly ended before it could be traced, leaving investigators with more questions than answers. This completely changed the direction of the investigation. Police began interviewing Nicole's friends and family extensively, meticulously examining all the evidence in hopes of finding a breakthrough in the case. Yolanda, Nicole's stepmother, reportedly reached out to psychics out of frustration over Nicole's disappearance, adding to the complexity of the situation. They were advised to focus their search on 2 specific canals with the assistance of search and rescue police dogs. Investigators thoroughly searched the areas where Nicole might have potentially gone, but unfortunately, there was no sign of her. However, everything changed on November 22, 1995. A hiker passing through the woods between Mierlo and Lierop stumbled upon human remains. He quickly alerted the local authorities in the nearby town. The police arrived at the scene and already had suspicions about the identity of the remains. Through forensic testing, the remains were confirmed to be those of Nicole van den Herk, bringing the search to a tragic end. An autopsy revealed that Nicole had suffered multiple injuries, including fractures to her jaw, head injuries, and injuries to her fingers. She had also been sexually assaulted and fatally stabbed with a small knife, which caused a broken rib and internal bleeding leading to her death. The news that there was no evidence to identify her killer devastated her family even further. Nicole's funeral, held on November 28, 1995, was attended by a large number of mourners who wanted to pay their final respects to the beautiful blonde teenager. However, this was just the beginning of a long and arduous journey towards justice. Although Nicole's boyfriend at the time was interviewed, his identity and photo were not released due to his status as a minor. He was eventually cleared of any involvement in her murder, due to the lack of evidence. In January 1996, the police took a different approach by broadcasting the anonymous man's phone call on national television, hoping that someone would recognize the voice and come forward. Regrettably, this strategy did not yield any results. The situation was becoming dire until authorities stumbled upon a new lead. A friend of the van der Herk family, Celine Hartogs, was apprehended in Miami in February 1996 for drug trafficking. During her interrogation, she implicated the men she had been associated with in Nicole's alleged murder. She claimed that due to her knowledge of the crime, she was coerced into becoming a drug courier to safeguard her own life. Initially, Ad believed her and supported her assertions. However, as time passed, her narratives became increasingly fanciful. Upon further questioning, the police were able to unravel her fabrications and expose the flaws in her story. It was revealed that she had concocted the tale in an attempt to reduce her own prison sentence. Ad distanced himself from her account and continued his quest for answers in Nicole's demise. Both Ad and Andy were brought in for questioning between May and June 1996 regarding Nicole's murder, causing a stir in the small town. Despite the shock of investigating family members, the community remained steadfast in their belief that neither man could be involved. Following extensive interrogations, both Ad and Andy were cleared and released due to the lack of evidence linking them to the crime. Despite the increasing reward for information on Nicole's murder, no substantial leads materialized. The case grew colder as the years passed, with fewer investigators dedicated to solving it. In 2004, a new team of cold case detectives revisited the investigation, but once again, their efforts did not yield any breakthroughs. Nicole's death remained a mystery, gathering dust as time went by without any new developments. The family continued to grapple with the aftermath of Nicole's tragic passing, particularly impacting Andy, who shared a close bond with his stepsister despite being only 5 years her senior. After experiencing the tragic losses of Angelica and Nicole, he began to face psychological challenges. He turned to alcohol as a coping mechanism and battled with depression. Since Nicole's murder, he had distanced himself from his family and eventually decided to move to England in order to escape the painful reminders and memories associated with Nicole and the tragedy they endured. Meanwhile, remained in the Netherlands focusing on his music career and hoping for a miracle that would bring justice to Nicole's murder. However, Ad and Yolanda eventually separated and went their separate ways. Ad relocated to Spain but maintained contact with Andy through phone calls. Unfortunately, the emotional toll of Nicole's untimely demise strained their relationship over time. The situation reached a boiling point on March 8, 2011, when Andy made a shocking announcement on Facebook confessing to the murder of his sister and stating that he would be arrested. This post quickly gained attention and was shared numerous times. British police promptly arrested Andy, and he repeated his confession while in custody. As a result, Andy was extradited back to the Netherlands to face trial for Nicole's murder. Upon his return, Andy was detained in jail and denied contact with anyone, including his family. This unexpected turn of events added a significant twist to the case, but the challenge was that there was no evidence beyond the confession made on Facebook. The police interviewed Ad regarding his son's confession, and surprisingly, Ad did not believe that Andy was telling the truth. He suspected that Andy was merely seeking attention following the media frenzy surrounding Nicole's case. Yolanda was also interviewed after this unexpected development, but she had little to contribute in terms of evidence. She believed that there must be an underlying motive behind Andy's heinous crime, as she couldn't fathom why he would commit such an act without any apparent reason. However, this initial shocking statement was just the beginning of Andy's revelations. Shortly after, he was released from custody due to lack of evidence. Andy proceeded to make another incriminating claim, stating that he did not actually kill his sister, but wanted to draw attention back to her case after all these years. It was at this point that he dropped another bombshell, confessing that he had been burdened by a secret that was eating away at him. According to Andy, he knew the identity of Nicole's killer, his own father, Ad. Andy went on to make serious allegations against Ad, accusing him of raping Nicole and impregnating her. In an attempt to conceal his crimes, Andy claimed that Ad and he then conspired to murder her in order to keep the truth hidden. Ad, taken aback by these accusations, vehemently denied any involvement in Nicole's murder. He professed his love for Nicole, treating her as his own daughter, and insisted that he never wished her any harm. These shocking allegations, combined with the fact that both Ad and Andy had been considered persons of interest during the investigation, prompted authorities to exhume Nicole's body for further DNA testing. On September 9, 2011, her remains were exhumed and sent to the Netherlands Forensic Institute for analysis. Andy's confessions had created a whirlwind of doubt, compelling investigators to leave no stone unturned in their pursuit of the truth. During the examination, 3 distinct DNA profiles were extracted from a single trace of sperm. As a result, the case was reopened in late 2012, with forensic specialists from New Zealand's Institute of Environmental Science and Research in Auckland being called upon for assistance. With their expertise, the different DNA samples found on Nicole's body were separated and tested. A mathematical and statistical approach was then employed to determine the most prominent DNA profile and establish a true positive match. The 3 DNA samples were identified as male, and now it was up to Dutch investigators to go back and test the results against those of the suspects, which included Ad and Andy. One of the samples belonged to Nicole's then-boyfriend, who was ruled out due to a solid alibi from previous interviews. The second profile was allegedly unknown. However, in some reports it was said to be Andy's. Police never confirmed those reports. The third profile yielded some interesting results. On January 14, 2014, 46-year-old Jos DeG was arrested at his home in Helmand, a city in Eindhoven. Finding his DNA on Nicole could have meant anything, but police were not giving up so easily. After a lengthy interrogation, investigators learned from DeG that on the day of Nicole's disappearance, he'd had an argument with a girlfriend before storming out of the house. Investigators placed the clues together and believed that DeG may have seen Nicole on her way to work and in that moment of anger unleashed his frustration on the young woman. These may have just been a theory, but DeG did have a history. DeG was previously convicted of 3 sexually motivated crimes. The first incident involved a 20-year-old woman who was violently raped after DeG grabbed her off her bicycle and took her to a remote area to carry out the crime. This scenario was similar to Nicole's in every way apart from the stabbing. The second 2 incidents involved an ex-girlfriend who he sexually abused in her own home. It was also noted that DeG suffered from mental health problems and had been institutionalized and received psychiatric treatment. The discovery of the new suspect meant that Andy had been playing a very dangerous game. After DeG's name was added to the investigation, and he confessed that the entire Facebook post and accusations leveled against his father were a publicity stunt to reopen the investigation. Since Nicole's death, Andy had been developing a plan and making inquiries about DNA testing and exhumation. Over the years, he had approached the police multiple times, seeking their assistance in exhuming and retesting the DNA evidence he believed would be present on Nicole's body. With advancements in technology since her tragic murder in 1995, he felt it was the right time to take action. Despite the risk of damaging his own reputation, he was determined to seek justice for his beloved sister. Andy understood the bureaucratic obstacles surrounding exhumation policies and knew he had to provide a compelling reason for investigators to retest the evidence. His gamble paid off and he was hailed as a hero for his bravery. However, the aftermath of these events strained his relationship with his father, Ad, who found it difficult to forget the shock. Nevertheless, their efforts led to the trial of the man they believed to be Nicole's killer. The trial began in April 2014 and unfolded with unexpected twists. DeG's lawyer disputed the DNA evidence, suggesting that other male profiles found on Nicole's exhumed body could belong to the real culprit. The defense argued that Nicole and DeG may have had a consensual relationship, highlighting her multiple sexual partners and the possibility of her being pregnant at the time of her death. The prosecution countered these claims, asserting that Nicole was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. They acknowledged that there was no clear motive for her murder other than being a victim of opportunity, allowing DeG to unleash his pent-up anger. The defense remained steadfast in their belief that the other DNA profiles belonged to the true perpetrator. DeG's trial for manslaughter and rape charges commenced on November 2, 2015. The prosecution presented 2 witnesses who claimed to have confessed to the crime. However, the defense team of DeG put forth the argument that the witnesses who had been institutionalized alongside DeG at the time were merely confessing in order to take advantage of the €15,000 reward that was being offered for additional information. Additionally, the defense emphasized that the DNA evidence had been poorly stored and advocated for the reanalysis of the samples. Despite the prosecution's claim that this was a delay tactic, the court agreed to conduct the tests once again, this time by a new team of forensic experts. As a result, the trial was postponed until the following year. In April 2016, the new forensics team presented their findings, which confirmed that DeG was the most likely suspect. Consequently, on October 12, 2016, the trial resumed with the introduction of this new evidence. Undoubtedly, this was an extremely distressing process for the family involved. The prosecution argued that DeG should be sentenced to 14 years in prison for the manslaughter and rape of Nicole, as it was highly improbable that a consensual relationship could have existed between DeG and Nicole, given his background. They asserted that Nicole would not have willingly entered into a relationship with him. After careful consideration, and considering the fact that 2 separate DNA tests conducted by different teams pointed to DeG as the most likely suspect, DeG's acquittal was overturned on October 9, 2018, and he was sentenced to 12 years for the rape and manslaughter of Nicole. Following the conviction, life gradually returned to normal for the Van den Herk family. Both Andy and Ad were proven innocent through DNA results, providing them with a sense of relief. Andy returned to England and attempted to live the remainder of his life as normally as possible. However, in May 2022, another tragic event unfolded. Andy's neighbors began to notice his absence and became concerned, prompting them to request a welfare check by the police. Upon arrival, the police knocked on Andy's door but received no response, ultimately leading them to forcibly enter his apartment. They were met with a putrid odor and proceeded to search the bedroom, where they discovered Andy's lifeless body on his bed. Numerous bottles of alcohol and prescription drugs were found near him. It has been established subsequently that Andy took his own life, as confirmed by toxicology reports, which revealed an excessive consumption of alcohol and drugs leading to a fatal heart attack. Investigators concluded that the immense pressure resulting from Nicole's murder and the subsequent pursuit of justice overwhelmed Andy, making it difficult for him to cope with the harsh reality. Considering his previous battles with mental health issues, it is believed that his depression ultimately took its toll on him. David Till, born on August 21, 1958, and Brian Ogden, born on January 16, 1958, formed an unbreakable bond during their childhood in Detroit, Michigan. Their paths first crossed as Boy Scouts, and from that moment on, they were inseparable. As they grew older, their friendship only grew stronger as they shared countless experiences together, such as card games, hunting trips, and outdoor escapades. In 1985, at the age of 27, both David and Brian embarked on a life-changing journey. On November 22, 1985, David and Brian set off towards David's family hunting cabin in White Cloud, Michigan, with the intention of going deer hunting. Starting from Brian's home in St. Cloud Shores, David picked him up after Brian cashed a $50 check. Their initial plan was to visit a friend in Mio, located 150 miles to the east, before heading to the hunting grounds near David's family cabin. However, fate had a different plan in store for them. Unfortunately, they never reached their friend's house or the hunting cabin. Their disappearance remained a baffling mystery, as authorities could find no logical reason for them to vanish willingly. Although there was no concrete evidence that David and Brian arrived at the hunting cabin in White Cloud that night, several witnesses reported seeing them and their Bronco at a tavern in Mio. This suggested that an incident may have taken place there. Despite extensive searches in the woods, no trace of the men, their vehicle, or any indication of an accident or getting lost was found. Both David and Brian were Caucasian, with David working as a skilled machinist and Brian as a mechanic. Their absence from their homes on Sunday night and failure to show up for work on Monday, November 25, 1985, caused great concern among their families, as they were known for their dependability. In the days and weeks that followed, their families took proactive steps, engaging with the media and law enforcement agencies, distributing flyers showcasing David and Brian's images, along with David's Bronco. They even enlisted TV stations to broadcast descriptions of both men statewide. David was depicted as having brown hair, green eyes, and a beard, while Brian sported sandy brown hair, brown eyes, and a mustache. With their details widely disseminated, David and Brian became the focus of numerous false sightings, particularly in the White Cloud area. However, David's father, along with other relatives at the cabin, knew they had not reached their intended destination. A man living northwest of Mio confirmed seeing David and Brian, who were seeking directions to a friend's residence near Luzerne on Friday, November 22, 1985. Despite this lead, when detectives contacted the friend, he stated that David and Brian never made it to his place. The friend even underwent a lie detector test to verify his credibility, which he successfully passed. Further inquiries revealed sightings of David and Brian in bars and eateries across Mio during the weekend they disappeared. Nevertheless, authorities could not determine where they spent their nights or pinpoint the exact timing of their disappearance, whether it happened on Saturday or Sunday night. With no clues leading to David or Brian and no evidence of foul play, the investigation into their enigmatic disappearance gradually lost momentum over the years, eventually going cold. However, in 1990, investigators received a crucial tip from an informant regarding the night David and Brian vanished. According to the informant, the two close friends had visited Linker's Lounge near Mio, where they consumed copious amounts of alcohol and eventually got into a physical altercation with another group, which included two brothers, Junior Raymond Duval, also known as Junior, and Donald Duval, also known as Coco. The remark was made, one should witness the expression on someone's face when we did the other one, and they had mentioned that they fed them to the pigs. Despite this lead, authorities lacked sufficient evidence to proceed until 1999, when Detective Lesniewski uncovered a crucial witness, Barbara Boudreau, who had been harboring a secret for an extended period. In early 1999, Barbara and her friend, Ruth Fawcett, were enjoying some drinks. As they laughed and discussed their lives, Barbara decided to confide in Ruth. She disclosed that she had witnessed what happened to David and Brian all those years ago in 1985. Ruth was taken aback and immediately urged Barbara to inform the police. However, Barbara expressed reluctance to cooperate due to concerns for her safety. Recognizing the importance of Barbara's information, Ruth took it upon herself to alert the investigators, including Detective Lesniewski. Although Ruth couldn't provide Barbara's exact address, she provided a general location to the authorities. Armed with this information, Detective Lesniewski conducted a thorough search, eventually finding Barbara's secluded residence in the woods on March 5, 1999. Despite the passage of more than 13 years since the disappearance of the two men, Lesniewski's determination led him to be the first person to locate and question Barbara. Upon realizing the purpose of Lesniewski's visit, Barbara was overwhelmed with fear and began trembling intensely, causing Detective Lesniewski to worry she might be having an epileptic seizure. In a state of panic, she repeatedly screamed at Detective Lesniewski, demanding that he leave or else she would be killed. Barbara even tried to slam the door shut, but Lesniewski swiftly blocked it with his foot and calmly entered while offering words of reassurance. Despite her ongoing trembling and tears, Barbara continued to express the same fear repeatedly, that Lesniewski's presence would endanger her life and that he needed to leave her residence. He implored her for assistance, assuring her that he would dedicate the rest of his life to solving the murders. Although Barbara sensed his genuine sincerity, she initially only revealed the events that occurred at the bar and mentioned hearing screams later that night near her house in the woods. Lesniewski detected that Barbara was withholding vital information and understood that he needed to earn her trust in order to obtain the complete story from her. Over the course of nearly 2.5 years, he diligently worked to build her trust through various acts of aid, such as repairing her roof, chopping firewood, and fixing a fence. It wasn't until 2003 that Barbara finally agreed to sit down for a comprehensive interrogation. During this session, she paused, turned off Lesniewski's tape recorder and confessed, I was there, don't you? I witnessed everything." She then proceeded to recount the horrifying details of David and Brian's tragic fate, which she had witnessed alongside a friend who was no longer present. "When I went to the Attorney General, I swore to tell the truth, which I did to some extent, until near the end when I said, I can never reveal the whole truth, and they stopped the recording." She recalled the time she spent at Linker's Lounge on that fateful night when David and Brian disappeared. She remembered being in the company of her friend, Ronnie Emery, and the two of them were playing pool and enjoying drinks. They were there to celebrate Ronnie's first successful hunt. Amidst the celebratory atmosphere, Barbara noticed two intoxicated men causing a disturbance in the lounge. It turned out to be David and Brian, who were engaged in a heated argument with other patrons. Shortly after, Donald and Raymond Duval entered the establishment accompanied by another individual, and tensions escalated. Following a confrontation with David and Brian, there was an unpleasant exchange of words and actions. Sensing that the situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control, Barbara intervened and threatened to involve law enforcement. Things appeared to settle into a state of tranquility, albeit briefly. However, it was merely a fleeting respite. Barbara and Ronnie, recognizing the need to depart, made the decision to return to her nearby abode. Little did they know that their evening would take a sinister turn, as disconcerting sounds emanated from the woods adjacent to her dwelling. The night air carried the echoes of screams, shouts, and the chilling metallic reverberations that pierced through the darkness. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Barbara and Ronnie stealthily slipped out through the rear entrance, careful not to attract any unwanted attention, and embarked on a journey into the enigmatic woods. Their path through the snow-covered terrain led them to a haunting spectacle. Congregation of men gathered in a clearing, their countenances illuminated by the gentle radiance of the moon and the harsh glare of truck lights. Amidst this assembly, Raymond and Donald Duvall found themselves embroiled in a fervent exchange, their voices carrying across the field in the stillness of the night. During her testimony, Barbara recounted a traumatic scene where the two men restrained Brian, while others callously assaulted David. The haunting sound of those metallic pings, reminiscent of an aluminum bat striking a softball, resonated in Barbara's ears. Donald Duvall, armed with an aluminum baseball bat, unleashed a relentless onslaught of savage blows upon David, who pleaded desperately for mercy. Amidst David's anguished cries and futile attempts to evade the merciless swings, the sickening thud of the bat striking his skull reverberated through the air, akin to the shattering of a pumpkin upon unyielding concrete. As the violence unfolded, Brian managed to momentarily break free, only to be ruthlessly apprehended and dragged back to the field by his assailants, who taunted him mercilessly for his terror-induced loss of control. They subjected him to an unrelenting barrage of kicks, blows, and strikes until his resistance waned and he succumbed to their heartless onslaught. With both victims incapacitated, their attackers Raymond and Donald Duvall heartlessly loaded their lifeless bodies into a vehicle, causing Ronnie and Barbara to flee in terror back to her residence. Their escape, however, did not shield them from the ominous threat that soon followed. A mysterious visitor, unknown to Barbara, arrived at her door and delivered a chilling warning that would leave her scared for the rest of her life. The man said, "And you don't know anything. If you ever open your mouth, you'll be killed. Pigs gotta eat too." In the years that followed, the Duvalls occasionally stopped by Barbara's house to repeat their threats and make sure that she remained silent. Their visits grew more frequent whenever the investigation heated up. Living in constant fear for the next 18 years, Barbara harbored her secrets and revealed them only to a select few, including Smith, a sheriff's deputy with whom she had shared a romantic relationship in the past. Despite her attempts to seek solace and validation, Smith treated Barbara's revelations with skepticism and dismissal, leaving her isolated and vulnerable. However, with the truth finally laid out, Barbara felt as if a huge burden had been lifted off her chest. Now that Barbara's long-held silence was shattered, there was a chance that the perpetrators would be brought to justice, offering a glimmer of closure amidst the shadows of the past. After Barbara's confession, numerous witnesses stepped forward, each adding another layer of horror to the tragic tale of David and Brian's demise. According to these accounts, Raymond and Donald Duvall were not only responsible for the merciless murders, but also callously bragged about their grisly actions. Some witnesses spoke of chilling conversations where the Duvall brothers boasted about dismembering the victims and disposing of their bodies by feeding them to pigs. Others recounted verbal threats made by Raymond, warning of similar fates for those who dared to speak out against them. Raymond's son's girlfriend, who served as a witness, recounted a deeply unsettling encounter where Raymond not only admitted to the killings, but also made threats against her safety. Similarly, during their relationship, Donald's girlfriend revealed horrifying confessions made in fits of rage, accompanied by acts of violence and manipulation to ensure her silence. Furthermore, multiple witnesses recalled seeing Rex, another brother in the Duvall family, driving David's Bronco in the days following the murders, adding another layer of suspicion to the already sinister narrative. These testimonies painted a bleak picture of the Duvall brothers, illustrating a history tainted by a wide range of criminal activities from poaching to murder. This further emphasized the profound darkness that lurked within their family. Another Duvall brother admitted that while he did not personally commit the killings, he assisted in transporting the victims' bodies. Additionally, suspicions arose regarding Kenny, another member of the Duvall family, who allegedly dismantled David's Bronco and sold its parts for profit. Kenny's involvement was detailed in a recorded interview with law enforcement, but conveniently, during his court testimony, he seemed to suffer from selective memory loss. Raymond and Donald were charged and arrested in 2003, facing trial for the murders of David and Brian in October of the same year. Despite their claims of innocence and denial of any connection to the victims, the weight of evidence, including Barbara's testimony and statements from 6 other witnesses, proved decisive. Consequently, the Duval brothers were found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In January 2004, a poignant memorial service took place at St. Raymond's Church in Detroit honoring the memories of both David and Brian. This service provided solace and closure to the grieving loved ones and members of the community alike. Regrettably, the bodies of both David and Brian have yet to be found along with their personal possessions such as wallets, identification papers, luggage and David's 1984 Bronco. Barbara's revelations also indicate the participation of at least 3 more individuals in the attack on the victims, although no additional individuals implicated in the case have faced any charges thus far. 51-year-old Angela Best was a devoted mother of 4 and also a grandmother. She was described as loyal and fun, gentle and generous. She was also referred to as being the life and soul of her family. She was the kind of person that would help anybody in need. She had moved to Tottenham, London from Manchester and had been there for years. In 1996, at a city in Guilds Court on furniture restoration, she met a man called Theodore Johnson. They soon began a romantic relationship and moved in with each other. But the relationship was not smooth sailing. Theodore exhibited controlling behaviors and was physically abusive to Angela on more than one occasion after she had confronted him about infidelity. In September 2016, after being together for almost 20 years, a chance discovery would change everything. At their home, Angela found a letter. It had been written by Theodore. The contents of it were disturbing and shocking. He had written out a confession detailing how he had killed a previous partner. Angela was stunned and could not believe what she was reading. This was her partner of nearly 2 decades, someone she had shared so much with and been there for. Knowing that she could not keep this to herself, she decided to confront him. She asked him what this was about and what was going on. He admitted that what he had written was true. He had killed one of his previous partners, but the disturbing confession did not stop there. This was not his only conviction for taking someone's life. 64-year-old Theodore Johnson was originally from Jamaica and was one of 11 children. He had worked on a banana plantation and moved to the United Kingdom in September 1980 to be with his wife, 23-year-old Yvonne, with whom he shared 2 sons. He got a job as a car mechanic while she worked in a factory, and they seemed to be doing well starting their new life in the UK, living in a block of flats in Wolverhampton. But just a few months later this would all change. May 1981, everything seemed normal in Wolverhampton. It was a Sunday, so there wasn't much to do, apart from relax and get ready for the upcoming week. The neighbor in the flat next door to Theodore and Yvonne heard what appeared to be a tussle going on in their flat. As the neighbor went out into the living room to look out of the window, he saw residents of the neighboring flat block looking over to where he lived. An ambulance was driving up towards the block of flats. On the concrete ground at the bottom of the flat block, Yvonne lay in a critical condition after plunging from the 9th floor. Despite the best efforts of the medical staff, she would soon die as a result of her injuries. As the police began to investigate, witnesses who had seen what had happened made it very clear she had not fallen in some sort of tragic accident or misadventure. She had been deliberately thrown off the balcony by Theodore. She had grabbed onto the balcony and tried to hang on, but her grip loosened, and she fell 9 stories. Theodore did nothing and watched her fall. It emerged that an argument had broken out as they had been due to go to church, and Yvonne hadn't wanted him to go as he was not dressed smartly enough. Theodore had smashed her over the head with a vase and the argument had moved out onto the balcony. Theodore was arrested and charged with murder. He was sent to Birmingham prison to await his trial date. While in prison, he wrote to his neighbors, telling them that Yvonne had been abusive and violent with him, and he had snapped and fought back after the argument had broke out. He said that he had used the vase to hit her over the head, and after the fight had moved out onto the balcony, he had pushed her off. Theodore knew that the prison guards would read any correspondence going to and from his cell, and would also be aware of its contents. He was trying to paint the picture that he was the victim. Not only this, but if he could argue that he was provoked, this could mean he would face a lesser charge of manslaughter. During the trial, his neighbors were never called to testify about their experience of living next door to Yvonne and Theodore. They had never heard any altercations or anything that backed up Theodore's claim of provocation and being abused by his wife. Theodore said that his wife would nag him to do chores, which was something the judge would actually refer to in his sentencing remarks. A police officer would stand up in court and say that Theodore Johnson was a victim of domestic violence. The jury was swayed. He was convicted of manslaughter by reason of provocation in November 1981 at Stafford Crown Court. The judge said that Theodore was a battered husband and that Yvonne had been violent towards him, hitting him with a broom. He served just 3 years in prison. After his release, he went on to start another relationship with a woman called Yvonne Bennett, and they lived together in Low Hill, Wolverhampton. They would also go on to have a daughter. Yvonne's sister, Janet, took an immediate dislike to Theodore and described him as controlling. Yvonne would eventually move to Holloway, London, to get away from him. Janet said, "Personally, we didn't get on. We were arch enemies. He was very controlling, which was one of the problems with my sister. He told her who to talk to and where to go. I tried to encourage her to leave him. She went back. That was the whole idea of going to London in the first place. She left him in Low Hill, but he followed her all the way to London. She could not get rid of him. Neither she nor Yvonne knew about his previous conviction." Janet said she had found out from Theodore's family in Jamaica about just how violent he was, and that he had a conviction relating to the death of his first wife. Janet would later say, "They said, 'Get the police involved. This man is dangerous.' I went to the authorities, but they took no notice." Neighbors would say that he kept a very close eye on Yvonne, was very controlling, and they could also hear loud arguments between the two of them. The police would be called out on at least one occasion. Alongside the violence, he would also make threats to harm himself to keep his partners under his control. Yvonne and Theodore eventually separated after he found out she was seeing someone else. But rather than accept the relationship was over, Theodore began stalking her. Yvonne went to the police in Finsbury Park to try and get their help and get him out of the home they shared. Janet also went down to London to help her sister and stayed there for 3 weeks before leaving. A few days later, everything would change. September 1992. Theodore was back at the property on the 6 acres estate in Finsbury Park. Still refusing to leave her alone, he had given her a box of chocolates to try and win her back, which, like all of his other attempts, she refused. Then, while their 2-year-old daughter slept nearby, Theodore strangled Yvonne with his belt. He then called the police from a phone box to confess to what he had done. Within minutes, the police were on scene and found the distraught, crying child, just yards away from her mother's body. Nothing could be done, and Yvonne was already dead. They then went on the hunt for Theodore. He would soon come up on their radar as he had gone to try and end his life in a park in Barnet. But this attempt was unsuccessful. Some investigators believe that this attempt on his life was not a genuine one that was driven by regret over what he had done. More so that it was an attempt to paint himself as a victim and be emotionally manipulative. He was arrested and charged with murder. When the police officers looked into his criminal history, they were stunned to find that he had a previous conviction in relation to the death of another intimate partner. The investigating officers were confident that they would be able to secure a conviction for murder. The legal staff were then asked to go to the Old Bailey courthouse in London, as Theodore Johnson was going to enter a plea. Medical reports were submitted and the prosecution accepted that he had both a personality disorder and depression, evidenced by the attempt he made on his own life. In March 1993, he entered a plea of guilty to the charge of manslaughter instead of murder, and it was manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. He was given an indefinite hospital order with restrictions under Sections 37 and 41 of the Mental Health Act. The judge described Theodore Johnson as not a violent man. In September the following year, he was already out of the hospital for the first time on an escorted community parole. Stunned members of Yvonne Bennett's family actually saw him on one occasion out with a member of staff. They could not believe he was already being allowed out of the hospital, and neither could the police who had investigated Yvonne Bennett's death. By mid-1995, he was allowed to join a City and Guilds course on restoring furniture, which gave him 2 days a week of unescorted leave. After he had successfully convinced the hospital staff that he posed no danger to the public. This was a man who had killed 2 people, being allowed out of hospital after just a few years. A twice-convicted killer was allowed on unescorted leave and staff had no idea what he was up to. It was on this city and guild's course that he met Angela Best. She had no idea of his criminal history. On the 10th of May, 1996, he made an application for a conditional discharge from the hospital, but this was refused. However, following a mental health tribunal on the 30th of October, 1997, he was released from hospital. One of the conditions was that he make social workers and doctors aware of any new relationships he had. They visited at home and compiled a report for the Department of Justice every 3 months. The tribunal made note that Theodore was aware that all of his future relationships with any women needed to be treated with extreme caution given his history. However, he would proceed to lie about his relationships. He had already been seeing Angela Best for a year by this point, and staff were completely none the wiser. These lies would go on for nearly 20 years. Flash forward to 2016. When Angela found the letter of Theodore's confession and he admitted to killing not one but 2 previous partners, she ended the relationship then and there. But as she was such a kind and caring person, she did not cut him off completely and agreed to help him if he needed her in the future. On the 14th of December 2016, Angela told her daughter she was going to accompany him to the Jamaican embassy the following day to help him with a passport application. She arrived at his property at around 9:20 a.m. on the 15th of December 2016. As the morning carried on, Angela's son tried to contact her, but he was getting no response. Despite Theodore telling her he needed her help at the embassy, he had actually made no such appointment. After she arrived at the property, he brutally attacked her, strangling her with a dressing gown belt and beating her with a hammer, as she desperately tried to fend off the blows and protect herself from the onslaught. Just a few hours later at 3:18 p.m., the call was made to emergency services to report a man jumping in front of a train at Chase-In Station. Not long after, Angela's body would be found. Postmortem was carried out and it was revealed that she had died as a result of neck compression by ligature strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head. She had been struck with the hammer 6 times. As officers began to investigate, the horrifying picture began to unfold. This was a man who had 2 previous convictions for killing his intimate partners. Even though the condition of his release in 1997 was that he tell the authorities if he began another relationship, he hadn't done this, and had lied to them for a staggering 20 years. He had not only lied to them, he had lied to Angela as well, who had no idea of the level of danger she was in. During every one of those home visits made by the authorities, apart from 2 occasions, he was given prior notice that they would be coming over. That way he could ensure he got Angela out of the property, and it gave him time to hide her belongings, making it appear he was living alone. The flat was never searched due to patient confidentiality rules. Theodore had his last appointment with a social worker and psychiatrist on the 8th of December, a matter of days before he killed Angela. He was still maintaining he was not in any kind of romantic relationship. He was found to be showing no signs of depression. 2 days before Angela's murder, he had been due to meet a social worker, but this had been canceled and rescheduled as the social worker was off file. His long history of controlling behavior and violence towards his partners was staggering. When Angela went on to start a new relationship after leaving Theodore, she was described as being the happiest she had been in a long time. As seen in his previous relationships, Theodore would not take no for an answer, and continued to tell her every day that he loved her, exhibiting the same possessive behaviors and controlling nature. One of the detectives who had worked on Yvonne Bennett's case said that when he discovered Theodore had killed for a 3rd time, he could not believe it and was absolutely disgusted. He said he had been under the impression that Theodore would have remained in hospital for a significant period of time, not the 4 years he ended up serving for Yvonne Bennett's death. At the end of January, after spending weeks in a hospital intensive care unit, he was charged with murder, a charge he denied. He entered a plea of guilty to the charge of manslaughter for the 3rd time. But on the first day of his trial at the Old Bailey, and most likely having realized the evidence that was stacked against him, he finally changed his plea and pleaded guilty to the murder of Angela Best. Prosecutor Mark Haywood said this is a man who is controlling and violent to the women in his life, and who, when crossed, will kill. The defendant is someone who would rather she did not live, if that life was to be with anyone but him. And so, quite simply, he killed her. Theodore's lawyer told the court he does not wish to be alive. He hates himself for what happened. Mr. Johnson will lead a miserable existence. We recognize the devastation felt by the family members. His lawyer also argued that the decision to release him by the Mental Health Tribunal in October 1997 had been flawed as it relied on him being honest about his relationships, something he repeatedly failed to do. After changing his plea and pleading guilty to murder, he was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 26 years for a crime that was referred to as brutal and merciless. Judge Richard Marks said the attack by Ewan Angela Best was sustained, vicious, and utterly brutal. She suffered an unimaginably terrible death. He also said that Theodore Johnson's repeated lies meant that the authorities did not have a chance to tell Angela about his past. Following the sentencing, Theodore Johnson attempted to stand and walk to the cells, but was too shaky and had to be escorted out in his wheelchair. Angela's sister gave a statement outside court. Angela's son, Raphael, also paid tribute to his mother, saying that she was the type of person who was always going out of her way to help people. He said her death was slowly driving me crazy. It makes me feel 10 times worse when I think of the kind of person my mother was. Her other son, Fabian, said he now hated life, and his mother was the only person who really understood him. Following his conviction, the Camden and Islington NHS Trust said that as they had been in charge of caring for Theodore whilst he was out and had been doing so since 2004, they would give a full independent report to Angela's family that included the conditions he was released under in 1997. The coroner found that Angela could have lived if health workers were aware that he was in a relationship with her, as they would have been able to tell her about his past and what had been done to his previous partners. The sister of Theodore's second victim, Yvonne Bennett, said that she was astounded by what came out of the inquest and believed that had Theodore spent longer in jail after killing his first wife, the life of her sister could have been spared. Theodore Johnson would lodge an appeal against his sentence, and it went to the Court of Appeal. It was here that his sentence was actually increased to a minimum of 30 years, as it was ruled to be unduly lenient. This means he will be in his 90s before he is even eligible for parole. So it does remain highly likely that he will die in prison. When all of the information about Theodore Johnson finally came out, people were outraged. One of Theodore Johnson's former healthcare assistants would later say in an interview that she believed he should never have been released. Theodore Johnson is a serial killer responsible for the deaths of 3 women. 3 women who had hopes, dreams, things to see and do, and children who loved and adored them. Knowing that so many opportunities were missed that could have saved lives is quite frankly appalling. The devastation caused by his actions are best summarized by those left behind. Janet, Yvonne Bennett's sister, said, "The same sentiments are echoed by Angela's sister Valerie. Angela was such a truly beautiful, gentle, loving, wonderful, fun, youthful, generous, and loyal person, the life and soul of our family unit. Our everyday lives have been affected in every way imaginable. We as a family are completely destroyed and broken by the senseless and selfish, horrific actions of another." 2-year-old Mary Agnes Maroney disappeared in the bustling city of Chicago on a chilly day in November 1930. Her disappearance baffled authorities for 93 years, and her family members were left devastated. This case of decades-lost child is confusing. Mary Agnes Maroney's enigmatic disappearance made international news for years. False leads and pointless discoveries failed for almost a century to locate the child and reunite her with her family. But over time, the puzzle's pieces started to line up. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to Mystery Detective, where we explore the depths of cold and solved cases, strange mysteries, and spooky stories that will keep you up at night. In today's video, we'll talk about the lengthy search for Mary Agnes Maroney, a 2-year-old who mysteriously disappeared from her Chicago home in 1930 and was never heard from again. Mary Agnes Maroney's case remained unsolved despite numerous DNA tests, suspicious letters, sighting reports, and reported sightings until 2023, when a Californian woman came forward with the solution to the long-standing puzzle. Stay with us as we reveal the shocking details surrounding Mary's disappearance and the surprising turn of events that resulted in the resolution of her case. Mary Agnes Maroney was born to Catherine and Michael Maroney in Chicago, Illinois, on May 9, 1928. In the depths of poverty during the Great Depression, they were a family struggling to get by. Mary had a younger sister named Anastasia, who was only 11 months old at the time. Mary and her family lived in an apartment on the second floor above a supermarket at 5200 Wentworth Avenue. Michael Maroney distributed handbills to earn his meager weekly salary of only $15. The Maroneys were having a difficult time. In the midst of their financial struggles, one of Catherine Maroney's relatives became interested in the family story. This relative took the initiative to get in touch with a welfare organization, and as a result, an advertisement about their financial struggles was publicized. Shortly after, Edgar Gilpin, a self-described male nurse and philanthropist, responded to the advertisement on May 13, 1930, on a Wednesday night. He offers Michael help in the form of a suit and some shoes. Since the addresses of families in need were kept secret from the public, the family accepted the offer through the welfare organization. But due to a small error, a mysterious woman learned the Maroney family's address. They had no idea that this seemingly insignificant mistake would trigger a tragic chain of events that would alter their lives for good. On May 14, 1930, Catherine Maroney, who was 17 years old at the time, was at home by herself with Mary Agnes and Anastasia. She heard a knock at the door as she was mopping the floor. When she goes to answer the door, a nicely dressed woman who identified herself as Mrs. Henderson and claimed to be a representative of the social worker who had seen the Maroney family's advertisement for assistance, was standing at the doorstep. She had just brought inside some groceries she had bought from the downstairs grocery store for $2.55. Mary Agnes, who was typically reserved, quickly warmed up to the woman as Catherine described their family's hardship to her. The woman appeared friendly and eager to assist while listening intently. She said her aging husband had passed away, leaving her with a sizable fortune. A child like Mary Agnes was something else she mentioned wanting. She then requested that Mary Agnes be temporarily taken to California with her while assuring Catherine that the young girl would be as chubby as a butterball. Catherine struggled to overcome her unease. She politely turned down the woman's offer, and the woman seemed to have accepted the mother's decision. The woman soon left and assured Catherine she would be back the following day. Catherine asked for her name, and the woman reluctantly identified herself as Julia Otis. Julia gave Catherine $2 and 2 books before she left as a sign of support. The next day, on May 14, 1930, even though it was raining, Julia Otis went back to the Maroney's house. She brought fresh baby clothes this time for Catherine, who was at the time expecting her third child. Later, it was found that Julia had bought these clothes from a department store with a brand new $50 bill. She offered to drive Mary Agnes to a clothes buy shop so she could buy new clothes and shoes, and claimed to have found her father a better job. Catherine reluctantly agreed to let Mary Agnes go with her because she was appreciative of the woman's generosity and thought of her as a blessing. Julia Otis took little Mary away and left in spite of her sobs and tantrum, but none were discovered. On the same evening, an elderly man in shabby clothing who claimed to be a welfare worker showed up at the Maroney home. Catherine reported him to the police because she was uncomfortable with his presence. The men tried to stop her from making the call through to the police, but failed and eventually ran away. He was never identified or found. Julia Otis was described by Catherine as a pleasant and attractive woman, around the age of 22, standing at around 5 feet 2 inches tall and weighing 125 pounds. She spoke with a refined voice and had visible front teeth. Julia was dressed in a gray suit, a gray lace hat, a pearl necklace, and a jeweled wristwatch when they last saw each other. At around 8 p.m. the following day, on May 16th, a letter from Julia Otis arrived at the Maroney residence. The letter was written on letterhead, and the postmark on it showed that it was delivered at 4:30 p.m. It came with a $5 bill and was delivered via special delivery. The letter read, "Please don't be alarmed. I have taken your little girl to California with me. I have hired a special nurse to care for her. We'll be back in 2 months. By that time, you will be on your feet again and will be able to care for her. She didn't even cry a bit. She is outfitted like a princess. In the meantime, I'll help all I can to get you on your feet." Don't worry about anything else. When you get this letter, we'll be on our way already. As ever, Julia Otis. The authorities examined the letter and found that there were deliberate attempts to make the writing appear illiterate. Could the letter's author have been hiding their true educational background on purpose? As word of the letter spread, witnesses soon came forward with stories of a woman who resembled Julia's description. A young girl who resembled Mary Agnes and the woman were spotted together at a store. A witness saw the woman dictating a letter to a store employee. The Morones got a second letter from someone named Alice Henderson 2 weeks later. She claimed to be Julia Otis's cousin. Alice stated in her letter that Julia had lost both her husband and her child the year before, and so, she had been craving love since her tragic loss. Alice expressed her wish for Julia to change her mind and give Mary Agnes back. She then ceased all correspondence with the family. Authorities eventually found that both letters had identical handwriting. For days after Mary Agnes was kidnapped, on May 19th, Catherine Moroni took matters into her own hands and asked a judge for a warrant, accusing Julia Otis of abducting her first fruit. Both the public and law enforcement were puzzled by this mysterious woman's abduction of Mary Agnes Moroni. In an effort to find any indication of the two boarding a train, the police searched all of Chicago's railroad stations. However, it appeared as though the two had disappeared with no single trace. A girl fitting Mary Agnes' description was spotted in Rockford, Illinois, on July 23, 1931. A 3-year-old white girl who resembled Mary Agnes in terms of tan skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes was seen in a cart being pushed by an elderly Native American woman named Martha Thompson. When the Morones were notified and showed up to identify the girl, Martha claimed that the girl had been abandoned by her mother, whose name was Florence Fuller, and that she was on her way to join a circus with the child. The young girl, according to Catherine, was not Mary Agnes. Catherine gave the girl a thorough examination. She made sure she wasn't her daughter by inspecting her teeth and body. Both parents were inconsolable when it dawned on them that the girl wasn't Mary Agnes. One thing that set Mary Agnes apart from the girl from Rockford was the red mark on her arm. The case of Mary Agnes's disappearance eventually became cold because the investigation yielded no meaningful leads. In the coming years, the Moroni family welcomed another child whom they named Catherine into the world. They then had the good fortune to welcome 5 more boys named Michael Jr., Patrick, George, Harold, and William. When other kids went missing, the media frequently ran stories about Mary Agnes, keeping her name in the public eye. When Chicago Daily News reporter Eden Wright came across a picture of the Moroni family, he noticed something important. All of the family members looked alike, which gave him the idea for a story. In an effort to get someone to recognize Mary Agnes, the Chicago Daily News worked with the California newspaper to publish photos of the Moroni family. Soon enough, a Californian man by the name of Everett McClellan came forward in 1952. The men claimed that Anastasia, one of Mary Agnes' sisters, looked so much like his wife that it might have been her picture. The woman, Mary McClellan, was 24 years old and had been adopted in 1930 by Charles and Nora Beck. The teeth, blood type, skull type, fingerprints, and handprints of Mary McClellan appeared to be identical to those of Mary Agnes. However, Mary McClellan lacked 2 things Mary Agnes had. Mary Agnes was born a year later than McClellan, and McClellan did not have Mary Agnes' distinctive hernia scar from a surgical procedure. The newspaper arranged a meeting between Mary McClellan and Catherine on September 4, 1952, but much to everyone's dismay, Catherine Moroni insisted that Mary McClellan was not her lost daughter. Regardless, the women developed a close bond over time. Ultimately, a DNA test carried out in 2008 after Mary McClellan's demise established that she was not Mary Agnes. Mary Agnes' parents, Catherine and Michael, were profoundly affected by the tragic disappearance of their daughter. Michael passed away in 1957 at the age of 58, leaving behind an extraordinary amount of pain brought on by the loss of his dearly loved daughter. Depression plagued Catherine for years as she was consumed by the pain of her daughter's disappearance. She was only 49 years old when she died in 1962, after she had endured her loss all the way to the end. For close to a century, Mary Agnes' case remained a mystery. When Cook County Sheriff's Detective Jose Rodriguez started looking into Mary Agnes' disappearance in 2022 and contacted Terry Arnold, the daughter of a woman he thought was the long-lost Mary Agnes Maroney. The case took a great turn. Detective Rodriguez thought Mary Agnes might actually be Terry's mother based on DNA evidence. When the detective first explained his hypothesis that Jeanette Burchard might actually be Mary Agnes Maroney to Terry Arnold, Terry was doubtful and didn't buy it. She emphasized the absence of Mary Agnes' birthmark and other distinguishing features in her mother. But Terry agreed to take a commercial DNA test in order to disprove the theory and offer concrete proof. On October 28, 2022, the test results were received, and they produced a startling finding. Her genetic makeup, in contrast to Terry's Polish heritage, predominantly revealed Irish ancestry, which was a notable similarity with the Maroney family. The DNA test also established Terry Arnold's relationship to the Maroney family's surviving members as first-line cousins. This coincidental relationship strengthened the notion that Terry's mother was Mary Agnes Maroney. Who was she, though? Her family had been informed that Jeanette Burchard was born on April 14, 1928. She was raised by Jeanette Soleric Darris Anderson and her stepfather, Frank Darris. Detective Rodriguez did not find any obvious abnormalities in Burchard's family during his investigation. However, Terry provided a crucial piece of information. Frank Darris, Terry's step-grandfather, once told Jeanette Burchard that the woman who raised her wasn't her biological mother. Terry also claimed that her mother attempted to find out more about her true ancestry by contacting her Chicago-based cousins, but they claimed to be unaware of the situation. However, it was later discovered that before getting married to Frank Darris, the woman who raised Jeanette had a brief relationship with a man by the name of John Fahey. Fahey and the woman, along with Jeanette Burchard, were listed as residing in the same Chicago home in the 1930 census. After getting married to Darris, the family moved to Virginia in the early 1930s. Later, during World War II, they moved to Florida. Jeanette Burchard wed Edward Jennings in the 1940s, and the two of them had two children named Barbara Joan Jennings and Edward Clifton Jennings Jr. After starting her career as a nurse, Jeanette gave birth to Terry Arnold, her third child, in 1957. A few decades later, she wed Earl Burchard a second time. The Miami Dolphins were Jeanette's favorite team, and she supported them from the time they were founded in 1966 throughout her entire life. Jeanette was a nurse, but she also had a great love for animals, especially dogs and cats. She also loved opera, with Madame Butterfly being a particular favorite. According to Terry, the last time her mother visited Chicago was probably between 1989 and 1995, possibly for a funeral. She later died in Florida in 2003, and her remains were buried alongside her pets. A year later, her son, Edward Clifton Jennings Jr. died. Her daughter, Barbara Joan Jennings, soon passed away in 2006 too. Terry Arnold is, however, the only surviving child of Jeanette Burchard, and she is certain that Mary Agnes Maroney is indeed her mother, whom she knows as Jeanette Burchard. In an interview, Terry admitted that she didn't know anything about the name, Julia Otis, or how her grandmother ended up raising her mother, Jeanette Burchard. Terry is still oblivious to the circumstances surrounding this mystery. However, she acknowledged that Mary Agnes' parents never received closure or knew the truth about what really happened to their daughter and expressed sympathy and sadness for them. Terry assured the Maroney family that Jeanette Burchard, or Mary Agnes as Terry knew her, was dearly loved despite the unanswered questions. Mary Agnes Maroney was the subject of a decades-long, relentless search in 1930. The horrific chapter that has plagued the Maroney family's generations for almost a century has finally come to an end as of this year 2023. But there was still one unanswered question. Who was Julia Otis, and what motivated her to kidnap young Mary Agnes from her loving family? We will never be able to know some of these responses. Sonia Carmen Hyroke Stone was born on the 27th of May, 1951. Sonia, who originally lived in Quebec, Canada, moved to the United States in the 1970s, where she afterwards got married to Michael Stone in 1976. The union produced a female child. However, Sonia's marriage to Michael Stone did not last long, as they both divorced and went their separate ways. In the year 1980, Sonia Carmen Stone was a single mother living alone with her 4-year-old daughter while she worked for the Levi Strauss Company. On October 15, 1981, Sonia took her daughter to school and ran a few errands before she returned home. Around 12 p.m., a lady named Caroline McBride, who was a friend to Sonia Carmen, visited her at home after calling her multiple times and getting no response in return. On getting to the Carmel Point area of Monterey County, California, where Sonia lived, Caroline found the dead body of her friend, Sonia Carmen Herrick, just inside the front door that opened into her living room. 30 years old, Sonia Carmen Herrick appeared to have been sexually assaulted. She was spread out on the floor with her purse and the content in it spilling close to her body. Sonia was half-dressed and had been strangled with a pair of her own pantyhose, which was found tightly wrapped around her neck. Her shirt and jacket were torn and pulled back. A terrified Caroline placed a call tacked as soon as she opened her front door to go in. They also examined Sonia Carmen's body and discovered that she had a broken left ring fingernail with blood beneath it, which indicated that she had struggled with her killer, ultimately scratching him before her death. The question of who committed such heinous crime bugged the police and the family of Sonia Carmen Herrick for years. By the next day, in a bid to find answers, the police went about the neighborhood asking questions and interviewing those who responded to the knock on their doors. While in the neighborhood, just across the street to Sonia Carmen's house, one of the detectives interviewed a neighbor whose name is Michael Scott Glazebrook. He was 25 years old at the time, and he had a 3 to 4 inch vertical scratch down his right cheek, which the detective noticed. The detective immediately asked him how and when he got the scratch. Glazebrook, however, made inconsistent statements. He told the detective he got it from cutting plexiglass in his garage, while he told his parents that he got it in a fight at Monterey Peninsula College, where he schooled. Due to his inconsistency, Michael Scott Glazebrook was charged with Sonia Carmen's death in 1982. But when the case went to trial in 1983, the jury came back with a 9-3 not guilty verdict, which made the district attorney's office decide not to retry the case, even though a retrial was possible, regardless of the jury's decision. Michael Scott was, however, discharged and acquitted. With no significant DNA technology in the 1970s, the case could not be pursued and it went cold for 39 years. In the year 2020, detectives at the Monterey County Sheriff's Office and Deputy District Attorney Matt L. Huro re-examined the Sonia Carmen Stone's case. They found out that there were several pieces of evidence in Sonia's case file that could be now tested utilizing modern DNA technology. These pieces of evidence, including the DNA found under Sonia's broken fingernail and right breast, were sent to the Department of Justice DNA laboratory for testing. Since Michael Scott Glazebrook was the #1 suspect on the list of the investigators in 1981, detectives got a search warrant for a new sample of his DNA. They were able to obtain a new DNA profile easily because Michael Scott Glazebrook was still alive and works in Monterey County. After the DNA sample from Sonia Carmen Stone's crime scene was tested and compared with the DNA sample gotten from Michael Scott Glazebrook, it immediately came out as a match. Detectives then conducted surveillance at Michael Scott Glazebrook's residence in the city of Seaside. Around 8 p.m. on the 14th of August, 2021, Glazebrook drove away from his home. He was, however, stopped and taken into custody. In honor of Stone, all detectives wore Levi's jeans during the operation to arrest Michael Scott Glazebrook. After an 8-day jury trial in 2023, Glazebrook, who is now 67 years old, was convicted of the murder of Sonia Carmen Stone and will be sentenced in April, possibly facing a potential lifetime prison sentence without the possibility of parole. Following Glazebrook's convictions, Sonia Carmen Herrick Stone's daughter, who is now 44 years old, said, "It's been a day that we have been waiting for a really long time. Sonia was a wonderful woman and we're so happy to see justice for her." On April 29, 2017, Lyon County deputies were called to investigate the discovery of a skull in the 2000 block of Road 145 in Neosho Rapids, Kansas. The skull was found on the west side of the river, near the banks. The person who found it had gone to the river to check the water level after recent rainfall when they noticed the skull. Further investigation led to the discovery of additional remains, including a fitted bedsheet, comforter, and a digital watch, all inside a lawn trash sack. Although the sack was tied at the top, animals had managed to tear into it and access the remains. Lyon County Sheriff's detectives took over the case and conducted an autopsy. The autopsy revealed that the man had scoliosis, a curvature of the spine. It was determined that he was middle to late-aged and approximately 5 to 5 inches tall. The man's death was estimated to have occurred between 2013 and 2016, but the cause of death remained unknown. In August 2017, the details of the case were entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Person System. Despite extensive efforts, including DNA analysis conducted by the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, the identity of the deceased remained a mystery. Detective Sergeant Travis Mitchell of the Lyon County Sheriff's Office and his team worked tirelessly over the years to identify the Neosho Rapids John Doe. In 2022, Lyon County deputies partnered with Arthram, a forensic laboratory, which provided new leads for the investigation. In March 2024, Lyon County detectives contacted a potential relative of the unknown man, leading to the identification of the deceased as Randy Bruce Clayton. Randy was born on October 12, 1953, and was originally from the Phoenix, Arizona area but had been living in Oklahoma. Surprisingly, Randy had never been reported missing. Colby L., Arthram's director of operations, emphasized the significance of maintaining hope. He highlighted the accessibility of technology to aid in resolving cases like this one, pointing out that the primary obstacle currently is funding, which is gradually improving. Colby stressed the importance of advocacy for those who are unable to provide financial support. He emphasized the value of advocating for innovative technologies to assist in bringing closure to such cases. The investigation into Randy's case remains ongoing. Today's case takes us to Essex, England, home to Jennifer Cronin and her daughter Susan. Jennifer was utterly devoted to her family. She was glamorous and sociable, kind and gentle. She shared a close bond with her daughter Susan, and the pair adored each other. In 1990, Susan met Kieran Lynch. Susan was a trainee hairdresser, and in her late teens, Kieran, a bricklayer and builder, was 3 years her senior. For Susan's friends, they said he appeared to worship the ground she walked on, and they were seemingly the perfect couple. It was very important for Susan that her new husband got along with her parents, and luckily he did. The couple went on to have 2 daughters, Matilda and Molly. The girls were incredibly close to their grandparents and saw them at least twice a week. Matilda would describe her dad saying that when she was little she thought he was a generous and amazing father, but there was a different side to his personality. Deeply competitive side with him, always needing to be the best at absolutely everything and having a desperate need to control and give off an image of a picture-perfect family. He would say that he worked hard to keep up with his daughter's lifestyles and provide for his wife, but Susan said he really struggled to cope with stress and that he found it hard to express his emotions in a way that was healthy, and as a result it would often come out in anger with Kieran destroying and breaking things. As time carried on, things did not appear to get better. Susan said his reactions would become bigger and more aggressive, especially when alcohol was involved. One of their daughters said that she had vivid memories of screaming and shouting and plates being smashed. The day after an outburst, he would apologize and try and excuse his behavior. Like many who suffer from domestic abuse, Susan said she was ashamed and embarrassed and didn't want to tell anyone what was happening to her. One of their daughters would later say, "We weren't able to let the dog outside or anything. I was just really frightened. We had a strange relationship. If I called in sick at work, he would text saying, 'Are you not at work?' I knew he was driving around. Me and my mom had a really close relationship. My dad was quite violent towards me and my mom. If he would go for my mom, I would step in. I felt very protective over my mom. His personality flicked. One minute he'd be fine, and the next he would not be okay." In 2015, the changes in Kieran were also becoming apparent to Susan's friends, with one of them saying he appeared to be withdrawn and more gaunt. He was fitting an extension for her at the time, and sometimes he would fail to turn up for work. To Susan's shock, when a credit card bill arrived, for a card that was usually reserved for big purchases, Kieran had run up a bill of about £3,000 by withdrawing money from various cash points. Susan questioned him, but he became immediately defensive and hostile, causing the tensions within the household to escalate. Things became even more serious when Susan picked up his work clothes to do a load of washing. In his pocket, she found a small straw and some cocaine. In a text message, she said to him, "No one or nothing makes you choose that shit. You choose that over your family." Kieran replied, "Please don't tell the girls it's drugs." His erratic and volatile behavior continued. On one occasion, Susan and Kieran were at home. He held a knife to his wife's throat and threatened to take both of their lives in a murder-suicide. Susan said the ordeal felt like it went on for hours. On another occasion, the loft had been rigged with a noose. In a series of text messages, Susan told him that she wished she could turn back the clock, but it was clear that they wanted different lives. They decided to separate in November 2016, and Kieran left the family home and moved back in with his parents. After 24 years of marriage, it was a difficult choice, but Susan knew she had to protect her daughters. With Kieran gone, the tension eased, and things felt lighter and calmer. It was a chance for Susan to take some much-needed time for herself and relax with her children. Susan said that it appeared that Kieran had got himself back on track, but this would all change when she moved on. After an incredibly stressful and difficult time with Kieran, things did begin to look up for Susan when she met a man called Mike. They had taken their relationship slowly, but over time she began to talk to him about her ex, the trouble she had with him, and how difficult things had been. She wanted to have a clean break and a chance to start again with someone new. This also meant she had to tell Kieran and start divorce proceedings. Susan sent him a text message asking if they could meet up at McDonald's at 6:30 p.m. Kieran agreed, and knowing that Kieran was volatile and unpredictable made an already difficult situation significantly harder. Surprisingly, however, Kieran seemed to take the news of her wanting a divorce well, with Susan describing the conversation as amicable. He later sent her a text message saying, "I'm glad you have found someone." She replied saying she hoped he would find someone too. Despite, on the face of it, taking the news of the divorce well, Kieran had actually done anything but. The following day, he sent her a series of text messages. Susan responded. The situation continued to get worse. Susan also called Kieran's cousin Lisa, who soon arrived and could hear him destroying things. Kieran appeared with a hammer in one hand and a drill in the other and told Lisa to leave it alone, saying that the situation had nothing to do with her. Lisa said it didn't seem like the Kieran she knew. He soon drove away and the police arrived not long after. The two police officers went into the house with Lisa and her husband, and Susan explained the messages that she had been receiving from Kieran. Before long, Kieran was back. He got out of his vehicle and began screaming and shouting that he was going to kill Susan. The police went out into the streets and Kieran said, "You're going to need more than two of you to get me in the car." He was subsequently arrested and led away in handcuffs. He was arrested on 3 counts: possession of an offensive weapon, threats to kill, and criminal damage. The threats to kill allegation based on his text message saying he would rather have her killed was argued to possibly be hypothetical. As for possessing an offensive weapon, as Kieran worked as a builder, he had various equipment in his van, including the hammer, so in order for that to go ahead, it needed to be proven he was unlawfully possessing it at that time, which they couldn't do. Therefore, he was charged with criminal damage. He denied the allegation at Southend Magistrates Court on January 29, 2018, and he was scheduled to stand trial on the 29th of March. He was released with the conditions that he not go onto Susan Street and he was to have absolutely no contact with her. Susan called him being charged with criminal damage a farce, saying that she could not believe that that was what he was being charged with. It was around this time that one of their daughters said she started feeling incredibly scared, saying that she felt the police were not taking their fears seriously. Just 12 hours after his release on bail, another call would come in to the police. A mental health team alongside police officers were sent out to speak to him, but when they arrived, he said he was fine, so he was told to contact his GP, and that was it. Despite the conditions of his bail, very clearly saying he was to have no contact with Susan at all, he paid no attention to this. He called her and turned up at her house, leaving her incredibly fearful as to what he might do next. He lied to people and said that Mike, Susan's partner, had been sending him gloating messages about his love life with Susan. He also sent what initially appeared to be a series of random letters and numbers to his daughter. When she asked what it was, he said it was the registration number of Mike's vehicle. She asked why he was sending it to her, and he replied, "He needs to speak with me. Okay? Tell her and her boyfriend." The incessant messages to Susan continued, "You and the girls have everything. I will always have my memories. Have you forgot? Not money, I suppose. Thanks for everything. A true lady. Enjoy." It was absolutely terrifying for Susan and frightening for her to even have her children at home alone. He would make 80 calls a day and refuse to stop contact. As he failed to adhere to the conditions of his bail, Susan contacted the police again. Susan's mother, Jennifer, also became frightened and asked her daughter if she had been to her house on Boyce Green and used the hose to add more water to her pond. Susan hadn't. She believed it was Kieran, doing it as a way of taunting them by showing them how close he could get. 7th, 2018. Mike phoned Susan, saying he could see a man going into their garage. He then headed upstairs to look at him out of the bedroom window, whilst trying to stay hidden behind a curtain. He could see a silver van parked in the driveway, and Susan asked him to read out the registration number, and then begged him to stay inside. The van then drove off. About 10 minutes later, Mike went into the kitchen and there was no electricity. The police later arrived and it was discovered that the electric had been cut. Kieran sent gloating texts saying, "I hope your day's been great, honey," with 3 kissing emojis. Kieran's harassment continued to escalate and he would call Susan incessantly, refusing to move on. The police still hadn't acted even though they had said they would arrest him. Detective Superintendent Stephen Jennings, the lead for stalking and harassment for Essex Police, who was not involved in the case but spoke about it in a documentary, would later say that as the police received hundreds of calls per day and no direct threats of violence had been made, it was deemed that there was not much risk to Susan, so staff were not deployed. He would add that in hindsight there was a failure to see this for what it was: stalking. Susan said, "Each time I called, someone came to take a statement. It would take hours. They would promise they'd get it sorted and then nothing ever came of it. Each time I called, it was as if it was an entirely new case." So the police never put a full picture together of how badly things were escalating. Basic things like filling in a form to record the presence of children in the home, which should have prioritized our case, and had it escalated to a more serious level, wasn't done. On the 11th of March, Kieran made an internet search for the most flammable liquids. The following day, Susan's house phone rang with one of her daughters answering it. It was Kieran. His daughter said the police were out looking for him and his response was to laugh. He then, for the first time, extended the threats to his child by telling her he would her up. Kieran was added as wanted to the police national computer. Officers were dispatched to try and find him. So the first place they tried was his address at Chuck's Road in Canvey, but he wasn't there. As the search for him continued, it was advised that their daughters should not stay at the house. So one went to a friend's house and another went to Jennifer's. Jennifer and her granddaughter watched television together before heading to bed. When the lights in the house were turned off, the phone immediately began to ring. Susan's daughter called the police before calling her mom. She was terrified that Kieran was outside. She said he was in the garden and she didn't want to get up. Jennifer had become so terrified she had locked herself in the bedroom. Susan called the police at 1:50 a.m. Susan's daughter also called the police again, and she was advised to unplug the phones from the sockets. Despite the threats being made, the police said they did not have the manpower to send a unit out. But the threats just didn't stop. Kieran's texts were still abusive and cruel, referencing Susan's late father. "Thanks you bitch. Hope you see your dad soon. Kiss." At 4:10 a.m., he sent her another text message, which was just a single kiss. Over a 24-hour period, the police had been called 6 times. 13th of March, 2018. That morning, one of the couple's daughters woke up to a text message. It was from her father, Kieran. It read, "Love you no matter what they say. Kiss." She didn't reply. Also that morning, the police had reassessed the case and it was downgraded from high risk to medium risk. Medium risk means that there may still be a risk of serious harm, but that it might not be imminent. Jennifer had locked herself in her bedroom because of how terrified she was of Kieran. Her granddaughter, who had spent the night with her, left the house and Susan knew she needed to go round to be with her mom. She let herself in and locked the door behind her. Susan encouraged her to carry on with her day, adamant that she was not going to be bullied or allow her family to be bullied by a man who simply could not accept that their relationship was over. Jennifer and her dog headed out into the garden, and Susan watched them through the window as she made a cup of tea. Susan called Kieran's boss to try and find out if he knew where he was. He didn't. She then got a call from the police about their investigation. Then, without warning, at 10:48 a.m., Kieran turned up. Susan called 999. Kieran had been running with a knife as he screamed and shouted, swearing and being abusive as he ran towards Jennifer. His arm was on fire. He was also carrying a petrol can and threw liquid onto Jennifer's head, face, and back. Jennifer cowered and screamed as he continued to pour the liquid onto her. Susan ran down the road screaming for help. As she got to the bottom of the road, she turned around and noticed that he wasn't behind her. It was then that two neighbors came out and told her, "Don't go round there. There's two burned bodies." Kieran had doused himself and Jennifer in fuel and then set them alight. Susan immediately ran back to the house. Susan said she had no eyebrows, no eyelashes. All her hair was burnt off, her hands were red raw, her face, everything was sort of black. Despite her horrific injuries, Jennifer was able to speak, telling her daughter how much she loved her and that she and her granddaughters were her world. Susan later said she wasn't going anywhere and that she was going to be all right. Kieran had also been seriously hurt, suffering major burns across his body, and he had ended up slumped against the wall in the garden. Susan described him as red raw and struggling to breathe. She said, "Realized he was sitting absolutely burned. I did get up and scream at him and what he's done to me and the girls." The police, fire, and ambulance service were quick to arrive on scene alongside the air ambulance that landed at the local golf course. Kieran was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder, and he and Jennifer were taken to hospital. It was later discovered that Kieran had bought a bucket and jerry can before going to a petrol station to buy fuel. 2 hours after the attack, Susan was taken in for questioning. Staff at the hospital told Susan that Kieran was not going to survive the night, as the extent of his injuries were too severe, after having 97% burns across his body. For Kieran's daughters, it was an absolutely impossible situation to be in. One of their daughters said that he was still her father, and she wanted to be able to say goodbye to him, tell him that she loved him, and that she wished it hadn't come to this. Kieran Lynch died that evening. A toxicology report found that he had both alcohol and cocaine in his system. Jennifer was taken to Broomfield Hospital's burns unit and was admitted into intensive care, with burns across 33% of her body. The burns were mostly on her upper torso and head. She was taken into surgery, but reconstruction was impossible due to the nature and extent of her injuries. It was decided that she would be instead given end-of-life care. She held on for 17 days. But tragically, on the 30th of March 2018, at 1:32 p.m., Jennifer Cronin died surrounded by her family. Dr. Benjamin Swift carried out a postmortem at the hospital, confirming that her cause of death were complications from the horrendous burns she had suffered. For Susan, this had purposely been done by Kieran purely to hurt her, knowing how close she was to Jennifer and how much they meant to each other. Monday, January 21st, 2019. A week-long inquest was opened at County Hall Chambers in Chelmsford. Susan said that when she went into the inquest, she was just angry with Kieran for what he had done. But as the facts emerged about how poorly it had been handled by the police, she became more angry with them. "I felt like he was upping the ante in what he was doing. Each incident I reported, he wasn't arrested," she said. Susan's partner Mike also spoke about the stress and worry caused by Kieran's behavior. The jury at the inquest concluded that Jennifer had been unlawfully killed and that Kieran had died by suicide. It also found that poor communication by the police had factored into it. Susan gave a statement saying, "It's been a horrific year, really, to be pushed from pillar to post, and we felt all along that we weren't being listened to and that things weren't being done as they should be, and now that result means we can see it in black and white. We tried our hardest to get them. The failures by the police to act on the concerns about Kieran meant that it could have been prevented. The police didn't protect us. We were shouting and screaming and waving it in their faces, and the failings were shocking. If they had done their job properly, my mom would be here. The inquest found 5 areas of police failings that were contributing factors to Jennifer's death, and that attempts to arrest him weren't made in a timely and efficient manner. Following the findings of the inquest, several officers received management action training and record to record keeping and processing of information. No police officers faced misconduct action. In March 2019, the Independent Office for Police Conduct found there had been a lack of positive action from officers, as well as a lack of clarity over domestic abuse offenses. A domestic homicide review was also set up, and the police were criticized for allowing Kieran to not be identified as the danger he posed, or that his behavior amounted to stalking. It also said there was an absence of proactive responses to breaches of bail and a lack of understanding of which officers should be responsible for this. It was later announced that Susan was taking legal action against the police, hoping they would accept legal liability for their failures in her dealings with them. She said, "Would just like the police to take proper responsibility. I feel so strongly that this could have been prevented if the police had done their jobs properly. I was going through hell and it just wasn't taken seriously. I've been left a single mom with no help and no family left. It's not easy. I'm disgusted by the failings of the police in all honesty." Detective Superintendent Stephen Jennings said, "I have met Susan Lynch and apologized to her for what happened in 2018. I have personally invited her to come and talk to our new teams. We are a far stronger force than we were 5 years ago in every way." Mike said Susan often suffers from flashbacks and wakes up screaming and crying. The absolute horror of what Susan and her family experienced is almost impossible to put into words, and the terrifying series of events that unfolded in front of her eyes are too awful to comprehend. Susan said, "Watching my mom get burned alive by my ex-husband and being helpless to intervene was exceptionally disturbing. She didn't deserve such a painful and traumatic death. Mom still had lots of years to live and plenty of love to give her grandchildren. My poor girls have got to live with this forever. Thankfully, they have lovely memories of the person their dad used to be. To try and find the words to end a case like this is almost impossible. The trail of devastation and destruction left behind is quite simply unfathomable. Jennifer Cronin should still be here, enjoying life and spending time with those she loved most. Her life was ended in a way that is too horrific to even think about. And for those left behind, life will never, ever be the same. When we lose someone we love, we must hold on to those good memories and keep those happy times close and hope that with the passage of time, there will be an opportunity for healing." Emily Grace Jones was born in Bolton on the 18th of January, 2013 to parents Sarah and Mark. Mark worked as a credit manager and Sarah was a solicitor. Emily was their only child. Emily was described as being full of joy and laughter with a heart as big as her smile. She loved the great outdoors and playing sports, throwing herself into anything and everything. She was fearless and loved to go hiking and climbing as well as swimming and riding horses. Mark said his daughter was a bit of a daredevil who was sociable and outgoing. Her teacher said she was creative and loved to draw and write stories. She was very popular with those in her class and got along with everyone. Bright and hardworking, she would often joke with her teachers that she had finished her work before her classmates had even written the date. Although Mark and Sarah were no longer together, they were still on good terms and committed to co-parenting Emily. Mark would usually look after Emily on Sundays, and he and Sarah had arranged a meeting in Queen's Park on Sunday the 22nd of March 2020. That Sunday was Mother's Day, and Emily had given her mother a card that morning to celebrate. At around 2:15 p.m., Emily and Mark were in the park, and she was whizzing around on her scooter, and her dad was encouraging her to go faster. Emily saw Sarah, who was jogging, and said to Mark, Daddy, I want to go to Mom." He told her she could, and she set off. Emily called out to Sarah, but Sarah didn't hear her because she had headphones in and was too far away. As Emily scooted over, Mark saw a woman stand up from a bench and go towards his daughter, and Emily was suddenly on the ground, but he was unsure exactly what had happened. He assumed that she'd fallen over as he could hear her crying and that the woman was helping her up. People nearby began shouting, clearly horrified and distressed, saying that his daughter had been stabbed. The woman, who had her hood up briskly, walked away with a knife in her hand. Mark immediately ran over to his daughter. She had a catastrophic injury to her neck and was struggling to breathe. Her dad told her, "Just stay with me, Emily, stay with me. Don't leave me." Sarah was still in the park, but was unaware of what had happened. Mark called her and a nurse came over and quickly began to try and help Emily. She was deteriorating rapidly. One of the people in the park at the time, Tony Canty, was there with his wife and baby daughter. He ran after her and saved her. The first paramedic to get there saw Emily being hugged by her father from behind as she lay on the ground. She was bleeding heavily and unconscious. She was also in cardiac arrest. The paramedics began to administer CPR, and she was given adrenaline before being loaded into the air ambulance. As he pursued her, Tony's wife told him that the woman had a knife on her, but he still bravely carried on, disregarding his own safety, instead prioritizing the safety of others. He knocked the woman to the ground and sat on her to stop her from running away, and also called 999, telling the operator, "There's been an incident at Queen's Park in Bolton and a child's bleeding." He also spoke about the woman. "I don't know what she's saying. She is agitated." His wife also heard the woman saying that she no longer needed injections. Tony had killed her family and that he was killing her. Tony told her, "You're not well. The police will help you." The woman said to Tony, "I don't need you to tell me to be calm." He proceeded to keep hold of her until the police arrived and took over. A cordon was put up around the area and specialist officers were on the case, trying to build a clear picture of what had happened. Emily was taken to Salford Royal Hospital and the helicopter landed there at 3:27 p.m. She was ventilated and given blood transfusions but remained in cardiac arrest. Tragically, at 3:56 p.m., all the attempts to restart her heart had failed and Emily's time of death was called. This was now a murder inquiry. The following day, Sarah was given the awful task of formally identifying her daughter's body. Postmortem was carried out and it was determined that Emily had died from an incised wound to the neck. In a statement, her family said, "We are beyond devastated that this random act of violence means we will never get to see our beautiful little girl grow up into the wonderful young lady she was showing such promise of becoming. It is truly heartbreaking to wake up to a world without Emily in it, and we cannot comprehend why this has happened. We would like to thank the members of the public that assisted us in the park, and express our gratitude to the emergency services for doing their utmost to save Emily's life." Community was in shock. The teachers from her school were heartbroken and her headmistress paid tribute to her saying, "I want you to know how much Emily was loved. She will be missed by all her friends and all the staff. Her loss has left a hole in our hearts and the school will never be the same again." The police needed to start building a picture of their suspect. The woman they had arrested was 30-year-old Altiona Scana, and she was detained under the Mental Health Act. Dr. Suhanthini Farrell was the on-call doctor when she was arrested. She was said to be cooperative and calm, and when asked about her mental state, she responded, "Not very well." She said she couldn't remember anything about the park, but Dr. Farrell said this appeared to be because she didn't want to discuss it, not because she couldn't remember it. Dr. Farrell also described her as emotionless. When she was arrested, she was found to have wire tied around her toes. A police officer asked what this was for, and Altiona responded that it was to help her with her emotions. Before it was taken off, she tried to tighten it around her toes again. A doctor would later say that this was indicative of a psychotic action. Altona Scana had been born in February 1990 in Albania. According to Altona's sister, their father had got into debt, and in February 2012, Altona was forced to marry the man he owed money to, and they then moved to Kuwait. She fled in September the following year and returned to Albania. In 2014, she left Albania again and this time headed to Frankfurt, Germany. And on the 11th of August, her sister paid for her to go to the United Kingdom. She was taken via Italy and France and entered the UK in a lorry 2 days later, on August the 13th. She had made an application to the Home Office for asylum, but this was rejected in June 2018. An appeal was made and this decision was reversed, and she was then given a residency permit to remain in the country until the 28th of November, 2020, and then leave to remain until November 2024. This was despite her later admitting to doctors that she had lied in her application and falsely said she was a victim of sexual exploitation, something she had said to improve her chances of being allowed to stay in the country. the home officers not revealed if they were informed that she had admitted to lying. In March of 2015, her mental health was not in a good place, and she was assessed by a doctor who determined that she had post-traumatic stress disorder, and she was subsequently referred for treatment. However, she failed to turn up for her cognitive behavioral therapy session, and her case was therefore closed. Just a few months later in July, Eltona had grabbed a knife and believed she was going to be attacked. Her sister reported it, and Eltona was sectioned and admitted to Royal Bolton Hospital for treatment. She was diagnosed with acute schizophrenia-like psychotic symptoms. She believed her neighbors were planning to hurt her by using her electricity. When she was granted leave by the hospital, she would run away on several occasions. After refusing oral medication, she was given antipsychotic medications via injection. She did lodge an appeal against being sectioned, but on the 20th of August 2018, it was determined that she was well enough to be released, as the feelings she had about her neighbors trying to hurt her had reduced, as had her feelings of being persecuted. As part of being released, she was visited by mental health workers between 1 and 2 times a week. Eltona had complained about the injections of the antipsychotic medications, saying she didn't like the side effects. In November 2015, she was taken off the medication, but her mental health would soon deteriorate again. On the 9th of December, she told doctors at the Salford Royal Hospital that she was having auditory hallucinations on a daily basis. It was reported that Eltona's own mother did not believe she should be on medication and didn't agree with the decision to prescribe her any. In January 2017, she refused to let her care coordinator come into her property and did not attend a scheduled meeting. Her sister was now greatly concerned about Eltona's mental health and that she was suffering a relapse. So she arranged for a team to visit her again on the 13th of February. But before this could happen, Eltona would commit a shocking act of violence. Her mother had come to visit her, and she had found that Eltona had been trying to hurt herself. Eltona led her mother upstairs and proceeded to chain the door shut. She said that once she killed her mother, everything would be okay. She then attacked her with an iron, stabbed her hand, and was only stopped when a friend intervened. She was subsequently arrested and detained under the Mental Health Act. It later emerged that she had disconnected the boiler, removed the light bulbs in the property, and got rid of her television. She would again leave the hospital without permission, and at 5 a.m. went to her friend's house and demanded to speak to their 13-year-old daughter. She was armed with a knife that she had taken from a restaurant. The mother refused to let her inside, and when she asked Eltona about what she had done to her hair, Eltona said she had cut her hair off rather than cutting off people's heads. She was returned to the hospital by police, and on the 4th of May, she was deemed fit for release. All appeared to go quiet. That was until March of 2018. Eltona said she was not feeling well and requested to go back on injections. She said she was having hallucinations again. The following year, she has to be taken off the injections and be on oral medication instead. She remained stable, and her family's support appeared to help with her paranoia, although she continued to avoid busy places and wore sunglasses to avoid eye contact. Her last visit with a mental health worker was on the 11th of March 2020, after having none for 3 months. It was so uneventful that the worker didn't even make any notes. Just 11 days later, she would take Emily's life. On the morning of the 22nd of March 2020, Eltona had left her home at around 1 p.m. and headed into Bolton Town Center. She purchased a pack of 3 crafting knives from a pound shop, later telling a psychiatrist that she had bought them with the intention of killing someone. She then went to Queen's Park. A witness later reported that he had seen a woman sitting on the ground with her legs crossed next to a bench and added that she appeared to be agitated. He noted that she had a vacant look on her face, which also caught his attention. He continued to watch her for around 4 minutes, but as she didn't say or do anything, he headed home. As Emily headed to Sarah, she went past the bench Eltona was sat on with her hood pulled up. Out of nowhere, she stood up, grabbed Emily into a headlock, and launched a ferocious attack against the little girl, stabbing her in the neck and slitting her throat. Police went to her flat and searched it and found a load of antipsychotic medication, totaling almost a month's worth that hadn't been taken. A doctor would later say that suddenly coming off of medication could cause someone's mental health to rapidly decline within just a few days. She was charged with murder and possession of a bladed article. She was remanded in custody and scheduled to appear at Manchester and Salford Magistrates Court on Tuesday the 26th of May. As the preliminary murder hearing got underway at Manchester Crown Court, Judge Richard Mantle QC expressed his sympathy for Emily's family, saying to Mark, "I can't imagine the level of pain you and your wife are going through at the moment, and you have my personal and deepest sympathy, as well as the sympathy of everyone involved in the court's process." Mark was there for the hearing, and Tiona appeared via a video link from Rampton Secure Hospital, a high-security psychiatric hospital where she was being held. She ended a plea of guilty to manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility, and prosecutors were given 7 days to consider her plea. They eventually decided to push ahead with a murder trial. It was now time for Tina Scana to go on trial for murder. The prosecution told the jury that it would be for them to decide whether or not this was actually a case of manslaughter, or if she was using her mental health condition as what they referred to a convenient excuse for what she had done. The court heard evidence that whilst in hospital she had spoken to a nurse, and the conversation had pointed to this being something that had been planned, therefore not manslaughter, but rather a premeditated and calculated killing. It also emerged that from the middle of December 2019 to March 11th the following year, she had not had any face-to-face contact with mental health workers. In a report read out to the court, one of the doctors said that Tina represented a very high risk of serious, potentially fatal harm to others. The court heard that whilst in hospital she had been reportedly watching a child's television program when a child who looked like Emily appeared on the screen. Tina began to laugh hysterically. She said to a nurse at the hospital, "Like I said, it's been 3 months, what do you want me to do, cry all the time?" Later telling the same nurse it was premeditated. "I waited in a park and picked my victim. I did what I did, then tried to run away." It was noted that during these conversations she was not on her medication. The court was told that on the 30th of July, staff at the hospital had been observing what was referred to as strange behavior, with Tina telling nurses, "Your body has gone to your soul and we're all going to die." Dr. John Crosby, a consultant psychiatrist, would tell the court that Tina Skarner had paranoid schizophrenia and said this had caused her to suffer from delusions and lose touch with reality. He said that there appeared to be no reason for Emily being singled out by her, adding that it was his conclusion she was in the midst of a psychotic episode when she took Emily's life. Such a terrible, rare, random attack. "To my mind, I can't think of another reason why it could have occurred," he said. In a statement read to the jury, Mark said, "Do not know why this happened. Emily was simply riding her scooter to her mum. I simply can't explain it." He said that Emily was a vulnerable child full of innocence and wonder. She was just starting off on her path of life and her future was cut short. "Our future has also been taken away. How can we enjoy life when the best part of it has been taken away?" Evidence was given by a consultant forensic psychiatrist from the hospital where Tina was being held, and it stated that the possibility of her being convicted of murder was not realistic. After the prosecution considered the medical evidence, it was agreed it would not be fair to ask a jury to convict her of the offense of murder. So the murder charge was withdrawn and the jury was formally instructed to return a not guilty verdict on the charge of murder. Tina Skarner was therefore convicted of manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. Prosecutor Michael Brady QC told the court, "The Crown has come to the conclusion that there is no longer any realistic prospect of conviction." The judge said in his sentencing remarks, "It is obvious that nothing I can do or say can restore Emily to her family or offer any real comfort to them in their immense loss." He said he was satisfied on the basis of the evidence given that she had paranoid schizophrenia, saying that the nature and degree of it warranted her detention in hospital. Tina Scana will only be eligible for release after serving her minimum term and being assessed as no longer being a danger to the public. The judge added, "If you are never deemed fit for release, you will remain in hospital or prison for the remainder of your days." It was later reported that her minimum term had been increased from 8 years to 10 years and 8 months. The judge said that the original sentence had been calculated in error and added that he took full responsibility for it. After her sentence was increased, Mark said, "I will keep fighting tooth and nail for her to stay there for the rest of her life. Whether it's 10 years or 20, it won't be enough for me. As far as I'm concerned, she's a danger to the public for the rest of her life. She'd do it again to any child. I would bet my bottom dollar on that." At the inquest into Emily's death, the acting senior coroner Alan Walsh said, "In my 20 years as a coroner, this is one of the most tragic deaths that I have dealt with, and the loss of a beautiful, innocent, lively, intelligent, and lovely 7-year-old in these circumstances is an unimaginable tragedy." When talking about Iona, the coroner Timothy Brennan said she had been deliberately masking her deteriorating condition, meaning that the mental health workers didn't know she was not taking her medication or that she was relapsing. He added that only with the benefit of hindsight could Altona's actions have been predicted. Emily's father Mark said that although he was glad the inquest was over, he disagreed with the finding. "I cannot believe he has come to that conclusion," he said. "They didn't realize the threat she posed, but it was their job to know. They may be underfunded and rushed off their feet, but they're a dangerous people. I don't think enough money goes into mental health services, but that's no excuse, especially when you're dealing with dangerous individuals. I don't feel like I've got closure. I want to change the system. It's my daughter and it's down to me to make this right." Following the inquest, Mark's lawyer said she twice told doctors that she had lied in her asylum application. She twice told doctors and police that she wanted to go home in 2015 and 2017, and the Home Office offered no explanation as to why they ignored these important clues in her presentation. A Home Office spokesperson said, "We are carefully considering the findings from the inquest and any further recommendations by the coroner." Mark said he has not forgiven Altona for what she did. "No, people say it's good for your mental health to forgive, but in this instance I'm afraid I can't. How dare she touch my daughter? How dare she put her hands on her? So no, I can't forgive her." Altona Skarner would later appeal her sentence, but this appeal was rejected. Lady Justice McCaw said that there was sufficient evidence to find Altona knew that what she did was wrong and attempted to escape detention and escape the scene. Mark said he was more relieved than happy that the appeal was rejected, saying she's a manipulative and dangerous individual, and all 3 judges saw that today. Elchiona Skarner remains at Rampton Hospital, where she is being treated. Greater Manchester Mental Health NHS Trusts have been responsible for Altona's care, conducted a review. In a statement they said, "We treat incidents of this kind with the utmost seriousness and completed an internal rigorous review. Whilst this identified learning for our services, the review found there were no markers of deterioration in Ms. Garner's mental state or behavior which would have foreseen this tragic event." NHS England disagreed with the Trust's conclusion, saying that it was clear she was unwell and posed a risk to others by 2017. Their report said, Mark later demanded an apology from the Trust, saying that it was absolute nonsense. "They are just trying to relinquish all responsibility and she was their responsibility. They knew she didn't comply with oral medication, but they allowed her to take it on her own volition. That is a ridiculous thing to do. She was a ticking time bomb. I want the horrible story of what happened to my daughter to be told. It's not that I want people to feel sorry for us, but it needs to be told because it's an absolute public outrage." Following Emily's death, her school said they were going to have a memorial set up for her, and more than £11,000 was raised. The head teacher said she was blown away by the support the school had received from the community. Emily's school friends were helping to design a garden in her memory, something that would reflect Emily's love of life in the outdoors, also creating a space for people to go and remember her. Mark teamed up with the charity 100 Families, which supports relatives of those killed by somebody suffering from mental illness, to change the way patients are managed within the community. He said, "In another fitting tribute to Emily, her mother Sarah launched a GoFundMe to raise money for Bolton Lads and Girls Club, with the aim of helping children have support and access to various opportunities. It raised nearly £30,000 and was a truly beautiful way to remember Emily. For her devastated family and those left behind, life will never be the same. Emily was a bright and kind little girl with her entire life ahead of her. A life that would have undoubtedly been filled with joy and love and immense promise. On what was a Sunday that should have been filled with joy and happiness, her life was taken in the most appalling of circumstances. And the aftermath of her death is quite simply devastating. As Mark and Sarah said, Emily was the beat in our hearts, the spring in our step and the reason we got up every morning. Garland, Texas, November 2011. 54-year-old Kelly Martin and her husband Don, like many, were decorating the family home, ready for the festive period. Don was a police officer and Kelly a teacher. They had been together since college and had 2 daughters, Lauren and Caitlin. While grabbing boxes down from the attic, Kelly missed a step on the ladder, tripping and falling. She instantly felt a twinge in her back. The pain was bad, but she got through the holidays hoping it was just a pulled muscle or a trapped nerve, and that it would pass. But when it became obvious it was far more than this, she made a trip to her doctor. This small misstep on the ladder had resulted in a herniated disc in her back. Physical therapy, painkillers, muscle relaxers weren't enough. And eventually her doctor recommended a fantastic neurosurgeon new to the area, Dr. Christopher Dunch. Incredibly well-respected, highly sought after and praised by many of the doctors, it was a no-brainer to pay him a visit. Dr. Dunch put Kelly at ease right away, saying it was no problem at all, a very routine surgery, likely no more than 45 minutes. In fact, it was about the simplest operation a neurosurgeon could perform, he said. "Have you ever had any bad outcomes or deaths on your surgery?" Kelly asked. He replied, "No, knock on wood." And with this, her surgery was scheduled for March 2012. The day came around and Don waited patiently in the waiting area. But the 45 minutes drive Dunch said it would take would soon pass. Then it was an hour, then an hour and a half. It was almost at double the time now and Don was starting to get worried. He asked one of the nurses to go and check, and about 20 minutes later Drive Dunch came out. He said the surgery went well and Kelly was moving around but was in a lot of pain, so he got the medicine. He said she may have to go up to the ICU and stay overnight, but she was going to be okay. Don was told he couldn't go and see his wife as they were still working on her, a phrase that sent a shiver down his spine. Don said something in his gut was telling him it was all off. He called Lauren and Caitlin and said they should come up. 2 hours later, Don and his daughters were still waiting around and panicking. They suddenly saw the ICU physician, Dr. Dunch, and the anesthesiologist walking towards them. The looks on their faces told the story before they even opened their mouths. The words no one wanted to hear. "We did everything we could. Kelly Martin had died." How had such a simple, routine operation gone so devastatingly wrong? Don said Dr. Dunch never said a word, not even looking at the 3 of them. They were told by the ICU physician that it had been a medical miscalculation. Records later showed that during the surgery her blood pressure had plummeted and she went a gray color. As she regained consciousness after the surgery, she began to hit her legs, which had turned an odd color with splotches on them. Kelly had become so agitated. The nurses had to sedate her. She never woke up. Don said it was pure misery. "My world just ended right then and there." He started rocking back and forth, so enraged with emotion he almost lunged at them. "I knew something was wrong and I wanted to hurt him," he said of Dr. Dunch. Caitlin said it was like being in slow motion, and as they said their goodbyes to Kelly, Don asked for some scissors so he could keep a little piece of her hair. They all drove home in silence. The medical examiner confirmed that Kelly had bled to death internally, after one of her arteries was completely sliced. Don, Lauren and Caitlin all had a terrible feeling they weren't getting the full story. Something about Dunch was not sitting well with them and they wanted answers. But what had happened to Kelly Martin was sadly just the beginning, and soon a huge can of worms would start to open. But as always, sometimes you must go backwards slightly to move forwards. Born in 1971 in Montana, Christopher Daniel Dunch had originally set his sights on playing football. One of his teammates remembered him as not being very good at following orders and struggling with the most basic of drills, but someone that came back every practice trying to get it right. He made multiple transfers and moved around so much that he was told this had taken away his eligibility to play professionally. He realized his football dream was over and suddenly made a drastic change. He abruptly switched to a career in medicine. In 1995, he received his undergraduate degree from the University of Memphis before getting his MD there too. He excelled in medical school to such a point that he was allowed to join the Alpha Omega Medical Honor Society and started working with Russian scientists on research programs, gaining $3 million in funding. He started his surgical residency at the University of Tennessee and was soon running 2 labs. He was described as a charming, smooth-talking, and witty guy with a glowing 12-page resume. He had many people speaking highly of him and seeking him out. But despite all of his successes and accolades, things were slowly starting to unravel, and it was becoming clear that all was not as it appeared. His resume boasted that he had earned a doctorate in microbiology from the prestigious St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, but there was no such program running at the hospital at that time. He also claimed to have gotten his PhD from the University of Tennessee Health Center, but he appears in no yearbooks from the university during that period. The school declined to verify his claims, citing a federal privacy law. Since college, he had been a drug user and a big drinker, but during his residency was when his drug use started to escalate. He was frequently taking LSD, cocaine, and illegally getting his hands on prescription painkillers. His ex-girlfriend Megan initially thought that this was just something he did occasionally, but it was clearly not the case. After a full night of drug taking, drinking vodka, and no sleep, Megan said he grabbed his scrubs and walked into work ready to talk to patients. She was horrified. His choice of drug was cocaine, although when he would come down after binges, he would rely on OxyContin, Xanax, and alcohol. Many said he would start his days off with a vodka and orange juice and a line of cocaine. One of his friends would later talk about just how out of control his drug use was, and several nurses said they saw him taking cocaine right before he went into surgery. But Dunch joked about it, calling them his neurostimulants, believing it made him better and more alert in theater. After he was reported, he was asked to take a drugs test, which he refused to do. He was subsequently sent to an impaired physician program. In a deposition, slurring and not really concentrating, Dunch pleaded the fifth over and over again when asked about using drugs whilst working with patients. Despite the complaints, refusal to participate in tests, and after completing less than 100 surgeries, whereas it is typical for a resident to perform closer to 1,000, he was still allowed to finish his residency. In 2011, he was headhunted to join the Minimally Invasive Spine Institute in North Dallas with a $600,000 advance. Not long after, he was given surgical rights at the Baylor Regional Medical Center in Plano on a $50,000 a month salary. The recommendation that landed him the job had read, "Chris is extremely bright and possibly the hardest working person I have ever met," adding he had an excellent work ethic. For hospitals, surgeons are worth millions in revenue, on average about $2.5 million per year, and it is not uncommon to get operating privileges at other hospitals, hence the reason Dunge was able to get a string of these across Dallas. Only a couple of months after he had finished his training, Dunge met another surgeon called Dr. Randall Kirby, a man that would play a key role in this story. Kirby said the first conversation he had with Dunge revolved around him telling him he was the best surgeon in Dallas and the only one a patient could trust. He said he wanted to clean the town up and was quite aggressive with his delivery. Kirby was taken aback with his level of arrogance, knowing how new he was to this game. Other doctors saw the same outbursts, but put his cockiness down to the fact he was just a really talented surgeon and he knew it. Opinions soon changed, however, when the only surgery he actually performed at the Minimally Invasive Spine Institute resulted in him being asked to leave. After the surgery was done, he immediately went on a trip to Las Vegas to party and left no one to look after his distressed patient. His drug use wasn't slowing down, and he would write many long emails to another ex-girlfriend and his surgical assistant Kimberly, saying some very unhinged things, likely due to intoxication. One email read in parts. In more emails he referenced his drug and alcohol abuse. These emails were full of swearing, threats, and rambling and abusive language. The emails themselves are too long to read in full, but they are interesting and present a small insight into his mind, so we have linked them in the description box if anyone wants to take a closer look. In December 2011, shortly before Kelly Martin approached him, Christopher had operated twice on a man called Ken Fennell. He was his first patient in North Texas. The surgery didn't help fix his back pain, as Dunn had operated in the wrong area, a mistake he admitted, but one he said he would correct with a second surgery. Ken, desperate to fix his pain, agreed. When Ken woke up the second time around, he described his legs as like a bonfire burning him. Something had gone wrong during the second surgery, but he had no idea what, and he left hospital relying heavily on a motorized wheelchair from that point on. Dunch's next patient was Lee Passmore, and he was actually an investigator in the Collin County Medical Examiner's office. He had undergone back surgery once before, but his pain had come back. Without missing a beat, Lee's pain specialist recommended Dr. Dunch. The surgery was booked right away. A vascular surgeon called Mark Hoyle assisted with the operation. Dr. Hoyle watched in horror as Dunch began to cut out a ligament around the spinal cord that should never have been touched. Right away, Lee started bleeding so profusely Hoyle said the operating room was like a lake of Dunch, not only left some hardware in Lee's spine. He also stripped the screw so it could not be moved. Unable to watch anymore, Dr. Hoyle said he blocked the incision area to try and stop Dunch from carrying on. "We need to talk about this," he said, locking eyes with Dunch. "That's dangerous. Even that attitude is dangerous. I've done 5,000 of these and I've never seen this done before." For the arrogant and careless surgeon, it was not enough to stop him. Hoyle said he left the operating room and vowed to never work with the surgeon ever again. Lee Passmore did survive the ordeal, but lives with chronic pain and has a lot of trouble walking and balancing. The next patient to have his life irreparably changed was Barry Morguloff. Spending his life unloading trucks, his back was now in pain all the time. The only recommendation he got was Dr. Dunch, but Barry wasn't sure. Nervous about getting surgery, and he spent hours poring over reviews about him and all his awards and accolades. Barry set up a meeting with the surgeon and clicked with him right away. He said he felt calm seeing how confident Dr. Dunch was. He said he was a very charming and disarming guy, a loving family man it seemed. "Phenomenal, great guy, loved him," Barry said. In January 2012, Barry was wheeled into surgery. The vascular surgeon assisting Dunch was none other than Dr. Randall Kirby. Dr. Kirby said of the operation, "In the spectrum of what a neurosurgeon does for a living, doing this procedure is probably the easiest thing that they do on a daily basis." Kirby watched as Dunch went right in without using the proper tools, grabbing at things that he shouldn't have been and haphazardly blundering around. Kirby argued with Dunch before changing tack and politely offering to take over the surgery, but Dunch insisted he knew what he was doing. Kirby left, but he was unable to shake this feeling that he had about Dunch and had had since the day he first met him. Barry woke up from the surgery in agony, a pain unlike anything he'd felt before. It would turn out that there were bone fragments that had been left in Barry's spinal canal. Another surgeon would later try and repair the damage, but Barry has to walk with a cane now, and his doctor said one day he will end up in a wheelchair. At one point, Barry was so depressed and sick that he contemplated taking his own life, believing it was the only way the mental and physical pain would end. Fortunately, his wife and children were able to pull him out of the dark place, and he began some intensive therapy. Dunch's childhood friend and now roommate Jerry Summers then approached him to perform a surgery on his back too. He had a herniated disc. The pair would often go out partying together, and Jerry even had access to Dunch's credit cards. To ask his good friend to do this simple surgery seemed like a given. The trust was already there, and Dunch was often talking about how highly in demand he was. But for Jerry, the dream situation would quickly turn into a nightmare. In surgery, he damaged Jerry's vertebral artery and the bleeding just wasn't stopping. 2 liters of blood was soon lost. Dunch packed the area with so much anticoagulant that it squeezed Jerry's spine. When Jerry woke up, he said he couldn't feel anything. He had no sensation in either of his arms or legs and was now completely paralyzed. Would later require 24/7 round-the-clock care. Lying in the ICU, knowing that he was never going to recover, he turned to his girlfriend and said, "Kill me, I want to die." Dunch never once came to see his friend, see how he was, or even explain what had happened. In a depressed rage, Jerry told the nurses that Dunch had been taking cocaine the night before he performed the surgery. He later admitted he had just made this up. But knowing his friend and his drug usage, he felt it was fairly educated assumption. His claim was taken seriously, and Dunch was ordered to take a drugs test. The test would never happen, as Dunch claimed he got lost on his way there. He did pass a separate psychological evaluation, and just 3 weeks later, he was allowed to start operating again, but was instructed to stick to minor procedures. But after this, we come back to Kelly Martin's case. She would be his next patient. After Kelly died, officials ordered Dunch to take another drug test. This time, he took it, The first screening came back as showing it had been diluted with water, and the second, a few days later, was clean. Some while later, Lee, still struggling to work, was allowed to resign from his job at the Collin County Medical Examiner's office. But before he left, a fax came through that stopped him in his tracks. There were two names at the top of the first page, Kelly Martin and Dr. Christopher Dunch. He sat and read what happened to her, shocked at what he was seeing. The cogs started turning as he connected the dots between that and his own botched surgery. He went down a rabbit hole and found a few months that were not accounted for in Dunch's educational history. He said you don't get to walk away from 2 to 3 years of medical training in the middle of an internship or a residency, get to take time off and be slotted directly in the position you left in with no questions asked. Maybe that's how they do it in Tennessee. But according to my training, that's not how they do it here. Then it all just started to unravel. Administrators at the hospital put together a comprehensive review of all of Dunch's cases, and each time the same thing had happened. Patterns were showing and other surgeons were talking. Now someone was dead. This could not be ignored. After going through everything that had happened in that particular hospital alone, they determined he couldn't continue there. To the shock of the other surgeons and patients, the hospital did not fire him. Instead, they asked him to resign, remaining in good standing, with his last day being in April 2012. Through a letter, Baylor Plano said, "All areas of concern with regard to Christopher D. Dunch have been closed. As of this date, there have been no summary or administrative restrictions or suspension of Dunch's medical staff membership or clinical privileges during the time he has practiced at Baylor Regional Medical Center at Plano. The places that had asked him to leave chose to avoid the legalities of a potential wrongful termination and bad press of firing such a highly respected doctor, and instead let him quietly resign and move on with no repercussions. And as he technically left of his own choice, this meant that at least 2 facilities did not have to report him to a database run by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. This database is supposed to log information about problem practitioners, warning potential employers about their histories. They also failed to report him to the Texas Medical Board. When some of his patients tried to sue him for malpractice, most of them found it virtually impossible to find attorneys willing to take on their cases. In 2003, Texas enacted tort reform which reduced the amount of damages plaintiffs could win, with the number of malpractice payouts per year dropping by more than half. In July 2012, Dunch moved right on to the Dallas Medical Center. The background check they briefly ran on him came back clean. In the same month he joined, Dunch operated on 63-year-old Floella Brown, a banker looking forward to retirement. About 30 minutes into the surgery, the bleeding was so bad that Dunch said he couldn't see her spine. "Why is it still bleeding?" he kept saying. After a few scary moments, it seemed Dunch had got it under control, but nurses in the room were concerned. Although Floella woke up and seemed fine, early the following morning she lost consciousness as pressure was building up inside her brain for reasons that no one could work out. She was in critical condition and it wasn't looking good. While Floella lay in the intensive care unit with doctors fighting to save her life, Dunch was set to go into another surgery with 71-year-old Mary Ford. Mary was very active and loved working out, but back pain was stopping her from living her life. The surgery was very simple, easily mastered by most first-year residents. Before the surgery started, nurses spotted a hole in Dunch's scrubs right at the back, showing he wasn't wearing underwear. One nurse, Kyle Kissinger, said he had seen the same hole for 3 straight days, and it was clear that Dunch wasn't even changing his scrubs between surgeries. As he stared into Dunch's eyes, he said he had pinpoint pupils and wasn't blinking. It was all very alarming. The surgery for Dunch was more of the same. The operating room staff questioned why he seemed to be drilling into random areas of her back carelessly and without paying any attention. Soon after the surgery on Mary started, Dunch turned to Kyle and said he wanted to perform a procedure on Floella called a craniotomy. This involves cutting a hole in the skull to relieve pressure on the brain. Kyle was shocked and said Dallas Medical Center did not perform these as they didn't have the proper equipment to be able to. Other people in the room were agreeing with what Kyle was saying, trying to talk him out of it. Unfortunately, he backed down. Floella was moved to another hospital, but she never regained consciousness, and her family withdrew her life support a few days later. A neurosurgeon was hired to review her case and death, and would later conclude that Dunch had both pierced and blocked her vertebral artery with a misplaced screw. He also found that he had misdiagnosed the source of her pain in the first place and was operating in totally the wrong area. This had triggered a stroke, which had ultimately claimed her life. Mary Afford woke up from the surgery, the same as the others before her, in total agony. She couldn't move her legs or feel her toes. Dr. Robert Henderson, another important person in this story, was called in to look at her case. He was an extremely talented Dallas spinal surgeon with 3 decades of experience. He pulled up her post-op x-rays, and the first thing he said was, "Some kind of travesty occurred." Mary was pulled back into surgery the next day with Dr. Henderson operating. There were 3 holes in Mary's spinal column where Dunch had tried and failed to insert several screws. One screw had hit the nerves that control one leg and the bladder. Dr. Henderson then discovered that Dunch had amputated on one of her nerve roots, for reasons Henderson called inexplicable. The surgery had gone so badly and was so botched, Dr. Henderson wondered if Dunch was some sort of imposter, dressing up and pretending to be a surgeon. He could think of no other reason why this had gone so wrong. Mary Afford now relies on a wheelchair. She has never regained mobility in her legs. She said one of her biggest loves was sewing. She used to do it all the time, but as she can't pick up her foot, she can't do this anymore. "Pain is really my life," she said. Dr. Henderson was horrified and took his findings to the hospital administrators, and he and Dr. Kirby both started sharing stories. Dr. Kirby had operating privileges at over 60 hospitals across Texas, and wherever he went, someone at some point would come up to him with a story about Dr. Dunch. Thanks to the fuss the pair kicked up, hospital officials told Dunch he would no longer be able to operate at Dallas Medical Center. However, yet again, he wasn't fired or suspended. He was allowed to leave quietly. People were going in for the most simple, routine, and standard surgeries and procedures, and they were coming out worse than they went in, and in the case of Kelly Martin and Floella Brown, they weren't coming out at all. It had taken months and multiple catastrophic and fatal surgeries, but finally Dr. Dunch was reported to the state medical board. However, this was not the simple fix surgeons like Dr. Henderson and Dr. Kirby thought. It would take almost a whole year for the board to investigate. All the while Dunch was operating elsewhere. Things went quiet for a little while, until December 2012. Dr. Kirby was asked to assist with a woman called Jacqueline Troy. She had had neck surgery and was now battling a severe infection. Dr. Kirby found that the surgeon who had operated on her had cut her vocal cords and one of her arteries. "Is it a guy named Christopher Dunch?" he asked. He knew the answer already, and of course the answer was yes. Dunch was finally reported to the National Practitioner Databank. But even after the report was filed, Dr. Kirby found that another hospital had given him operating privileges. Although Dunch didn't realize this, Jeff Glidewell would be his last patient. Jeff, always an outdoors-loving man, had had a motorbike accident years before, and his back and neck had never been the same. He had come across Dunch in an advert that was showing the best neurosurgeons in the Dallas area. Despite everything going wrong for Dunch's patients, it seemed he was still the talk of the town. As a superstitious man, Jeff saw 3 black cats on the way into the hospital and said his gut told him to turn around. Reassured by his wife, they carried on for the surgery. Hours later, Dunch was nowhere to be found. 3 hours after the surgery was supposed to start, Dunch finally turned up in a cab, claiming he had a flat tire. His jeans were frayed, he was sweaty and disheveled, and Jeff said he didn't look at all ready for the surgery. His bad feeling grew, but he kissed his wife goodbye and went into the operating room. At this point, unbeknownst to Jeff, the state medical board had been investigating Dunch for about 10 months. During the surgery, Dunch thought that part of Jeff's neck muscle was a tumor and stopped operating on him halfway through. He cut into Jeff's vocal cords, punctured an artery, and cut a hole in his esophagus. Dunch used a sponge to stop the bleeding and stitched Jeff back up, with the sponge still inside him. Dunch came out and told Jeff's wife Robin he had found a tumor confirmed by a quick biopsy, and therefore he couldn't possibly carry on. But there was no tumor and there had been no biopsy. Robin went in to see Jeff in the recovery room. Jeff was so distressed he couldn't swallow and breathlessly mumbled, "Where's the doctor? I can't move my arm or my leg." Something's wrong. What did he do to me? Dunch finally showed his face, and Jeff, now battling an infection as well, said, "I can't move my arms." Dunch replied, "Well, I don't know what to tell you about that," before strolling off. None other than Dr. Randall Kirby was called in to correct the damage, and at this point he was quite literally losing his mind. How did this keep happening, and when was it going to end? On a scale of difficulty, this was about a 2 out of 10 procedure. He said this was not an operation that was performed. This was attempted murder. It was like a crazed maniac procedure. Dr. Kirby went directly to the Texas Medical Board, and Robin went to the police. The officer she spoke to said they didn't have the resources to file criminal charges against a doctor. She went back to Dr. Kirby, asking if she could contact the medical board too, and a statement was drafted. Jeff Glidewell would leave the hospital months later, partially paralyzed and with only one vocal cord. He has nerve damage in one arm and can only eat small bites of food at a time. But Dunch would again move elsewhere. In May 2013, Dr. Henderson and Dr. Kirby opened up their emails to find an invite to a Meet the Specialist dinner. University General Hospital was throwing an event to welcome a new neurosurgeon joining their team, Dr. Christopher Dunch. They simply couldn't believe it. This was Dunch's third hospital in 18 months. Dr. Kirby said he picked up the phone right away and called the hospital to, in his words, raise holy hell. He then sent them a 6-page letter which read in part, "Let me be blunt, Christopher Dunch, Texas Medical Board license number N8183, is an impaired physician, a sociopath, and must be stopped from practicing medicine." In the letter, Kirby told the hospital they could either address it and do something about it, or he would be calling every media outlet in Texas. With so much talk in the medical community and between family members, the stories were traveling fast. An article was published about him online referring to him as Dr. Death and quoted Dr. Kirby and all of his findings. Dunch took to the comments section to threaten Dr. Kirby if he kept talking. But in this case, there was no such thing as bad publicity, because finally in June 2013, Christopher Dunch was suspended and ordered to stop operating. Dunch was able to issue some sort of appeal through a lawyer and said he didn't have the time to use drugs or drink, even if he wanted to, because he was too busy. He said he was a hard worker, and he even threatened to sue Dr. Kirby for slander. He claimed he was at the center of a vast conspiracy to bilk money from the hospitals where he practiced. When asked why it had taken so long for the suspension to happen, the head of the medical board said at the time, "It's not uncommon for there to be complications in neurosurgery. None of us rush to judgment that's not fair, and in the long run it can come back to be incorrect. To suspend a physician's license, there has to be a pattern of patient injury, so that was ultimately what happened, but it took until June of 2013 to get that established," he added. For Drs. Henderson and Kirby, it wasn't good enough. Dr. Henderson said the word suspended implied he might be allowed back at some point, and they couldn't let that happen. Dr. Kirby, Dr. Henderson, and another doctor contacted the district attorney, arguing that Dunch was a criminal. They got a meeting, but nothing happened. In December 2013, almost 2 years since Kelly Martin had died, the medical board permanently revoked Dunch's license. Despite his huge salary, Dunch was now in dire straits financially. He had to file for bankruptcy, owing more than $1 million, and leave Texas, moving in with his parents in Colorado. He would come back and forth to see his 2 young sons, but it appeared the relationship with his girlfriend Wendy had fallen apart too. A month after moving, he was pulled over by police in the early morning hours. He was driving on the wrong side of the road with 2 flat tires. As soon as they spoke to him, the smell of alcohol was strong and empty bottles littered the car floor. Dunch was arrested for a DUI and ordered into rehab. In March 2014, police were called in again to a bank in Dallas, after people saw a man with blood on his hands and face, banging on the doors and trying to get in. It was Dunch. He was wearing his scrubs and was incoherent, saying something about his family being in danger. He was swiftly taken to a psychiatric hospital. After his father had sent him some money, he was caught in a Dallas Walmart, filling a cart with almost $1,000 of watches, sunglasses, computer equipment, and cologne. He bagged them up to hide them, before picking out some clothes and putting them on in the dressing room. He then headed right for the front door, but was stopped by security and arrested for shoplifting. His life was out of control and the wheels were starting to come off. Later that year, Biloplano was told a lawsuit had been lodged against them by Ken Fennell and Lee Passmore, swiftly followed by Maria Ford and Barry Mergeloff. Biloplano described this as extremely frustrating and difficult, adding that a lot of what had been said about them was misleading, and that they never knowingly allowed one person to compromise the level of quality care they pride themselves on. Jeff Glidewell, still fighting to accept his life was now what it was, but still wanting justice, made a call to a judge with everything he knew about Dunge. This would finally help bring the case back to the district attorney's attention and get the ball moving. We now meet someone else vital in bringing this case to a conclusion. Michelle Shugart, the assistant district attorney. The case instantly piqued her interest as in her 13 years with the Dallas DA's office, she had never prosecuted a doctor. In fact, from looking at other cases like this, it seemed that no one had ever prosecuted a surgeon for what they had done in the operating room. It would become a case of thirsts for many reasons. She began researching everything she could on Dunge, and it was staggering just how much was out there about him. She issued 800 subpoenas and spoke to over 100 people in person. In July 2015, 46-year-old Christopher Dunge was arrested on 5 aggravated assault charges, 1 count of injury to an elderly person, Mary Ford. He was also accused of maiming 3 patients and causing the deaths of at least 2. He was taken into custody and denied all the allegations. He was officially charged and pleaded not guilty. In Texas, the charge of injury to an elderly person carries a potential life sentence, but there were only 4 months left before the statute of limitations ran out. This was the big charge they were pushing to take to trial, as, for various reasons, if they could obtain a conviction for this, it would be worth more in terms of years than any of the other charges. One lawyer said it's not worth an attorney's time and energy to take on a malpractice case. The outcome, sadly, would just not be worth it. The prosecution knew this was a tough case, but their goal was to get a sentence long enough to ensure he would never be able to practice medicine again. To the relief of the prosecution, Dunge was criminally charged in the maiming of Mary Ford, and this was the charge that went to trial. Dunge opted not to testify in his own defense. Despite the fact they were only focused on Mary's case, they still had a huge amount of people that were willing to testify against him to prove his negligence in the years before he even met Mary. Doctors Randall and Henderson took to the stand, as did Jerry via a video link from his home. Mary herself also testified. The prosecution said it was obvious he had intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly harmed up 2 of his patients, although we know there were many more people affected. Jeff Chaney woke up from his operation to find out that Dunge had removed part of his spinal cord by mistake, paralyzing the entire right side of his body. Jackie Troy found herself unable to talk as Dunge had paralyzed her vocal cords. Philip Mayfield paralyzed from the neck down. Marshall Muse spiraled into addiction after relying on pain pills following his surgery. And Pam Trusty feels lucky to be alive. However, Dunge's legal team claimed that he was not a criminal, just a lousy surgeon and a lazy person. They said him committing malpractice was due to chaotic operating rooms in hospitals in Dallas. And as for the emails he wrote to his ex-girlfriend Kimberly saying he would become a killer, they said it was simply sarcasm taken badly. Even his lead attorney said, "You have people in walkers, you have people on crutches, you have people that could barely move. You had people that had lost loved ones. You had all sorts of things that had gone wrong. Before we even get to Mary, you can see that it's going downhill. I mean, it's going downhill fast. So why didn't he stop?" Michelle asked. Because of greed. Because he owed people a lot of money. He wanted to live the high life, and a neurosurgeon makes big bucks. Why didn't he stop? Because he had no conscience. He doesn't care what he has left in his wake. In court, Dunge was calm and collected. His lawyer later said he truly and honestly thought he was doing a good job, and this all seemed shocking to him. He said until the experts started speaking, it seemed he was clueless as to the damage he caused. The jury took just 4 hours to return their verdicts. In July 2016, he was found guilty of 1 count of intentionally or knowingly causing serious bodily harm to an elderly individual. Dunge's family begged for some mercy when it came to the sentencing. They described him as a bright little boy who had taken care of sick birds and loved dogs. They acknowledged his issues, but said everything he did came from a place of wanting to help people. His dad Don said, in February 2017, Christopher Dunch was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 30 years. He filed an appeal in 2018, but his conviction was upheld. He's not eligible for parole until 2045, when he will be 74 years old. This case set a huge precedent. It is the first time in the United States that a physician has been convicted of criminal charges for actions in the course of their medical work. In June 2023, Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed a bill into law that would give the state's medical board additional ability to protect patients from potentially dangerous doctors. The bill, HB 1998, was introduced in response to an investigation that found at least 49 doctors were practicing in Texas, despite having their licenses revoked in other states. To think about how many people these doctors were treating is shocking. There was no record of these actions on the Texas Medical Board's physician profile pages, despite being required by law. The new law includes several provisions which will better enable the board to protect patients and boost transparency. These include some of the following. Lying on a medical license application will be a Class A misdemeanor. Doctors who have had their medical licenses revoked, restricted, or suspended in another state will not be allowed to practice in Texas. All doctors will be required to be fingerprinted as part of a criminal background check and be monitored monthly via the National Practitioner Data Bank. The 4 hospitals that employed Dunch have ongoing civil cases against them as well. Sadly, not reporting these things is not uncommon. In 2011, a staggering 47% of hospitals did not report their restrictions or revocations of doctors' clinical privileges, leaving the doors wide open for the lack of paper trail to be taken advantage of. Questions had to be answered, and accountability had to be taken. It highlighted the systemic problems within the healthcare field all the way to the top. The hospital officials which allowed him to leave rather than firing him and having him investigated issued a statement which read, "Our primary concern, as always, is with patients. Out of respect for the patients and families involved, and the privileged nature of a number of details, we must continue to limit our comments. There is nothing more important to us than serving our community through high-quality, trusted healthcare. Trying to comprehend the amount of damage and destruction that Christopher Dunch has caused is impossible." Between May 2011 and June 2013, Dunch performed surgery on 38 people. 32 of them were left with life-changing injuries, in some cases completely paralyzed, and 2 had died. His case became quite a big part of mainstream media, with a hugely successful podcast being launched about it. And it was even made into a TV show on Peacock called Dr. Death. It was an all-star cast, with Joshua Jackson playing Dunch and Christian Slater playing Dr. Randall Kirby. And this brings us to the amazing doctors that helped put an end to his career. One has to wonder, if it wasn't for the perseverance of Dr. Kirby and Dr. Henderson, how much longer would Dunch have continued? Tragically, a 3rd victim's life would be claimed when, in 2021, Jerry Summers, Dunch's patient and once dear friend, died from an infection connected to his botched surgery. We trust that when we need them, people in Christopher Dunch's position of authority, knowledge and power will look after us. They will care for us. They will make us better. We put our faith and trust in them, that they will turn things around even when the odds might seem stacked against us. We hope that we are in good and safe hands. The families that were affected by the crimes of Christopher Dunch, that trust will likely forever be broken. Kelly's husband Don Martin said, "My whole lifestyle has changed. Everything is different now. I look at life differently, totally differently. Life is too precious, too short. We can't take the little things for granted. We are just trying to make the best of each day." On December 18, 2018, partially buried skeletal human remains were discovered in a field near Ville Platte, Louisiana. The remains were located near an isolated, rarely used barn in the middle of a field. The discovery occurred while searchers were out looking for a missing 9-year-old boy named Bryson Tabado. Bryson was later found alive 12 days later, hiding at a neighbor's house, and his parents were arrested for cruelty to juveniles, and he and his sister were removed from the home. Forensic investigators determined the remains to be that of a mixed Cajun French and African American female, 25 to 35 years old, and had been partially buried for up to 10 years. Unable to match her to any missing persons reports, She became known as Evangeline Parrish Jane Doe 2018. After a painstaking DNA extraction by the DNA Doe Project, they were able to place a profile in GEDmatch nearly a year after her discovery. Through a collaborative effort, the Louisiana State Police Crime Lab, the LSU Forensic Anthropology and Computer Enhancement Services Laboratory, and DNA Doe Project were able to identify the Jane Doe. On February 5, 2021, the Louisiana State Police announced that Evangeline Parrish Jane Doe 2018 had been identified as Erica Nicole Hunt. Erica was born July 10, 1995 to Shane and Isaac. She was described as lively, energetic, and always smiling, and had two sisters that she was very close to. She had a 2-year-old daughter named Brianna and lived in Opelousas, Louisiana, just 12 miles away from where she was found. She had plans to celebrate her upcoming 21st birthday a week after she disappeared. On July 3, 2016, 20-year-old Erica and her little girl attended a barbecue at her uncle's house for the holiday. The next day, Erica stopped by her sister's house and hung out for a bit. She borrowed a few dollars for cigarettes and then left. She didn't own her own vehicle and usually asked for a ride, but this time she didn't. So when she left, her family wasn't sure if she left on foot or if she was picked up by someone. But the next day, July 5th, she was not answering any calls or texts and had not picked up her daughter from her mother's house, which was very unusual for her. A day later, her family would report her missing. During the initial search for Erica, police got a tip that she had been seen on the July 4th, 2016 behind Billy Ray's Food and a local restaurant between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m., and then another sighting a few blocks from there on Madison Street. But police told the media they weren't completely sure these sightings were credible. Erica's family immediately began making missing person flyers, and for years her family searched, but they never found any further traces of her. At this time, her death is being investigated as a homicide. On April 11, 2021, a Gwinnett County police officer responded to a complaint of trash dumping in a wooded area just off Hamilton Road in Beaufort, Georgia. When the officer arrived, he found a makeshift campsite and a tent, and upon further investigation, discovered a human skull. No other human bones were recovered by authorities despite a thorough search of the 13-acre area. Forensic investigators could not determine much about the remains other than they were that of an 18 to 30-year-old woman. A cause and manner of death could not be determined at the time, and she would become known as Gwinnett County Jane Doe or Beaufort Jane Doe. The medical examiner indicated the remains could have been in the woods for at least 1 year. Unable to easily match the skull to any local missing person cases, Law Enforcement Commission forensic artist Kelly Lawson to make a reconstruction of the woman, hoping to generate leads. She underwent testing by the DNA Doe Project, but was identified before a genetic profile was completed. A DNA match had been obtained between the Jane Doe and a reference sample from a family member. The identification of Brittany Michelle Davis was announced on August 26, 2021, when her fiancé was taken into custody in connection with her death. Based on evidence obtained during the investigation, detectives had probable cause to charge 42-year-old Michael Lee Wilkerson with the murder of Brittany. The couple had been living together on McDaniel Avenue in Greenville, South Carolina, when she went missing. Brittany was only 32 years old when she was last seen on February of 2020 at Buck's Racks and Ribs in Greenville. Some reports contradict this and say that she was last seen being dropped off at her apartment by an Uber driver on February 12, 2020. Worked at Firebird's Woodfire Grill off Woodruff Road, but she never showed up for work. Her mother, Melanie Hollerman, said she was strangely getting texts from Brittany's phone through the month of February and into March. One of the last text messages she got from Brittany's phone was about her returning from a trip to Puerto Rico. However, she later learned that Brittany never went on a trip to Puerto Rico. It is believed that Wilkerson was sending those texts pretending to be Brittany. Her phone was powered off on March 10, 2020, and all social media accounts were deactivated. It is believed that she was killed on or around February 12, 2020, and her mother reported her missing on March 16, 2020. Sadly, Brittany was described as a beautiful soul with a good heart. Police have not released details about her case, but as of today, Wilkerson remains behind bars. On August 5, 1988, Human remains were discovered by a fisherman along Beaver Creek in the Willow Sloat State Fish and Wildlife Area in Morocco, Indiana. It was determined that the remains were those of a black female between the ages of 25 and 45 years old. Filled with the body were a pair of Jordache jeans and a safety pin stamped with the number 450. It was later believed that the safety pin was possibly from a Morocco swimming pool. Also with her was a number from an old police report case. She was found underneath the remains of another individual identified as Celeste Tony Sherrod. The bodies of Tony and the woman had been in the same forest and swamp area on the Indiana-Illinois state line where Chicago mob boss Anthony Spilatro and his brother Michael were found slain in a shallow grave in June 1986, 2 years earlier. Authorities speculated that the area was being used as a burial ground by organized crime figures from Chicago. 31-year-old Tony was married to Cynthia Sherrod and was a native of Chicago and had spoken to his father a month earlier around the 4th of July, 1988. His Chevrolet Astro van was found several days later 3 miles away in Indiana, also burned. However, he wasn't reported missing until months after he was last seen, and his family said he was on the road for weeks at a time as a truck driver. Cynthia said she last seen her husband in May of 1988, about 3 months before he was found. Police reports noted that Tony had an extensive criminal history and numerous girlfriends. Unable to determine the female's identity, she became known as Charlene Doe, Newton County, 1988. Years later, a cold case detective presented part of a tooth to a dentist, which was determined to have been an expensive dental crown. He sent the school to Betsy Cooper, a forensic artist, and she created a sketch of what the female may have looked like while alive. In 2019, the DNA Doe Project began trying to identify her using genetic genealogy. DNA extract was obtained from UNT Center for Human Identification, and in March 2020, the DNA was sent to Hudson Alpha Discovery for whole genome sequencing. After data was obtained, bioinformatics work was performed by Sabre Investigations to produce a file suitable for upload to genealogical databases. On May 7, 2020, the file was uploaded to GeneMatch and Family Tree DNA, and the top matches were distant cousins, which represented both parents. On March 5, 2021, 33 years later, the Newton County, Indiana Coroner's Office positively identified the Jane Doe as that of Jennifer Noreen Denton from Joliet, Illinois. Jennifer Denton was born in 1963 and was 24 years old when she went missing from her home. She left behind her 1-year-old daughter and all of her personal belongings. Her sister had tried to file a missing persons report at the time, but the Joliet Police Department refused due to Jennifer being an adult. This is still an open investigation, and there are no further details available on the case at this time. On January 11, 2015, the decomposed remains of a man were found in a shed in Mill Creek, Washington, along with $20. He was found lying under blankets on a mattress made of pieces of foam and was thought to be living there. Investigators believed he had been dead for at least a year before he was found. The man was determined to be African American between 50 and 65 years old, and the tip of his pinky finger on his right hand was missing. Unable to determine the deceased man's identity, he became known as Mill Creek Shedman. No cause of death could be determined, but there were also no signs of foul play. There is local lore that states he had permission to live in the shed from a man who once owned the property. Locals said a man named Jerry Diggs, or Deggs, lived in the shed for decades and had said his birth date was December 31, 1949. He claimed to be from the East Coast and used to work as a security guard for a bank. He stated that he was struck in the head during a bank robbery and received a head injury. DNA from the remains had been entered into Cody's in 2015, but there were no matches. Investigators tried to determine the man's name and even asked the State Department of Social and Health Services to look for records of food stamps that could be linked to him, but there was no evidence he ever used them. A forensic dentist compared the man's teeth to those of missing people, but he struggled to narrow down a list of possibilities. In early 2018, a new DNA sample was extracted from the man's femur to be used by the DNA Doe Project. The genetic profile was uploaded to GeneMatch and genealogists began working on a family tree. On December 23, 2019, the Snohomish County Medical Examiner announced Mill Creek Shedman's identity as Nathaniel Terrence Deggs, who went by the name Terry. He was 65 years old at the time of his death and was eventually confirmed by DNA submitted by his sister. He was born Nathaniel Terrence Davies on December 31st, 1949 in Baltimore, Maryland, to a teenage mother and would later have over a dozen siblings. As a child, he was taken in by a foster mom whose last name was Daggs, and they lived in the Bronx, New York. He did indeed work as a security guard in a bank in the Bronx. His foster mother passed away in 1984, and he was reportedly extremely upset by this loss and showed up in Mill Creek in 1985. His family searched for him over the years, and it's unknown how or why he ended up in the isolated area. The story goes that a dentist from Mill Creek found Terry emaciated and staying in a falling-apart barn near his home in the 17,500 block of Bethel Everett Highway in October 1985. However, he became known as Jerry instead of Terry. He began living in the shed about 200 feet behind the man and his family's home and sometimes cooked for them. He became reclusive, rarely venturing out from the shed. Years later, in 1996, another man began renting the home and was aware of Terry living in the backyard shed. He said Terry often made childlike sketches of his surroundings and appeared kind of slow. He said he would bring him plates of food on the holidays. He said one day a small fire broke out on the roof and firefighters would no longer allow him to keep his wood stove. So the homeowner gave him an electric skillet and a small heater, and ran the power cords out of his home business. Often ate potatoes and lived off the 6 acres picking fruit from the trees. The homeowner eventually moved out, and after that, Jerry was often seen walking along the nearby highway. Police had talked to him several times and had written his name and date of birth down at least once. Initial testing by DNA Doe Project was unsuccessful, so they attempted a second round of sequencing, paid for through fundraising efforts, which was successful in extracting a usable sequence. The results were uploaded to GeneMatch, and fortunately, a woman had uploaded her DNA to GeneMatch and opted in to share with law enforcement. It turned out she was a match, and she was identified as the man's half-first cousin. Genealogists were able to build a family tree, which revealed that she and the unidentified man shared a grandfather. Through her, the DNA Doe Project team continued to reconstruct the man's family tree and found his half-siblings. His sister provided details about the man's life, confirming the link to the man living in the Mill Creek shed. His sister said she did have a brother called Terry, and his real name was Nathaniel, and his family hadn't seen him since the late 70s to early 80s. The family had hired a private detective at one point and tried their own internet searches. In public records, the name Terry or Jerry or even Nathaniel Deggs are difficult to find. One relative had his social security number, but it proved to be little to no help. His birth certificate still has not been found, and that particular year was missing in Baltimore's public records when investigators went looking for it. One obituary of a brother in 2017 listed him as a survivor and called him Nathaniel Davey. Another obituary gave the last name Davis. Since then, some family members have suggested it was a combination of the two. In spite of the confusion, if his siblings hadn't published those names, researchers would still be guessing, according to the genealogist. The DNA Doe Project volunteered over nearly 2,000 hours in search of the name, affixing thousands of branches to hundreds of family trees. Once the genealogist had the half-cousin's name, she was able to discover pieces of his ancestry, which led her to the obituaries and ultimately to his real identity. The family has made plans to move Terry's remains closer to New York. March 2009. The city of Tracy in California, home to Sandra Cantu, who had just turned 8 years old. She lived with her mother Maria and her 3 older siblings Miranda, Simone, and Thomas. Maria and Sandra's dad Daniel had been separated for a long time. He lived quite far out, but the kids still spoke to him on the phone most days and had a good relationship with him. Her brother Thomas said Sandra never stopped moving. Her energy was endless. She loved helping her mother with the baking and her grandparents with the gardening. She enjoyed gymnastics and dancing, and more often than not you could find her outside playing. She had no problem knocking on doors and introducing herself to make new friends, but even if no one could come out to play, she was more than happy to make up her own games and entertain herself. Thomas said she was so young and still had a real innocence to her, never letting things bother her and moving on quickly if she ever felt sad. Although school for some children can be a big transition and quite a scary change, Sandra couldn't get there quick enough in the mornings and would bounce home every day ready to tell everybody what she had done. Thomas said she was, put simply, a carefree, playful, and happy young girl. March 27, 2009 was just your typical working and school day for everyone in Tracy. Just after 2 p.m. Sandra was back at home and ready to fill everybody in on her day. She put her bag inside and then ran back out as she saw her brother coming home too. The family lived in the Orchard Estates mobile home park, home to about 100 people, right next to a little park. The ever-energetic 8-year-old wasn't one to just sit indoors. She wanted to be out playing with her friends before dinner. All the neighboring children were out a lot, so Maria was happy to let her play and call her back in when dinner was ready, the same as she did almost every day. Thomas said Sandra was going through a big Hello Kitty phase and she changed into her favorite Hello Kitty top and some black leggings before hugging her mother and running outside. A few hours later, Maria asked Thomas to shout his sisters in for food. Miranda, who was playing nearby, came over right away, but Sandra didn't. It was now getting darker and thinking she was playing a game, maybe hide and seek. He searched for about another 20 minutes or so, but she was nowhere. Maria and Simone got into the car and drove around asking the neighbors, but no one had seen her in hours. At 7:30 p.m. Maria called 911 and this was now a missing persons case. This was already considered very serious because of her age and detectives quickly brought in dogs to smell Sandra's clothes and see if they could obtain a scent outside. The police dogs led officers straight out of the park and onto the main road, but after this the trail went cold. Detectives in the park took a picture of Sandra door to door, but no photo was needed. Absolutely everyone knew who she was, and as worried as they all were that she was missing, no one had any information. One agent said that the amount of people living in the park who had very serious past convictions was alarmingly quite a lot. Everyone from sex offenders living close to Sandra, to an ice cream truck driver that the neighbors found so creepy with their children they had taken to chasing him off when he came by. While they got to work asking questions, Sandra's grandfather Joe said they could have a look at his cameras, which he had only very recently installed after a break-in. His cameras showed Sandra leaving the house just as Maria had said, heading off to play. She soon came back, skipping across the road, seeming happy, and it looked as if she was heading back to her house. But instead of going up the steps, she turned around and started walking off down the street, which was heading for one of the exits. There was no more footage of her on the tapes. She did not once come back into view. She had to have left the park, but she knew not to go out unless it was with her family or a trusted adult. So seeing her head that way made police think something or someone she knew had caught her attention. Sandra hadn't physically seen her father Daniel in a long time and police learned that he and Maria were involved in a financial dispute linked to custody. Maria assured detectives that he would never have anything to do with this. Despite their issues as exes, he still had a great relationship with Sandra and she adored him. The media were focused quite heavily on Daniel and everyone was scrambling to get an interview with him. Daniel lived way out of town and his colleagues could account for him working over that weekend. Detectives were happy that he had nothing to do with his daughter's disappearance. 48 hours later, and investigators had now had over 700 leads to follow. They said to their relief, none of them indicated Sandra was dead. Young girls matching her description had been seen all over the place. We've had sightings from people all over California saying they've seen her, which would definitely suggest that she is still alive. Statistics show that she's probably still in Tracy. But if we get a tip in Nevada or in Southern California, wherever we get a tip, we are going to go, one officer said. But time was ticking by and the local authorities needed more resources. They enlisted the help of CARD, which stands for Child Abduction Rapid Deployment, and this team is part of the FBI. The first few hours of a child going missing is absolutely crucial, but no one knew how long she had actually been missing for. There had been several hours that had passed since she left her trailer, and it was impossible to determine whether she had gone missing the second she left or whether she had been out playing for hours when something happened. Special Agent Joseph Bryan was leading the card team, and he said that statistically speaking, after this length of time, a staggering and heartbreaking 97% of abducted children have already been murdered. But until you find a body, you're focused on that 3%. There were now over 200 officers from various agencies across the country involved. Until that point in Northern California, there had only been one other missing person search as big as this one. The head of Tracy PD said she had to order people to go home and sleep. Every second of every day they were out, scared that in the hours they slept, they would miss something. As they entered into the following week, the community gathered together for a vigil. Thomas said he knew the outcome of this mystery was not going to be positive. Something terrible had happened to his sister, no matter how hopeful they were trying to be. And the vigil was more about feeling this grief together and being there for Maria. At 8:30 p.m., the investigators who were also in attendance were suddenly caught off guard. A neighbor, Melissa, ran over to them, so hysterical she could barely breathe. She only lived a few trailers down from Sandra's family and had found a handwritten note on the ground, right by one of the mailboxes. So disturbed by what it said, she had dropped it and ran straight over to the officers. It read, "Canta locked in stolen suitcase. Thrown in water on Bicchetti Road and Whitehall Road. Witness, Melissa was right to be disturbed. The implication of this was very sinister, but the note was odd. It looked like there were very deliberate spelling mistakes that had been made to try and cover up who wrote it. Despite this being the first piece of evidence they had found, something did feel a little strange. There was a strong breeze that night. Almost everyone was at the vigil and accounted for. And with officers going up and down the streets for days, it was weird that this had only just turned up in the location it had. Had someone carefully chosen their timing, knowing that everyone was at the vigil and planted it there just minutes before? Was the note fake? Who wrote it? There were so many questions. But firstly, they needed Melissa to come in and give a statement, and the FBI handled her interview. As well as being a neighbor, Melissa worked as a Sunday school teacher in her granddad's church, where he was the local pastor. Having gone through a divorce a few years ago and now a recent breakup, she was living with her grandparents and her 5-year-old daughter, and Sandra and her sisters would often go to her trailer to play with her daughter. Although Sandra didn't go to the church, she and her siblings knew Melissa well. She had become a good friend of the family. Melissa said she hadn't really looked around to see if anyone was nearby when she found the note, or if there was anything else suspicious. They asked if they could take a look at her car, and she agreed. In the glove box, they found a post-it note, with a few words written on it which had been scribbled over. As a precaution, police sent this to experts, but were happy to let her go and focus on the note. Melissa did, however, give them a list of potential suspects to look at. The first person was a man living in the park that she said had a history of drugging children. Another had been seen kissing Sandra on the lips and touching her hair, and then there were 2 other people. A father and son that Melissa said had pictures of young girls in their phones, including some of Sandra on one of their laps. All of them were happy to come in for questioning. The man that had kissed Sandra, to their shock, admitted that he was attracted to young girls, but called it a harmless affection and said he had nothing to do with Sandra being missing. They did find pictures of children on the father and son's phones, which were definitely concerning and questionable given that they had no relationship to any of them, but they too were adamant they knew nothing. 3 of them said they were even happy to undergo polygraph tests, something which is not admissible and could never be used in court, but they wanted to prove in any way they could that they weren't involved. One of the men, the same man who had admitted to kissing Sandra, passed the polygraph and showed no signs of deception, whereas the other men failed. They definitely wanted to keep their eyes on all of them, as they now had concerns that went even further than Sandra, but there was just not enough there to charge anyone, and this was the case they had to give all their attention to at the minute. They wanted to talk to Melissa some more. She clearly had a lot of information about people in the park, and she was still the only person to have come forward with anything. From talking to neighbors, the general consensus was that Melissa would often insert herself into things or make things up to get people to talk to her and feel sorry for her. She loved being the center of attention, and detectives wondered if this was what her behavior was down to, or was she actually a genuine witness and just acting oddly. They found that Melissa had bipolar disorder, anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder, and she did have a past with the law. She had a habit of stealing and on several occasions pleaded no contest to charges or being jailed. She was also a person of interest in a few arson cases but had left town before anything came of them. She had filed for bankruptcy in 2003, reporting credit card and medical debt, and was still paying it off through her teaching wages. When they tried to get hold of her again to talk some more, they found out she had checked herself into hospital for swallowing a razor blade, something she later claimed was because she was sleepwalking, and despite the fact she was doing okay, she didn't want to be interviewed. Police headed out with a search and rescue team to the location on the note. The directions led them to an irrigation pond, which was where a lot of drains linked to and where sewage and the likes would go. The pond was about 150 yards long and 30 yards wide. The smell and conditions were so bad, there wasn't a chance they would be able to get anything down to the bottom or even see anything. It was thick with all kinds of substances, you couldn't see your own hand in front of you, and it just wasn't safe. But there was nothing floating on the top, and nothing on the grass nearby. Unless something did rise to the surface, it was unlikely they would be able to find out what, if anything, was actually there. It had now been an agonizing 10 days of searching for Sandra, and this missing persons case would soon become a very different investigation. Detectives had been monitoring the irrigation pond, and one morning, while a worker was starting to drain the pond, a black suitcase floated to the top and was now stuck in the mud on the bank. Was a lock on the case which had been secured even further with a cord. Great lengths had been gone to make opening this up as difficult as possible. Pulling it out, they could tell from the weight of it that everyone's worst fears were probably about to be confirmed. Sandra Cantu's body was found in the fetal position inside the suitcase. She was still wearing her black leggings and her Hello Kitty shirt. She had cuts to her body, and they found a piece of torn cloth tied around her head. It was soaked in blood and knotted into a noose. An autopsy would show that her cause of death was strangulation, likely using the noose. She had been drugged using alprazolam and had been sexually assaulted, but there was no presence of foreign DNA found. They determined that she had been sexually assaulted by an unknown object and had been killed only a couple of hours after she was seen on camera. The 8-year-old girl that everybody in the community knew, the same one that knocked on their doors most days to ask if their children would come out to play, the same girl they invited in for dinner and treated like one of their own, was gone. Given the sexual assault, the police quickly built a profile of who their potential suspect would be. A white male, aged 25 to 40, a criminal past which would include sexual assault or possessing child abuse material. He would be someone who was known to Sandra and someone she trusted. Likely a neighbor living in the park or someone that knew another person within the park. This was not a random kidnap. Sandra knew her killer. The registered sex offenders in the area all had their alibis checked, and all of them could be accounted for. The neighbors near the pond were questioned, and one of them had seen something that stood out to him, although he didn't realize it at the time. He lived right near the ditch and said he had seen a dark purple two-toned SUV driving around on the Friday that Sandra went missing. The car was a distinctive color, and it didn't belong to any of the neighbors, and for obvious reasons it was a strange place to be parked up. Most people kept away from the swampy area. He thought it was so odd, in fact he actually decided to approach the car to see if he knew the driver. But the car was empty. As he stood looking around, a woman suddenly came running out from the trees, saying she had to pull over to go to the toilet. She got back into the car and quickly sped away. The description he gave matched none other than Melissa Huckabee, and CCTV confirmed she drove the same car. Going back to look at the cameras, Melissa had gotten into her SUV from the parking spot, just opposite Sandra's house, at about 3:30 p.m. and drove it back towards her house, which was to the left of where Sandra lived. She then headed to her grandparents' church before being spotted by the resident at the pond at about 5:30 p.m. Despite the fact she was still in the hospital and they had been letting her rest, they were no longer talking to her as a potential witness or even a person of interest. They were now looking at her as a suspect. They marched in ready to get to the bottom of her stories, but she insisted she was none the wiser about what had happened, and all she had done was bring the note to their attention. At 4 p.m. when Sandra had last been seen, Melissa told police that she had been at her church decorating her classroom and hadn't seen anything around that area. Naturally, they asked if she could prove that's where she was, and phone records could provide this. She had actually made her own call to the police to report that her suitcase had been stolen from her driveway. She said that when she heard Sandra was missing, she had even sent a text message to Maria saying, "Tell the police I had something stolen today around 4 p.m. I don't know if that makes a difference or not." The suitcase Sandra was found in was the exact color and model Melissa reported missing, a black Eddie Bauer suitcase. And the note she allegedly found didn't just say suitcase, it said stolen suitcase. Now there's improbable and then there's impossible. And what Melissa was implying happened would mean that the person that had kidnapped and killed Sandra also happened to find her suitcase on her drive, decided to use that to conceal Sandra and do all of this without being seen or heard by anyone in broad daylight. And then Melissa was the one who happened to find the note. Detectives decided they had to wiretap her phone, and 2 days after she was released from the hospital, they heard a call. Melissa called Maria to invite Sandra's sister Miranda over for a sleepover. Miranda did spend the night and told Maria she thought it was strange that Melissa only mentioned Sandra's disappearance once and seemed more interested in what evidence they had found. Their case against Melissa was building, but it was still all circumstantial. Another neighbor came forward and shared a story with officers. They said a short while before Sandra went missing, Melissa had taken one of the neighboring children to the park for a couple of hours without getting her parents' permission. When the 7-year-old returned home, she was slurring her words, not making any sense, and could barely walk. Her parents rushed her to the hospital and found that she had been drugged with benzodiazepines, exactly the same as what they found in Sandra's system. Melissa denied drugging her and no charges were filed. With so many fingers now pointing at Melissa, she spoke to a reporter to try and clear her name. Hearing the story about the drugs, police finally got a warrant to search her trailer and her granddad's church. Inside the trailer, they discovered a notebook which matched the note Melissa had found on the ground. Other writing inside the book was so distinctive it matched the writing on the note perfectly. The experts examining the post-it note found in her glove box also came back with something pretty damning. The words that were written on the note were Bikety Road, Whitehall Road, water. They also found alprazolam, which had been prescribed to Melissa, exactly what was found in Sandra's system. Inside the church, they found a rolling pin with a bent handle and a bloody smudge on it, blood which would later turn out to contain Sandra's DNA. This was what she had been sexually assaulted with. They also discovered one of the blinds was missing part of its draw cord, which the FBI experts determined to be consistent with the cord used to seal the suitcase shut. On April 10th, Melissa was brought in for another interview. Her story was the same, but detectives now had so much evidence and they wanted the truth out of her. When she was confronted with everything they had, she broke down and started crying hysterically. Through muffled tears, she said, "Was an accident. I can't live with myself. I deserve to just die. I didn't mean for it to happen. She just died." She told the police that Sandra had spotted her getting into her car near her house, which was why she turned around in the road. She came up to the car to say hi and then saw the suitcase in the back of her vehicle. Melissa said that Sandra had, without her knowing or seeing, got into the suitcase playing hide and seek, and she must have suffocated. It was only when she drove to the church and lifted the suitcase out of the car that she realized she was in there. She said she tried to give CPR but realized it was too late and in a panic tried to hide her body in the ditch. Detectives said they'd just let her talk, digging herself into more holes as she did so. They already knew the way she was found in the suitcase was not a position she could have gotten to by herself. Sandra had also been drugged and sexually assaulted, and it could only be Melissa behind this. This was no accident. It was a story so convoluted and calculated. The minute she stopped talking, they placed her in handcuffs. Melissa Huckabee was charged with the kidnap, sexual assault, and murder of Sandra Cantu. She was also later charged with drugging the other 7-year-old and her 37-year-old ex-boyfriend. Sandra trusted her completely. She wouldn't have thought twice about going over to Melissa if she had called her towards the car. Police believe that Melissa coaxed Sandra into the car, likely on the premise of coming to help her decorate the church, and Sandra had no issue doing this. Melissa then drove her to her grandfather's nearby church, drugged her to the point where she would have either fallen unconscious or been totally unable to fight back, sexually assaulted her with the rolling pin, strangled her to death, and then stuffed her into the suitcase. By the time people were looking for Sandra, Melissa made the call to police about the suitcase, texted Maria, wrote the note, and attempted to stage being the hero. Melissa pleaded not guilty, and her legal team were focused heavily on the fact that she had just been diagnosed with manic depression and schizophrenia and was clearly not well. They said that when she was 19, she was raped by a police officer, which had caused a buildup of trauma, something which she never wanted to seek treatment for and never spoke about. She attempted to hurt herself in prison too and would often show up to her arraignments with cuts on her body. She was soon placed on suicide watch. Melissa's own parents said they were baffled and couldn't believe their daughter was at the center of this. They had never seen any signs of her even showing anger. Her friends agreed. They said she was a great mother, a lovely neighbor, friendly and kind to everyone. Her mother, Judy, apologized to Maria in court and said, "I felt your pain and I understand the anger you must have. From a mother to a mother, I'm so sorry. Each time that I sit in this courtroom, I place myself on your side and I felt your pain. If I could give you justice, the justice that you deserve, that would be to have your baby girl in your arms right now." When confronted with the vast amounts of evidence the prosecution were about to show, Melissa offered a partial confession and changed her plea to guilty of first-degree murder and kidnapping. As part of the agreement, the charges that she sexually assaulted and drugged Sandra were dropped. In pleading guilty, she avoided the death penalty and the charges of sexual assault. The drugging of Sandra as well as her ex-boyfriend and other 7-year-old neighboring girl were all dropped. But the prosecution said given the trauma that Dr. O'Malley found and the instrument that was used, it's sadly to say, hard for me to believe that Sandra Cantu did not suffer. Sandra's dad Daniel spoke to Melissa in court and gave a very emotional statement. She was facing 25 years to life, but the judge gave her the maximum. Melissa Huckabee was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. To this day, Melissa Huckabee has never fully admitted to what she did to Sandra, nor has she said why she did it. The district attorney said there were 20 or so times that Melissa cut herself, set fires, or verbally or psychologically attacked someone else, and there was something like that going on here after the murder, where she wanted to be the center of attention. That Friday, Sandra skipped out of her house after a great day at school, ready to see her friends and enjoy her weekend. To think about what happened to her in that church is so awful, and the fact that it was at the hands of someone she and her family trusted and loved so much makes it even more sickening. Right outside her favorite place, her school, the community of Tracy created a special area in her memory. They planted a tree with pink blossoms, built a little sand volleyball court, and a kids' playhouse called Sandra's Cottage. Her grandfather said he wanted it to become a family setting, something she would have loved to go to with her siblings, and something that other children could come and enjoy and make new friends there. Neighbors said that Sandra was like the community's daughter. Everyone knew her so well and saw her as part of their own family. When she went missing, it was a sobering moment for everyone. One officer said, "Life is precious and this little girl only had 8 years and that's it." Thomas said, "She took one of the biggest parts of our lives away. The joy of watching someone blossoming into something they could have been. Time does heal some of it, but there's always things that will linger and that's okay. That's what makes us human." Janelle Matthews was born on February 9, 1972 at Cottage Hospital in Santa Barbara, California. Her biological mother, Terry Vieira, was only 13 years old at the time. In March 1972, Janelle was adopted by James Jim and Gloria Matthews, a loving couple from Greeley, Colorado, who already had a daughter. At the time of her disappearance, Janelle's father was the principal of Platte Valley Elementary School in Kersey, Colorado. It was on December 20th, 1984, just 5 days before Christmas, when Janelle went missing. Earlier that evening, she had returned home after singing carols at a nursing home as part of a middle school choir concert. A friend's parent gave her a ride home and she arrived to find an empty house. Around 8:30 p.m., Janelle entered the house, took off her shoes and turned on the TV. She also switched on a space heater, answered a phone call leaving a message for her father. Her father had been out watching her sister's high school basketball game and returned home about an hour later. To his surprise, the lights and TV were on and Janelle's stockings were on the couch. However, Janelle herself was nowhere to be found. In the family room where Janelle often sat, her shoes and shawl were discovered near a heater. Her older sister Jennifer arrived home at 10 p.m. She had not seen Janelle either. Concerned, their father contacted the police at that point. The police arrived at 10:15 p.m. and noticed footprints in the snow, indicating that someone had been looking into the windows. Despite the absence of signs of a struggle or forced entry, the police suspected foul play due to the circumstances. Massive search efforts were launched to find Janelle, and a reward of $5,000 was offered for any information leading to her safe return. Detectives diligently pursued thousands of leads, and Janelle's photo was distributed on flyers to 4,000 stores across the country. Even as time passed and hope dwindled, her case received national attention, with President Ronald Reagan mentioning her during a speech on missing children in 1985. However, the attention surrounding Janelle's family and friends eventually waned. Despite the lack of concrete evidence regarding her disappearance, the case gradually grew cold. Nevertheless, Janelle remained in the hearts and minds of those who cared about her. In the weeks following her vanishing, law enforcement discreetly placed Janelle's birth mother, Terry Vieira, under surveillance without disclosing the fact that Janelle was missing. In 1994, Janelle was legally declared deceased, yet her body remained undiscovered. Then, in 1997, Gloria Matthews received a letter from Vieira seeking permission to visit Janelle. Vieira had enlisted the help of a search consultant to locate her daughter. The Matthews family informed Vieira about the tragic turn of events, and the two families formed a bond. As time passed, Janelle's parents relocated to the Philippines while her sister got married and moved away from Colorado. The mystery surrounding Janelle's disappearance perplexed both Greeley investigators and residents for over 3 decades until a grim discovery shed light on the case. During the installation of a pipeline, workers stumbled upon human remains at 4:50 p.m. on Tuesday, July 23, 2019, near the intersection of County Roads 34.5 and 49 at specific coordinates. Through DNA analysis, the Weld County Coroner's Office definitively identified the remains as belonging to Janelle Matthews. The forensic report determined that Janelle had died from a gunshot wound to the head. In September 2019, shortly after the discovery of Janelle's remains, the long cold case rapidly gained momentum. Authorities conducted a search of a residence in Twin Falls, Idaho, which belonged to Stephen Pankey. Pankey had lived just 2 miles away from Janelle at the time of her disappearance and approximately 10 miles from where her body was eventually found. He attended the same church as Janelle's family and was known to watch over children from her middle school as they walked home. Curiously, just 2 days after Janelle vanished, Pankey embarked on an unexpected road trip to California, during which he obsessively listened to the radio for any news about her, as reported by his ex-wife to the authorities. After commencing excavation in his backyard, Pankey's property experienced a vehicular inferno just a few days later, prompting him to dispose of the car. This series of events quickly garnered attention in the media, although not due to any official statements from the police. Instead, was Pankey himself who took it upon himself to engage in conversations with anyone willing to listen, including CBS affiliate KMVT. In his efforts to clarify his innocence, Pankey emphasized that he had no involvement in the murder, stating, "It wasn't until December 26th when my wife, her 5-year-old, and I returned from California to Colorado that I first learned of Janelle Matthews' existence or disappearance. That was the first time I had any knowledge of it." He further emphasized that he had never met anyone from Janelle's family and made sure to highlight that he willingly provided his DNA and offered to undergo a polygraph test. However, the police did not directly confirm any of Pankey's claims. During an interview conducted by Callie Worthman of CBS Denver over FaceTime, Pankey expressed his concern about being framed, citing previous issues he had encountered with local law enforcement and fearing the possibility of facing baseless charges once again. Greeley Mayor and former police officer John Gates, who was acquainted with Pankey, stated that Pankey was not initially considered a person of interest when Janelle first went missing. Pankey himself revealed that he and his family had left Greeley for 5 days the morning after Janelle disappeared. Approximately a month later, Pankey unexpectedly inserted himself into the investigation. providing some information regarding Janelle's disappearance. According to Pankey, his father-in-law, who worked as a groundskeeper at a Greeley cemetery, shared unsettling details with him 7 days after Janelle vanished. Allegedly, his father-in-law had been contacted by a police officer who claimed to have a body that needed to be buried. Pankey explained to KMVT that he decided to share information with the FBI out of fear that he might be wrongly implicated in Janelle's murder. The story sounded quite unbelievable, and there was no way to verify if he actually visited the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Police records revealed that Pankey had previous encounters with the Greeley police for unrelated issues, mostly involving minor offenses like causing a disturbance and harassment. Interestingly, the day before Janelle vanished, Pankey was arrested at a bank for harassment and criminal trespass. On October 12, 2020, was arrested for kidnapping and first-degree murder in connection with Janelle's case. Pankey pleaded not guilty to these charges. His defense attorney at the time stated that there was no evidence linking him to the crime or the burial of the body. According to the attorney, Pankey simply enjoyed being in the spotlight, and all his statements regarding his involvement were along the lines of, "I didn't do it." On October 13, 2021, Steve Pankey's trial commenced. Prosecutors informed the jury that Pankey had made self-incriminating remarks about Janelle's case over the years. One of the key witnesses, Pankey's ex-wife, Angela Hicks, testified about her experiences during their marriage. She recounted being compelled to listen to news reports about Janelle's disappearance and share details about discovering a note in Pankey's trash. Among the writings on the legal paper was "No, outside Matthew's house was raped." Steve Pankey took the stand after listening to the testimonies of multiple witnesses. He admitted that, in the past, he had fabricated information about the case. "To be honest, I made up a lot of things out of bitterness. I was foolishly trying to appear important, but in reality, I had no knowledge of the matter," Pankey stated. As early as 1999, Pankey had already approached law enforcement seeking immunity in exchange for sharing any information he had regarding the killing. He wrote letters to the police detailing his alibi and even filed court cases discussing Janelle. On November 2, 2021, the jurors received the case, and within 2 days they reached a verdict. Although the jury found him guilty of providing false reports to authorities, they were unable to reach a unanimous decision on the kidnapping and murder charges. Consequently, the judge declared a mistrial for those counts. Prosecutors involved in this case have announced their intention to pursue a new trial for the charges of murder and kidnapping. Currently, Stephen Pankey remains in custody, awaiting a new trial date. New York. Upon entering the master bedroom of the family's home, the officers were confronted with a horrifying sight. Kathy Krausneck, tragically struck with a single blow to the head by an axe, was discovered lifeless on her bed. The circumstances surrounding this brutal act of violence raise questions as to the motive behind the killing. Was the perpetrator someone known to Kathy, or was it an unfortunate incident stemming from a random robbery gone awry? Today's narrative unfolds in the serene town of Brighton, New York, situated in Monroe County, near the southeastern border of Rochester. This charming suburban community has its own unique character and is cherished by its residents. To delve into Kathy Krausneck's background, she was born as Kathleen Schlosser in Mount Clemens, Michigan in 1952. Growing up in a modest working-class family, Kathy was one of 7 siblings. Known for her vibrant personality and blonde locks, she was well-liked during her time at a Michigan high school. It was during this period that she crossed paths with James Krausneck, a reserved, amiable, and athletic young man hailing from a prominent local family. Although only a year older than Kathy, their connection blossomed not only in high school, but also during their shared educational journey at Western Michigan University. Despite their contrasting natures and differing family backgrounds, love prevailed, and the couple embarked on a lifelong journey together. In May 1974, Kathy and James exchanged vows in a church ceremony in Mount Clemens. The following year, armed with her bachelor's degree and James with his newly acquired master's degree, they relocated to Fort Collins, Colorado. It was there that James pursued his PhD studies at Colorado State University. While Kathy experienced the heartache of a miscarriage shortly after their move, She later gave birth to their beloved daughter, Sarah, a few years down the road. James successfully completed his doctoral dissertation and commenced his teaching career at Lynchburg College in Virginia. Despite being referred to as Dr. Krausneck at Lynchburg, it is worth noting that he had not officially received his doctoral degree. His thesis was sent back for revisions and James neglected to resubmit his work. Kathy encouraged him to seek a more profitable career path to provide a better life for their family, but he hesitated, likely due to his lack of necessary qualifications. Despite his desperate attempts to secure a raise, his request was denied. Eventually, he accepted a position as an economist at Kodak, joining the Kodak family of 60,000 employees. With his new high-paying job and financial assistance from his parents, the Krausnecks purchased a new home on Del Rio Drive in the Rochester suburb of Brighton, New York, close to the Kodak headquarters. After settling into their new residence, Kathy enrolled Sarah in Queen of Peace Nursery School nearby and made some friends. She also signed Sarah up for dance classes. Despite feeling somewhat isolated during James' long work hours and Sarah's activities, Kathy never voiced any complaints. By early 1982, they seemed to be living the American dream. They had a charming 3-year-old daughter, a well-kept suburban home, and James' new lucrative economist position at Eastman Kodak. However, trouble was brewing. Kodak officials were doubtful of James' PhD as he delayed providing proof of his degree. This, along with work stress, caused him to become distant from his family. Kathy confided in friends that he often returned home from work in a bad mood. The couple had been experiencing difficulties for some time. Kathy was reportedly upset because he had lied about completing his PhD, causing strain in their relationship. She even mentioned the possibility of taking Sarah and returning to their hometown. Despite this, there were no reports of domestic violence. Unfortunately, tragedy would soon strike the Krausneck family. Upon the morning of February 19, 1982, merely 6 months subsequent to relocating to their new residence, officers from the Brighton Police Department were summoned to a 911 call. James Krausneck arrived back home from his workplace to discover his 29-year-old wife, Kathy's lifeless body, nestled in bed in an upstairs bedroom with their 3.5-year-old daughter, Sarah, gazing out of the window. Upon entering the residence, the officers encountered a horrific crime scene in the master bedroom. Kathy was found lying in a pool of blood in her own bed with a long-handled axe lodged in her skull. The murder weapon was retrieved from the couple's unlocked garage. Sarah had been at home with her mother all day, but remained unharmed. When questioned about his whereabouts that day, James stated that his wife and daughter were sound asleep when he departed for work at approximately 6:30 a.m. that morning. He mentioned returning home at 5 p.m. before discovering his wife's body. James recounted grabbing his daughter and fleeing the house, seeking help from a neighbor. When questioned, young Sarah mentioned seeing a malevolent figure, but her father prevented further communication with the investigators. The crime scene did not yield many clues. Although signs of a burglary were evident, investigators sensed that something was amiss. Broken window was discovered, along with silver and jewelry neatly arranged both upstairs and downstairs, as if deliberately left behind by the intruder. In the dining room, 2 candelabra and a silver tea set were found upright near a plastic bag. A screwdriver was located on the stairs. Kathy's purse was scattered in the dining room. The family dog had been confined to the basement. Interestingly, no items were reported stolen, leading investigators to suspect that the burglary was staged. The medical examiner determined that Kathy's demise resulted from a single axe blow to the head and brain while she was asleep. The handle of the axe had been meticulously cleaned, leaving no trace of fingerprints or DNA. The time of death was narrowed down to a 2-hour window between 6:55 a.m. and 8:55 a.m., which effectively eliminated Kathy's husband James as a suspect. This chilling case quickly gained notoriety in the media and became known as the infamous Brighton axe murder. During the initial investigation, one of the suspects considered by the investigators was Ed Larrabee, a convicted killer and sex offender who happened to live near the couple's residence at the time. Interestingly, in 2014, while serving time for an unrelated murder, Larrabee shockingly confessed to killing Kathy Krausneck. However, his confession didn't align with the evidence. Larrabee claimed the murder took place during the summer of 1981, when in reality it occurred in the winter of 1982. It turned out that Larrabee had a reputation for falsely confessing to crimes he hadn't committed, seeking attention and notoriety. Some of the victims he claimed to have murdered were actually alive and well. The investigators faced a daunting challenge as they lacked substantial physical or circumstantial evidence to connect anyone to the crime. Despite their tireless efforts, the Brighton Axe murder remained an unsolved mystery for many years, haunting the community and leaving Kathy's family desperate for answers. In a shocking turn of events, just a day after Kathy's tragic passing, James abruptly returned to Mount Clemens with their daughter Sarah, without even notifying Kathy's grieving family. This sudden disappearance severed all contact between Sarah and her maternal relatives, leaving them heartbroken and bewildered. 4 years later, in 1986, James remarried. However, the marriage was short-lived, lasting only 9 months. While James claimed that he remarried to provide Sarah with a mother figure, his second wife believed that he ended the union due to a growing bond between her and Sarah. As the 1990s unfolded, James went on to marry 2 more times. He relocated to Washington and found success in his career, climbing the corporate ladder at a subsidiary of Weyerhaeuser. His professional journey took him to California and Georgia before he ultimately achieved the position of vice president of sales at the company's headquarters in Washington. Despite his tumultuous personal life, James seemed to have found stability and happiness with his 4th wife, Sharon. They enjoyed a luxurious lifestyle, seemingly leaving behind the shadows of the past. They purchased a beautiful 4-bedroom French country house in Gig Harbor near Tacoma. However, life took a different turn for Sarah as she moved to Texas and started her own family. Despite the distance, she remained closely connected with her father and stepmother. As the years went by, the case seemed to have hit a dead end until District Attorney Sandra Dorley and her team decided to dig deeper in 2015. They tirelessly searched for any evidence that might have been overlooked before. Among the discoveries was a delicate blue fiber made of glass, which originated from a shattered window in the house. Dorley attempted to match it with a previously untested blue knee sock found at the scene. Despite extensive testing, no DNA from an external source was found, effectively eliminating the possibility of an outside killer. The focus then shifted to Kathy's husband James as the prime suspect. However, charging him solely based on circumstantial evidence was not an option, and there was another obstacle to overcome. The timeline of Kathy's death placed James outside of the house at the time of the murder, seemingly ruling him out as a suspect. Nevertheless, Dorley and her team were determined not to let him off the hook so easily. They sought the expertise of renowned forensic pathologist, Dr. Michael Baden, who had played a crucial role in numerous high-profile cases. After thoroughly examining all the relevant documents, including police reports, autopsy reports, photographs, and other evidence, Baden reached a significant conclusion. Contrary to the original medical examiner's findings, he believed that Kathy had died before James left for work that morning. Baden pointed out that the partially digested food in her stomach and the stage of rigor mortis her body was in indicated an earlier time of death. The initial examiner had observed rigor mortis setting in the evening of the crime, but Baden explained that it takes at least 12 hours for a body to reach that level of rigor mortis. Therefore, he concluded that the murder must have occurred between 9 p.m. the previous evening and 3 or 4 a.m. on the morning of the crime. In 2019, James Krausink was arrested and charged with the murder of his wife based on Dr. Baden's analysis and other evidence. His trial commenced in August 2022. The defense argued that the evidence was circumstantial and suggested that Larrabee, who had already passed away, could have been responsible for Kathy's death. However, the prosecutors contended that there was no evidence of an intruder, the robbery was staged, and James was the only plausible suspect, especially considering their young daughter remained unharmed despite being present at the scene. Ultimately, the jury sided with the prosecution, leading to James Krausnik's conviction for second-degree murder. Despite this, his daughter Sarah, who is now 41 years old, continues to support her father, and does not believe he had any involvement in her mother's. Conversely, after enduring 40 years of grief, Kathy's family finds solace in the fact that justice has finally been served. Annette Schlosser, Kathy's sister, shared with Spectrum News that their mother passed away without ever knowing who took her daughter's life, describing their experience as living in a state of torment. Annette firmly believes that no one could commit such a heinous act against her sister. However, Kathy's 95-year-old father was present in court to witness James being held accountable for his daughter's horrific murder. Now, the Schlosser family's sole desire is to reconnect with Kathy's daughter, as they have had no contact with her for several years. They express their hope that they can all find healing together after enduring this tragic incident. James Krausink was eventually sentenced to 25 years to prison by a judge. However, 6 months later, he died in his cell. For many years, Hastings on the Sussex coast in the south of England has been seen as a great place for a nice getaway or somewhere to move to for a new start. It's close to the sea with plenty of fascinating history to enjoy. There are gorgeous parks and lovely local shops. This is where our story begins. One Saturday afternoon in February 1997, on Lower Park Road lived the Jenkins family. Father Sean, Mother Lois and their children, Charlotte, Annie, Maya, Esther and Billy Joe, who was their foster daughter. On the 15th of February 1997, it was the end of the February half-term, when children enjoy a week off school. It was an unusually hot day and many were out in Alexander Park enjoying the sunshine. Alexander Park is located directly opposite Lower Park Road, and it is often busy with families, dog walkers, and joggers. That day, Billy Joe was in the garden painting the back patio doors. Annie was at home too, along with Sean. Lois had taken Maya and Esther for a walk with their dog, and Charlotte was at a clarinet lesson. Lois had taken the youngest girls for a walk after having an argument with Billy Joe over a pair of trainers she told Billy Joe she couldn't have. Billy Joe's best friend Holly had offered to go round and help her paint the doors, but Sean told her she couldn't, as Billy Joe was due to be seeing her biological father that weekend, so it wouldn't be possible for her to go over. Billy Joe and Holly spent loads of time with each other and went to Helenswood School together too. They loved hanging out and listening to their favorite E17 songs. The day continued to pass by, and it was soon time for Sean to go and collect Charlotte and one of Charlotte's friends from their music lesson. He set off with Annie, and Billy Joe stayed behind on her own in the garden to carry on painting and listening to music. After dropping Charlotte's friend off, they headed back to Lower Park Road, and Charlotte ran inside and upstairs to put her clarinet away. When she came back down, Sean said they needed to go out again to get some white spirit to remove some paint splashes that Billy Joe had made. They set off in his car to a DIY store, but before they made it there, Sean realized he didn't have any money with him, so they headed home. After getting back to the house at 3:30 p.m., Charlotte had gone inside, and at the back of the property, she came across a traumatizing scene. 13-year-old Billy Joe was lying on the patio with the left side of her face to the ground and blood all around her. She was still holding the paintbrush. She screamed and called for her dad, who came running and then ushered his daughters into the playroom away from her body. He called his neighbor and family friend, Denise Lancaster, asking for her help. Denise immediately went over. She said Billy Joe's skull was shattered and that she was so badly injured she didn't even want to touch her, telling Sean to ring for an ambulance. She described Billy Joe's head as being on a bin liner, and part of the bin liner was deep inside her left nostril. Emergency services quickly descended on the scene, and the quiet residential street was soon full of police and paramedics. A police surgeon who attended the scene said it was one of the worst cases he had ever seen in his career. "I have 26 years of experience of being a police surgeon, and this is without doubt the saddest and most brutal murder I have ever attended," he said. While chaos was unfolding on Lower Park Road, Lois was completely none the wiser. The weather was beautiful, and so, wondering if the rest of the family wanted to come out and enjoy the sun, she phoned home. Sean picked up the phone and said, "Billy's had an accident." She raced back home, where she was met by a police officer who had tears in his eyes. He led Lois back into the house. Billy Joe had been bludgeoned to death with an 18-inch iron tent peg that had come from the shed located at the bottom of the garden. The tent peg had been put on the bunker of the patio earlier that day by one of the other children. She had not been the victim of a sexual assault, and there was no evidence to suggest a break-in. Who on earth would murder a 13-year-old girl in the back garden of her own home in the middle of the day when people were out and about? As the investigation got underway and lines of inquiry were being followed, Sean provided the police with some disturbing information. He said that roughly 2 weeks before Billy Joe's death, he had found a man in their back garden, and 2 weeks prior to that he had also seen a man staring at the house from across the street in Alexandra Park. The family had found the side gate open several times and had become so concerned by this man that security lighting was installed at the property and locks were added to the windows. The previous year, locals had become so concerned with safety in the park after reports of men exposing themselves and drug deals taking place that 1,000 people signed a petition arguing for security in the park to be increased. The house next door to the Jenkins family was abandoned and had been boarded up to protect it from vandalism, which was also becoming a big problem in the area alongside robberies. And police said they were looking at a new theory. Had Billy Joe's killer been hiding in the house next door and waiting for the perfect moment to strike? Billy Joe had even said that she was worried she had been followed by someone since December, telling her friends that a white man in a leather jacket in his 40s or 50s had been following her. This description matched the man that Sean said had been watching the house from Alexandra Park. This was not the only time this had happened. 2 years before, Billy Joe had said she was worried she was being stalked by someone, and both her school and the police were made aware of the situation. She had received several cold calls from someone who told her she was being watched. Lois was aware of the phone calls but believed that the person on the other end had not spoken. Detective Superintendent Jeremy Payne said she had told her parents and friends she felt she was being followed and had spotted a man on some occasions. It appears that she felt this man was paying particular attention to her for some reason. By late 1996, Sean and Lois were considering moving home. This must have been incredibly difficult for Billy Joe. She had already been through a lot in her short life. Billy Joe Margaret Jenkins was born on March 29, 1983 in East London to parents Deborah and Bill Jenkins. At the age of 9, Billy Joe was placed in foster care as her mother had not been able to cope and her father had gone to prison. Her mother said she had placed her children in foster care due to her husband's violence. It was in a newspaper advert in 1992 that Sean and Lois Jenkins, who coincidentally shared the same surname, answered the call for foster parents. Newham Social Services visited and placed a 9-year-old girl with them, Billy Joe Jenkins, and her 13-year-old brother, Daryl. Daryl left the foster family a few months later, but Billy Joe stayed. Sean worked in education and Lois was a social worker, so it seemed to be a great fit for Billy Joe. In 1993, they moved to Hastings from London after Sean got a job at William Parker School for Boys, and they settled into a house on Lower Park Road. The stability and security seemed to be perfect for Billy Joe. Lois and Sean had met at a charity event in London in 1982 while he was working as a supply teacher, and they married in Dorset in December the same year. 2 years later, they welcomed their first daughter and then had 3 more in 1986. 1988 and 1989. After being with the family for several years, Sean and Lois eventually became her legal guardians. It wasn't always easy for Billy Joe or her foster family. Foster care can be an unsettling and traumatic experience for many children, and these complexities often require deep empathy, patience, and understanding on behalf of those who care for them. But Billy Joe was still a bright and lively young girl who worked hard and was well liked amongst her peers. As one of her neighbors later said, Billy Joe was a young lady in the old-fashioned sense of the word. It was rare to meet a young girl with such manners. It was a life that was so full of promise and hope, a life that had been cruelly and violently snatched away in a shocking act of brutality. A post-mortem was carried out, and it was discovered that in the ferocity of the attack, her skull had been split. She had been attacked from behind and hit at least 5 times. Whoever had done this was clearly a dangerous offender, and the police needed to bring them to justice. One person the police were looking at was a local man known only as Mr. B. He was described as a white man, 5'10" with fair hair and some sort of scar or birthmark on his face. He was seen carrying a baguette and a plastic bag from the shop Safeway. While the investigation continued, the police knew they needed more. So on the 18th of February, The police asked Sean to appeal to the public for any information relating to the case. Lois appeared with him and struggled to contain her devastation. Sean read the following prepared statement. As a family, we are totally devastated. We do not understand why or what the motive was, but we are working closely with the police in the hope that the killer will be found and that we can eventually piece our lives back together over the coming years. As parents, our sadness drives us to work closely with the police to find her killer. We therefore appeal to anyone who thinks they have any information about this crime to contact the police. He also spoke about the alleged prowlers in the area. As a family, we have felt uneasy about prowlers. On one occasion, I was looking out of the back window and I thought I saw movement. I switched on the security light and got a fleeting glimpse of somebody moving about. Another time, I saw somebody in the park staring at the house. Sean and Lois's daughter Charlotte also told the police that when they had left to go to the DIY shop, the back gate was closed. When they returned, she said it was open. 9 days later, an arrest was made and a man was taken into custody, and he had even tried to strangle the arresting officer. It was Mr. B. On the day of Billy Joe's murder, Mr. B had what was referred to as a rather confused conversation with someone who owned a nearby guest house. He had rung the bell and asked for accommodation, and the owner said it was clear that this man had mental health issues and suggested he would be able to find accommodation in the town center. The route that he pointed him in would have meant he walked past the Jenkins home. His behavior in custody also caused great concern. At one point, he was found in a fetal position with part of a plastic bag shoved into one of his nostrils, as he believed he had to block the body openings to stop germs from getting in. When Billy Joe was found, part of a plastic bin bag had been lodged in one of her nostrils. More plastic was also found in his underwear. However, he was soon released from custody and into secure psychiatric care, and was ruled out as several witnesses had placed him at least 15 minutes away from the house on Lower Park Road. There was also no forensic evidence to link him to the crime. Another man was arrested a few days later, but he too was ruled out and released. Soon there would be a development that would leave people stunned. Sean Jenkins was arrested and taken into custody on suspicion of murdering his foster daughter. He was adamant that he had nothing to do with it, but 3 weeks later he was charged with murder and dishonestly obtaining a pecuniary advantage. After looking into his background, it was revealed that he had not been truthful about his teaching experience or his qualifications in order to secure a job as deputy headmaster at William Parker School. He had said that he had attended the prestigious private Gordonstown School and that he had 10 O-levels at grade A, when in actual fact he had CS and below. He said he had gone to the University of Kent and graduated with a 2.1 in English and then got his postgraduate teaching qualification in English with drama. This was also not true. He had just studied to become a teacher with PE as his subject. He said he had gained a master's in education management from the University of London. He actually did have that degree, but it was from the University of East London. To the police, this was evidence that Sean Jenkins was an accomplished liar. As they continued to look into him, there would be yet another twist. 3 weeks after the murder of Billy Joe, a woman walked into Hastings Police Station and told them her story. Lois Jenkins. On the face of it, this appeared to be a very happy family, but talking to Lois and the children painted a very different picture of Sean. When looking at what had happened that day in the lead-up to the murder, tension between Annie and Billy Joe was examined. The police notes read, Lois believes that Sean loved them both, but has a theory that if Sean lost it on Saturday, it would have been around this. Billy smugly painting something Annie desperately wanted to do. Winding Annie up, confirmed by Annie. Annie hangdog and depressed, washing the Opel car. Sean suddenly thinking, what am I doing? Why am I allowing this to happen? A gesture from Billy to Annie to rub it in further as she was prone to do. It was enough to make Sean snap. It wasn't just his CV that came under scrutiny. Prior to the murder, Sean had decided he wanted to venture into politics and join the Conservative Party, despite his left-wing views. And it was during this time that Lois said he began to lie, which caused arguments between the two of them. She said he wrote a small manifesto about himself, which I knew to be inaccurate. He said he was a regular theater goer, yet we hadn't been to a theater performance for 6 years. We argued endlessly about his strange behavior. It wasn't just arguments that were causing a problem, but violence too, according to Lois. She said, "I think he felt insecure. I never thought his behavior was normal, but I got used to it. I ended up feeling very sorry for him, as I felt he was a victim of emotions that he couldn't control." She also was worried about the discipline he was using on the children. There was a book that was popular at the church they attended called Dare to Discipline, and after attending a series of talks by James Dobson, the author of said book, Sean had started to use a stick in corporal punishment at home. Lois said Sean would use a stick or a slipper. "If I challenged Sean's discipline, he would lose his temper, and sometimes he threatened me." She said that the violence had started before they were even married, with the first instance being 3 weeks before their wedding day. "He lost his temper and slapped me around my face," she told police. "A few weeks after the marriage, he had a violent outburst and slapped me again. I was surprised at how volatile he was and felt frightened. When he lost his temper, he never shouted. He would just lose it, snap, and in a few moments he would be back to normal." She said his violence continued to escalate. "When we lived in Eastham, Sean hit me one night and pulled my hair, which was long then. It was the first time I was really frightened of him. I told him I was not going to put up with it anymore. For the first time, he admitted he had a temper. Previously, he had always blanked it out and refused to admit that he had hit me." She didn't tell social services any of this when they came to place Billy Joe with them. Billy Joe was now gone, and the spotlight was firmly on Sean Jenkins. Sean told police that after returning home, he had gone into the dining room to turn the music down and said that there was no reaction from Billy Joe. He described the moment he found her. "I felt her neck. I moved the hair off the side of her face. I then became aware that her forehead appeared to be different, misshapen. I also saw that her eye was swollen, as if someone had punched her. I then noticed a bubble from her nose, and I believed that she was alive at that moment. I also noticed that I had blood on my hands. I felt sick." On the day of the murder, Sean had been wearing a blue fleece, trousers, and shoes. When his clothes were examined, they were found to have more than 100 tiny blood spots on them. The exact amount does differ depending on the source, and it was argued that these had come from him attacking her, also known as impact spatter. The case that was presented was that after returning from picking Charlotte up, he had bludgeoned Billy Joe in a fit of rage and then hurried out of the house to the DIY store to give himself an alibi, being sure to drive an extra long, unnecessarily long route. The time frame of him getting home and then leaving again was about 3 minutes. Sean said that this version of events was not true and he was not responsible for her death. There were several aspects of Sean's behavior which had struck the investigators as strange. They had gone to go and buy white spirit, but there later turned out to already be some in the house. Also, after finding Billy Joe, Sean left his children with the neighbor and went and sat in his car. He later said that he realized as he was sat there that it was a stupid thing to do, so proceeded to get out. With the forensics of the blood spots and the belief that they could only have got onto his clothes from the impact of the attack, the police formally charged him with murder on the 14th of March. Tuesday, April 22, 1997, Billy Joe's funeral service was held at a chapel in East London. A horse-drawn carriage transported her coffin, and behind it walked nearly 300 people, holding onto each other for support and comfort. Many people had traveled from Hastings to be there. Just before the service was due to start, Lois arrived with her 4 daughters, and Billy Joe's mother Deborah froze. She had specifically asked her to stay away from the service. Deborah then ran out of the service in tears, followed by her partner. They drove away and missed both the service and the burial. Sean was on bail at the time but did not go to the funeral. June 1998. It was now time for Sean Jenkins to go on trial, and the media interest in the trial would be huge. During his trial, it was put forward by the prosecution that Sean had murdered Billy Joe after frustrating and irritating events during the day, but they added that the real motive behind the killing might never come to light. The prosecution argued that there was a small time frame when he was alone in the house with Billy Joe as his daughters waited for him outside. They said that it was in this time frame that he flew into a rage, attacking her with a tent peg, before going back out to the front of the house and setting off to the DIY store. His daughter told the court that the route he had driven was weird. He had left Lower Park Road and turned onto Bethune Way, then onto St. Helens Road and finally Door Direct Way, and back onto Lower Park Road, looping the park twice, before finally going in the direction of the DIY shop. At the traffic lights by the Sainsbury's on Saddlescombe Road North, he realized he hadn't brought any money with him, so they turned around and drove back empty-handed. This journey totaled around 15 minutes. It was argued he had taken this route and decided to go to the shop to provide himself with an alibi. The case relied heavily upon the blood spots and the belief that they had come from the murder, but the defense hit back at this and said that they had got onto his clothes when he found her and moved her. They said air was released from her lungs as she was moved, thus spraying him with tiny fine blood spots. The defense also presented an experiment to the court to show that this could have been how the blood spots got onto his clothes. Dr. Ian Hill, a pathologist, was called by the prosecution to offer his opinion on said experiment. He called the experiment quite unrealistic because the amount of air they used was more than an adult breathing would use, and he added that there was only a blockage in her lower airway. It was later revealed that the blockage had actually been in her upper airway. The blood spots were also looked at under an electron microscope by Dr. Jeremy Skepper of Cambridge University. He said that the blood spots contained white particles that could have been damaged skin tissue from her head. The claims that they had got there from Billy Joe's breathing were labeled as impossible by an expert witness. Professor David Salford from Keele University said that he had no doubt that he regarded it as impossible, given the level and nature of the injuries she had. He said that it was highly unlikely that Billy Joe could have inhaled the 2.2 liters of air necessary for her to exhale forcefully enough for the blood to spatter. I still doubt whether she would have been able to inhale 2.2 liters with a gasp, but I accept that at the very worst she might have been able to. It is very unlikely, but I can't say it couldn't possibly happen. I am talking way out on the extremes of what could happen in extreme situations, he said. He said that gasping like that would have been extremely visible, and that he had seen nothing in Sean's statement that mentioned her gasping. Another forensic expert seconded this opinion. The nature and the distribution of the blood stains on Mr. Jenkins' clothing was entirely consistent with the results of the wearer of the clothing having delivered several blows onto wet blood, and the clothing having intercepted an impact mist of the blood as a result. It was noted that neither Denise, who had gone to Billy Joe after Sean had called for her help, nor the paramedics had similar blood spots on them. The home office pathologist, Dr. Ian Hill, had been the person to carry out the postmortem on Billy Joe. He said that the bruises and cuts to her hands and arms were consistent with her trying to defend herself from the onslaught. Billy Joe's biological mother left the courtroom in tears after a video of the police examining her daughter's body was played. Billy Joe's biological father also left the public gallery. Jury members were also left very upset, and those sat in the public gallery gasped at the video. Sean was given special permission to leave the dock while it played. The video showed Billy Joe as she lay on her back, blood soaked into her white shirt and her awful head injury visible. It was now time for Sean to give evidence. He said that he had panicked when he found her body and explained that he went to call for an ambulance. But as he did, the phone had started to ring. He said he picked up the phone and slammed it down to stop it. "I didn't want to speak to anyone. I just panicked," he said. When asked how he helped Billy Joe, he told the court, "I went down to her and whispered to her gently, and I don't know what I did next." He was asked by the prosecutor why he chose to use that phone and not the one close to her body. He replied, "The girls were screaming and screeching and crying, and I wanted to be near them. I wasn't sure whether there was somebody else in the house, and I didn't want to leave the girls. I didn't make a rational decision." Why, when the emergency services had asked him to, did he not put her in the recovery position? "I'm not even sure I knew what the recovery position was. When I saw Billy, I was stunned and I didn't know what to do and I panicked," the prosecutor responded. When looking at his behavior after the murder, the prosecution said that him being slow to call for the ambulance and the claims that he went to his car to put the soft top up over worries about its security were indications of guilt. But a neurologist said that these could have been the response to being in shock. The topic of whether or not to use the children as witnesses became a big issue. Lois told the police that their children had since changed their stories, which had previously backed up Sean's version of events and suggested that he would not have had the time to kill Billy Joe before leaving to go to the DIY store. She said that they had now turned against him and could no longer be called as witnesses. There was also a statement from Annie which was not put before the court. It alleged that her father had once punched her in the stomach with such force she had needed to lie down. The police had asked her about the physical punishments meted out by her father, and she replied, "But doesn't every family have a naughty stick?" The jury also did not hear Lois' testimony, as she did not appear for either the prosecution or the defense. The trial would last for 19 days and 15 witnesses would be called, including psychiatrists and forensic experts. The jury would deliberate for 2 days, and on the second day the judge told them he would accept a majority verdict of 10-2. They then came back with a unanimous one. Sean Jenkins was convicted of the murder of Billy Joe and sentenced to life in prison. The guilty verdict prompted shouts of "yes" from the public gallery. Mr. Justice Gage told him that he had been convicted on the back of what he called compelling evidence. By any standards, this is a horrendous crime. The fact you committed this crime, the circumstances in which it was committed, and the way in which it was committed lead me to conclude that you are a very considerable danger to the community. There is only one sentence. You will be sentenced to the equivalent of life. Lois Jenkins filed for divorce and took their children and moved to Australia, where she would later remarry and have a son. She said in a statement, "16 months ago, I returned with 2 of my children from a quiet Saturday afternoon walk on the beach to a tragedy more horrific than any person ever expects to encounter in a lifetime. It is a terrible thing to realize that the man with whom you have lived for 14 years, the father of your children, is capable of murdering your child. There is no reason, no explanation for such a pointless waste of a young life. Now that the trial is over, the girls and I need peace and quiet to come to terms with what has happened." In 1999, Sean lodged an appeal against his conviction. He argued that the forensic evidence that had been presented was inaccurate. He lost this appeal on December 21st. But that is not the end of the story. In 2002, the Criminal Cases Review Commission, which investigates suspected miscarriages of justice, commissioned Kent Police to re-interview Annie and Charlotte in Tasmania. They had both suggested they could not recall making the comments their mother had attributed to them. On the 12th of May 2003, the Criminal Cases Review Commission had been looking into the case now for 2 years, and it was subsequently moved back to the Court of Appeal. The Criminal Cases Review Commission said that the jury had not heard evidence from Sean's daughters, who had corroborated what he had said. His appeal began on the 30th of June 2004. After flying in from Tasmania, where she now lived with her mother and siblings, Charlotte gave evidence at the appeal. Sean's lawyers argued that if Charlotte and Annie had been allowed to testify during the first trial, they could have corroborated his story. They also said that Lois had lied to the police when she said that they had changed their stories against him. During Charlotte's evidence, she said that she had been worried about incriminating her father and that he might not ever like her again if she did so. She told the court that it was a possibility that she had said to Lois that she knew Sean was responsible for Billy Joe's murder. She didn't contradict what her mother had said, but admitted that her memories were hazy. When talking about the day of Billy Joe's murder, she said that she had remembered having her clarinet lesson and being picked up by Sean before he drove both her and Annie home. While Charlotte was not asked about how long they spent at the house, the defense asked her to talk about what she could remember. She said she remembered going quickly up to her bedroom to put her clarinet away, and that they soon left to go to the DIY shop. What follows is a transcript of the questions and answers between Charlotte and Sean's defense lawyer, Claire Montgomery QC, who asked who was the first to enter the house. "I think it was me." "Where did you go?" "Into the dining room." "We know you saw Billy Joe." Charlotte then began to cry and nod. She asked for a break and left the courtroom, and after having a breather, she came back to continue her evidence. The lawyer asked her about conversations Lois said she had had with her daughter that dissuaded the defense team from the first trial from calling the children as witnesses. She asked if Charlotte had told Lois that she was worried about incriminating Sean. Did Charlotte tell Lois that she just knew Sean had murdered Billy Joe? Charlotte responded, "I may have, because I was confused and kept changing my mind. I can't remember. I was confused remembering the day, wondering whether or not to believe what was in the papers, things like that." "Had you believed your father was guilty?" "I can't remember." "What made you think he was guilty? What was being said to you?" I can't remember thinking it, so I don't understand why you're asking. She also denied that Lois had coached her and turned her against her father. She added that at no time had he coached her on what to say or asked her about her story. The prosecutor had planned for a lengthy cross-examination, but after hearing Charlotte's evidence, chose not to ask any questions. Annie had declined to come back to the UK from Tasmania, saying it would disrupt her studies and she had only just started to settle there. She did give a video interview and extracts of the interview were read to the court. She said that she didn't remember some of the conversations Lois had spoken to the police about. She spoke about occasions where Sean allegedly exhibited violence towards them, saying he had punched her in the stomach and also kicked Billy Joe. She said she couldn't remember an alleged incident in which he reportedly dragged their sister Maya up 2 flights of stairs by her ears. Lois did testify against Sean during his appeal and described him as going into violent rages, with one such incident leaving her with a perforated eardrum. 2 years after they had moved to the coast, Lois said an attack from Sean had left her needing hospital treatment. He hit me around the face hard and my head was spinning with the force of it. I went upstairs and hid in the loft, crying. Later I went downstairs and it was as if Sean had forgotten. Sean's lawyer said that Lois had become sure that he was responsible for Billy Joe's murder and worried that Charlotte and Annie's original statements could provide him with an alibi, as they would have shown he would not have had enough time to kill Billy Joe before going to the DIY store. The defense also suggested that Lois had lied to the police by saying that the girls' accounts had drastically changed and they could no longer be called to give evidence, adding that she was worried that the statements from their daughters could prove his innocence, meaning he could have returned home. The defense said that the girls' accounts had not changed at all and had they been allowed to testify at the first trial, he might not have been convicted. During the appeal, Charlotte didn't suggest that what her mother had attributed to her was incorrect. The appeal judges believed Lois's account and dismissed the idea that the defense had been misled. The appeal also looked at new scientific evidence that suggested that the blood could have got onto his clothes as he bent down to check her breathing or hold her. The defense turned to Professor David Dennison, who was a leading expert in lung disease. He found what he said was evidence of PIE, or pulmonary interstitial emphysema, a rare condition. He said that there had been a buildup of pressure in her lungs in the minutes leading up to the murder. He believed that the cause of this was blood blocking her airway, and some of this was released when Sean moved her, thus the blood spots spraying onto him. My experiments show that you can generate from the mouth and nose the sort of spatters that were found on Sean Jenkins' clothing, and the distribution is almost identical. The size of the droplets is almost identical. So it is a very, very credible explanation, Professor Dennison said. On the back of this evidence, on the 16th of June, 3 Court of Appeal judges quashed Sean Jenkins' original conviction, deemed it unsafe, and ordered a retrial. He was released on bail with the conditions that he live with his father in Wales and not leave a 10-mile zone unless it was to visit his lawyers or go to court. While he waited to go on trial again in February 2005, Sean remarried. A woman called Christina had written him a letter of support in July 2004 and a relationship later formed. In April 2005, the retrial began at the Old Bailey. Prosecutor Nicholas Hilliard said that the prosecution didn't believe the account Sean had given about finding Billy Joe. Sean had allegedly said to the police that when he found her with lots of blood around her head, he knew what happened wasn't an accident. He said he felt uneasy to let them, his 2 daughters, out of my sight and went into the hall to call an ambulance. The prosecutor said, "We do not accept he was giving a truthful account. He was trying to avoid doing anything to help her." The prosecution also said that the night before, Lois and Sean had gotten into an argument about Billy Joe, a child that Sean would describe to the police as difficult. Lois appeared at the retrial via a video link. She cried as she said that one of their daughters had said that Sean kept going over her story with her as she was trying to read a book. She cried and said, "I feel I'm breaching the confidence of my children." She added that all the girls had moments when they opened up and spoke about the whole story before closing up again. She explained that following the press conference, she began to suspect him. A statement that she had made in July 2003 to the police was read out, and it said the following: 3 or 4 days following the murder and in the middle of the night, it began to dawn on me that Sean was, quite possibly, responsible for the murder. I think these thoughts may have resulted from the way Sean handled the press conference during the day. I cannot remember the press conference. Following this, I have become completely paranoid about my thoughts and the implications on the girls and I. Lois said that Sean had applied for the role of head teacher, and whilst he had been told he had secured the post, he was still waiting for written confirmation as they were checking his references. Knowing that he had lied on his CV and exaggerated his qualifications and lied about where he had got them from was making him incredibly anxious. The night before the murder, she said that Sean was pacing up and down in the lounge really fast and said that he appeared to be on edge. One of the people to testify at the retrial was Denise Lancaster, the friend that Sean had called to help Billy Joe. She said, "I could see Billy lying down on the floor with her head to one side, and her hand was up near her face. The rest of her body was flat to the ground. Her legs were together in a very strange position, I felt. She looked as if she was asleep. I bent down and touched her hand and touched her cheek. I had an overwhelming sense of it not being something I could do, to put her in a recovery position, which had been my general idea. She seemed too injured for me to really touch." After telling Sean to ring for an ambulance and getting a towel for Billy Joe's wounds, she returned to the patio. I looked more closely and saw her head was completely shattered. It was devastating. The only thing moving was the blood flowing from her nose. It was a slow trickle. The right side of her face was remarkably undamaged. Denise told the court that Sean had been wearing the blue fleece that day, and that he had later left it at her house when the family had gone over. I picked up the fleece and Lois said to Sean, "Your coat." He said he didn't want it, and she said, "It's freezing out there. Take your coat." Denise then said she had been with Lois when the police told her about the blood spots on his clothes. She said to me, "Why did Sean kill Billy? If he was ever going to kill anyone, I am sure he would kill me." One issue that needed to be addressed was motive. During his cross-examination, it was put forward that he had killed her after she had failed to turn the music down. "You attacked her in a terrible temper in a matter of seconds," the prosecutor said. "No, I didn't attack Billy. I didn't pick up the tent peg. There was no argument whatsoever. When you left Billy, she was almost dead, wasn't she?" "No, Billy was not dead. Billy was alive and Billy was well." The court heard that Sean had what was called a peculiar look on his face as he rushed down the steps of the house and told Charlotte and Annie to get into the car. As part of the proceedings, the jury visited the house on Lower Park Road and then did the route that Sean drove that day to the DIY shop, the route that looped around the park, the route that seemed needlessly long. Throughout the retrial, the forensic evidence that had been presented during Sean's first trial was heavily scrutinized. Experts in forensics told the court that it was possible for the blood spots to get onto his clothes, as he held her while she lay dying. A key witness at the retrial, Robert Schroeder, an emeritus professor at Imperial College London, would talk about the traces of other things in the blood spatter, like metal and bone. He said, "Whatever blood came out of Billy Joe's mouth would have been contaminated. So to find microscopic traces of paint or bone or metal does not change anything. The paint and metal could have come in blood running down her head into her mouth. The truth is that the scientific evidence is minimal, and the idea that Mr. Jenkins could have done what was alleged in the time he had and then gone straight out with his daughters in the car is hard to believe." The retrial would last for 3 months, and it was soon time for the jury to deliberate. Media interest was at a fever pitch. Then came the breaking news. They had failed to reach a verdict. They were discharged and a second retrial was ordered. Before the second retrial, Dr. Skepper, who had examined the blood spots during the first trial, said that fragments of metal, paint, and bone could also be present in the blood spots, but the judge ruled it inadmissible as it was submitted too late. A senior prosecution source said, "This evidence about the bone in the blood was completely new, and we are extremely disappointed that it did not go before the jury." When preparing for the second retrial, something new and very interesting would come out. Sean Jenkins had said that he had seen a man dressed smartly in the hallway of the family home when the ambulance arrived. It was someone he assumed was a police officer. He said, "I have stood face to face with him. I have spoken with him. I know what he looks like and I remember his mannerisms. He wore a dark navy or possibly dark olive overcoat and was smartly dressed. I could see he was wearing a tie. He had highly polished shoes. It was this fact that reassured me he was a police officer. The man was standing in the hall. I turned around and looked at him. He said, "She's going to be okay," then left me staring at the door to the dining room. I honestly believe this man is responsible for my daughter's murder. I believe he killed her in cold blood for reasons that I can only speculate and surmise. He said that he believed this man had been hiding in the dining room before coming out into the hallway. Denise Lancaster, who went round after Sean called for her help, said that she thought this mystery man was a fiction. When asked in an interview why this hadn't been mentioned before, he said, "I did mention him in my original witness statement. For years, the police didn't challenge this idea that this man was a police officer. And for years, Sean said he believed this to be true." In 2005, when preparing for his second trial, Sean asked the CPS for the statements of all of the officers who had been to the house that day. There was only one that could not be accounted for, the man from the hallway. In spite of this new development, the second retrial of Sean Jenkins began on the 31st of October 2005. The prosecution laid out their case again. They said that the person who had murdered Billy Joe Jenkins was not the mystery man in the hallway. They said it was Sean. It does not take a moment to hit someone with an iron bar and not many more to hit them several forceful blows. If she did not die instantly, she could not have lived more than a few minutes. "It's a mercy she was unconscious," the prosecution said. He added that Sean's story had been inconsistent as to whether or not he had actually gone into the house before going to the DIY store or not. During these proceedings, Sean admitted to being physical with Billy Joe, slapping her in the face on one occasion. He said, "I heard a noise upstairs, so I went up and Billy was pulling heads off dolls." His daughter Esther was upset and asked her to stop, and Billy Joe swore at her and pulled her hair. "I prized one of Billy's hands off Esther's hair and then slapped her face," adding that it wasn't hard, but he did regret it. He described the second occasion as being when Lois was talking to Billy Joe and Billy Joe refused to look at her. He said, "I turned Billy's face gently towards Lois and said, 'Look at your mother.'" He denied that he had kicked Billy Joe's sprained ankle during a holiday in France in the year before her murder, but a family friend, Peter Gamster, told the court that Sean definitely did. He said that he had been annoyed that she had hurt herself, allegedly saying to her, "You were always hurting yourself when I go away every time there is something wrong." Peter added, "There is no such thing as a playful kick. It was a proper, aggressive kick. He was furious. He was angry." Videos of interviews of Billy Joe's friends taken shortly after her murder were played to the court, where they said that Billy Joe had told them that Sean had been violent towards her. One of her friends, Laura, said that Billy Joe had come into school with blood on her face, saying she got punched in her nose by her dad. There was blood on her shirt and blood around her mouth. She said on a separate occasion that Billy Joe had bruises on her arms and legs and reportedly said, "You can guess what happened." Her friend Holly spoke of another occasion in which Billy Joe had told Sean to leave their dog Buster alone. She said he pinned her up against the door and scratched her face. She said Sean just lost his temper. Her friend said that Billy Joe had been worried that if she made a complaint, her foster parents would lose their jobs. The shocking allegations did not stop there. It was stated that Lois had told police back then that one of their daughters felt Sean preferred Billy Joe to her and that Billy Joe, quote, flirted with him. Lois would later say, "I don't recall her saying it in that situation, but there was a whole guilty thing and that was a part of it. But I don't recall her telling me that specifically." The prosecution characterized Sean Jenkins as a bully, someone who lied repeatedly and murdered Billy Joe in a fit of rage. The defense hit back and said that Sean was a caring man, who was the victim of poor forensic evidence and very bad luck. After deliberating for 39 hours over 8 days, the jury, once again, failed to reach a verdict. The prosecution agreed that it would not call for a third retrial, and the judge recorded the verdict as not guilty on the February 9, 2006. Sean Jenkins was formally acquitted of murder. Lois' testimony about domestic abuse was only revealed after his acquittal and a court order was lifted. This testimony was not presented to any of the 3 juries, from his first trial and his 2 retrials, in spite of changes being made to the law in 2003 to allow the admission of evidence of a defendant's character to be presented. Lois had also made a claim that Sean had had a sexual relationship with a teenage girl who allegedly bore a striking resemblance to Billy Joe. This was ruled as inadmissible. Even though Billy Joe's biological father Bill was battling throat cancer, he had attended all the proceedings, and after Sean was formally acquitted, he spoke on radio and said that the allegations of domestic abuse against Sean should have been heard. He said, "I do feel regrets. I should have been a better father. Obviously, I'm not proud of the things I've done in my past. I feel if I'd been a better father, then perhaps Billy Joe may still be alive today. But I'm not holding myself to what happened to my daughter. There's only one person I hold responsible." Sadly, Bill would pass away a few months later. Sean Jenkins was now a free man. As he sat outside court following his acquittal, two women came up to him and began punching him and kicking him, later revealed to be Billy Joe's aunts. One of them said they would launch a civil case against Sean, as the judge had refused to allow the scientific evidence that the blood spots on his clothes contained fragments of Billy Joe's bone. She said, "We will see him again in court. This is not the end." Outside the Old Bailey stood Sean Jenkins. Billy Joe's murderer has escaped detection because of the dreadful errors in the police investigation and their single-minded and desperate determination to convict me at all costs. The police who have been in charge of the inquiry have been willfully blind and incompetent. The investigation was enormous, with many lines of inquiry and 700 statements being taken by the police. Across the 3 trials of Sean Jenkins, the jury spent 36 days deliberating, and it was now all over. Assistant Chief Constable Jeff Williams said Sussex Police would now take time to reflect on today's outcome. Throughout this long and detailed investigation, we have resolutely pursued our aim, which is to seek justice for Billy Joe. The role of the police is to investigate crime, and that is what Sussex Police have done. This remains an unsolved murder case. It will, as a matter of course, be subject to review, which we will conduct with an open mind. She was brutally murdered on the patio of her foster parents' home, a place where she ought to have been safe. Following his acquittal, Sean was interviewed by journalist Trevor McDonald as part of a special report called Billy Joe and Me. The interview covered a wide range of topics, including why had he lied on his CV and exaggerated his qualifications. He said it was simply because he'd wanted a better job and had been struggling to pay the mortgage, so wanted a job with a better salary. He explained the reasons why he had driven that particular route to the DIY shop was because it was not safe for him to turn around in the street. And shortly after setting off, he decided to go back home. But when one of his daughters expressed disappointment at not being able to paint, he drove off again to the DIY shop. He talked about the allegations that had been made by Lois. He denied being abusive and emphatically stated he had never beaten his wife. He said that Lois was vulnerable, didn't know what she was doing, and was persuaded by the police that he had killed Billy Joe. He also denied being violent with his children. Following the interview, 2 of his daughters said in a statement, "The comments made by our father, where he denied using corporal punishment against us, are not true." Following his experiences, Sean pursued a master's in criminology and criminal justice and a master's in social research and methodology. He said, "I'm in my final year of my doctorate, and I'm enjoying understanding more and more about my case and what happened to me. I want to be able to use what I have learned to help other people who go through the miscarriage of justice experience." He also published a book called The Murder of Billy Joe, in which he talks about the case and his life. In the book, he spoke about this mystery man that he said he saw in the house and mistook for a police officer. And after it was published, a former neighbor said that she had remembered a report in a local newspaper that referred to a passing motorist who had seen an unidentified man coming out of the house that day. But this, like all of the lines of inquiry, has seemingly gone nowhere. Sean later said that since his arrest, he had seen his daughters for a total of 2 hours, whilst he was in prison in 1998, and had not seen them since, but said he hopes to reunite with them one day. He sought damages following his conviction being quashed for both wrongful arrest and imprisonment. This was denied, and a spokesperson for the Ministry of Justice said, following his acquittal, one person whose testimony had not been heard came forward and gave an interview. Lois Jenkins. Lois said that Sean was a physically abusive liar. I can recall with clarity the look in his eyes as he told the children, "Billy's dead." It had no trace of emotion. I woke up in the middle of the night as he turned over in bed, and it dawned on me, it could have been him. I lay there terrified, thinking it must be him. And if it wasn't him, at least it could have been him. She added that in the days that followed, it was as if Sean wasn't there. He offered no comfort. I felt let down and also faintly embarrassed. I wondered if our friends had noticed his detachment. Lois said that she had left the UK as a result of her foster daughter's murder, and her faith in the justice system had been tested. She said that her self-confidence had been destroyed and that she felt guilty. When speaking about Billie Jo, she said, "I grew to love her and regard her as my own daughter. She had a good rapport with Sean, and I truly believe that she was happy with her new family." As the 20th anniversary of her death was approaching, her biological mother Deborah said it would be great if they could open the investigation again and get some fresh eyes on it. The police have nothing to lose and everything to gain. I can't describe it to you. Unless you have lost a child, it's a nightmare. I want to get justice for her. But sadly, Deborah would not see justice for Billie Jo, as she would pass away in 2018. When looking at other lines of inquiry, her family called for the police to reopen the case and look at the possibility of her murderer being a man called Anthony Amila, dubbed the M25 rapist. Anthony Amila was given 7 life sentences for a series of brutal sexual assaults around the M25 area. At the time of the murder, he was living in the same area as Billie Jo. Her aunt said that he fit the description of the man who was allegedly stalking her in the months leading up to her death. She said the investigation needs to be reopened for Billie Jo's sake. The police must find out what Amila was doing on the day she was murdered. Somebody murdered Billie Jo, and we've got to find out who it was. The police need to investigate all avenues. Amila could have done it, and the fact is we don't know and need to know. Was he in Hastings that day? He was also reportedly obsessed with girls that were her age and would use improvised weapons in his attacks. Anthony Amila died in prison on the 8th of March 2018. There are no reports of him being named as a suspect in her death, nor of him ever being investigated for it. The murder of Billie Jo Jenkins is one of the most notorious unsolved crimes in Britain. Her case has been the subject of much rumor, speculation, and gossip. It's been covered in books, documentaries, and on television shows. But we are still no closer to getting justice for her. Without a doubt, it is an incredibly complex investigation, both scientifically and otherwise. And there are still so many unanswered questions. For those left behind, the pain is still raw all of these years later. For Billie Jo's best friend Holly, losing Billie Jo still haunts her. "I was in total shock. I was in counseling for ages. It was such a dreadful thing to happen. She was my best friend. We did everything together. We were inseparable. I wish I could have seen Billie Jo get married and have kids. She's missed out on all that. It's so sad." A memorial for Billie Jo Jenkins was unveiled in Alexandra Park, a wooden bench designed to be a spot for teenagers to spend time together. It was removed in 2024 due to the wood starting to rot, so hopefully it will soon be back in the park. Detective Inspector Kevin Moore said, "We owe it to Billie Jo to keep the case in the public's mind and not give up. Her case will be reviewed every 2 years in the hopes of uncovering something new. She was someone who had everything to live for. She was bright, she was funny, she was articulate, and she was someone who without a doubt would have taken on everything that life had to offer her. But due to the violence inflicted upon her on that sunny Saturday afternoon, she will be forever 13. If you have any information relating to the murder of Billie Jo Jenkins, please contact Sussex Police on 101 and quote, Operation Cathedral." Decades may pass and many cases may grow cold, but occasionally some are brought back into the light. Today's story is no exception. It is a tale of unexpected resolution after nearly 25 years of stagnation. This particular case revolves around Mandy Steingasser, a vibrant and sociable individual who cherished her outdoor adventures with her father. Together, they embarked on camping trips and road journeys, as Mandy fearlessly embraced her adventurous spirit. On one occasion, she even encountered a ground squirrel, cradling it in her arms with affection. Unfortunately, the squirrel bit her, but such encounters were not uncommon for Mandy, who possessed a penchant for interacting with various creatures during her camping escapades. Her personality was enigmatic, and she often associated with individuals who carried an air of danger. When questioned about her choice of friends, she simply stated that she did not pass judgment on them. In the autumn of 1993, Mandy, a 17-year-old senior at North Tonawanda High School near Buffalo, New York, found herself at a crossroads. Although academically gifted, she had yet to solidify her career plans and subsequently enrolled at Niagara County Community College after graduation. Mandy exuded boundless energy and reveled in the thrill of parties and experimenting with alcohol. At times, her enthusiasm for such activities caused her to lose track of time, occasionally forgetting to return home. To ensure her safety, her parents established a set of rules for her evening outings. She was expected to adhere to a specific curfew and, if unable to do so, she was required to inform her parents or make her way home as swiftly as possible. On the 18th of September 1993, a Saturday night, Mandy ventured out with her friends, Stacy, her boyfriend Brian, and Brian's acquaintance, Wayne. Stacy and Mandy had arranged a sleepover at the Steingasser's residence, with the understanding that they would return home by midnight. Both Mandy and Stacy were 17, while Brian and Wayne were a few years older. Wayne possessed his own apartment, making it convenient for them to procure alcohol. That evening, the group decided to visit a liquor store to purchase whiskey and rum, before embarking on a journey from North Tonawanda to Buffalo in Wayne's car. Their intention was to attend a rock concert at a local bar, but unfortunately, the girls were denied entry due to their age by the bouncer. Brian and Wayne, being considerate, chose to stay with them as both girls were somewhat intoxicated. It was quite out of character for Mandy not to inform her parents about her whereabouts, especially since she had a curfew. After a short while, a car filled with men approached the group, accusing Brian and Wayne of harassing one of their neighbors. This led to a brief altercation which frightened both Mandy and Stacy, causing them to flee in different directions. Shortly after, the sound of police sirens could be heard, prompting the men to hastily depart. Brian and Wayne desperately called out to the girls to return, but Mandy had vanished. She had fled out of fear that if the police found her, they would escort her back home, thus ruining her plan to sneak in without her parents' knowledge of her missed curfew. Mandy began her journey on foot towards her house, which was over a mile away. She headed north on Oliver Street until she reached a convenience store at the intersection of Fifth Avenue. It was there that a car pulled up beside her, and she leaned into the passenger seat before entering the vehicle. The driver was an acquaintance from her school who kindly offered to drive her home between 1:10 and 1:30 a.m. on September 19th. Regrettably, this marked the last time Mandy was seen alive. At 2:30 a.m., Stacy called Mandy's mother Lorraine, inquiring whether Mandy had returned home. Lorraine became furious upon realizing that her daughter had not only missed curfew, but also failed to come home. Throughout the night, her parents anxiously awaited Mandy's arrival. She never appeared. The following morning, they began reaching out to all of her friends. Fortunately, Mandy had a friend whose father was a police officer, and he promptly visited the Steingasser's residence. The commencement of the investigation unfolded, and the authorities proclaimed that she may have absconded, although Mandy's parents vehemently dismissed this notion as they possessed an intimate understanding of their daughter's character. Whispers began to circulate, insinuating that she had ventured southward to Florida alongside her lover who had recently relocated there. However, on the 25th day of October in the year 1993, a fortnight following Mandy's inexplicable disappearance, two individuals engaged in a mushroom hunt stumbled upon a ghastly sight within the confines of Bond Lake Park. There, nestled upon the banks of Myers Lake, lay a set of severely decomposed human remains. It appeared as though an attempt had been made to submerge the lifeless body into the depths of the lake, only to be thwarted by the entanglement of foliage. Subsequent investigations confirmed the identity of the remains as belonging to Mandy. The forensic examination divulged a harrowing truth. She had met her demise through strangulation, her bra serving as the instrument of her demise. Furthermore, the report revealed the presence of 2 brain hemorrhages and a fracture near her frontal temple. The authorities' suspicions turned towards a fellow student from Mandy's school, the last person seen with her. Although the police publicly acknowledged the existence of a suspect, they refrained from disclosing his identity due to the dearth of evidence that would substantiate his culpability. Mandy Steingasser, a tender 17 years of age, was last sighted on the 19th day of September in the year 1993, approximately 1:30 in the morning, at the intersection of 5th Avenue and Oliver Street within the city of North Tonawanda. Her lifeless body was discovered on the 25th day of October in the same year, within the confines of Bond Lake Park. The absence of substantial evidence caused this case to languish in obscurity for a quarter of a century, until the advent of new technological advancements that facilitated the examination of the culprit's DNA, which was found upon Mandy's remains. Finally, when the truth was unveiled, a plethora of evidence was amassed, paving the way for the district attorney to present a compelling case before the grand jury. On the 24th day of April in the year 2018, Joseph Belstadt was apprehended at his abode, mere moments after returning from his place of employment. It was his 43rd birthday, and he found himself facing a second-degree murder charge. Belstadt maintained that on September 19, 1993, he had indeed given Mandy a ride, but he insisted that he dropped her off in front of a church before stopping at a donut shop and returning home. However, witnesses contradicted his statement, claiming they saw Belstadt picking up Mandy and then coming back. Furthermore, his friends revealed that he had asked them to provide false testimony in his favor. Despite Belstadt's denial of these allegations, he was compelled to undergo a lie detector test. During the first attempt, he stormed out of the room due to the questioning's tone, but during the second test, his lies were exposed, confirming him as a liar. Another witness stepped forward, stating that Belstadt had taken her to a secluded location weeks before Mandy's murder, shedding light on his possible motives. When investigators searched Belstadt's car, they discovered 2 strands of pubic hair in the back seat, which they were unable to test in 1993. However, with the advancements in technology by 2018, the hair was confirmed to belong to Mandy. It was then established that Belstadt had attempted to sexually assault her before becoming enraged and strangling her to death with her own bra. Finally, on March 9, 2020, his trial commenced and the defense argued that he was being unjustly convicted without substantial evidence. Nevertheless, the jury presented numerous witnesses who testified about Belstadt's behavior following Mandy's disappearance. They revealed that he had stopped attending school, to which Belstadt claimed he had planned a trip to Canada that was ultimately canceled due to unforeseen circumstances. However, all of these statements were proven to be lies, leading to his conviction for the murder of Mandy Steingasser. On January 14th, he received a 25-year prison sentence, despite his desperate attempts to maintain his innocence. "But I am not the person who killed Mandy. I am innocent," he maintained. On that fateful night of November 28, 1984, Gary Corrigan's life took a dark turn. After bidding farewell to the Night Spot Lounge in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, he vanished without a trace. The last person seen with him was Layla Erica Mahler, a young exotic dancer at the time. It was a puzzling disappearance, made even more suspicious by the discovery of his abandoned pink Cadillac in Metairie, Louisiana. Inside the trunk, a chilling sight awaited investigators, pools of blood hinting at a sinister fate. But let's not reduce Gary Corrigan to just a name in a cold case file. Born on May 1, 1950, he was a man of substance. With his brown hair, captivating eyes, and a commanding presence at 5 feet 11 inches tall and 170 pounds, he left an impression wherever he went. His story was intertwined with that of his family, particularly his brother, Ted Corrigan. Their bond went beyond mere siblinghood. They were partners in life and business. After their father's untimely passing, Gary stepped up as a father figure for Ted. This deep connection carried them through life, and they eventually became business partners in the fast food industry. Together, they embarked on a groundbreaking deal with Sonic to open multiple outlets in the New Orleans area, a bold move that showcased their entrepreneurial spirit. Gary's personal life was equally fulfilling. He was a devoted husband to Susie and a loving father to their son Wade. Family meant everything to him, and he cherished his time at home. Ted, on the other hand, remained single, but their close-knit family dynamic remained unshaken. Their business circle expanded when Larry Tucker, another Sonic drive-in owner, and his daughter, Memory, joined forces with the Corgons. They were all set to expand their Sonic empire into Baton Rouge, which led them to rent an apartment there for convenience. However, fate had a different plan for them. They ended up becoming roommates at Gary's place. Gary Corgon was a man of ambition and accomplishment, and he never hesitated to indulge in the luxuries that his success brought him. On that fateful night of November 28, 1984, a phone call sparked excitement in the Corgon household. Gary had just sealed a deal in Mississippi that promised a remarkable expansion for their restaurant business, marking a significant milestone. Overflowing with joy, he couldn't wait to share the news with his brother and business partner, Ted. Gary was so eager to celebrate their triumph that he planned to head straight to Ted's house. Little did they know, the night would take an unexpected turn. Gary never arrived at Ted's place. As the hours ticked by, what was meant to be a night of jubilation turned into worry. Ted, who had dozed off while waiting, woke up to the realization that Gary hadn't shown up, an unusual occurrence considering Gary's reliability and their plans. The unease wasn't limited to Ted alone. Susie, Gary's wife, was overwhelmed with a gut feeling that something was terribly wrong. In a desperate attempt to trace Gary's whereabouts, Ted reached out to Larry and all the restaurant locations, hoping for any clue about Gary's presence or activities that night. After all, Gary had mentioned his intention to visit Ted to Larry, a man known for his dependability. The situation quickly escalated from confusion to a state of emergency, engulfing everyone close to Gary in a whirlwind of shock and disbelief. Larry, who had shared countless professional and personal moments with Gary, felt particularly shaken, describing the experience as a sudden disruption to their normal lives. Ted, now a man on a mission, tirelessly searched every nook and cranny of Baton Rouge where Gary might have gone. He scoured stores, eateries, and any place that Gary frequented, driven by the unsettling feeling that his brother had vanished without a trace. Ted, clinging to a glimmer of hope that the situation was a mere accident or misdirection, couldn't shake off the feeling of impending doom. He was well-versed in the local terrain, understanding the risks of getting lost or encountering danger, especially in the desolate swamps of Louisiana. As both Ted and Gary were familiar faces in law enforcement, serving as commission deputies, Ted had a unique advantage with his connections and insights during the search. A breakthrough in the investigation came when a piece of paper with the name Erica was found. This crucial clue emerged in the Baton Rouge apartment shared by Gary and his business partner, Larry Tucker. Initially dismissed by Larry as insignificant, the note later proved to be a vital link to Gary's disappearance. The revelation hinted at a hidden aspect of Gary's life, hinting at a potential involvement with another woman unbeknownst to his loved ones. Motivated by this discovery, Ted's pursuit led him to a nightclub called the Hot Pot, where a case of mistaken identity unraveled. This encounter ultimately led Ted to the realization that Gary had been spotted with a dancer named Erica, who was now at the center of his frantic search. As the police pieced together the puzzle, they unraveled a shocking truth. Erica was actually Layla Muller, a 19-year-old exotic dancer who lived with her boyfriend, Ronald Dunnigan. The urgency of the situation skyrocketed, prompting law enforcement to delve into their residence. Fueled by a mix of hope and dread, Ted insisted on being part of the operation, desperately clinging to the slim chance of finding Gary alive, even if he was in distress. However, the scene at the duplex shattered any glimmer of hope. The sight of blood and the violently damaged interiors sent chills down their spines. Ted recounted the horrifying details. Blood was splattered everywhere. The walls looked like they had been mercilessly beaten with a hammer. And in that moment, I knew deep down that Gary would never return. This gruesome discovery marked a significant and grim turning point in the search for Gary, shifting the narrative from a search and rescue mission to the horrifying possibility of a heinous crime. Finally, a breakthrough came when Gary's abandoned car was found in a business parking lot, its interior stained with blood. Ted couldn't shake off the haunting words of the crime investigator. The crime investigator said, What you're looking at is someone died in the trunk of that car. Glimmer of hope that Gary's wife, Susie, and their community held onto was shattered when they discovered that Gary's brand new Cadillac had been untouched for 5 days. As devout members of the Latter-day Saints, they turned to their church for comfort and support during this dark time. The harsh reality of Gary's fate became undeniable, leaving a bitter taste in everyone's mouth. Ted, the bearer of bad news, had to deliver the devastating truth to the family, extinguishing any remaining hope of Gary's return. The investigation took a sharp turn as all eyes focused on Layla Muller, the last person known to have seen Gary. Muller and her boyfriend, Ronald Dunnigan, quickly became the prime suspects, especially after blood was found in Gary's car and in Muller's home that she shared with Dunnigan. The couple's sudden disappearance only fueled suspicions, leading law enforcement on a high-stakes chase from Baton Rouge to Las Vegas. In an unexpected twist, Muller's attempt to blend into the bustling city of Las Vegas by acquiring an escort license led to her detention by local police, thanks to a warrant from Baton Rouge labeling her as a material witness. Meanwhile, Dunnigan, pretending to wait for Muller near the sheriff's station, was also detained due to an unrelated bench warrant for a traffic violation. Ted, determined to crack the case wide open, swiftly arranged for detectives to be flown to Las Vegas on a private jet, navigating through legal loopholes and jurisdictional challenges. Under the intense pressure of interrogation, Muller implicated Dunnigan in Gary's death, suggesting it was an accident, but acknowledging that Gary did not deserve to die. This revelation sent shockwaves through the investigation, but it was the discovery of Muller's diary that truly turned the tide. Ted stumbled upon the chilling entries in the couple's Las Vegas apartment, revealing sinister plans to assault Gary. With this damning evidence, along with the physical clues and Muller's testimony, the case against the couple seemed to solidify, bringing them one step closer to justice. However, the situation took a turn for the worse when a new district attorney, Brian Bush, made the decision to release Dunnigan and Muller due to the absence of a physical body. The difficulties in prosecuting a murder case without one. This move, influenced by the limitations of forensic technology at the time and Muller's legal tactics, left the Corgon family and the prosecution team shocked and disheartened. Gary's body was never recovered and he was declared legally deceased in 1986. The Corgon case eventually went cold. Layla Muller, also known as Erica in the past, had a life that seemed like a contradictory story. At the age of 19, she had an impressive CV as an honor student, a talented violinist, and a track star in her home state of Ohio. Despite her affluent background, Layla's life took a sharp turn as she battled substance abuse and embraced a rebellious wild persona, leading her to escape from a rehabilitation center and seek refuge in Louisiana. In this new phase of her life, Layla chose paths far removed from her previous accomplishments, working as a stripper and a prostitute. Her living conditions reflected her tumultuous life, sharing a rundown duplex with Ronald Dunnigan, her much older boyfriend who lived a life filled with eccentricity and challenges. Ronald, who made a modest income as a part-time street performer, was a stark contrast to Layla's youth and beauty. Despite his lack of financial stability and education, Ronald held a dominant role in their relationship, serving as the protector that Layla craved in her chaotic world. Their unconventional bond was built on mutual dependence. Layla's nighttime activities funded their lifestyle while Ron provided a sense of security, albeit in a twisted and dysfunctional manner. Gary Corgon, a regular client of Layla's, unwittingly got caught up in this volatile relationship. Layla Muller and Ronald Dunnigan managed to evade capture for 3 decades. Their lives continued as if the past had never happened. However, the tides shifted with advancements in DNA testing and a reinvigorated cold case unit in Baton Rouge, determined to solve long-standing mysteries. Memory Tucker, connected to the case through her father, Larry Tucker, played a crucial role in reopening the investigation. Now working as a district attorney investigator, she launched a comprehensive review of the case, diligently tracking down old witnesses and utilizing modern forensic science. The confirmation of Gary's blood in the abandoned Cadillac's trunk through a DNA sample from his son Wade solidified the groundwork for a renewed prosecution effort. Ted Corgon, who had tirelessly pursued Dunnigan and Muller over the years, knew exactly where to locate them. Muller had started a new life as a nurse in New York, while Dunnigan, still obsessed with Muller, lived off a fraudulent disability claim in Louisiana. When the authorities finally made their move, Ted was there undercover, witnessing the arrest unfold. Muller's arrest and subsequent interrogation peeled away the layers of manipulation and fear that had characterized her relationship with Dunnigan. She portrayed herself as a victim of Dunnigan's threats, implicating him as the mastermind behind Gary Corrigan's murder. Dunnigan's peculiar control extended to psychological manipulation, creating an ever-present watcher named Squeaky to keep Muller in check. Her diary entries, intertwined with this delusion, provided bone-chilling insights into their twisted relationship and sinister activities. During her confession, Muller divulged the gruesome details of the crime. According to her, Dunnigan had poisoned Gary, then methodically dismembered his body to dispose of it in a calculated and cold-hearted manner. Despite her initial reluctance to testify, the weight of the evidence and her own admissions during interrogation painted a horrifying picture of the murder. Armed with Mueller's testimony and the amassed evidence, prosecutors finally had the necessary leverage to ensure justice is served. The Mueller case reached a turning point on May 15, 2014, when she accepted a plea deal resulting in a 30-year sentence, while Dunnigan was sentenced to life. The Gary Corrigan murder saga spanning 3 decades finally saw a semblance of closure, bringing a mix of relief and sadness to his family. Wade Corrigan, Gary's son, expressed his feelings, stating, "It's a great relief to finally have some closure and justice served." Dana Cummings, Assistant District Attorney for East Baton Rouge Parish, praised Ted's unwavering determination in seeking the truth and ensuring justice prevailed. This recognition highlights the significant impact of individual perseverance in navigating the legal system. Ted Corrigan's response to the case's conclusion was one of pure relief and triumph. His words, "After 30 years I finally got you, you son of a gun," captured the depth of his long-standing frustrations and the satisfaction of seeing justice served. Ted also added, "I've been angry for 3 decades now, and it hurts that she took my best friend away from me." Yet, for Ted, the story doesn't conclude with Muller and Dunnigan's sentencing. He remains dedicated to locating his brother's remains, a journey that signifies not only a search for closure, but also an emotional path towards peace and resolution. On a seemingly ordinary day, on June 1, 1986, 16-year-old Elaine Doyle ventured out for a night of fun with her friends at Greenock Celtic Supporters Club. Little did she know that this would be her last outing. The club, originally established as a charitable organization for the impoverished in Glasgow's East End, was the backdrop for a chilling mystery that unfolded that night. In the quiet town of Greenock, Scotland, Elaine disappeared without a trace, leaving her family completely unaware of the impending tragedy. The following morning, the town awoke to the sound of sirens and police cars, as everyone grappled with the question of what could have happened to this young woman during the short 15-minute journey from the club to her home. Was she deliberately targeted? And if so, what could anyone possibly have against a teenage girl? The roots of Greenock, Scotland, can be traced back to 1711, when a fishing community laid claim to the land. Over the next 2 centuries, the village flourished into a bustling port and industrial hub. During World War II, it even served as a French naval base. With its rich history, the picturesque town attracts many tourists. However, despite its allure, Greenock is not particularly known for its security. Sadly, Elaine Doyle's case was just one of many tragedies that occurred during that time. Elaine was the cherished daughter of Maureen and Jack Doyle, with her brother John being her only sibling. She was a bright and optimistic young girl. She always looked towards the future. At the age of 16, when she vanished, she was already working at a jewelry store. Thanks to her warm and inviting personality, she had a vast circle of friends. Among her citizens' band, named CB Radio Friends, she was affectionately known as the Golden Girl due to her affinity for the color yellow. On June 1, 1986, had gone to the Green Act Celtic Supporters Club to enjoy a night out with these same friends. Her compassionate nature and friendly demeanor often led her to volunteer at social clubs like this one. She informed her mother that she would be returning home late that night, around midnight. However, when Elaine didn't arrive even after the expected time, Maureen, trusting her daughter's judgment, simply assuming that she had stayed over at a friend's house for the night. It wasn't until the morning of June 2nd that the family would wake up to devastating news. As Maureen opened her living room curtains, she was met with the sight of numerous police cars parked outside in the neighborhood. Later, she would discover that a local resident had stumbled upon a body dumped on a lane across Arguin Street, where Elaine resided, during his morning walk at 7:30 a.m. Due to the close-knit nature of the town, he immediately recognized Elaine's face. Horrified, he promptly contacted the police. The responsibility of delivering the tragic news to the family fell upon the police. The family was shattered upon identifying the lifeless body. No parents should ever have to witness the state in which Elaine's corpse was found. Her body bore severe bruising, particularly evident as deep purple marks along her neck. She was completely unclothed, with only a bra attached to her arm. However, her clothes were neatly folded and placed beside her. Given the visible bruising on her neck, the police suspected that strangulation was the likely cause of death. Additionally, the presence of a black eye led the investigating officers to believe that Elaine had fought back against her attacker. Upon receiving the autopsy report, their suspicions were confirmed as the cause of death was officially determined to be asphyxiate due to strangulation by ligature. The autopsy findings also indicated that Elaine was likely strangled while facing downwards, with the culprit tightening the ligature from behind her neck. Forensic scientist Pauline McSorley, who conducted the autopsy, discovered DNA evidence on Elaine's face and chest. Additionally, broken pieces of bracelets and chunks of hair were found near the body. The presence of extensive bruising and defensive wounds further supported the police's belief that a struggle had taken place between the culprit and the victim. Unfortunately, the crime scene had not been properly handled, with evidence being mishandled without protective gear. As a result, over 41 DNA samples were found at the scene, all of which were accounted for except for one. It was theorized that this remaining unaccounted sample belonged to the culprit. Through questioning Elaine's friends in the neighborhood, the authorities were able to establish her whereabouts until midnight, when she was with her friend Lynn McCurdy. They had separated from their other friends to buy hamburgers, making them the last known individuals to have seen Elaine alive. After that point, none of her friends reported seeing her again. A local girl claimed to have heard loud screams around 12:40 a.m., but no further useful details were available to the authorities. The severity of the incident and the extent of abuse suggested a possible sexual motive behind the attack. The detectives successfully located Elaine's handbag outside the Watt Library on Union Street on June 9th. The bag had been severely burned, indicating an attempt to destroy any potential evidence. The case of Elaine Doyle is renowned as one of the most extensive manhunts in Scotland's history. It involved conducting numerous interviews and compiling a suspect list that exceeded 700 individuals. Despite these efforts, the investigators were unable to identify the perpetrator. Even after exploring multiple leads and conducting numerous interviews, the investigators remained no closer to solving the heinous crime. Eventually, the case went cold as no new leads emerged. Over the years, Elaine's parents and the entire community anxiously awaited answers. The case remained a perplexing mystery, and hope began to fade. However, in 2012, nearly 28 years after Elaine's death, renewed interest in the case arose when investigators stumbled upon old case files. They discovered that John Doherty, a person of interest mentioned in the reports, had never been interviewed. Several witnesses had cited him near the crime scene on the night of the incident. Intrigued by this revelation, the investigators decided to pursue it further. Upon further inquiry, they found that Doherty had even been mentioned in a statement during the initial investigation, but for unknown reasons, he was never questioned. Although the detectives did not have high expectations due to the significant passage of time, they felt compelled to speak with him in order to tie up loose ends. Doherty, who was 21 years old at the time of the incident, initially claimed that he was at his parents' house in Greenock. However, under further police questioning, he eventually admitted to being at the disco on the night of the incident. In order to fulfill their final requirement, the police requested a DNA sample from Doherty, which he willingly provided. The shock was overwhelming once the police inputted the information into the database. It was revealed that John Doherty's DNA was a perfect match to the one found at the crime scene and on Elaine Doyle's body. Born in 1964 and residing in Dunoon, Argyll in Scotland, Doherty had previously served as a soldier before retiring and becoming a bus driver. On the surface, his life seemed ordinary, with a long-term relationship and a daughter. However, everything was about to change as his past crimes finally caught up with him. Following the confirmation of his DNA, Doherty was promptly arrested and later convicted on June 17, 2014, after a 52-day trial. Leading the prosecution was John Scodian. The authorities were able to gather enough evidence based on the extent and location of the Lane's injuries. It was deduced that she had been forcefully grabbed by the hair, struck on the head, and dragged into the lane where she was assaulted and ultimately found. The presence of Doherty's DNA at the crime scene further supported the claim that he had been with her that fateful night. The prosecution painted a vivid picture for the jury, reconstructing the events of the incident through a compelling narrative. They alleged that Doherty had caught Elaine off guard, forcibly removed her clothing, and then strangled her from behind with a ligature while she lay face down on the ground. Fortunately, the police were able to locate a witness named Martin Brown, who came forward to testify and provide additional credibility to their case. According to Brown, he had allegedly witnessed Doherty following Elaine into the lane, appearing angry as he trailed behind her. John Doherty refuted all of these allegations and enlisted the services of QC Donald Femmel to mount his defense. Femmel skillfully presented a counterargument against the DNA evidence, asserting that it was insufficient and should not be deemed a reliable source of proof. He contended that due to the evidence being stored away for more than 2 decades, there was a high possibility of contamination or tampering. The defense's argument held weight considering the numerous errors committed during the handling of Elaine's case. Not only was there a lack of proper forensic equipment and knowledge on how to handle a crime scene at the time of the incident, but it was later discovered that the officers had also failed to wear protective gear while collecting evidence. Furthermore, the credibility of the witness testimony was called into question. Martin Brown, the eyewitness in question, was colorblind when he was asked to examine black and white photographs of individuals resembling the perpetrator. He was able to eliminate all but 3 individuals, initially identifying someone else in his statement before eventually naming John Doherty. Brown's credibility was further undermined when he revealed that it took him a decade to come forward because he had only recently recognized Elaine's face in a newspaper and realized that she was the same woman he had seen on the night of the incident. The defense argued that it was unjust to blame Doherty, as the news of a contaminated crime scene had not been disclosed prior to the trial. They claimed that the officers handling the case were negligent and could have mishandled the DNA sample, leading to a match with Doherty due to contamination. However, their argument was swiftly dismissed when the forensic scientists responsible for the crime scene testified that it was 560,000 times more likely for the DNA found at the scene to belong to Doherty than any other unrelated male. Despite the counterarguments, the jury ultimately sided with the prosecution, resulting in John Doherty being declared guilty by a majority verdict. This case became one of the longest-running cases in Scotland, with the culprit being apprehended after nearly 3 decades thanks to DNA evidence. In 2014, Doherty was finally convicted in a high court in Edinburgh and sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 21 years by Lord Advocate Frank Mulholland. Mulholland justified the severity of the sentence by emphasizing the brutality of the crime. Elaine Doyle, who was simply walking home that night when she became a victim of this heinous crime, had her brother John Doyle expressed his belief that the sentencing was appropriate and just. He further clarified that despite the lengthy process of obtaining justice for his sister, they found solace in the fact that she could finally find peace. On behalf of his mother, he acknowledged that the pain of losing a loved one never truly fades, but the resolution of the case provided a glimmer of hope amidst their sorrow. The family expressed gratitude for the apprehension of the perpetrator, as it brought a sense of closure. However, their grief was compounded when John Doyle's 17-year-old son Jack was tragically stabbed to death in Greenock in 2012. John's father, also named Jack, was unable to bear the loss and subsequently passed away, adding to John's immense devastation. Despite the overwhelming sorrow he had to endure, he remained thankful that at least one of the culprits was apprehended and brought to justice. Let's travel back to Tulsa, Oklahoma, on October 22, 1984, when the city was left baffled as 18-year-old Annette Craver disappeared without a trace. The police searched the area in an effort to find the truth, but they were unsuccessful, and the teenage married girl's whereabouts remained a sinister mystery. Despite the fact that her disappearance remains a mystery, the police were concerned that it might actually have been a horrifying homicide. It turned out that this situation was much more complicated than it seemed. In the long run for justice, a man was found at the center of it all, and for an incredible 54 years, his perverted viewpoint would prevail over the pursuit of justice before justice finally prevailed. What might have happened to Annette, a young, beautiful teenage girl? Why did it take so long to solve the mystery of this chilling case? Who was this maniac that took her away? Hello and welcome back to Mystery Detective, where we explore dark and sinister stories around the world. Stay with us as we walk you through this 54 years mystery and two other eerie mysteries that are closely related to this terrifying case. Tulsa, a city in Oklahoma, is captivating with a distinctive fusion of tradition and modernity. This city, which is tucked away in the middle of America, offers a vibrant way of life that is enriched by its varied cultural scene. Tulsa is renowned for its exquisite architecture, well-preserved art installations, vibrant performing arts community, and succulent barbecue restaurants. The city is also well known for its long history of oil production and for being the birthplace of the famous Route 66. Tulsa has battled crime despite its accomplishments. The city's violent crime rate exceeded the national average in 2020, making it one of the most dangerous cities in the country. Further emphasizing the negative aspects of the city, Tulsa also saw the mysterious disappearance of Annette Craver. Annette Michelle Craver was born on December 7, 1965, in Houston, Texas, but little is known about her early life. In 1979, when her father tragically died in a car accident, things took a significant turn. The heartbreaking incident had a negative impact on Annette's emotional health. Annette's mother, Mary Rose, observed a noticeable shift in her daughter's behavior, noting that she became more reclusive and frequently turned to solitude for comfort. Annette was by herself a lot of the time. She was constantly creating art and writing poetry. She would also occasionally pick up a guitar. Mary was aware, deep down, that her cherished daughter had been experiencing great hardships as a result of her father's passing. A significant event took place on September 8, 1981, when Mary organized a yard sale in Houston to sell her late husband's possessions. 15-year-old Annette actively helped her mother sell off her father's possessions. Despite her lack of expression, it was clear that Annette had not yet recovered from the devastating loss of her father. Mary worried about Annette's isolation and loneliness, but she was unaware that Annette wasn't actually feeling lonely. Unknown to Mary, Annette had been involved with a charming man who had a sizable age difference. In addition to being older than Annette, the man was even older than Annette's mother. Mary's first encounter with Annette's friend, 40-year-old Felix Vale, occurred at the yard sale. Mary didn't suspect anything and never entertained the thought that there might be more going on. As Felix approached Annette to talk, Mary noticed the obvious age gap. Mary struggled with the burden of financial difficulties following the death of her husband. After finding it difficult to find employment in Houston, she considered moving away in search of work and better opportunities to give her daughter a better life. Mary overcame a number of obstacles and was rewarded for her perseverance when she received a job offer in Oklahoma. But there was still a lot to worry about. Annette, who had already missed 2 academic years, was about to receive her high school diploma. Mary was aware that her daughter's academic progress might be jeopardized by a sudden move to another state. When faced with this decision, Mary went with her plan of action. She asked a friend for help in taking care of Annette, while she relocated to Oklahoma in search of employment. Although the plan seemed good at first, it soon started to fall apart for Mary. As time went on, a growing worry became apparent. The bond between Annette and Felix appeared to have grown stronger while she was away. As she watched the 40-year-old man become more involved in her daughter's life, Mary couldn't help but feel uneasy. This was a circumstance that greatly disturbed her. After Annette graduated from high school, Mary was able to buy a new home thanks to her diligent saving. She registered the house under both of their names with the hope of reuniting their lives and living together once again. Mary's thoughts of a long-awaited reunion were dashed after she learned that Annette had left when she got back to Houston. Mary discovered that after Annette graduated high school, Felix immediately suggested a road trip to her. Captivated by his charm, she happily accepted his offer. Over the course of 1983, Mary did occasionally get letters from Annette, each coming from a different place. Then one day, a call from her daughter, who was at the time living in California, arrived. Hearing from Annette gave Mary a rush of happiness, but the conversation quickly became concerning. Annette, who was only 17 years old at the time, asked her mother for permission before she married Felix Vale. Annette seemed to have already made up her mind, despite Mary telling her daughter it would be a mistake to marry Felix, advising her to wait until she was at least 18 years old. Annette allegedly declared her love for Felix Vale and intended to wed him in Mexico. Mary struggled with a difficult decision, knowing that she might lose her daughter who was very involved with Felix. She was aware that refusing a daughter she hadn't seen in a while could have its own effects. She consequently gave the marriage her approval with a heavy heart, believing her daughter to have good judgment and not realizing Felix was a bad man. But the perfect married life Annette had pictured would soon start to fall apart. Annette opened up to her mother in letters written shortly after their wedding. She revealed that Felix had changed unsettlingly, becoming more and more domineering. She shockingly revealed that Felix had even forced her to have an unauthorized abortion after learning she was pregnant with his child. Mary begged Annette to come home right away, consumed with worry for her daughter's safety. Annette eventually mustered the strength to escape Felix's grip in 1984 and made her way back to her mother. However, when Mary finally caught a glimpse of her daughter, she couldn't help but notice that she had changed. Annette had lost her identity. She was constantly perplexed by everything. Mary believed that her daughter was simply overwhelmed by Felix's attempts to manipulate and control her life. Mary found comfort in being reunited with her daughter amidst the changes. But this joy was short-lived. They were unhappy not long after Annette returned. Felix began tormenting their home with relentless phone calls and his insistence on speaking to Annette. Mary was unmoved and maintained her position, determined to defend her daughter at all costs. However, things got worse in October 1984. When Felix was able to breach Mary's house's perimeter, boldly entering without permission and making his way up to Annette's room, the two spent some time talking privately in Annette's room. When they eventually came out to Mary, they would say something that would break her heart. Mary was sternly instructed to leave the house by them. Mary tried to patch things up with Annette, despite her heartbreak, but her efforts were in vain. Annette remained controlled under Felix's sway and was unresponsive to any opposing viewpoint. Mary gave up her share of the home as a result, packed her belongings, and moved to California with a heavy heart. The nightmare did not end there, though. When Annette turned 18 years old, she made a big decision by claiming the inheritance her late father had left for her. Surprisingly, she allegedly transferred all the money into Felix's account and gave him legal ownership to her home. Mary attempted to contact her daughter after learning of this worrying development, but for some reason she was unable to reach her. She then wasted no time and contacted Felix right away. Felix asserted that Annette had requested going to Mexico on her own and that he had put her on a bus. On October 22, 1984, Mary immediately called the police and reported her daughter missing. Following receipt of the missing person report, the Tulsa police moved quickly to speak with Felix Vale in an effort to gather any information they could. Unfortunately, the police were also manipulated by Felix, just like Annette. Mary had a strong hunch that Felix was concealing the truth and had a significant role in Annette's disappearance. Despite her convictions, the police were persuaded by Felix's remarks and gave up looking for Annette Craver. Felix was successful in persuading the authorities that Annette had left alone on her own volition. Mary was left feeling helpless and clinging to the steadfast hope that her daughter would one day return after being repeatedly ignored by law enforcement regarding her daughter's disappearance. She sat by the phone for years, hoping Annette would call to say hi on special occasions like her birthday and Mother's Day, but sadly nothing ever happened. By 1991, a startling 7 years had passed without a significant development in the search for Annette Craver. Mary wrote hundreds of letters in an effort to contact the police, but neither they nor the FBI were interested in getting back to her. Even Felix didn't respond to the letter she sent him. Mary had the sobering insight that depending on others would be fruitless. She made the decision to conduct an independent investigation. Due to her tenacity, Mary initially tried to learn more about Felix using the developing internet's resources, because she was convinced he held the key to Annette's disappearance. However, there wasn't a lot of online information available in the 1990s. Mary's unwavering diligence allowed her to track down a single but crucial lead, which was Sue Jordan, Felix's sister. Mary traveled halfway across the country to meet her, spurred on by hope and the potential for learning crucial information. Mary was informed by Sue Jordan that Felix had a wife who had drowned. With the help of this promising information, Mary was able to locate Mary Horton Vale's family in Louisiana in 1993. Mary Horton Vale was Felix's first wife. Her efforts paid off when she was able to track down Mary Horton's brother, Will Horton, who had only been 15 when his sister tragically drowned in the Calcasieu River. Will Horton described his sister with a warm heart during Mary's encounter with him. He said, "My sister was so very special, so thoughtful and kind." He spoke of her with fondness. Felix Vale, his brother-in-law, was not accorded the same sentiment, though. Will Horton revealed that his family had a clear grudge against Felix. Mary Elizabeth Horton Vale's ancestry can be found in Louisiana, where she was born on February 16, 1940. She assumed the position of editor for the school newspaper. She was also named the Eunice High School Homecoming Queen. When she was attending McNeese State College in 1960, to further her education, her path crossed with Felix's. Amazingly, the two exchanged wedding vows just 6 months after they first met. In 1961, their union produced a Bill Vale, their son, was welcomed into the world by Mary. Felix, however, acted otherwise. With the birth of their child, Felix's attitude changed noticeably. He began to treat his first wife with a controlling attitude, much like he did with Annette later. He even threatened her, telling her what would happen if she got pregnant again. Mary Elizabeth Horton Vale became pregnant once more the following year, despite Felix's warning. Felix was enraged by the news, driving her to seek safety from his fury. She and her son Bill fled to her mother's house out of fear of his wrath. Mary Horton considered divorcing Felix, but her mother advised her to go back and try to make amends with him. Mary's life tragically ended before they could settle anything. On October 28, 1962, Mary Horton and Felix Vale went fishing along the Calcasieu River. In an unfortunate turn of events, Mary drowned to death. Felix described what happened when he was questioned by the police. According to him, Mary allegedly drowned after she unintentionally fell off the boat. The Horton family remained dubious of this account and found it difficult to believe. Felix quickly rose as a top suspect in the investigation. As a result of the murky circumstances surrounding Mary's drowning, she was found dead in a place that was unsuitable for fishing. After being found 2 days later, her body underwent an autopsy, which turned up red flags. Mary had bruises on her neck, right calf and left leg, which suggested that she may have fought before being forced into the water. Authorities discovered a scarf that had been wrapped around her neck and put in her mouth, suggesting traumatic asphyxia, a type of suffocation. This discovery provided additional damning evidence. The detectives were confident Felix was the murderer in light of the mounting evidence, but the coroner had a completely different take. He thought the evidence was insufficient to convict Felix. Felix also vehemently denied being guilty. He was released in January 1963 after a Calcasieu Parish grand jury declined to indict him. At the time, Mary Horton's family was devastated and felt cheated by Felix's release. Mary Rose, Annette's mother, was more enraged by what she had heard as Will Horton broke down, relaying this tragic information. Will described how the loss of his sister devastated their mother, and left a void in his heart that would never be filled. At that point, Mary Rose's pursuit of justice included a steadfast search for justice on behalf of Will's sister, Mary Horton, in addition to her daughter. Though before the two women could receive justice and the police could be fully involved, Mary Rose understood the need for more concrete evidence than just statements. Thankfully, she was no longer fighting for justice by herself. Will Horton tells Mary that since 1975, he has been getting calls from people asking about a girl who vanished in Sulphur in 1973. The fact that the girl in question was Sharon Hensley, Felix's ex-girlfriend after Mary Horton, added to the unsettling nature of the situation. Sharon Hensley's mother called for years to inquire as to whether Sharon had been seen. Mary Rose began a new journey in her search for knowledge. She soon understood that her daughter was not Felix's only victim. In 1994, she made her way to Bismarck, North Dakota to meet with Sharon Hensley's brother, Brian. Brian characterized his sister as independent. In the summer of 1970, Sharon Hensley, who was born on December 20th, 1948, left her home in Bismarck, North Dakota. She aimed to welcome a new beginning in her life as she joined other free-spirited people who are forging their journey in the wake of the renowned Summer of Love. Sharon Hensley's ultimate destination was San Francisco. She was able to accomplish her objective, but the reality that met her was a far cry from the idyllic life she had imagined in her North Dakota sanctuary. Her path instead took her to Felix Vale. Felix, at that time, adopted an unconventional lifestyle and embraced a nomadic existence after the death of his first wife. During this stage, he even assumed the persona of a traveling preacher and founded his own personal cult group called the Holy Order of Mans. During this time, Sharon Hensley, then age 21, met Felix. In 1972, 2 years after leaving, Sharon visited her parents' house in Bismarck with her new boyfriend, Felix Vale. But their daughter had undergone a change. The once vivacious North Dakotan girl who loved to dance and hang out with her friends now seemed distant. Her parents were worried that her independence was being supplanted by the influence of her new boyfriend. Her parents were uncomfortable after the meeting, but Sharon, who was an adult, decided to leave with Felix. She had the freedom to choose her own course of action. Nevertheless, her parents' concerns grew more serious. They believed Felix was exposing their daughter to a dangerous lifestyle, one characterized by drug use and irresponsible conduct. But not even they could have predicted what lay in store for the future. In a short period of time, Sharon joined Felix's cult group and interacted with them. Her involvement, though, came at the same time as the dramatic change in their relationship. At the time, Felix's drug use increased and his behavior changed, becoming more violent and domineering. During those times, Sharon's family thought she was with him out of fear. She had no idea how to escape the predicament. Along with Felix, Sharon was about to travel to South America. But before beginning this journey, she called her mother one last time to say goodbye. Her mother sensed something was wrong, though she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Her maternal instincts were spot on, because after that final communication, Sharon stopped calling or writing. She disappeared with no trace. In a letter to Sharon's family in 1973, Felix claimed that he had last seen Sharon in Key West. His story was that she had left him and gone sailing around the world with an Australian couple. The Hensley family, however, had skepticism about everything Felix said, as was a common theme in all of these cases. In February 1973, Sharon's family reported her missing. But regrettably, the police did nothing for a full year. A dated newspaper report filled the gap even though there were immediate investigations or initial police support. The story from the old newspaper caught Brian Hensley's attention. The news report from 1970 mentioned Sharon and Felix's arrest. According to the report, a young boy of about 8 years old showed up at the police station and asked for help to go back home. Bill Vale, the son of Mary Horton and Felix Vale, was revealed to be the child. Bill, an 8-year-old boy, went to the police station without shoes or socks and complained that his father was forcing him to smoke marijuana and that he wanted to return home. The Horton family was unaware that Felix had taken Bill with him when he left for California following Mary Horton's passing. Bill was compelled to follow his troubled father wherever he went from that point on. Additionally, the police discovered that Bill had a history of violence. The police also discovered that Bill had experienced abuse during this time before escaping and making his way to the police station. Felix and Sharon were detained for endangering a child. However, it is unknown how the two managed to escape the police custody. When Mary Rose heard about all of these things from Sharon's brother, she made the decision to meet Bill Vale. She thought Bill might be a source of vital information because he had valuable knowledge about where Felix was. With this goal in mind, Mary set out for Kansas to meet with Bill and his family. Mary Rose said Bill was very honest. He treated her with a lot of kindness and sympathy. Mary observed that despite being a good man, he was terrified of his father. Bill was initially apprehensive to share much information, for fear that doing so might unintentionally bring Felix closer to his own wife and kids, but his desire to help Mary and obtain justice for his mother won. Bill made the decision to seize this opportunity after realizing its importance. He gathered the courage to divulge the dark secrets that might support Mary's claims. Bill described an important event that happened in 1970, just before he fled and arrived at the police station. He had unintentionally overheard his father, Felix, and Sharon talking to each other. Bill claimed that Felix admitted to Sharon that he had killed Mary Horton, his mother. Bill sought refuge with his grandparents after Sharon and Felix were detained in 1970, which resulted in a significant change in his life. Despite this alteration, he continued to be afraid of his father, especially since he was required to testify against him in court throughout the trials. This fear of his father's return increased his anxiety, and tragically Felix did return in 1975. Felix arrived at Bill's grandparents' house and asked to see his son. The fact that Sharon was no longer with Felix added to Bill's fear, which was already strong. When Bill inquired about Sharon, Felix responded that Sharon would never bother anyone again. Bill, who was only 13 years old, understood what he meant, but he had no way to put that knowledge to use. At the time, he was unable to speak to anyone about his father's sinister behavior. Bill struggled with the worry that if he shared these revelations, Felix might hurt his family. His desire for justice was stronger. Sadly, Bill's battle with cancer claimed his life in 2009, preventing him from seeing his mother's justice served. Bill, however, made sure to meticulously document his account of Felix's confession before he passed away. He asked the local preacher to write down his story so that the truth would be preserved for future generations. After a while, Mary Rose felt she had something important enough to ask the FBI to reopen the case. Although she was aware that there was no physical proof, she clung to the belief that the testimony of the Hortons, Sharon's brother, Felix's son, Bill, and herself could possibly give her the evidence she needed to pursue justice for her daughter. Mary had the opportunity to speak with a special FBI agent who dealt with cold cases and serial killers. He accepted Mary's account and determined Felix was a serial killer. Tragically, the cold case department took the brunt of the budget cuts, and the agent who had demonstrated support for Mary's cause was let go. Due to this unfortunate turn of events, Mary's quest for justice had no way to be furthered. She awoke to find herself exactly where she had started. Mary felt guilty for having inspired all the families to pursue justice. The families who trusted her, though, knew she wouldn't give up. Even though the conversation fizzled, Mary kept looking for someone to assess their situation. She simply felt a strong desire to put Felix behind bars. Over the course of nearly 30 years, Mary had been gradually worn down as a result of her resolve to fight for justice. While listening to the radio in June 2011, Mary heard about a detective who had solved 8 murder cases involving the infamous Burning, Mississippi murders, which were carried out by the Ku Klux Klan. Before he cracked them, these cases had remained unsolved for 50 years. The knowledge of this gave Mary the additional push she required. Mary immediately set out on a quest to find the investigator's contact information. Fortunately, she was able to find his phone number. Jerry Mitchell, a resident of Mississippi, was this person. Mary informed Jerry Mitchell about the cases and soon learned that Felix Vale had moved to Mississippi. As a result of this realization, Mary was faced with a decision she had to make. Mary Rose and Jerry Mitchell traveled through Mississippi in 2011 in order to reach the crucial spot where the criminal was. They arrived at a remote and desolate trailer park. Jerry wondered if Felix was watching them as they highlighted from their vehicle, but Mary didn't seem to care. She merely wished to put an end to Felix Vale's chapter. They noticed a broken window as they neared the trailer house. Mary crept through the window to enter the room in search of the truth without thinking twice about the danger. Jerry couldn't believe his eyes when she started throwing out machetes a short while later. Mary Rose and Jerry saw someone rushing in their direction as they looked around the house. But it wasn't Felix Vale. Rather was K.A. Faulkner, his sister, who appeared to be upset at their sudden intrusion. However, when Kay found out why Mary and Jerry were there, her initial anger at their unforeseen presence quickly subsided. When Kay Faulkner was spoken to, she admitted that she thought her brother had murdered those women. Only one day into the investigation, Jerry Mitchell recognized the quick progress made and seized the opportunity. He started by speaking right away with Mary Rose, the Hensleys, and the Hortons. As a result of these testimonies from the victim's family, in 2015, the book titled Gone was published. This book painstakingly documented the family's experiences. It received numerous awards and a great deal of immediate acclaim. The FBI became aware of this book, and after carefully considering all the relevant information, they decided to reopen the investigation. Mary, who had struggled for a long time, at last felt true happiness. Mary Horton's case was given priority by the FBI after a careful review of all the information that was available, primarily because her death had been officially declared, unlike that of Sharon and Annette, whose bodies had never been found. The problem was that this case had been going on for more than 50 years, which had led to reports and data being lost over time. The FBI persisted in their search for a district attorney who would be willing to take on this challenging old case, and they eventually found the right candidate, Hugh Holland. After reviewing the case, Hugh Holland didn't waste any time in sending out a squad to raid Felix's house. Authorities discovered Felix Vale's nearly 2,500-page journal. They learned from reading the journals that Felix made a conscious effort to dominate every woman in his life, frequently using physical force. Felix wrote about how he even enjoyed drinking raw blood in the journals, but there was nothing pertaining to the killings. Since Mary Horton drowned in the Coquizia River in 1962, Holland and his team decided to find someone who might have any information regarding the incident. Surprisingly, they discovered a man named Ike Absker, who was 90 years old. Felix Vale and Ike Absker shared a room when Felix Vale lived in Lake Charles. Ironically, Ike's father had a lot of boats and was a member of the search team that the sheriff's office hired to look for Mary Horton's body. Ike was on board in his father's boat when Mary's body was found. As they were talking during their meeting, Ike Absker, who was in a wheelchair, handed Hugh Holland an envelope with the word "keep" written on it. When Holland opened the envelope, he took 2 pictures out, and they turned out to be pictures of Mary Horton's body on the day it was discovered, showing severe bruising and wounds. When Holland finally came to the realization, he grabbed the photos and started his examination. Holland was working on the case in his office when a pathologist happened to walk by. "Who murdered her?" the pathologist said as he bowed down to look at the pictures. That was sufficient evidence and confirmation for Holland to declare Mary Horton's case to be a homicide. Now armed with sufficient proof and strong evidence, Holland quickly filed charges against 76-year-old Felix Vale for the murder of his first wife, Mary Horton. In a fitting turn of events, Louisiana, the very location where the case had started, became the location where it finally came to an end. 2014 served as the year of judgment when Felix Vale was captured and taken into custody. The disappearances of Sharon and Annette were also brought up during the trial. After all, Felix Vale was the last person to see them both. Holland asked Ike Absker to testify because he understood how important his testimony was to the case and that it will be the most important piece of evidence used throughout the entire trial. Ike Absker died at his home on May 17, 2014 from old age, nearly 3 months after giving his testimony. However, during the court proceedings, his testimony proved to be the deciding factor that all doubts were dispelled. The jury only needed about 10 minutes to reach a conclusion. Felix Vale received a life sentence after being found guilty. When Felix was found guilty, Mary Rose, Brian Hensley, and Will Horton, who were among the audience, breathed a sigh of relief. Mary and Brian were relieved that Felix was held accountable for his actions, finally receiving the punishment he deserved, even though his involvement in Annette's and Sharon's disappearance could not be proved. Brian Hensley was finally able to hold a memorial for his sister after the verdict. It makes no difference to the victim's family whether Felix was found guilty of killing just Mary Horton or all three women. What matters is that he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. After Felix was taken into custody, justice was served, and Mary Rose's tenacious pursuit was rewarded. However, the emotional scar on her heart never fully healed, serving as a constant reminder of the agonizing pain she had experienced. Writing letters as if they were meant for Annette to read helped Mary cope with her lingering guilt over abandoning her daughter because of work. And she did so in the hopes that one day she would be able to move past it and eventually forgive herself. Nestled in the heart of Texas, Beaumont is a vibrant city that possesses its own unique charm. Situated along the banks of the powerful Neches River, this city is home to a diverse population and exudes energy and intrigue. With a population of over 118,000 residents, Beaumont strikes a perfect balance between a close-knit community and the bustling atmosphere of urban life. The streets tell a story of history, adorned with magnificent architecture that adds to the city's character. Beaumont's cultural heritage runs deep, resonating through its art, music, and culinary offerings. However, amidst the vibrancy of the city, a chilling tale unfolded involving a woman named Mary Edwards. Mary Catherine Edwards, a name that echoed through the halls of Price Elementary School, was more than just a teacher. Born on July 9, 1963, to Mary and Edwards and Alum Caswell Edwards, her journey began in a different era, in a world that eagerly awaited her arrival. From a young age, Mary displayed an exceptional intellect and a passion for nurturing young minds, leading her to pursue a career in education. In 1992, she became a teacher at Price Elementary School in Beaumont, Texas. Her positive presence and enthusiastic approach engaged her students, leaving a lasting impact on their lives and encouraging them to embrace the joy of learning. Beyond her professional life, Mary's personal story unfolded within the close-knit community of Beaumont. Despite her independent spirit, she cherished the bonds of family and friendship. Residing in her new townhouse on Park Meadow Street, Mary embraced the solitude and freedom it provided. Her house became a gathering place for her large circle of friends where playful banter filled the air. The second week of January 1995 seemed like any other for Mary Catherine Edwards, ordinary and uneventful. The days followed a familiar rhythm, seamlessly blending into one another. She fulfilled her duties by nurturing the minds of young students and then sought solace in the comfort of her home. On that unfortunate Friday, January 13, 1995, as the evening settled over Beaumont, followed her usual routine. She took her beloved dog for a walk and eventually returned to her townhouse. With a glass of wine in hand during a phone call with her devoted boyfriend, little did they know that it would be their final conversation with Mary Catherine Edwards. The next day, Mary's parents attempted to contact her but received no response. With each unanswered call, their concern and anxiety grew. Unable to bear the uncertainty any longer, they made the decision to visit Mary's home. Nervously they entered, their hearts pounding in their chests, unaware of the horrifying discovery that awaited them. In the silence of the bathroom, they found Mary Catherine Edwards lifeless, drowned in the bathtub before them. Her hands were bound with handcuffs, and her life had been cruelly taken away. As the reality of the situation sank in, despair tightened its grip on their hearts. Mary had not only suffered a terrible assault, but her very existence had been stolen from her. The investigation into the case of Mary Catherine Edwards began with great determination. The detectives meticulously searched the crime scene, hoping to find any clues that could lead them to the truth. They meticulously combed through every inch of her bedroom, carefully collecting and analyzing items. The results of the autopsy played a crucial role in uncovering the facts. The medical examiner examined Mary's body and discovered foreign DNA, providing a valuable lead for the investigators. As the evidence, both physical and testimonial, started to come together, a clearer picture emerged, hinting at who might be responsible for the crime. The investigators tirelessly pursued every lead, leaving no stone unturned. After interviewing numerous individuals, ranging from eyewitnesses to Mary's colleagues and close acquaintances, the investigators aimed to gather all available information to reconstruct the events surrounding her death. Despite their exhaustive efforts, the case eventually reached a dead end. The leads they once pursued with optimism began to fade, enveloping them in a frustrating silence. One detective, emotionally connected to the case through a close friend, experienced vivid dreams related to Mary's demise. In these dreams, he witnessed the autopsy and envisioned Mary reaching out to him, seemingly eager to disclose her assailant's identity. However, each dream concluded abruptly, leaving him with more uncertainties than resolutions. Driven by an unwavering commitment to uncover the truth, his distinctive perspective and emotional investment prompted the investigators to seek his counsel. Mary Catherine Edwards' tragic passing deeply impacted all those touched by her narrative, fostering a collective resolve to bring closure to her case and rekindling hopes for justice to prevail. Despite persistent endeavors, the leads gradually dwindled, leading the investigation to a standstill. The case grew cold, devoid of any significant breakthroughs or fresh leads to pursue. As time passed, the memory of Mary Catherine Edwards' tragic story lingered in the hearts of those who knew her and the community she had touched. It was a case of personal significance for many, including Bob Wortham, the district attorney of Jefferson County. Several individuals in his office shared personal ties with Mary, either through their children, who were her students, or due to their shared church affiliation. This renewed personal connection fueled a fresh determination to seek justice. In 2020, the Texas Rangers, under the leadership of Brandon Bess, stepped up to reignite the investigation. Aaron and Tina Llewellyn, along with their partners, embarked on an exhaustive journey to meticulously reevaluate every aspect of the case. Their objective was to gather all the scattered pieces of evidence, meticulously sifting through old files and eliminating any duplicates to ensure that no detail was overlooked. Once the foundation was laid, the team began exploring new avenues and possibilities. It was during this phase that they crossed paths with Othram Labs, a pioneering force in the field of DNA analysis. Despite not being well-versed in the intricacies of science, Brandon Bess recognized the immense potential that this technology held. He engaged in conversations with experts like Dr. David Middleman, the founder and CEO of Othram Labs, in order to grasp the significance and advantages of DNA analysis within the context of the investigation. The advancements in DNA technology played a pivotal role in cracking the case. DNA samples obtained from Mary's body were entered into a database, and authorities utilized family tree websites to search for potential matches. Finally, in 2020, breakthrough occurred when a match was found, linking the DNA to Clayton Foreman. This long-awaited breakthrough injected new life into the investigation and paved the way for justice to be served. Detective Aaron Llewellyn, who also served as a Federal Bureau of Investigation agent, played a crucial role in the case. Recognizing the need for additional support, Llewellyn reached out to his partners at the Federal Bureau of Investigation in Ohio. The team collaborated and coordinated their efforts to collect discarded DNA from the suspect, necessitating a trip to Ohio. After thorough preparations and discussions with their Ohio counterparts, the team successfully arranged for an interview with the suspect. Astonishingly, he agreed to speak with them. However, this encounter proved to be a turning point in the investigation. Following the interview, he was promptly arrested on a murder warrant issued in Texas. Finally, wheels of justice were set in motion. The significance of DNA evidence in this case cannot be overstated. DNA obtained from Clayton Foreman, discovered among discarded items, played a crucial role in solving the mystery. Clayton Bernard Foreman, a native of Franklin County, Ohio, born in 1961, was raised in a seemingly typical suburban environment. Despite his uneventful early years, darker aspects of his character began to surface over time. In 1981, Foreman's true nature was exposed when he committed a brutal crime, victimizing a former classmate. The details of the incident were chilling. A stranded woman at a gas station, a false claim of being a police officer, a ride home offered under false pretenses of safety. However, once inside the vehicle, Foreman's sinister intentions were revealed. He restrained her with a belt, brandished a knife, and subjected her to a horrific assault. Following the crime, Foreman faced charges and eventually pleaded guilty to the assault. Surprisingly, he received only probation as a sentence, leaving the possibility of future offenses open. Despite maintaining a facade of normalcy in the years that followed, Foreman's past continued to haunt him. In 1982, he married a woman who was acquainted with Mary Edwards, former friend and classmate from Forest Park High School. Mary had even been a bridesmaid at Foreman's first wedding. However, the marriage ended in divorce in 1993. Tragedy struck in 1995 when Mary Catherine Edwards was assaulted and murdered. While Foreman appeared to lead an ordinary life in the suburbs of Ohio, working in finance, he carried the burden of a dark secret and a potential link to a heinous crime. Despite his ability to blend in with society, Foreman remained connected to his past, actively involved in organizing high school reunions. He attended the most recent gathering in 2018. The news of his suspected involvement in the murder of Mary Edwards shook the community, challenging their beliefs and leaving them struggling to accept the reality. 61 years old Clayton Bernard Foreman from Reynoldsburg, Ohio, was apprehended in Franklin County, Ohio on April 26, 2021. He faced a charge of capital murder for the brutal attack and killing of 31 years old Mary Catherine Edwards from Beaumont in 1995. After more than 26 years, a grand jury finally indicted Foreman for his atrocious actions. Following his arrest, Foreman appeared in the Franklin County Court of Common Pleas General Division on May 6, where he contested his extradition to Texas, the state where the charges originated. His next court appearance was set for June 3, 2021, and it was anticipated to involve testimony from Texas investigators. The legal process would then determine whether Foreman would be eligible for the death penalty. Currently, Foreman is detained without bond in the Franklin County Correction Center in Ohio, awaiting further legal proceedings. The prosecution, led by Patrick Knopf, will persist in constructing a case against him for the assault and murder of his former high school classmate, Mary Catherine Edwards, in 1995. The relentless pursuit of justice has brought closure to this long-standing case and provides a glimmer of hope for Mary's family and friends. Mary Catherine Edwards was remembered by friends, family, and former students as a kind-hearted and compassionate individual who left a positive impact on those around her. One of Mary's close friends expressed appreciation for Mary's kindness and encouragement, which helped her overcome her shyness and become more outgoing. She valued the nurturing environment that Mary created, allowing her to truly be herself. A former student was deeply saddened upon hearing about Mary's tragic demise. He recalled her as an authentically compassionate individual. The appalling specifics of the offense had a profound effect on him. The student conveyed his grief, underscoring the horrifying essence of the event, which struck a chord with others who knew Mary. These individual testimonies highlight the significant influence Mary Catherine Edwards had on her students and friends. The warmth, encouragement, and commitment she showed towards her students will be treasured and memorialized by those whose lives she impacted. On January 24, 1985, the lifeless body of a woman was discovered by a truck driver on Highway 78 in Olive Branch, Mississippi, near the Coldwater Bridge. The investigation conducted by the DeSoto County Sheriff's Office revealed that she had been strangled with a ligature. Notably, the woman was missing her shoes, undergarments, and jacket. Despite their efforts, the authorities were unable to identify her, classifying her as a Jane Doe. The DeSoto County Sheriff's Office described her as a female, weighing around 110 pounds, standing at a height of 5 feet 3 inches, and estimated her age to be between 20 and 35 years old. They also noted her distinctive features, including red to blonde hair, 3 small piercings in each ear, tattoos on the inside of both ankles, and a surgical scar on her left forearm. Unfortunately, no further details could be determined about her identity, and the case remained unsolved for nearly 4 decades. However, in 2022, a breakthrough occurred when Carla Davis, a philanthropist and Mississippi native, provided funding to the DeSoto County Sheriff's Office and the Mississippi Office of the State Medical Examiner. Their goal was to address the backlog of cold cases in Mississippi, including the unidentified woman's case. They decided to send forensic evidence to Othram, a forensic laboratory, in hopes of finding a match for the remains. Additionally, the sheriff's office thoroughly investigated leads from individuals who believed the Jane Doe could be their missing relative. These leads were meticulously examined and ruled out by the crime scene technician and evidence clerk of DeSoto County. Finally, in March 2024, Othram successfully matched the DNA of the unidentified woman's body. After nearly 40 years, her brother residing in California was contacted and informed of the discovery. The woman was finally identified as Lori Ann Mueller Pinnell, who was born on September 6, 1962 in Missouri. Tragically, she was only 23 years old when she met her untimely demise. Prior to her disappearance, Lori Ann had been seen at a truck stop in West Memphis, Arkansas. Her family had filed a missing persons report, but she was never located. In remembrance of Lori Ann, her remains were laid to rest at Blocker Cemetery in Olive Branch, with her gravestone bearing the name Jane Doe and the date her body was found, January 24, 1985. The DeSoto County Sheriff's Department has affirmed its commitment to tirelessly pursue the individuals responsible for the crime. In a press release, they stated, "We firmly believe that justice knows no bounds of time, and as such, we will persistently strive to identify the culprits and ensure they face the consequences of their deeds." The city of Jacksonville, Florida, known for its vast size and a population of approximately 971,319 as of 2020, holds the title of the most populous city in the state. Situated on the Atlantic coast, this vibrant city boasts a rich history, a bustling port, and a variety of recreational and historical sites that shape the lives of its residents. With its diverse community, Jacksonville offers a dynamic cultural scene, including numerous parks, museums, and beaches, providing a perfect blend of leisure and opportunities for historical exploration. However, it is important to acknowledge the city's crime rate, which surpasses the national average by 17%, presenting its own set of challenges. Against this backdrop, the Kamaya Mowgli case emerged as a significant event in the city's recent history. On July 10, 1998, a day that was meant to be filled with joy and new beginnings turned into a day of profound sorrow for Shannara Mobley. At the tender age of 16, she welcomed her daughter, Kamaya, into the world at University Medical Center in Jacksonville, Florida at approximately 6:55 a.m. However, just 8 hours after the birth, tragedy struck. A nurse, who had been providing support and engaging in conversations with Shannara and Kamaya, suddenly became a part of a horrifying nightmare. Despite the nurse's initial assistance and the trust she had built with Shannara, she ultimately played a role in the abduction. In the later part of the afternoon, when Shannara was feeling exhausted and vulnerable, the nurse proposed the idea of placing Kamaya in her baby carrier for a routine temperature check. This suggestion seemed normal, nothing out of the ordinary, especially when Kamaya's grandmother entered the room and briefly interacted with the little one before the nurse took her away, assuring a swift return. However, as time passed and 20 minutes turned into an eternity, panic began to consume Shannara. Overwhelmed with a sense of dread, she embarked on a desperate search throughout the hospital corridors, her fear as a mother intensifying into sheer terror. The hospital, upon realizing the unthinkable reality of an abduction, promptly contacted the police, initiating an extensive search operation. Later, surveillance footage revealed a woman, who appeared to be just another family member according to the hospital staff, leaving with Kamaya unnoticed. This woman, dressed in a blue smock adorned with flowered green scrubs and surgical gloves, had successfully departed with Kamaya without arousing any suspicion. Police immediately launched a citywide search, implementing measures such as sealing off the hospital, halting buses, and notifying airports to be on high alert for the missing baby. Every nook and cranny of Jacksonville was meticulously scrutinized, from trains to hospital rooms, while helicopters scoured the area from above. Despite these concerted efforts, Kamaya remained elusive. The suspect, as described by both surveillance footage and eyewitness accounts, was believed to be an African-American woman in her early 30s, potentially wearing a wig with shoulder-length dark brown hair. It was theorized that she may have recently experienced the loss of a child or was feigning pregnancy. The police diligently pursued numerous leads, sought public assistance, and maintained hope, relying on statistics that indicated a favorable chance of recovering abducted infants. Kamaya's family endured endless weeks of uncertainty, desperate for any news about her whereabouts and the mysterious woman who had taken her. Without any pre-abduction photos of Kamaya, authorities had to rely on a composite sketch to help identify her, appealing to the public for any information that could bring her back safely. Despite the detectives' optimism and the usual success rate in similar cases, Kamaya remained missing, leaving everyone involved with haunting questions about her well-being and the motives of the woman who had snatched her away. The investigation into Kamaya Mobley's disappearance took a complicated turn, with suspicion falling on various individuals. Craig Aiken, Kamaya's father, found himself at the center of the storm, despite being in prison when his daughter was born and taken. The intricacies of his relationship with Shannara Mobley, coupled with their significant age difference, and the circumstances surrounding Kamaya's birth added layers of complexity to an already convoluted case. Even though Craig was physically absent, his determination to uncover the truth about his daughter's disappearance matched Shannara's. As the days passed with no sign of Kamaya, suspicions shifted unpredictably. Shannara, a young mother of 16, faced intense scrutiny from law enforcement, the community, and those closest to her. The unsettling possibility that she might have played a role in her own daughter's vanishing was exacerbated by Craig's legal issues, which seemed to overshadow their situation. The investigation left no stone unturned, exploring every possible angle, including the unsettling theories that Craig had orchestrated the abduction from prison, or that Shannara and Craig had conspired together. The immense pressure on Shannara resulted in a heart-wrenching moment when she defended her innocence by reflecting on her decision to bring Kamaya into the world despite difficult circumstances. The suspicion even reached Shannara's mother, who was present during the abduction. The guilt and the need to find someone to blame overwhelmed the family, leading to fractures and accusations that only intensified the pain. Throughout the ordeal, both the police and the public closely monitored the family, analyzing their every action and statement. As the investigation expanded, the authorities left no stone unturned, following up on leads, interviewing numerous individuals and circulating flyers with Kamaya's description and information about the suspect. The hospital where Kamaya was taken from offered a substantial reward of $250,000 in the hopes of obtaining information that could lead to her safe return. Despite these efforts, the case went cold, leaving Kamaya's whereabouts a mystery. The emotional toll on Shannara was immeasurable. She lived in a state of suspended grief, holding on to hope by celebrating Kamaya's birthday each year with a cake, symbolizing her enduring love and the desire for a reunion. The legal battle against the hospital for its security lapses ended in a financial settlement, but no amount could make up for the loss Shannara experienced. It took nearly 2 decades before the truth about Kamaya's fate was revealed, finally providing answers to the agonizing questions that tormented Shannara. In 2017, a stunning revelation emerged in Walterboro, South Carolina, unraveling the mystery of Kamaya Mobley's disappearance. An 18-year-old teenager named Alexis Monago faced a life-changing discovery as she prepared to start her journey into adulthood with her first job. Encountering a significant obstacle, the lack of necessary identification, and a social security number to proceed. Gloria Williams, who was known as Alexis Monago's mother, made a shocking confession that changed everything. She admitted to abducting Alexis from the hospital on the day she was born and raising her as her own child. This revelation caused immense emotional turmoil for Alexis. Despite the overwhelming truth, Alexis found herself torn between conflicting loyalties. She pleaded with Gloria to escape and live in secrecy to avoid the authorities. However, burdened by guilt, Gloria felt compelled to face the consequences of her actions. She couldn't bear the thought of leaving Alexis, the daughter she had raised for 18 years, regardless of their true relationship. Alexis, feeling torn and confused, confided in only one close friend, carrying the weight of this secret alone. Approximately a year and a half later, an anonymous tip to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children exposed the case. This led to Gloria's arrest at her residence in the early morning hours. Amidst the chaos, on January 12, 2017, the police received DNA confirmation that Alexis, now known as Kamaya Mobley, was the missing child who had been kidnapped 18 years ago. This breakthrough not only solved an 18-year-old mystery, but also unraveled a complex web of emotions, identities, and legal consequences. With her true heritage now known, Alexis, or Kamaya, was thrust into the national spotlight, becoming the living connection between a painful past and a hopeful future. Her life story is an extraordinary journey from abduction to discovery, and the intricate process of reuniting with her biological family. Born on July 10, 1998, to Shannara Mobley and Craig Akin, Kamaya Mobley was taken by Gloria Williams and raised as her own daughter, Alexis Manigo, in Walterboro, South Carolina. In this tight-knit community, Alexis grew up as a typical young woman, excelling in school, attending church regularly, and sharing a strong bond with Gloria, whom she believed to be her mother. Alexis' upbringing consisted of ordinary activities, like cheering for her older brother at basketball games and pampering herself with Gloria, who provided her with love, care, and a stable home. However, beneath the nurturing environment, the truth about Alexis' true parentage remained a looming shadow, eventually coming to light in a revelation that would alter everything. The emotional journey that followed the discovery of her true identity was further complicated by the legal consequences faced by Gloria Williams. As Alexis grappled with the reality of her situation, authorities worked diligently to reunite her with her biological parents, Shannara and Craig. The process of reunion was filled with a mix of emotions, from Shannara's unimaginable joy and relief at finding her daughter alive to the complexities of building a relationship from scratch. Their initial meeting over FaceTime was a poignant moment characterized by mutual curiosity and an unexpected ease of communication, as if they were not strangers but a family separated only by circumstances. However, despite the initial warmth, challenges lay ahead. Shannara's disappointment upon learning that Alexis had not alerted the authorities upon discovering her abduction highlighted the intricate web of emotions and loyalties at play. Alexis's desire to continue being known as Alexis and her reluctance to see Gloria face severe punishment underscored the depth of their bond and the difficulty of navigating her newfound reality. For Shannara and Craig, the dream of a seamless reunion faced obstacles as they confronted Alexis's loyalty to the only mother she had ever known. Gloria Williams, born in 1965, found herself at a tumultuous point in her life around the time she abducted Kamaya Mobley. In 1998, Gloria, at the age of 33, went through a devastating miscarriage, a painful experience she chose to keep hidden. Despite not being pregnant, she exhibited symptoms of a phantom pregnancy, maintaining the illusion. During this time, her then-boyfriend Charles Manigault put immense pressure on her to have a child, which was intertwined with a history of physical abuse. Gloria believes that this abuse contributed to her miscarriage. The situation at home deteriorated to the point where Gloria's sons from a previous marriage were deemed unsafe and had to live with their father. Charles insisted on having a baby, believing it would stabilize their tumultuous relationship. Filled with a mix of despair and hope for change, Gloria went on autopilot and embarked on a 4-hour drive that led her to the hospital where Shannara Mobley was about to give birth. In Shannara's hospital room, found herself in a vulnerable moment as Shannara expressed her uncertainties about motherhood. These uncertainties resonated with Gloria's deep longing to fulfill Charles's desire for a child. This led Gloria to impersonate a nurse, abduct Kamaya, and create a narrative that would not be questioned by her family or Charles. Upon returning home with Kamaya, Gloria fabricated records and maintained this false reality for 18 years, despite the foundation being built on lies. However, contrary to her hopes, the arrival of Kamaya did not mend the fractures in Gloria's relationship with Charles. The act of abducting Kamaya became a turning point in Gloria's life, not for the reasons she had anticipated, but because it gave her the strength to leave the abusive relationship with Charles. This decision was not driven by the expected stability a child might bring, but by a newfound determination to provide a safer environment for Kamaya. Gloria Williams, after enduring a tumultuous period, managed to rebuild her life. She found solace in marrying a supportive and loving husband and eventually regained custody of her 2 sons. However, the long-standing mystery surrounding Kamaya Mobley's disappearance was finally resolved when Gloria was arrested on January 13, 2017, from her South Carolina home. The subsequent trial, which garnered national attention, commenced on February 12, 2018. Facing the possibility of life imprisonment, Gloria entered a guilty plea for kidnapping and interference with custody, accepting a plea deal that reduced her sentence to 22 years. Courtroom was a poignant display of emotions, with Shanara Mobley and Craig Akin, Kamaya's biological parents, seated prominently behind the prosecution, representing the years of pain they had endured. Kamaya, known as Alexis Manigault to the world, positioned herself away from both sides, grappling with the complex loyalties that had shaped her life. Throughout the trial, tears and heartbreak were prevalent, underscoring the profound impact of Gloria's actions on all those involved. Kamaya's decision not to testify highlighted the difficult position she found herself in. Despite recognizing Shanara as her birth mother and discovering a family she never knew, her bond with Gloria, the only mother she had known, remained strong. Gloria had provided her with love and a semblance of a normal life, complicating Kamaya's feelings towards her biological parents, who sought justice for the abduction that had torn their family apart. Shanara's testimony served as a poignant reminder of the joy and hope she had experienced upon becoming a mother, only to have it cruelly taken away. Craig, too, expressed the enduring pain of never having known his daughter, directing his anguish towards Gloria in the courtroom. The trial laid bare the deep wounds inflicted on both families, exacerbated by the continued connection between Kamaya and Gloria, which Shanara perceived as a betrayal. Gloria's testimony shed light on her state of mind during the abduction, describing herself as broken and desperate during that period. She detailed the pressures and mistreatment that led to the abduction of Kamaya in an attempt to repair her relationship with her abusive partner. Her apology to Shanara and Craig, while recognizing the pain she had caused, underscored the complexity of her feelings and actions. Ultimately, on June 8, 2018, Williams received an 18-year prison sentence, a ruling that impacted everyone involved. Kamaya's struggle with her identity and loyalty, the Mobley family's pursuit of justice, and Williams' admission of guilt portrayed a narrative of deep sorrow and the pursuit of closure. Following the trial, Kamaya grappled with her dual identity and the reality of her life story. Upon returning to Walterboro, her childhood home, she faced the challenge of reconciling her past with her future. The relationships between Kamaya, Shanara, and Williams remained strained, showcasing the enduring effects of Williams' actions across generations. In December 2018, Kamaya Mobley made a life-changing decision to relocate to Jacksonville, Florida, to be closer to her biological family. A move that was met with immense joy and public support, as evidenced by her father's proud announcement on social media. This relocation signified not only a shift in Camilla's living arrangements, but also a significant stride towards healing and establishing a bond with her biological parents. Despite the complexities and emotional turmoil that had characterized their interactions since her discovery and Gloria Williams' trial, Kamaya's adjustment to life in Jacksonville was not without its difficulties. The emotional strain of navigating relationships with both her biological family and the woman she had always known as her mother, Gloria, continued to be a source of tension and heartache. Shanara Mobley, Kamaya's biological mother, expressed feelings of having to compete with Gloria for Kamaya's affection, shedding light on the intricate dynamics at play. Shanara even questioned whether the reunion had caused more harm than good, given the emotional turmoil that it stirred at one point. Despite these challenges, Kamaya's commitment to forging a path forward was evident in her efforts to integrate into her new environment and the life milestones she achieved. By the age of 21, Kamaya had secured employment, obtained a legal government ID, and acquired her driver's license, achievements that marked her growing independence and her desire to move forward with her life. Importantly, when it came time to choose a legal name for her ID, Kamaya chose Kamaya Mobley, embracing her birth identity while navigating the complexities of her dual heritage. Kamaya's relationship with Gloria Williams, though complicated by the circumstances of her upbringing, remained a significant part of her life. She continued to visit Gloria in prison, maintaining a connection with the woman who had raised her. This ongoing relationship underscored Kamaya's struggle to balance her affection for Gloria with her growing connections to her biological family. On December 15, 2023, Williams made a significant move in her case by requesting a judge to dismiss her current judgment and sentence, marking her third plea for reconsideration. She claimed her defense was severely lacking, particularly highlighting that her legal team failed to explore her mental health issues, neglected to request a competency hearing, and did not prepare an adequate defense, leaving her with no choice but to accept a plea deal. As a result, Williams criticized her attorneys for not seeking a change of venue to ensure a fair trial. Her motion advocates for the right to retract her plea, undergo a new competency evaluation, and, if deemed competent, to restart the legal process. On January 17, 1968, tragedy struck when Ensign Andrew Lee Munns, a 24-year-old newly appointed payroll officer, mysteriously disappeared from the United States ship Cacapan, a refueling ship stationed at Subic Bay in the Philippines during the Vietnam War. The circumstances surrounding his disappearance were perplexing as he seemed to vanish into thin air. To make matters worse, authorities discovered that $8,600 was missing from the ship's safe, leading them to conclude that Munns had taken the money and fled. Despite the case being closed, Munns's family always harbored doubts about this conclusion, firmly believing that it was out of character for him to commit such an act. It wasn't until 3 decades later that the Naval Criminal Investigative Service Cold Case Squad reopened the case, unveiling a series of extraordinary events. As we delve deeper into this intriguing case, 2 crucial questions arise. What pivotal evidence was gathered to identify the perpetrator? And what could have been the motive behind this heinous act? Situated on Luzon's west coast, approximately 100 kilometers northwest of Manila Bay, Subic Bay served as a vital naval base and staging area for the United States during the Vietnam War. The United States ship Cacapan, a refueling ship, played a significant role in supporting United States military operations in the region. Unfortunately, numerous sailors went missing during this tumultuous period, largely due to the hazardous and challenging conditions of naval operations in the conflict. Subic Bay was no exception, and among those who disappeared was Ensign Andrew Lee Munns. Born on October 12, 1943, in Mount Lebanon, Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, Munns had a close-knit family. While details about his parents remain unknown, he had a beloved sister named Mary Lou Taylor and 2 brothers, Skip and Doug. Munns spent most of his early years in the wonderful community of Mount Lebanon, where he was a popular boy throughout his time in the local school system. However, in 10th grade, his family relocated to Upper Mount Clair. Throughout his time in Mount Lebanon, Munns had a tight-knit group of friends who stuck by his side from childhood to adolescence. They witnessed his growth from a carefree kid playing in the dirt behind Lincoln Grade School to a confident and mature high school sophomore. These friends were there for all of Munns' milestones, from his first attempts at sports to learning how to drive and going on his inaugural date. After finishing high school, Munns continued his education at the local senior high school before moving on to Gettysburg College post-graduation. His family's relocation to Upper Mount Clair, New Jersey marked a new chapter in his life. Driven by a strong desire to serve in the military, Munns fulfilled his dream during the tumultuous Vietnam War era after completing college. Opting for a naval career, he assumed the role of payroll officer of the United States ship Cacapan, a refueling ship stationed in Subic Bay, Philippines. Munns's dedication to military service was unwavering, guiding his journey from Pennsylvania to New Jersey and eventually to his position on the United States ship Cacapan. Despite the inherent dangers of his wartime duties, Munns embraced his responsibilities without anticipating the tragic turn of events. On the fateful night of January 17, 1968, the struck when Munns mysteriously vanished from the United States ship Cacapan. Having recently taken on the role of paymaster on the ship, stationed in Subic Bay, Philippines, his sudden disappearance left the crew bewildered and searching for answers. Upon learning of the situation, the Naval Criminal Investigative Service promptly involved Special Agent Raymond McGaddy. Complicating matters further was the discovery of $8,600 missing from the dispersing office safe. Munns was last spotted above deck, heading towards his office around 2 a.m. Authorities suspected Munns due to his position as paymaster with access to the funds. Efforts were made to locate Munns by checking embassies across Southeast Asia, including Hong Kong, Kaohsiung in Taipei, and Manila. However, these attempts proved to be unsuccessful. Consequently, the Navy classified him as a deserter and closed the investigation in 1968. Munns's family received a letter informing them about his disappearance, which left them with a sense of unease when they discovered that $8,600 had also gone missing. The family strongly disagreed with the government's belief that Munns may have stolen the funds, as they believed such behavior was completely out of character for him. According to his family, Munns was a friendly and adventurous young man who would never commit such a serious offense. The Munns family endured 8 years of increasing agony, which was further compounded by the death of Munns's father from a heart attack. In 1976, the family decided to request that Munns be legally declared deceased, leading to a plea for a memorial service and burial at Arlington National Cemetery. However, the Navy denied this request, citing Munns's deserter classification and reserving such honors for those who were honorably discharged. Munns's sister, Mary, refused to accept the idea that her brother would be remembered dishonorably for eternity. She embarked on a quest for the truth, turning to the internet for help by posting a plea on a Vietnam Veterans Bulletin board in the mid-1990s. In response, a former officer named Tim Rosaire agreed with Mary's skepticism about Munns's alleged theft and disappearance. Further investigation by Munns's sister revealed that despite the theft, there was still a significant amount of $51,000 remaining in the Kakapone ship safe after his disappearance. The fact that Munns had only taken $8,600 raised doubts about the official account, intensifying the family's determination to uncover the truth behind Munns's perplexing vanishing. 30 years after his disappearance in 1998, the case was reopened by the Naval Criminal Investigative Service Cold Case Unit. Interviews with former crew members of the United States ship Kakapone, where Munns served, revealed that many believed foul play was involved, challenging the initial assumption that Munns had deserted his station. A potential suspect named Michael Edward LeBrun, who served as a petty officer alongside Munns in 1968, emerged during the reinvestigation. LeBrun suggested that Munns had stolen money during the initial inquiry and even speculated that Munns might have gone scuba diving in the middle of the night, which seemed unlikely. Working in the dispersing office with Munns, LeBrun had access to the ship safe. The Naval Criminal Investigative Service interviewed LeBrun 4 times in the fall of 1999. During these sessions, LeBrun cooperated and admitted on November 20th, 1999 that he believed he might have been involved in Munns's death and disappearance. He also mentioned repressed memories and requested help in finding a therapist to recover those memories. After minimal contact for about 10 months, LeBrun became the primary suspect by September 2000, leading Naval Criminal Investigative Service agents to re-interview him. On September 21, 2000, Naval Criminal Investigative Service agents, Special Agent Carter and Corporal Hughes from the Missouri Highway Patrol unexpectedly visited LeBrun at his workplace. Hughes informed LeBrun that they were conducting an investigation and asked him to accompany them to the Missouri Highway Patrol office for an interview. LeBrun, despite not revealing the subject of the investigation, agreed to participate in the interview, suspecting that it might involve criminal allegations against his employer. He was transported in an unmarked patrol car and was not restrained, with the officers assuring him that he had the freedom to leave or end the interview whenever he wished. Upon arrival at the interview room, which was decorated with enlarged photographs from LeBrun's life, Naval Criminal Investigative Service agents Carter and Hughes introduced themselves and began the interview without reciting Miranda warnings. This decision was later deemed deliberate by the district court as Agent Carter argued that it was not a custodial situation. Despite the absence of Miranda warnings, LeBrun testified during the suppression hearing that he understood his rights and believed he was not in custody and could leave at any time. The government acknowledged the use of psychological tactics during the interview, including labeling LeBron as the prime suspect in Mon's death and warning about the potential negative impact on his family and finances. It is important to note that the agents did not resort to shouting or physical force at any point. Surprisingly, approximately 33 minutes into the questioning, LeBron confessed to the crime. He admitted to robbing the safe and attacking Mons when he unexpectedly entered the office. LeBron confessed to attacking Mons, strangling him and violently smashing his head against the deck. He also provided additional details on how he disposed of Mons's body and the stolen money, stating that he dumped them in a tank of fuel oil to eliminate evidence. After LeBron's admission of guilt, the agents asked if he wanted to apologize to Mons's sister, Mary Taylor, who had traveled from Milwaukee to assist in the interrogation. LeBron was willing to offer an apology. Taylor, along with Agent Billington, entered the interview room. LeBron admitted his responsibility for Mons's death and expressed his regret. Following the interrogation, LeBron allowed his house to be searched. Despite the admission, LeBron was not taken into custody that day. He was arrested a few days later and charged with felony murder in March 2001. Subsequently, he appealed his trial, claiming he was not informed of his Miranda rights before confessing to Mons's murder. For the next 4.5 years were continuous attempts to exclude his confession from evidence, with it being rejected and then reinstated multiple times. In September 2005, just before the jury selection for his trial began, LeBron admitted the truth of his confession and pleaded guilty to manslaughter in connection with Mons's case. Consequently, he was sentenced to 4 years in prison. This series of events marked the end of a lengthy legal process surrounding the confession and signified the resolution of the case, with LeBron taking accountability for his actions. Following his confession, was honored with full military rights at a memorial service in Arlington National Cemetery in Virginia in June 2001. A ceremonial casket draped with an American flag symbolized the occasion, signifying the end of Mons' deserter status. A memorial headstone was placed at his burial site, commemorating his service and providing closure to the tragic chapter. The news of Mons's murder and subsequent exoneration was met with shock and sorrow by those who knew him. After he moved, most of his friends from Mount Lebanon lost contact with him. One friend recalls reading a headline in the local newspaper in 2002 about a Navy ensign whose name was cleared after a murder. He was filled with a feeling of unease as though he somehow sensed that it was Mons. Sharing the news with Mons's friends in Mount Lebanon brought about comparable responses, as he was fondly recalled as a kind-hearted individual with a bright future ahead of him. Today's case takes us to Wolverhampton in the United Kingdom, home to more than 260,000 people, one of which was Ronan Kander. Ronan had been born in November 2005 at New Cross Hospital. He was the second child born to parents Chanda and Pooja, joining his older sister Nikita. He went to Lanesville Primary School before going to the Cowser Academy in Wolverhampton. His parents would separate in 2012 and divorce 5 years later. But Chanda said it was Ronan who had been instrumental in bringing them back together. Nikita said she had never come across someone so caring, so loving, so bright and so popular, adding that her little brother had a massive heart. This was evident in how he cared for other people. If he saw someone on the street in need and struggling, he would always give them money and treat them with kindness and respect. 16-year-old Ronan was described as the heart and soul of his family. He had a fantastic sense of humor and would often play pranks and practical jokes. He was also a devoted Liverpool Football Club fan and, like most teenagers, he loved watching Netflix and playing on his PlayStation. He would sit for hours and draw anime and enjoyed being at home so much, his friends would have to push him to go out. June 29, 2022. It was a bright summer's day in Wolverhampton. 5 days before, Rodden had completed his GCSE exams and was ready to start a new and exciting chapter. He wanted to study sociology, psychology, and law at A level, with big dreams of one day becoming a lawyer. He was also excited to go on the family's first holiday out of the United Kingdom. At around 4:30 p.m., Chanda gave his son and his son's friends a lift to the Midlands Snooker Club on Oxford Street in Bilston. This was a place Ronan had been going to with his family since he was a child, and they would also enjoy meals out there. Before leaving, Pooja gave her son a kiss, told him he looked handsome, and waved goodbye as they set off. At 7:30 p.m., Ronan called his father to ask if he could pick him up and give him a lift home. After getting back to his house on Mount Road, he later set off again to buy a PlayStation controller from a friend. His dad then phoned him and offered to pick him up, but Ronan declined and said he would instead walk home. He put his headphones on, started his music, and set off. 8:56 p.m. Chanda's phone rang. It was Pooja. She had been in Wolverhampton City Centre at her weekly meditation class. She asked him what was happening on Mount Road after hearing that it had been closed off and police had swarmed the area. Chandler went outside and neighbors had started to gather on the street. There were police and emergency services everywhere. He was told that somebody had been stabbed. He said he rang Ronan more than 10 times, but each time it rang out and went to voicemail. He then told a police officer on the scene that his son had not come home. They were shown a picture of Ronan, and one of the paramedics said they were treating someone who did look like him, and tragically it was. When Pooja arrived home, she begged the officers, "Please let me see him one time. He will wake up for his mum," but they said no. At the age of just 16, Ronan Chandler died at the scene just 2 doors away from his house. Chandler was inconsolable and needed to be comforted by neighbors. When Pooja found out, she was shattered, as was Nikita, who was on holiday in Crete at the time. A murder investigation was launched. One of the first things the police did was look at the network of CCTV cameras from around the area to try and piece together what had happened in Ronan's final moments. This would give them their first major breakthrough. 2 males were seen brandishing both a ninja sword and a machete, running towards where Ronan was. The cameras then picked up Ronan's scream as he was viciously stabbed. As the investigations into the footage continued, someone handed themselves in to the police after confessing to his mother and uncle that he had been involved. His name was Sukhman Shergill, and he could be seen on the footage alongside Prabjit Vidisa. The 2 were arrested. Also arrested were 20-year-old Josiah Francis and 18-year-old Joseph Whitaker. Prabjit and Sukhman were charged with murder on a joint enterprise basis, meaning that someone could be charged with the crime of someone else if they foresaw the other person was likely to commit said offense. They denied the charge of murder but admitted to carrying a bladed article. Josiah Francis and Joseph Whitaker were also charged with carrying a bladed article and murder, and both denied the charges. Ronan's family, who were being supported by specially trained officers, issued a statement. Ronan was a kind-hearted, loving, caring 16-year-old, our son and a brother, who would do anything for anyone. He was a funny character who made everyone laugh around him. He has taken from us cruelly, and our hearts are broken. We want everyone to pray for his soul now. We will always love you, our son and my brother, and you will live within us now. Question everyone wanted answered was why? Why had Ronan, who had no enemies, been targeted and attacked in such a brutal fashion? Prabjit Vidisa was from Walsall and Sukhman Shergill was from nearby Willinall. They were 2 16-year-old boys and had gone to school with Ronan. They had got into a disagreement with one of Ronan's friends over an alleged unpaid debt, something that had spilled over into school and resulted in a fight. The more the police looked at the CCTV footage, the more damning evidence they found. On the day of Ronan's death, Prabjit had gone to the local post office and picked up a machete and ninja sword that he had purchased online. He had used his mother's ID to buy them, and when he got to the post office, all he had to do was give them his name and he was handed the parcels. They did not check any ID and simply looked at him and assumed he was over the age of 25. The parcel he had collected that day was one of almost 30 weapons he had purchased online over the previous few months. He would then sell them on to people at school. After going to the post office, he had conspired with the 3 others, Sukhman, Josiah, and Joseph. It was decided they were going to pay Ronan's friend a visit and scare him into paying back the money it was alleged that he owed. And given the blades he had brought, it was evident it was going to be violent. The 4 then got into a red Vauxhall Corsa driven by Josiah. Sat in the passenger seat was Joseph and Sukhman, and Prabjit were sat in the back. Just before 8:30 p.m., Ronan had almost made it home. The Corsa had been parked on Beach Avenue and Prabjit and Sukhman got out. They were then seen running towards Mount Road at 8:34 p.m. They ran after Ronan and attacked him from behind. He was stabbed twice, once in the side and once in the chest, with one of them piercing his heart. One of the stab wounds had gone 20 centimeters into his body and the other 17 centimeters. Prabjit had been the one to deliver these fatal blows. Suckman had brandished the weapon but not used it. As Ronan screamed out in pain, they realized they had not attacked their intended target. It was a case of mistaken identity. They proceeded to run off down the street, back to the car, leaving Ronan on his own as he lay dying. The car then pulled away and drove off towards Birmingham New Road. It would later emerge that they had seen Ronan coming out of the house where the intended victim had lived and assumed that he was the boy they were looking for. Following this, it was now time for them to go to trial. Prosecutor David Mason Casey spoke of the significant planning that had been involved and that both Prabjit and Suckman had discarded their black clothes, face coverings, and the weapons after Ronan was stabbed. He said that Ronan had absolutely no chance whatsoever when he was stabbed. He added, was not the intended victim. That fact makes this case even more tragic than other cases of this type. This was a brutal killing in broad daylight in a residential street in front of members of the public. Both Prabjit and Suckman testified during the trial, and it was confirmed that Ronan was not the target. They said they had merely wanted to scare the boy who they said owed them money. Prabjit claimed that it had been an accident, and he had only wanted to poke around with the sword he was carrying. He said it wasn't until Ronan was stabbed for the second time that he noticed it had actually struck him and that it was Ronan. The prosecution hit back saying, I would suggest you don't accidentally stab someone 20 centimeters and then 17 centimeters. Do you? I never intended for the blade to enter the body. You intended to stab that young boy, didn't you? No. I would suggest it must have been screamingly obvious after you inflicted that first 20-centimeter wound to his abdomen that you had done it. You must have felt it happen, didn't you? No. He also denied that he was fascinated with knives, something which had been previously claimed, but admitted he had used false IDs to buy them and then sell them on. Suckman said he was sad and angry after learning that Ronan had been attacked, and said that he had not been in it together with Prabjit. The prosecution said there is no real evidence of any true remorse. Senior Crown Prosecutor Samantha Dixon called the attack on Ronan a horrifying act of violence and an act of cowardice. Adam Morgan, Prabjit's defense lawyer, said, is genuinely remorseful. It is something he will have to bear for the rest of his life. Timothy Hannum KC, who was Suckman's defense lawyer, said, this was a joint enterprise offense, but a distinction can be drawn between the two defendants. Mr. Vidasa was the one who actually killed Ronan. Mr. Vidasa was the one who stabbed him, not Mr. Shergill. The trial would last for 5 weeks. After 2 hours of deliberations, the jury had returned their verdict. Both Joseph Whitaker and Josiah Francis, who had been in the car that day, were acquitted of all charges. At Wolverhampton Crown Court, Prabjit Vidisa and Suckman Shergill were found guilty of murder and were found to have acted in joint enterprise in the killing. Before they were sentenced, Mr. Justice Chowdhury lifted the restrictions that had surrounded the case due to the age of the accused, and both Prabjit and Suckman were named in the press for the first time. Ronan's family sat and sobbed in the gallery as they wore shirts with justice for Ronan on them. Ronan's mom Pooja told the courtroom that she had replayed the last time she saw her son over and over in her mind. She spoke directly to his killers, saying, if there is a God, they will show you the real justice my son deserves. Mr. Justice Chowdhury's sentencing remarks were televised, the first time this had ever been done at Wolverhampton Crown Court. Detective Inspector A. George, who had led the investigation into Ronan's murder, said following the sentencing, 1 year on from Ronan's murder, a vigil was held to remember him. Around 70 people gathered on Mount Road where doves were released and poems were read out. His family also started a fundraising campaign for Save the Children. Help families in Yemen in his memory, a fitting tribute for someone with a heart as good as his. It was later announced that the Kander family were going to head down to Parliament to call for tougher action to be taken against knife crime. Wolverhampton's South East MP Pat McFadden arranged for them to meet with the Minister of State for Crime Policing and Fire Chris Phillip and the Shadow Minister Sarah Jones. Pat McFadden had been working with Ronan's family and said he hoped it would convince the members of Parliament that action is needed to try to prevent more young people losing their lives to knife crime. The government later introduced a list of weapons to be banned. The ones used in Ronan's murder were not included on the list. Pooja would later criticize Chris Phillips, saying, "This year I met with the Minister for Crime. He requested more information on the weapon used to murder my son to ensure it would be included in the ban. But here we are. This was the opportunity for the government to take real action and show empathy for thousands of families like ours. But they've completely missed it. When I saw for the first time the size of the sword, I fainted in grief," Pooja said. As Nikita said, we need to do more to stop knife crime. You know how easy it is to acquire a knife. You can just go online and you can buy a machete. I want to call out the MPs. I want to call out the Prime Minister. I want to call out society and say that we need to do more to ensure that not another innocent life gets taken from knife crime. Pooja also wrote an open letter to the Prime Minister calling for the online sales of knives, swords, and machetes to be banned. The campaigning work Ronan's family have done to tackle knife crime is inspiring, as is their strength and resilience in the time since his death. His family will continue to fight to change the laws and change communities for the better. Speaking directly to those who carry knives, Pooja had some powerful words. Going to prison isn't some pride and joy. You are going to ruin your life, your family's life. You will have to live with the guilt for the rest of your life knowing you've killed someone. So stop now before it's too late. Don't pick up the knife. If you have a fight, talk it over, but don't pick up the knife. There are no winners in a case like this. Ronan Kander should still be here, taking on his A-levels and throwing himself into adulthood. Knife crime has claimed far too many lives and ruined too many families as well. Positive steps are being taken in communities such as knife surrender schemes and amnesty bins where people can get rid of their weapons safely. But there is still much more to be done to bring an end to knife crime. The devastation caused by the murder of Ronan Kander is best put into words by his mother Pooja. I miss his laughter. I miss him asking me what's for dinner. I miss hugging him. I have nothing left. It's killing me to think of what happened to Ronan. I can't believe my baby went through this alone. He was my son, my baby. And for his older sister Nikita, life will never be the same, she said. I've never loved anyone as much as I love him. Today's case takes us to a small town in County Offaly in Ireland called Tullamore. In 2022, it was home to 23-year-old Aisling Murphy. Intelligent, motivated, and hardworking, her dream from a young age was to be a teacher, and she was over the moon when she got a job as a primary school teacher at Doru National School, just a couple of months after graduating. She took to it like a duck to water, and her colleagues said it was like she'd always been there and part of their team. Her father said she never stopped and crammed everything she could into her life. One, to try and better and push herself, and also to make sure she was getting the most out of every day. She pushed her students to challenge themselves, but was never one to ask anyone to do something she wouldn't do herself. She even bought a set of ull and pipes, one of the most difficult instruments to learn, but she was determined to prove to herself that she could do it if she put her mind to it. Music and the creative arts was a big passion for her in general and always had been. She had taken after her musical mother Kathleen, and in school she had been in the choir, the orchestra, the Kamoji team, and the traditional music group, but playing the fiddle had stuck with her since she was little. She was eventually in the top 5% of fiddle players in the country and had played at the Tullamore Tradfest traditional music festival as well. Aisling was a family girl through and through and would always make time for dinner and drinks with her dad Ray, mother Kathleen, sister Amy, and brother Cole. She was also in a great relationship with her partner Ryan. The pair had first met each other at a disco when they were 15. They had dated for a couple of years, but they were very young and went their separate ways. They did keep in contact though, and a couple of years later they reconnected and were inseparable from that point on. They had started making plans to build their dream house together, get married, and start a family. Ryan said she had the most comforting smile and infectious laugh, and no matter how low you felt, she could always pick you up. On January 10th, 2022, Aisling went to Ryan and his family's house to drop some groceries off at the door. They were all isolating as there was COVID in the home, and Ryan said he really wanted to give her a hug, but they just said hi and bye at the door, knowing they would be seeing each other properly in 10 days' time to go on a trip together. 2 days later, Aisling finished teaching as usual and got ready to go for a jog. She worked out whenever she had time, and a quick run down by the canal to clear her head was a normal thing for her to do. Before she left, she told her mom where she was going, but Kathleen was worried, saying she should jog somewhere else. She hugged her mom and said, Mom, I'm 23 years old. Love you," before heading out the door. She was soon out and jogging down by the Grand Canal, a lovely area for some peace and quiet where you can often find people working out and walking their dogs. At 3.15 on Fiona's Way, a walkway named after a missing woman called Fiona Pender, two women were also jogging down by the bank and saw and heard something odd. They noticed a bicycle on the side and then heard what sounded like a woman crying from the wooded area next to the pathway. They thought she had fallen off her bike and was hurt, so went to go and help. They saw a man cowering over her and pinning her down. A small necklace hung around the woman's neck. The name on it was Aisling. The man heard them, turned around, and through gritted teeth and snarling, told them to go away. The jogger said the woman was moving every part of her body, twisting and turning, trying to get away, but she wasn't making a sound anymore. Neither woman had a phone on them and there was no one else around. So they both shouted at him that they would call the Gardaí and then ran to the nearest house to get help. Authorities were soon there and found Aisling Murphy, lying there motionless. Her attacker was long gone. Despite the best efforts of the paramedics, Aisling died at the scene. She had been strangled and stabbed 11 times in the neck, dying of blood loss. Her keys were close to her and it was clear she had tried to fight off her killer using them. Experts said Aisling had clearly fought so incredibly hard to get away and tried everything she could until the very end. The joggers had given a description of the man as best they could. His jacket was distinctive, a navy padded bomber jacket with unique stitching on the back. The bicycle that was near the scene, believed to have been his, was a Falcon Storm mountain bike, with straight handlebars and green on the frame. A number of people who were in the area around that time contacted the authorities, but there was nothing concrete. Accessing the data on her Fitbit, they were able to get a clearer timeline to try and narrow things down. Her workout had started at 2:51 p.m. 30 minutes later, it tracked erratic movements. Just a couple of minutes later, at 3:31 p.m., her Fitbit was no longer recording her heartbeat. The Gardaí issued a statement announcing that they believed they were only looking for one person, and they felt confident that whoever this was totally random and not known to Aisling. They said he would probably have wounds, cuts, or bruising on him given the way Aisling had fought back and used her keys. The detectives would get a lead based off of the descriptions, and just a few hours after Aisling was found, they made an arrest of a 40-year-old man, but he was soon released without charge. The man was taken to safe accommodation when his name and pictures were shared on social media, resulting in him receiving death threats, even though he was innocent. Aisling's case was huge and everyone was talking about it and trying to help and offer support. It was soon on every news station and flooding social media, both in Ireland and abroad. As always, when crimes like these happen, ones that receive such media attention, people are quick to give their opinions online. And sadly, in this case, many seemed focused on the fact that she was out for a run in a slightly secluded area. Activist Laura Bates wrote an emotional response to this, pointing out that focusing on this is a complicated form of victim blaming. I understand why people are posting she was going for a run. I get why she was just walking home and she did all the right things trended after Sarah Everard died. She posted in part, I know it comes from a place of grief and rage, but it doesn't matter what they were doing. We say she was just doing this or she was just doing that. It suggests that the case wouldn't have been quite so awful or tragic if she had been doing something else. It had now been 48 hours since Aisling was killed and many a vigil was being held all over, including ones held by big political names across the country. Thousands and thousands of people were turning out for them. The principal of the school she taught at said everyone was so shaken by what had happened. It's very, very hard to think that she was here in school yesterday as a teacher and teaching her first-class students, and today they have come in with little tears in their eyes and their teacher not there. On January the 14th, 100 people stood outside the Irish Parliament in Dublin for Aisling, and by 4 p.m., the number had grown to 1,000 and soon the KSHOC, the Republic of Ireland's Prime Minister at the time, Michael Martin, and the future leader Leo Varadkar would be there too. Leo Varadkar said the murder of Aisling had united the nation in solidarity and revulsion. The investigation was moving quickly, although the Gardaí were keeping their cards close to their chests. On January the 17th, they said that significant progress had been made, as although they didn't announce this to the public, they had actually received a troubling email which read in part, "To who it may concern, I am the person responsible for Ashling's murder. I am so sorry." The email was sent at 10:44 p.m. and detectives quickly managed to identify where it had come from. They tracked down the person the account had belonged to. The man that had sent it said he suffered from mental health problems and drank too much, blacking out and having little recollection of what he'd done when he was drunk. But sober, he said he didn't know why he had sent it and that he had nothing to do with Ashling's murder. Officers initially felt so confident with this lead, but more checks would rule this man out completely and they were back at square one. But they then got another tip, which would turn into the major breakthrough that they so desperately needed. They had been closely watching a man who had walked into a hospital quite a distance from where Ashling was killed just 2 days after that fateful day. The 31-year-old had turned up looking to treat some bad cuts, bruises, and scratches to his face. Given how quickly the news of what had happened to Ashling had traveled, the Gardaí were called in by the nurses at the hospital, wondering if there was a link. The man couldn't explain his injuries and was keeping quiet, but he was in quite bad shape. When detectives got there, they too were suspicious and carried out a background check on him. Following this, they went to seize and search 2 cars and search 2 properties as well, one over an hour away in Dublin and one just 8 minutes away from where Ashling had been killed. They interviewed the 31-year-old in hospital and he told them he had been attacked by a man in a blue face mask, a hard thing to pick out, given the fact that the pandemic was still ongoing and most people were in masks. He claimed he couldn't really remember it at all as it had happened so quickly. Detectives weren't convinced and showed him a picture of Ashling. He said he had never seen her before, not even on the news. "I look at the news but don't speak English, can't understand it," he said. They knew there was more to the story but left him to stew over what they had said, ready to come back and talk to him later. A short time after he spoke to the detectives again. This time he told them the man that had attacked him also attacked Ashling as they were all on the same path. He claimed he had tried to save Ashling and not hurt her. But then his story changed again. He suddenly blurted out, "I did it, I murdered, I am the murderer." He was immediately cautioned and was told he did not need to say anything else, but he couldn't stop talking. He said, "I'm sorry, I see girl I never see before. Knife I use for chain. When she passed I cut her neck. She panicked, I panicked." He then started crying and asked, "Will I go for 10 years? He pointed to his stomach, which had 3 puncture wounds, wounds likely inflicted by Ashling's keys. He gave a DNA sample and sure enough, the DNA from under Ashling's fingernails was a match to him. As detectives continued to piece things together, on January 18th hundreds of people gathered for Ashling's funeral. It was attended by the then Patriarch McCall Martin, President Michael D. Higgins and his wife Sabina, and Minister for Justice Helen McKenzie. Schools around the country observed a minute's silence at 11 a.m. in her memory as well. Her young students would also pay tribute to the 23-year-old, lining up holding pictures of Ashling as the funeral procession came past. Ryan was beside himself and he gave a huge speech on behalf of his and Ashling's families. He said, "Is the greatest love of my life. I will cherish the last 5 years we spent together my entire life. I hope that someday, God willing, we can be reunited once more and continue the great plans we have made for each other. Goodbye for now, but not forever, darling, as you will live on in all of our hearts and memories." It was already a deeply emotional day and things were about to take another turn. This was also the day that the Gardaí announced the man they had been closely monitoring in hospital had been arrested and charged with Ashling's murder, who would finally identify him as Joseph Puszka. He was a builder and had moved over to Ireland from Slovakia in 2015, living in Tullamore with his wife and 5 children. That evening he appeared in Tullamore District Court and the outside was packed with members of the public and media. The Gardaí received more information about Joseph's actions in the hours before he killed Ashling, and it was truly shocking. Anne-Marie Kelly first saw Joseph on his bike. She had stepped aside to let him past, and he went past really slowly, staring at her in a menacing way, a way that had really unsettled her. Anne-Marie then saw Joseph again at the canal. This time he was walking behind her and pushing his bike. She could feel him staring at her and picked up her pace. Fortunately, she spotted a man in a van pull up and jogged over towards him. Joseph quickly took off. He also followed 3 other women that day, even being caught on camera a few times. After this, he would find Aisling. Authorities believe he was absolutely on a mission to hurt or kill someone. They also described him as a phantom individual, someone that had never been on their radar for any reason until this point. Despite his own confession, he entered a plea of not guilty, stating that he couldn't remember admitting to anything in the hospital. He was now back to the story where he alleged he was trying to save Aisling's life from another man. As he sat in custody, the investigation continued. On the 13th of June 2023, 5 other people were arrested and charged with withholding information or impeding an arrest in relation to Aisling's case. Marek Pushka, Lubomir Pushka, and Lucy Ristikov were charged with withholding information, and Josefina Gruntsova and Vera Gaziova were accused of impeding the apprehension or prosecution of an alleged offender. By the time his trial started on October 17, 2023, the prosecution had CCTV, DNA, and witness evidence, as well as his own confession. His defense team were still running with the story that he had been attacked by a man, hence his injuries, and after the man had attacked him, he had killed Aisling before running away. They said the 2 women jogging had actually seen Joseph trying to stop the bleeding, not that he had been hurting her. The prosecution called his lies foul and contemptible. They said the fact he was trying to play some sort of good Samaritan was disgusting. The only victim was Aisling. On the 9th of November 2023, after just 2 hours of deliberations, he was unanimously found guilty of murder. As the verdict was read out, he sat in silence, putting his hands over his face. Judge Mr. Justice Tony Hunt did not hold back in his statements after. He told the jury, "We have evil in this room. There is no doubt about that. There will be a day of reckoning for Pushka." He said that he agreed with the jury's decision and was glad that they didn't spend any more time than they needed to on what he called Joseph's nonsense. He acknowledged that this was no reflection of his legal team, however, saying what they had in their hands was poor stuff indeed. He described what happened to Aisling as enough to make you physically ill, and given what the jury had had to sit through, he exempted them from jury service for 20 years. As the jury left the room, everyone erupted into applause. Friday, the 17th of November, 2023 was the day of Joseph's sentencing. Mr. Justice Tony Hunt told Joseph that there was only one sentence to hand down, which he said was richly deserved. Joseph Pushka was handed a mandatory life sentence. Ryan addressed Joseph and said, "I have to somehow carry on without her. You smirked, you smiled, and you showed no remorse, which sums up the kind of person you are, the epitome of pure evil. When your day of reckoning comes, may you be in hell a whole half hour before God even knows you are dead." Joseph did not make eye contact with anyone who spoke, including the judge. Mr. Justice Tony Hunt said that if he had the power, a whole life order would have been considered in this case. He said that before Joseph could be considered for release, the person making that decision would have to take into account that we still don't know why he murdered Aisling. He has never shown any remorse or empathy and has done nothing but lie about what happened, and this will all be taken into consideration. Shortly after he was sentenced, he was transferred to a padded cell in another prison and put under 24-hour surveillance. Sources claim he had made an attempt to take his own life while on trial, and other inmates said they would be looking for him in prison. Joseph's family still believe he is innocent. It is clear to see how much Aisling meant to so many people and how much her death had outraged not just her small community but Ireland as a whole. Some important conversations were started about safety, education, and continuing to tackle violence against women and girls. People banded together and united in such a huge way. Every case is horrific, and it goes without saying they all affect vast amounts of people at a time, but sometimes certain cases are so emotionally charged that they ripple through the nation and further afield, leaving a lasting impact in ways we have not experienced before. Sarah Everard in the UK, cases like Anna Kriegel in Gilma in Ireland and Australia. Now Aisling Murphy. Her partner Ryan said the painful thing to come to terms with is that he will have to remember her for longer than he's known her. Amy said, "Are consumed by what can only be described as nightmares, that we weren't there to save her. Aisling did so much for absolutely everybody, yet no one was there when she needed them most. As a big sister, I could not protect her while she was alive, All I can do now is protect her memory. And as a family, we will continue to set the table for 5. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.